today's team is the worst ever. Maggie Vespa, NBC News.
And the White Sox have 2 series left with the Angels up first tonight. Thanks for watching Early Today. I'm Frances Rivera. Tensions soar in the Middle East after Israel launches the deadliest strikes on Lebanon in nearly 20 years. The dramatic escalation coming as the UN General Assembly gets underway here in New York. We're live with the growing calls for de-escalation. Just over 40 days until the election, and the polls are tighter than ever in the race for the White House. Plus, new evidence revealed in the second assassination attempt on former President Trump. Deepfake crackdown. Meet the mothers fighting against disturbing AI-generated photos of kids. And new overnight, California sues ExxonMobil. Why the state is accusing the oil giant of running a decades-long campaign of deception over plastic recycling. A Monday night doubleheader. The Bills blow out the Jaguars, while the Commanders come up big against the Bengals on the road. We have the highlights. And many, many hands make for inspiring work. How hundreds came together to build a new home for a brave mom. It's Tuesday, September 24th. Early Today starts right now. Good morning. Glad you're up early with me. I'm Frances Rivera. President Biden today will deliver one of the last major speeches of his presidency, addressing the UN General Assembly here in New York City. White House officials familiar with the speech tell NBC News that the president will focus on the climate crisis and the war in Ukraine. But the speech will also be closely watched for how Mr. Biden will address the Israeli bombing of Lebanon. For the latest, let's turn to Bree Jackson in D.C. Good morning, Bree. What's the latest?
Good morning, Francis. Israel's Air Force has pummeled southern Lebanon over the last 24 hours, killing nearly 500, according to the Lebanese Health Ministry. Among them are at least 25 children and 58 women. More than 1,600 are injured. Israeli officials say they struck 1,300, quote, terrorist targets linked to Hezbollah. Israel is accusing the militant group of concealing their extensive arsenal of rockets, missiles, and drones in and around civilian homes and asked residents to evacuate. Around 100,000 people have been displaced. Now, this was the deadliest day between the two countries since the 2006 Israel-Hezbollah war. Israel has said that the airstrikes will continue, and the country is bracing for significant retaliation. All schools across northern Israel are closed, and the area has been declared a no-fly zone. Hezbollah attacks have so far been concentrated in the north, but the group's longer-range missiles can reach into the center of the country, including the major cities of Tel Aviv and Jerusalem. Hezbollah started firing into Israel after the October 7th Hamas attack, saying they would only stop if there was a ceasefire in Gaza. The attacks have displaced around 60,000 Israelis from the border region with Lebanon, and Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has said that returning them safely to their home is an official war goal. The Pentagon is sending a small number of reinforcements to the region out of an abundance of caution. Now, the State Department has already asked all American citizens to leave Lebanon as the situation keeps spiraling out of control. Francis.
A whole new shift when it comes to this. Thank you so much, Bree. Iran says Israel is trying to drag it into a wider regional war. In his first interview with American media, Iran's vice president told our Andrew Mitchell that they still intend to retaliate against Israel for the assassination of a Hamas leader in Tehran.
With Israel and Hezbollah exchanging airstrikes, Israel exploding pagers in Lebanon, according to U.S. officials. Iran's new leader is accusing Israel of trying to trap them into a wider war. In his first U.S. interview, the new Vice President Javad Zarif tells me Iran does not want that.
We want to move in a more peaceful, more stable world. We don't seek war, but we will defend ourselves.
A real provocation to Iran, the assassination of Hamas's political leader in Tehran, as Iran was inaugurating its new president, which U.S. officials say was done by Israel.
That was clearly an act of state terrorism and a clear violation of our sovereignty and our territorial integrity. We were asked by the international community to exercise restraint in order to bring about an end to the war in Gaza. Unfortunately, That promise has never materialized.
You won't rule out retaliating.
No, we have said that we will respond in a manner of our choosing.
Zarif was the key negotiator of the 2015 nuclear deal, which President Trump pulled out of in 2018. With no more restraints, the U.S. says Iran is now 1 or 2 weeks from having enough nuclear fuel for a bomb.
It was the miscalculation of the Trump administration that withdrew from the nuclear deal. It has been a lose-lose situation.
It's not likely the administration would restart nuclear talks this close to an election. With 100 world leaders here guarded by the Secret Service, the agency, though challenged, says the city is safe.
Andrea, thank you. Now to the race for the White House. Former President Trump campaigning in battleground Pennsylvania, handing out cash to grocery shoppers as he promises to be the candidate who will lower costs. This, as new polling shows, a very tight race. Here's NBC's Alice Barr.
In the race to an expected photo finish, a snapshot of the presidential contest. A new NBC News poll shows Vice President Harris leading former President Trump by 5 points nationally within the margin of error as she rides a 16-point jump in her favorability rating since July.
She's capable. I mean, and she's proved that in the debate, and she's proved that since then.
Former President Trump is ahead in Arizona, Georgia, and North Carolina in new New York Times Siena College battleground polls. And NBC's results show him leading on the economy, inflation, and securing the border.
This election is about the economy. This election is about the border. That's what it is. And I am your border president.
News contradicts the former president's take on another key issue, crime. The FBI releasing new data showing crime, including violent incidents like murder and rape, are down substantially after a spike during the pandemic. That as the man charged in connection with the awful crime of attempting to assassinate former President Trump appeared in court. New court documents reveal 58-year-old Ryan Ruth left a letter declaring this was an assassination attempt on Donald Trump and suggests significant planning for the foiled attempt at Mr. Trump's Florida golf course. The former president rallying in Pennsylvania after reiterating he won't debate Vice President Harris again.
It's just too late. Voting has already started.
Let's have another debate. There's more to talk about.
The vice president and President Biden meeting separately with the United Arab Emirates president as the United Nations General Assembly kicks off. In Washington, Alice Barr, NBC News.
The Boulder, Colorado gunman who opened fire in a King Scoopers grocery store will spend the rest of his life behind bars. Ahmad Alissa was found guilty of all 55 charges yesterday, including 10 counts of first-degree murder for each victim of the assault back in 2021. He was sentenced to 10 consecutive life sentences without the possibility of parole. California is suing ExxonMobil, alleging that the company misled consumers into believing recycling was a viable solution for plastic waste. According to the suit, the U.S. plastic recycling rate has never exceeded 9%, and the oil giant is the world's largest producer of the polymer used to make single-use plastics. Along with other civil penalties, the lawsuit seeks to make the company put billions of dollars into an abatement fund. In a statement, ExxonMobil said that advanced recycling, a process that breaks plastic down for potential reuse, is effective. It added that the company has kept more than 60 million pounds of plastic waste out of landfills this way. A Florida woman is lucky to be alive after a crash left her car dangling from the third floor of a Coral Gables parking lot. Authorities say the Porsche SUV went through a concrete barrier before getting caught between the parking structure and a tree. Rescue workers used ropes to get the woman to safety, and she was taken to the hospital in stable condition. No word yet on what caused that vehicle to lose control. All right, another major storm could be on the horizon. NBC meteorologist Angie Lassman is tracking the potential threat to Florida. Good morning, Angie.
Morning, Francis. This is something the state of Florida folks, especially from the West Coast up into the Panhandle, need to monitor over the next couple of days. We've got what's now potential tropical cyclone 9, but likely will be tropical storm Helene by later today. Winds currently at 35 miles per hour, moving northwest at 6 miles per hour. Here's how the track plays out over the coming days. Notice it does become a hurricane by the time we get into Wednesday, and then it sits over those really impressive oppressively warm Gulf waters, likely becoming a Cat 2, if not a Cat 3, by the time it makes landfall as we get into the day on Thursday. Notice the Big Bend area stretching down to Tampa, parts of the Panhandle included in the potential where that center could come on shore. So we'll be watching this through at least the next couple of days. It does work its way a little farther to the north, bringing rain to much of the southeast over the coming days. Here's a look at the rainfall amounts as we get through Saturday. Localized up to 10 inches possible. On top of that, we'll also have the threat, of course, of where that center comes on shore. Once that gets a little closer, we'll have an exact idea of where that'll be, but that means storm surge and the potential for damaging hurricane force winds will be there as well. Big picture look, we've also got some rain that's working across the Great Lakes and parts of the Ohio and Tennessee Valley through the day today. Let's look at the weather across the country. Let's see what's happening in your neighborhood. 73 degrees in Minneapolis today with mostly sunny skies. Rain in the forecast, though, for Chicago, just topping out at 68 degrees. Mid-70s for Detroit and Cleveland, as well as Pittsburgh. Partly cloudy skies expected in Portland today, but mostly cloudy with a high of 72 in New York City. And that's a look at your forecast, Francis. Back to you.
Okay, I'll see you when you join me in a bit. Thanks, Angie. Broadway theaters will dim their lights in honor of James Earl Jones. Jones was a two-time Tony Award-winning actor and a recipient of the 2017 Special Tony Award for Lifetime Achievement. He began his Broadway career back in 1957 and starred in productions like Fences, Othello, Anne of Mice and Men, and more. Jones died on September 9th at the age of 93. Theater lights will dim at 6:45 p.m. on September 26th. Coming up, how one state is filing a first-of-its-kind lawsuit against creating websites with sexually explicit AI photos of kids.
Lester Holt, America's most trusted TV news anchor.
For the very latest on the 2024 election, get the NBC News app. Your trusted source for the latest breaking news, analysis, on-the-ground reporting, and newsmaker interviews. Download the NBC News app now.
News lives in the now.
The front lines are still very active. This is like quicksand, and officials say an entire town is cut off.
This close to actually understand why people had to jump in the ocean.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
Go ahead. This is it.
News lives in the now.
The front lines are still very active. This is like quicksand, and officials say an entire town is cut off.
This close to actually understand why people had to jump in the ocean.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Lester Holt, America's most trusted TV news anchor.
The Vote. It's as American as apple pie, as stars and stripes and spacious skies. It's iconic.
You got the flag up now.
Patriotic. It's America's favorite pastime. The Vote is as American as you. And this November, we're all chanting, it's your turn. Step into the box and make it stick. Vote her up.
Get the latest updates on the 2024 election on the NBC News app.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Troubling news as officials warn about sexually explicit deepfake photos being spread across the internet and social media. But now one major U.S. city is drawing the line. NBC's Savannah Sellers has more on this landmark lawsuit.
How was the mouth test?
Yvonne Mere's first priority is being a mom. So a particular New York Times article shocked her.
About a 15-year-old girl whose life had been devastated by a non-consensual image of her that was nude.
That image was what's known as a deep fake, a picture that may be created with a real face, but using artificial intelligence to make a fake body.
When I read it, my own daughter, who's now 16, I thought to myself, this would be horrible.
Mere happens to be in a position to do something about it. In addition to being a mom, she's a top litigator in the San Francisco City Attorney's Office. She shared the article with her colleague, fellow mom and lawyer Sarah Eisenberg.
How does this work?
So there's a lot of different ways. I can take a picture of anyone, anytime.
You can take a picture of a girl going to prom.
I can grab it off of her social media page without her even knowing that I have taken it. Go to any number of these websites that are out there and just upload that picture, and it will use artificial intelligence to undress that person.
Medea and Eisenberg's boss, City Attorney David Chu, gave them the go-ahead to pursue legal action against the practice. They say it resulted in a first-of-its-kind lawsuit naming 16 top websites that create and distribute fake nude images of women and girls without consent.
What we found truly horrified us. There have been over 200 million visitors in just these 16 websites alone.
What do you understand that impact to be?
We know that these images have been used to bully, humiliate, and threaten women and girls. The impact on these victims cannot be underestimated.
Those victims range from massive superstars to high school girls across the country. The suit alleges the practice is not just harmful, it's illegal. They argue even the marketing used by the websites obliterates any notion of consent, pointing out one defendant's advertising. Imagine wasting time taking her out on dates when you can just use the website to get her nudes. Contact information for most of the companies named in the lawsuit could not be found.
They have violated deepfake pornography laws, child pornography laws.
Do you really think there's a chance you can get these websites shut down?
Absolutely. I don't think there's anyone who defends what is happening here. We're talking about everyday people who are seeing their faces turned into pornography and, in too many instances, child pornography.
For Medea and Eisenberg, it's a labor of love, both for their constituents and a little closer to home.
You want to make a difference. You want to look back. I get choked up, like you want to make a difference. This makes a difference.
Do you think about your daughter when you feel that way?
I do. I think about my daughter, and I want her to be proud of me. I want her to be proud of what the office does.
Savannah Sellers, NBC News, San Francisco.
Still to come, we're calling both games. The Bills unleash their powers on the Jaguars, while Washington introduces their new QB to the world in a Monday night doubleheader.
Hey there, I'm Hallie, and we are coming on the air tonight with new developments. Let's talk about the implications on women's health and then the political fallout. Start with what this law actually will and won't do. Cruise officials will do almost anything they can to get it back open ASAP. So how S is the P? In other words, how soon will it be open?
I could keep talking till the Eiffel Tower starts sparkling.
Yeah, you've laid down the gauntlet, so we have to continue to speak until it starts to sparkle. It's sparkling. It's happening.
Good to have you with us. I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. Developing right now on Morning News Now.
Growing frustrations over the migrant crisis.
Reports of new drone attacks by Houthi militants.
The storm is creating dangerous conditions all across the region.
Now let's get to some financial headlines.
New rules are coming to cap credit card late fees.
Talking tuition as a new class of freshmen gets ready to go to college.
This is a big decision for families.
Do you think this could impact how people vote?
100%. Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
Democracy is happening now.
They are energized by the idea that this is a real fight.
People were on their feet. Folks were fired up here.
The only voice that really matters are the voice of the voters.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Top story live from Paris. Top story live in Tel Aviv.
We are here in Butler, Pennsylvania, covering breaking news. President Trump was speaking on the other side of the barn.
Our reporters are spread out across the convention floor as this historic evening unfolds.
Fans here at the Med-C Arena going wild for Team USA. I know it's been a long time coming.
Yeah, gosh, it feels good.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tanya Amos, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Lester Holt, America's most trusted TV news anchor.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Let's break down what we know.
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
What's the message that you're trying to get out to young people?
Know what is in the drug supply.
We've got important news this hour about your money.
Mental health, big picture, why is it so tough right now?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
The vote. It's as American as apple pie. It's iconic.
Got the flag up.
Patriotic. The vote. is as American as you. This November, step into the box and make it stick. Vote her up.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Fake to Cook. And now pitches downfield. In stride, Keon Coleman, and a touchdown for the rookie.
Josh Allen made an early case for MVP in the first half of a Monday Night Football doubleheader. The quarterback led his Bills on a rout of the Jacksonville Jaguars, throwing 4 touchdown passes to 4 different receivers. On the other side of the ball, Bills safety Damar Hamlin got his first career interception, picking off Jags quarterback Trevor Lawrence in the 47-10 victory. Later in the night, the Jags got to welcome the Bengals to the basement of the league. Joe Burrow is 0-3 for the first time in his career as a pro, as Cincinnati had no answers for Jaden Daniels. Washington's rookie QB had the best game of his young career, including a late touchdown pass to Terry McLaurin that sealed the 38-33 win. So just so you know, the Commanders in the Bengals game, that was the first game in NFL since 1940 to feature 0 punts and 0 turnovers.
What a stat. A very exciting Monday Night Football, though. Lots of people, I'm sure, enjoying that from their couches. I was fast asleep, but I woke up to see all the stats and all
shocked
the results.
To see that blowout with the Bills for
exactly.
me.
All right, with just a few games left in the season, the MLB playoff picture is finally coming together. On Monday, the Philadelphia Phillies clinched the NL East with their win over the Cubs. It's the first time the Phils, who hold one of the best records in the majors this year, have won the division title since 2011. They join the Brewers and Guardians as the 3 teams that have locked up their respective divisions so far. It's all starting to come together. A lot of folks excited for playoff baseball, and we're going to get some excitement, I'm sure.
Yeah, when you start to feel it at this last 3 weeks of September, heading into October, an exciting time. Okay, when we come back, the latest on a new proposal to ban some foreign tech from U.S. cars, and M&M's adding a chocolatey twist to a lunchtime favorite for its latest flavor.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
Oh, yeah, this is it, right?
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Let's break down what we know.
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
NBC News Daily is #1 for afternoon news across all of television.
I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinklea Samwat.
What's happening around the world?
Israel's military is building up there along the border.
And what matters here at home?
New numbers are out today showing more encouraging signs for our economy.
Let's zero in on exercise. We know we're supposed to be doing it. What does it do for our health?
What needs to change for social media to be a safer place?
NBC News Daily, weekdays from 12 to 4 on NBC News Now.
Top story live from Paris, live in Tel Aviv.
We are here in Butler, Pennsylvania.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
The Vote. It's as American as apple pie. It's iconic.
Got the flag up?
Patriotic. The Vote is as American as you. This November, step into the box and make it stick. Vote her up.
You gotta see this. I'm Gotti Schwartz. We are following some breaking news. Severe storms continue to wreak havoc. The Supreme Court put a pause on a controversial immigration law. Protesters have redoubled their numbers right here at this makeshift barricade. The future of TikTok as we know it is at risk. Is this a ban or not? The craziest ride I have ever hitched. That is totality. Do you see yourselves in space?
I could go to space.
I feel great! Stay tuned now, weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
Good to have you with us. I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. Developing right now on Morning News Now.
Growing frustrations over the migrant crisis.
Reports of new drone attacks by Houthi militants.
The storm is creating dangerous conditions all across the region.
Now let's get to some financial headlines. New rules are coming to cap credit card late fees.
Talking tuition as a new class of freshmen gets ready to go to college.
This is a big decision for families.
Do you think this could impact how people vote?
100%. Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
Here's what's making headlines this morning. On Monday, Boeing sweetened its contract proposal in what it said was its best and final offer as a strike of more than 30,000 workers enters its second week. The deal included higher pay and bonuses. The union rejected it, saying the company didn't negotiate and accused Boeing of bypassing the union. The U.S. Commerce Department has proposed a ban on certain Chinese and Russian technology on connected vehicles on American roads due to security concerns. The proposed measure would go into effect for software for the 2027 model year and 2030 for hardware. M&M's is launching its latest flavor. Can you guess? Yeah, peanut butter and jelly. It is the company's first new flavor since 2022. It's expected to hit shelves in December.
Fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Now is raw.
How hard is it to see it like this?
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is real.
Let's break down what we know and then the big questions still outstanding.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Hey there, I'm Hallie, and we are coming on the air tonight with new developments. Let's talk about the implications on women's health and then the political fallout. Start with what this law actually will and won't do. Cruise officials will do almost anything they can to get it back open ASAP. So how S is the P? In other words, how soon will it be open?
I could keep talking till the Eiffel Tower starts sparkling.
Now you've laid down the gauntlet, so we have to continue to speak until it starts to sparkle. It's sparkling. It's happening.
News lives in the now.
The front lines are still very active.
This is like quicksand, and officials say an entire town is cut off.
This close to actually understand why people had to jump in the ocean.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
The Vote. It's as American as apple pie, as stars and stripes and spacious skies. It's iconic.
Got the flag up now.
Patriotic. It's America's favorite pastime. The Vote is as American as you. And this November, we're all chanting, it's your turn. Step into the box and make it stick. Vote her up.
Democracy is happening now.
They are energized by the idea that this is a real fight.
People were on their feet. Folks were fired up here.
The only voice that really matters are the voice of the voters.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
We're back with the story of a brave Kentucky mom and the hundreds who teamed up to give her a gift beyond her wildest dreams. Here's Sam Brock.
In Stanford, Kentucky, population 3,700, sits a community committed to loving thy neighbor.
It'd be hard to find any nicer people, I'll go ahead and tell you that.
It definitely truly lives up to the small town feel.
And for Lucinda Cindy Mullins, that kindness came at the most critical time.
Have a great day. I love you.
After a routine surgery to address a kidney stone led to sepsis and a near-death experience, requiring doctors to partially amputate all 4 limbs. Cindy's husband and 2 sons, grateful she survived.
It's hard for me to think about now that he may have had to tell our children that I wasn't coming home.
But Cindy's heart isn't just still beating. It's full after learning that James Crocker, a Florida businessman 1,000 miles away, heard about her story and drove straight to Kentucky with a plan.
Never met Cindy, but seeing an article where a woman loses all 4 limbs within a few days, it was heartbreaking.
What happened next has a name, the Mullins Miracle.
We're building this home in 10 days, and my hope is that the country will be inspired.
Crocker's Herculean mission, an accessible home in only 10 days. But when you have 300 volunteers.
I think it's for a good cause. I really feel good about doing it.
All pitching in, the impossible is actually quite possible. Because 9 days after Cindy signed her name to the doorframe, the reveal.
It was more than I ever could have imagined.
Cindy celebrating, not just with James and her family, but hundreds from this special community. A show of love and support that would make anyone's heart sing.
God and love built this house, and that's exactly what happened here.
Sam Brock, NBC News.
Perfect example how anything can happen when a community comes together. Now to a Soyuz capsule carrying 2 Russians and 1 American from the International Space Station that safely returned to Earth Monday. The capsule landing in Kazakhstan about 3.5 hours after undocking from the ISS. After touchdown, the astronauts were moved into nearby chairs while they readjusted to gravity. The 2 Russians on board broke the country's record for the longest consecutive stay, spending a total of 374 days at the space station. Can't wait to hear what they're going to do first thing when they literally get settled on solid ground. Thanks so much for watching Early Today. I'm Frances Rivera. Have a great Tuesday. See you back here early Wednesday morning if you could join us. The Middle East on the brink. Israel launching its deadliest attack on Lebanon in nearly 20 years, killing hundreds in strikes on Hezbollah targets. The escalation coming as world leaders converge on New York at the UN General Assembly. We're live with the growing calls for a ceasefire in the region. New trouble in the tropics. Meteorologist Angie Lassman is tracking the growing hurricane threat for Florida, where the governor has already issued a state of emergency. Another twist in the race for the White House. The Nebraska Republican deals a blow to former President Trump as the candidates gear up for an economic showdown in the final sprint to Election Day. Is Boeing running out of runway to make a deal? We're live with why striking union workers say the company's best and final offer isn't enough. The Bills and Commanders dominate in an NFL doubleheader, while over in baseball, the White Sox strike out toward the wrong side of MLB history. It's Tuesday, September 24th. Early Today starts right now. Good morning. Glad you're with me. I'm Frances Rivera. President Biden today will deliver one of the last major speeches of his presidency, addressing the UN General Assembly here in New York City. White House officials familiar with the speech tell NBC News that the president will focus on the climate crisis and the war in Ukraine. But the speech will also be closely watched for how Mr. Biden will address the Israeli bombing of Lebanon. For the latest, let's go to Bree Jackson in D.C. Good morning, Bree. What's the latest?
Good morning, Francis. Israel's Air Force has pummeled southern Lebanon over the last 24 hours, killing nearly 500, according to the Lebanese Health Ministry. Among them are at least 25 children and 58 women, and more than 1,600 people are injured. Israeli officials say they struck 1,300, quote, terrorist targets linked to Hezbollah. Israel is accusing the militant group of concealing their extensive arsenal of rockets, missiles, and drones in and around civilian homes and have asked residents to evacuate. Around 100,000 people have been displaced. Now, this was the deadliest day between the two countries since the 2006 Israel-Hezbollah war. Israel has said that the airstrikes will continue and that the country is bracing for significant retaliation. All schools across northern Israel are closed, and the area has been declared a no-fly zone. Hezbollah attacks have so far been concentrated in the north, but the group's longer-range missiles can reach into the center of the country, including the major cities of Tel Aviv and Jerusalem. Hezbollah started firing into Israel after the October 7th Hamas attack, saying they would only stop if there was a ceasefire in Gaza. The attacks have displaced around 60,000 Israelis from the border region with Lebanon, and Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has said that returning them safely to their homes is an official war goal. The Pentagon is sending a small number of reinforcements to the region out of an abundance of caution, and the State Department has already asked all American citizens to leave Lebanon as the situation keeps spiraling out of control. Francis.
And hopefully they get home safely. Bree, thank you. Prosecutors in Florida have revealed disturbing new details about the man accused of plotting to assassinate Donald Trump at his Florida golf course. NBC's Jesse Kirsch is following the investigation.
Federal prosecutors revealing in the month leading up to his arrest, Ryan Ruth repeatedly showed up near former President Donald Trump's South Florida home and golf course. Authorities say the 58-year-old was in the area for one reason only, to kill former President Trump. A new filing alleges months ago, Ruth gave someone this handwritten letter addressed to the world, which says in part, "This was an assassination attempt on Donald Trump, but I am so sorry I failed you." Prosecutors say last Sunday, Ruth hid here in a sniper's nest next to Mr. Trump's golf course until a Secret Service agent spotted Ruth along the unsecure fence line, saw the barrel of a rifle aimed directly at him, jumped out of the golf cart, and fired at Ruth.
This evil would-be assassin got within a few hundred yards of where I stood.
Driver, walk straight back!
Prosecutors say 2 additional license plates, 6 cell phones, and 12 pairs of gloves were found in Ruth's getaway vehicle, along with a list of some of Mr. Trump's upcoming appearances. In federal court, a judge ruled Ruth will remain behind bars while awaiting trial. So far, he faces 2 federal weapons charges, but prosecutors say they'll soon present evidence of an attempted assassination charge to a grand jury. In a statement, the former president saying he does not trust the Department of Justice and FBI to investigate, writing they have a conflict of interest since they have been obsessed with getting Trump for so long. An FBI special agent said he is not aware of any surveillance video showing Ruth holding that rifle at the scene. The agent also said there has not yet been any handwriting analysis completed linking Ruth to that concerning letter.
Our thanks to Jesse for that report. A key Republican in Nebraska has blocked the change that Donald Trump wanted, deciding that the state will not change the way it allocates electoral votes. Allies of the former president wanted the state to be winner take all. In the last 2 elections, the district around Omaha has gone to Democrats, and that could make a difference in this very tight election. Former President Trump campaigned in battleground Pennsylvania Monday, handing out cash to help people pay for their groceries.
And you talk to the people right here that are paying 30, 40, 50% more for their groceries, which I think I can say is right. Am I right?
Yes, that is correct.
It's a disgrace.
Vice President Harris plans to deliver a speech on the economy this week. She is also putting pressure on Mr. Trump to face her again on the debate stage so that they can compare each other's plans. Former President Trump has put another small town in the spotlight when it comes to immigration, this time in Pennsylvania. Yamiche Alcindor is there.
Another city with a growing Haitian population on edge after more inaccurate claims from former President Trump.
Charleroi has experienced a 2,000% increase in the population of Haitian migrants under Kamala Harris. The schools are scrambling to hire translators for the influx of students, and the town is virtually bankrupt.
Here in Charleroi, Pennsylvania, just like in Springfield, Ohio, local Republicans say Haitians have been an asset to the community.
The Haitian immigrants here have a very good reputation. Problem is that the federal government dumped these people in and aren't providing any resources.
In recent years, many came legally to Charleroi to work at the local meat processing facility, like Pierre Richard Montplaisir. Do you think that what former President Trump is saying is true, that Haitians are having a negative impact here?
No. When I came here like 4 years ago, so the town was a ghost town. And now we got a group of people that are working and paying tax.
Montplaisir also works as an interpreter for the school system. 5 years ago, 12 students were learning English as non-native speakers. This year, that number is 225.
We believe now diversity is our superpower.
But Superintendent Ed Zelich says the state has provided additional funding.
We're not struggling. Are there more things we would like to have? Absolutely. But I think any school district wouldn't be able to say that.
Misty Cassidy disagrees.
There's just so many people, and there's just not enough resources. There's not enough jobs. There's not enough homes.
She's glad Trump, who she supports, has been calling attention to Charleroi and Springfield.
People need to know that it's just not Springfield. This is coming to a town near you.
What is coming to a town near you?
Haitians or immigrants that have poured over the border within the last couple of years.
Why is that a bad thing, given the fact that some would say the United States is a nation of immigrants?
They're not coming here to assimilate with us. They're coming here to take over, it seems.
But Montplaisir says Trump's comments are harmful. How worried are you that what happened in Springfield with the threats and the harassment that Haitian immigrants, that they might happen here?
Yes, that's why they are afraid about it. That's why some of them want to leave the town.
Yamiche Alcindor, NBC News, Charleroi, Pennsylvania.
Turning to Alabama, where a manhunt is still underway for the gunman behind a mass shooting that left 4 people dead in Birmingham. Police say several shooters got out of a car and opened fire on a group outside of a lounge Saturday night. Investigators are also examining whether it was part of a murder-for-hire plot. A $100,000 reward is being offered in the case. The Boulder, Colorado gunman who opened fire in a King Scoopers grocery store will spend the rest of his life behind bars. Ahmad Asila was found guilty of all 55 charges yesterday, including 10 counts of first-degree murder for each victim of the assault back in 2021. He was sentenced to 10 consecutive life sentences without the possibility of parole. California is suing ExxonMobil, alleging that the company misled consumers into believing recycling was a viable solution for plastic waste. According to the suit, the U.S. plastic recycling rate has never exceeded 9%, and the oil giant is the world's largest producer of the polymer used to make single-use plastics. Along with other civil penalties, the lawsuit seeks to make the company put billions of dollars into an abatement fund. In a statement, ExxonMobil said that advanced recycling, a process that breaks plastic down for potential reuse, is effective. It added that the company has kept more than 60 million pounds of plastic waste out of landfills this way. Florida could be facing a major hurricane in just a matter of days. Let's turn to NBC meteorologist Angie Lassman, who's tracking the storm gathering strength in the Caribbean. Good morning, Angie.
Good morning, Francis. We are going to be watching this here as it continues to intensify, likely over the next couple of days, and potentially take aim at parts of the Gulf Coast. Here's what we've got right now. Potential tropical cyclone 9, winds at 35 miles per hour, moving northwest at 6 miles per hour. As the day goes on, we'll likely get tropical storm Helene, and then eventually down the line, as it enters those Gulf waters, notice what happens. Hurricane status, we'll see it continue to intensify. Those waters are just oh so warm. And then we'll be looking at a potential landfall anywhere from the west coast of Tampa, the west coast of Florida near the Tampa area, stretching through the Big Bend and parts of the Panhandle. Those are the areas of interest that we'll have to watch. Will it be a Category 2, maybe a Category 3? That's kind of what we're playing with as far as intensity, but we've still got plenty of time to watch for that. The hurricane force winds and, of course, the storm surge where that center comes on shore is going to be some impacts we'll have to deal with, but we've also got plenty of rain across much of the southeast that we'll see from this system, anywhere from 3 to 5 inches of rain up to 10 inches in isolated spots. Let's look at the weather across the country. Let's see what's happening in your neighborhood. 79 degrees in Rapid City with full sunshine. We've got upper 70s on tap for Omaha, upper 60s with rain in the forecast for Chicago, low 70s in Detroit. Charleston heads to the upper 80s today. Showers and thunderstorms in the forecast too for Roanoke. And that's a look at your forecast, Francis. Back to you.
Okay, Angie, thank you. Josh Allen made an early case for MVP in the first half of a Monday Night Football doubleheader.
Fake to Cook. And now pitches downfield. In stride, Keon Coleman, and a touchdown for the rookie.
His quarterback led his Bills on a rout of the Jacksonville Jaguars, throwing 4 touchdown passes to 4 different receivers. On the other side of the ball, Bills safety Damar Hamlin got his first career interception, picking off Jags quarterback Trevor Lawrence in a 47-10 victory. Later in the night, the Jags got to welcome the Bengals to the basement of the league. Joe Burrow is 0-3 for the first time in his career as a pro after Cincinnati fell to Washington. Rookie quarterback Jaden Daniels threw a late touchdown pass to Terry McLaurin that sealed the 38-33 win. Coming up, the One with a Game show, the big plans for Friends' 30th anniversary. And we're back in a minute with a new turbulence in the talks to end Boeing's strike.
For the very latest on the 2024 election, get the NBC News app. Your trusted source for the latest breaking news, analysis, on-the-ground reporting, and newsmaker interviews. Download the NBC News app now.
Top story live from Paris, live in Tel Aviv. We are here in Butler, Pennsylvania.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Closer to the Gaza border. A story of resilience and hope. Please take care of yourself and each other.
News lives in the now.
The front lines are still very active. This is like quicksand, and officials say an entire town is cut off.
This close to actually understand why people had to jump in the ocean.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Top story live from Paris, live in Tel Aviv. We are here in Butler, Pennsylvania.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because they inform.
Oh, yeah, this is it, right?
You gotta see this. I'm Gotti Schwartz. We are following some breaking news. Severe storms continue to wreak havoc. The Supreme Court put a pause on a controversial immigration law. Protesters have redoubled their numbers right here at this makeshift barricade. The future of TikTok as we know it is at risk. Is this a ban or not? The craziest ride I have ever hitched. That is totality. Do you see yourselves in space?
I could go to space.
How you feeling? I feel great. Stay tuned now, weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
Get the latest updates on the 2024 election on the NBC News app.
The Justice Department is ready to take a swipe at Visa, but first Boeing is putting its best and final offer up in the air in hopes of ending its union strike. CNBC's Karen Cho joins us with those details. Hi, Karen. Good morning.
Francis, good morning. Yes, still some air pockets ahead for Boeing to navigate as it tries to bring industrial action to a close. It has tabled what it calls its best and final offer to those workers who have been striking now for a second week. 30,000 machinists walked off the job back on the 13th of September, rejecting a tentative agreement. The new offer that's been tabled includes a 30% higher general wages over 4 years. Don't forget it was at 25% in the last offer. Ratcheted up bonuses, but also matching on 401k payments. The union, though, has tossed this out without discussion, so still more negotiations ahead, it seems. Now, the Justice Department may also have Visa in its sights. It is looking to sue the credit card giant for allegedly monopolizing the U.S. debit card market. The latest here, according to a New York Times report, is at the heart of the issue is a payment processing technology that connects a bank to a merchant whenever a purchase is made. The DOJ is expected to argue that Visa penalizes customers when they try to use another service to process those payments. Back to you, Francis.
Okay, Karen, thank you. Still to come, our first look at the next Marvel team up, and make sure you know which friend gets the TV guide delivered to them. More in the show that will decide the ultimate Friends fan right after this.
NBC News Daily is #1 for afternoon news across all of television.
I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinklea Samwat.
What's happening around the world?
Israel's military is building up there along the border.
And what matters here at home?
New numbers are out today showing more encouraging signs for our economy.
Let's zero in on exercise. We know we're supposed to be doing it. What does it do for our health?
What needs to change for social media to be a safer place?
NBC News Daily, weekdays from 12 to 4 on NBC News Now.
You gotta see this. I'm Gotti Schwartz. We are following some breaking news. Severe storms continue to wreak havoc. The Supreme Court put a pause on a controversial immigration law. Protesters have redoubled their numbers right here at this makeshift barricade. The future of TikTok as we know it is at risk. Is this a ban or not? The craziest ride I have ever hitched. That is totality. Do you see yourselves in space?
I could go to space.
How you feeling? I feel great. Stay tuned now, weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
Just outside of the Israeli military headquarters.
Now is raw.
This tunnel just goes on and on.
Now is real.
We get to see democracy in action for the very first time in the 2024 race.
Now is constant.
You gotta see this.
Future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Good to have you with us. I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. Developing right now on Morning News Now.
Growing frustrations over the migrant crisis.
Reports of new drone attacks by Houthi militants.
The storm is creating dangerous conditions all across the region.
Now let's get to some financial headlines. New rules are coming to cap credit card late fees.
Talking tuition as a new class of freshmen gets ready to go to college.
This is a big decision for families.
Do you think this could impact how people vote?
100%. Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC.
Good to have you with us. I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. Developing right now on Morning News Now.
Growing frustrations over the migrant crisis.
Reports of new drone attacks by Houthi militants.
The storm is creating dangerous conditions all across the region.
Now let's get to some financial headlines. New rules are coming to cap credit card late fees.
Talking tuition as a new class of freshmen gets ready to go to college.
This is a big decision for families.
Do you think this could impact how people vote?
100%. Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
We're brought up with this belief that there are good guys and there are bad guys. But eventually, you come to realize that there are bad guys and there are worse guys and nothing else. Look at you. So adorable.
The anti-heroes of the Marvel Cinematic Universe assemble in the first trailer for Thunderbolts. The team-up features several returning faces from the series, including Florence Pugh, Wyatt Russell, and Sebastian Stan. The film hits theaters next May, so you got some big names over there. Julia Dreyfus as well returning for this. And for Marvel fans, you know they can't get enough, so here they are, just served on a platter right here for you, for the taking.
Exactly, and they will take it for sure. And Marvel just keeps churning out shows, movies, this and that, and people
hard to
devour
keep track.
It is hard to keep track, indeed. Friends fans, get ready to put your knowledge to the test with a little less than an apartment on the line.
What is Monica's biggest pet peeve?
Animals dressed as humans.
That's correct.
It never gets old. On Monday, Max announced that Fast Friends, a game show based on the beloved sitcom, will be coming to the streaming service. The 4-part series will be filmed at the Friends Experience right here in New York City. It'll feature fans competing in a variety of trivia challenges and games as they try to win the title of Ultimate Friends Fan. It comes as the Emmy-winning show celebrated its 30th anniversary just this past weekend. We know how diehard people are about this show, so I can't imagine who is going to be featured on this show and all of the trivia that has just been in their head for the past 30 years.
And if not, just for, you know, a little refresher, it's easy, right? Just go back to back, binge the whole, all the seasons of Friends.
I've done it before.
When we come back, Elon Musk is updating the block feature on X, and the National Women's Soccer League is honored at the White House for the first time ever.
Now is Raw.
How hard is it to see it like this?
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is Real.
Let's break down what we know and then the big questions still outstanding.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Hey there, I'm Hallie, and we are coming on the air tonight with new developments.
Let's talk about the implications on women's health and then the political fallout. Start with what this law actually will and won't do.
Cruise officials will do almost anything they can to get it back open ASAP. So how S is the P? In other words, how soon will it be open?
I could keep talking till the Eiffel Tower starts sparkling.
Now you've laid down the gauntlet, so we have to continue to speak until it starts to sparkle. It's sparkling. It's happening.
What's the message that you're trying to get out to young people?
Know what is in the drug supply.
We've got important news this hour about your money.
Mental health, big picture, why is it so tough right now?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Get the latest updates on the 2024 election on the NBC News app.
Lester Holt, America's most trusted TV news anchor.
News lives in the now.
The front lines are still very active. This is like quicksand, and officials say an entire town is cut off.
This close to actually understand why people had to jump in the ocean.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Top story live from Paris. Top story live in Tel Aviv. We are here in Butler, Pennsylvania, covering breaking news. President Trump was speaking on the other side of the barn.
Our reporters are spread out across the convention floor as this historic evening unfolds.
Fans here at the Bercy Arena going wild for Team USA. I know it's been a long time coming.
Yeah, gosh, it feels good.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
News lives in the now.
The front lines are still very active. This is like quicksand, and officials say an entire town is cut off.
This close to actually understand why people had to jump in the ocean.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth,
Go ahead, this is it, right?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Get the latest updates on the 2024 election on the NBC News app.
Here's what's making headlines this morning. X plans to update its blocking feature to allow users to view posts even if the other person has blocked them. Elon Musk confirmed the news with a post saying the block function will block the account from engaging with but not block public posts. Broadway theaters will dim their lights on Thursday in honor of James Earl Jones. The actor won 2 Tonys and earned the Lifetime Achievement Award in 2017. Jones died earlier this month at the age of 93. Levi's teased a potential collaboration with Beyonce in a post on Instagram. The denim brand posted an image of a woman wearing a cowboy hat and riding a horse captioned, "Introducing a new chapter." For the first time ever, the National Women's Soccer League champions were honored at the White House. President Biden celebrated Gotham FC's underdog journey from last in the league to winning the 2023 championship. Early today, we'll be right back after this.
Now is Raw.
How hard is it to see it like this?
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is Real.
Let's break down what we know and then the big questions still outstanding.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC.
For the very latest on the 2024 election, get the NBC News app. Your trusted source for the latest breaking news, analysis, on-the-ground reporting, and newsmaker interviews. Download the NBC News app now.
Good to have you with us. I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. Developing right now on Morning News Now.
Growing frustrations over the migrant crisis.
Reports of new drone attacks by Houthi militants.
The storm is creating dangerous conditions all across the region.
Now let's get to some financial headlines.
New rules are coming to cap credit card late fees.
Talking tuition as a new class of freshmen gets ready to go to college.
This is a big decision for families.
Do you think this could impact how people vote?
100%. Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
Go ahead. This is it, right?
For the very latest on the 2024 election, get the NBC News app. Your trusted source for the latest breaking news, analysis, on-the-ground reporting, and newsmaker interviews. Download the NBC News app now.
Hey there, I'm Hallie, and we are coming on the air tonight with new developments. Let's talk about the implications on women's health and then the political fallout. Start with what this law actually will and won't do. Cruise officials will do almost anything they can to get it back open ASAP. So how S is the P? In other words, how soon will it be open?
I could keep talking till the Eiffel Tower starts sparkling.
Now you've laid down the gauntlet, so we have to continue to speak until it starts to sparkle. It's sparkling. It's happening.
The Chicago White Sox are on the cusp of infamous baseball history. NBC's Maggie Vespa explains.
It's a lively crowd on a Friday night in Chicago. 26,000 strong, here to root on the White Sox. The big question we have, why?
We still show up, but we gotta do better because this is horrible.
It's rough. It's rough. Emotional damage, if you will.
We're kind of numb to the pain at this point.
We're asking because the team isn't exactly a fun watch right now.
Oh, no! Oh, my goodness. The White Sox have just gone full White Sox.
That's just one of the many embarrassing ways the White Sox have lost this year. They fired their manager months ago. They've scored the fewest runs and given up the most. Dead last in home runs. It's a recipe for 120 losses. That's tied for the most in the modern era with the 1962 New York Mets. And with just 6 games until the 2024 season is mercifully over, standing alone with that worst record is looking all too likely. But the stakes are bigger for White Sox fans. Reports earlier this year that the team's owner, Jerry Reinsdorf, wanted $1 billion in public funding from the city and state to build a new stadium raised eyebrows because Guaranteed Rate Field isn't even old enough to run for president yet. Local politicians say they're skeptical.
We've seen other teams be able to support their own stadiums privately.
Studies show publicly funded stadiums have little to no tangible economic impacts on their hosts, and public subsidies are often larger than the benefits.
No one really believes it's going to happen because there's no appetite for public funding, especially not for Jerry Reinsdorf, especially not for the White Sox.
One place that has been open to public funding, Tennessee, with billions going to the Titans for their stadium. MLB has said it's not ready for expansion yet, but the city is reportedly on the short list, which may be why the White Sox owner met with Nashville's mayor in December, though the nature of those discussions were not disclosed. Since then, Reinsdorf reportedly said he would contribute some money for a stadium and pushed back on speculation he wants to move the team. The White Sox did not respond to our request for comment, but it still made some fans nervous.
Hopefully they stay in the city and the rumors of them leaving are false.
For the youngest fans, it's not all about the losses.
Is it a good season for the Sox? It is. For me.
Hope for fans of the future, even if today's team is the worst ever. Maggie Vespa, NBC News.
And the White Sox have 2 series left with the Angels up first tonight. Thanks for watching Early Today. I'm Frances Rivera.
Right now on Morning News Now, President Biden on the world stage for his final address at the United Nations. We have live coverage with a preview of the president's parting words to the international body. Developing this morning, a violent exchange in the Middle East. Israel and Hezbollah trading airstrikes in Lebanon less than 24 hours after the country's deadliest day in 2 decades. Now, fears of an Israeli ground invasion. We'll bring you the latest. And disturbing new details about the suspect in the second apparent assassination attempt on former President Donald Trump. Meanwhile, Mr. Trump set to return to the site of his first assassination attempt in Pennsylvania as polls show a tightening race with Vice President Kamala Harris.
Did we have to win Pennsylvania? Go out and make a plan to vote early, vote absentee, or vote in person on Election Day, but you got to get out and vote.
Plus, the VP set to outline her plans for America's economy. We will take you on the campaign trail. And one city taking action against what's called deep fakes. More on the first of its kind lawsuit filed against several AI websites and how it could spark change across the country. Important conversation, especially because of the way that it can impact young women's lives.
Exactly. You know, parents all around the country are deeply worried about that. Looking forward to that story. Good to have you with us this morning. I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. Thanks for getting your Tuesday started with us. We're going to begin our show with President Biden stepping out on the global stage here in New York, perhaps for one of the last times. A little later this morning, he will deliver his 4th and final address to the United Nations General Assembly.
His speech to world leaders comes amid a host of global challenges. That includes wars in the Middle East and Ukraine, plus the growing threat of the climate crisis. More than 140 heads of state have descended upon the city this week, which is keeping law enforcement and the Secret Service busy pulling out all the stops to keep the meeting safe. NBC News White House correspondent Mike Memoli joins us now to talk more about all this. So this is, you could say, one final hurrah for President Biden here at the UN. What can we expect to hear from him? And you sort of say, this is sort of like the long goodbye we're witnessing
Absolutely,
right now.
Especially with a lot of world leaders who he's known for decades, right? This speech to the General Assembly is always sort of like the State of the Union address for foreign policy. So there's going to be somewhat of a laundry list aspect to what the president lays out today, talking about the range of global challenges we face. But the overarching theme, I think, is going to be one that has underscored President Biden's entire outlook for foreign policy. When he was a senator for 36 years, including the chairman of the Foreign Relations Committee, vice president for 8 years, and now president for 4, which is the idea that we have so many challenges facing us as a world, that all these problems are so steep that no one country can tackle it alone. You need to work together with alliances. And he's also going to talk about the strength of democracies in working together to deal with these challenges on things like climate change, on global food insecurity, and yes, on some of the biggest challenges we're going to be talking about a lot this week, which are the situation in Gaza and, of course, the war in Ukraine.
Yeah, so what do we expect to hear from him about Israel's campaign now in Lebanon as well? And more broadly, what have we heard from the administration on this?
Administration officials, including the president, keep calling on both sides, especially Israel, Israel at this moment to avoid taking steps that might further escalate the situation, especially in Lebanon right now. Again, the theme of alliances is so important, and working with our partners. That's why the president, before he came up here, talked to the president of the United Arab Emirates. Here's a little bit of what the president had to say after that discussion.
I've been briefed on the latest developments in Israel and Lebanon. My team is in constant contact with their counterparts, and we're working to de-escalate in a way that allows people to return to their homes safely.
Now, there's a lot on the president's schedule this week, but it's interesting who he's not meeting with. At this point, there's no meeting scheduled with Prime Minister Netanyahu, who will be here later this week to address the assembly.
That is an interesting point. Speaking of the long goodbye, last night, President Biden was honored with the Clinton Global Citizen Award. I have to imagine that meant a lot to him.
Well, this was so interesting because I was there. It was originally just supposed to be an event. The First Lady was speaking with Chelsea Clinton about women's health. It was a little bit of a surprise that President Biden even showed up to surprise his wife. But then you see the Clintons had a surprise for the president, giving him this award. It really was something that you could see the emotion on the president's face as President Clinton was talking about how it's not just what Biden has done in office, but the way he's done it. The president returned the favor, talking about how much of a fan he was of the Clintons. And he had a very personal moment with Secretary Clinton. You know, it's been a difficult few weeks since he announced he wasn't going to run. And he said he really wanted to thank Secretary Clinton for all that she's done for him. Imagine the private conversations they've been having over the last 2 weeks. But he said, I love you. It was really quite a moment.
Oh, that's great. Mike Memoli, good to have you here in New York. Thanks for joining us.
So great to have you on set. Well, let's bring you more on the situation in the Middle East, where an evacuation is underway in southern Lebanon as people try to flee north to safety. Israel is expanding its assault on Hezbollah, striking dozens of targets in the latest cross-border attacks. This escalation is stoking fears of a broader Middle Eastern conflict as more U.S. troops will deploy to the region in the coming days to assist Americans looking to flee. This comes a day after Israeli airstrikes targeting the militant group. Lebanese health officials say those strikes killed almost 500 people and wounded 1,600 others. That made Monday the deadliest day in the country in nearly 2 decades.
Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu took the step of issuing a rare evacuation order and a strong warning to the people of Lebanon on Monday.
I have a message for the people of Lebanon. Israel's war is not with you. It's with Hezbollah. Don't let Hezbollah endanger your lives and the lives of your loved ones. Don't let Hezbollah endanger Lebanon.
NBC News international correspondent Raf Sanchez joins us now with more on this. Raf, good morning. Tell us about where you are right now and the latest attacks overnight.
Savannah, Joe, good morning. We're in one of the communities in northern Israel where a Hezbollah rocket came crashing through Israeli air defenses. It landed in the middle of a residential street. I just want to walk you through the scene here. The rocket actually landed right here. You can see workers are, as we speak, repaving, recobbling this place. But this rocket spraying shrapnel all over the area. Some houses very severely damaged, not from a direct impact, but from just the fragments of that rocket flying off. Now, nobody has been killed on the Israeli side of the border since this escalation began a couple of days ago. That is not the case in Lebanon. Health officials there say more than 500 people have been killed over just the last 24-plus hours. That is, as you said, by far the deadliest day in Lebanon since the end of the last war between Israel and Hezbollah back in 2006. You might be able to hear the crashing as this is kind of an active work site. Israeli strikes are continuing in Lebanon today. They seem to be at a lower tempo than they were yesterday when there were well over 1,000 strikes. But the big question at this point is how and at what scale will Hezbollah respond, and will Israeli forces move into Lebanon on the ground? Guys.
Just an incredible scene behind you there, Raf. Despite the high number of casualties in Lebanon, as you mentioned, you say the IDF says strikes aimed at Hezbollah targets in the region are not over. Do we have an idea of what the next phase is going to look like?
So, Joe, the Israeli government has said the goal here is to create conditions for Israeli civilians displaced from their homes on this side of the border to go back. And they say the only way that can be achieved is if Hezbollah fighters are pushed away from the border. And the big question is, can that be done from the air, or will it be the case that we see Israeli forces rolling over the border into Lebanon as they did in 2006, as they did back in 1982? I spoke to 2 Israeli members of parliament who came to visit this scene earlier today. One of them is from Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu's party. The other is from the opposition. And I asked both of them. Is Israel about to invade Lebanon on the ground? Neither of them would rule that out. So the whole world, including the White House, watching to see what this next Israeli move will be. Guys.
Raf, we have seen the Prime Minister warn the people of southern Lebanon to evacuate. It seems like many are trying to do that. What kind of humanitarian situation are we looking at on the ground? Do people have somewhere to go?
It is just a dire situation, Savannah, and it has escalated so quickly. You are seeing thousands of Lebanese families packing what they can into their cars, getting on the highways and fleeing north, trying to get away from the fighting. Israel says it is doing what it can to minimize civilian casualties, that it has warned Lebanese civilians to get out of harm's way. But there are dozens of children who were killed in yesterday's strikes. Dozens of women have been killed also. And you are seeing mounting criticism around the world that rather than escalating in Lebanon, what Israel should be doing is focusing on getting to a ceasefire in Gaza, getting the hostages home, and trying to calm the overall situation here in the Middle East. Guys.
Raf Sanchez, thank you so much for your reporting. Please stay safe.
Back stateside, federal prosecutors are revealing some chilling new details about the man accused in that apparent attempt to assassinate former President Trump at his Florida golf course. NBC News correspondent Jesse Kirsch has more on the alleged plot.
Federal prosecutors revealing in the month leading up to his arrest, Ryan Ruth repeatedly showed up near former President Donald Trump's South Florida home and golf course. Authorities say the 58-year-old was in the area for one reason only: to kill former President Trump. A new filing alleges months ago, Ruth gave someone this handwritten letter addressed to the world, which says in part, "This was an assassination attempt on Donald Trump, but I am so sorry I failed you." Prosecutors say last Sunday, Ruth hid here in a sniper's nest next to Mr. Trump's golf course until a Secret Service agent spotted Ruth along the unsecure fence line, saw the barrel of a rifle aimed directly at him, jumped out of the golf cart, and fired at Ruth.
This evil would-be assassin got within a few hundred yards of where I stood.
Driver, walk straight back!
Prosecutors say 2 additional license plates, 6 cell phones, and 12 pairs of gloves were found in Ruth's getaway vehicle, along with a list of some of Mr. Trump's upcoming appearances. In federal court, a judge ruled Ruth will remain behind bars while awaiting trial. So far, he faces 2 federal weapons charges, but prosecutors say they'll soon present evidence of an attempted assassination charge to a grand jury. In a statement, the former president saying he does not trust the Department of Justice and FBI to investigate, writing they have a conflict of interest since they have been obsessed with getting Trump for so long.
An FBI special agent said he is not aware of any surveillance video showing Ruth holding that rifle at the scene. The agent also said there has not yet been any handwriting analysis completed linking Ruth to that concerning letter.
All right, Jesse Kirsch, thank you.
We are also getting a better idea this morning of what voter turnout might look like on Election Day.
NBC News just put out a new poll that shows half of all likely voters do plan to cast their ballots early.
For more, let's bring in NBC News senior political editor Mark Murray. Mark, good morning. So yes, half of all voters say they're planning to cast their ballots early, but the numbers, they are showing a big split over who they are voting for. What can you tell us?
Yes, Savannah, this looks a lot like 2020, of course, during the COVID pandemic, where our poll shows about half of voters say that back then that they would end up voting early, either by mail or by in-person ballot. But what is striking is Republicans overwhelmingly are Election Day voters, and the early voters are overwhelmingly Harris voters. And that pattern played out obviously in the 2020 race too. And so, you know, there has been a concerted effort by Republicans to try to vote early. The Republican National Committee wants their voters to vote early, but by and large, Trump voters seem to be Election Day voters, according to our poll.
So, Mark, I mean, this is nothing new. History tells us this is a pretty common trend. Why is there this rift between Democrats and Republicans when it comes to voting early?
Yeah, it all has to do with Donald Trump, Joe. You end up looking at the rhetoric that he ended up having going back to the COVID pandemic, casting doubt and aspersions on early voting, on mail-in ballots, and that had an effect where his voters and his fans said, hey, I'm going to wait until Election Day to vote. And we saw a pattern play out in 2020, Joe, where the states, the ballot releases that came from the early vote were overwhelmingly Democratic, overwhelmingly pro-Biden, and then the Election Day releases were overwhelmingly Republican and overwhelmingly Trump. And our poll shows that at least right now, that same kind of dynamic might end up playing out in November.
Looking at these numbers, do you think that they point to viewers kind of generally feeling less enthusiastic about voting for the former president?
Yeah, Savannah, our poll actually, when we gauge enthusiasm and election interest, our poll shows almost a kind of a tie between Republicans and Democrats on which party is more enthusiastic. This is all about voter intent, how you're planning to cast your ballot. Are you going to vote early? Or are you going to vote on Election Day? And, I think that to me, the biggest consequence of this is for us, just like we were in 2020, to once again be prepared that we're going to have these wild swings, that when counties and states release the early ballots and the early votes, they're going to be overwhelmingly Democratic. And then when they release the Election Day ballots, they might be overwhelmingly Republican and Trump. And of course, we're going to continue to watch this dynamic play out. But this seems to be the case 2 months before the election.
Mark Murray, as always, we appreciate you. Thank you.
New FBI data shows that crime dropped nationally between 2022 and 2023.
According to the agency's annual Summary of Crime in the Nation report, that includes murder and other violent crime. This comes as preliminary numbers for 2024 are also seeing a decline for the early part of the year.
NBC News Justice and Intelligence correspondent Ken Dilanian joins us now with more on this. Ken, good morning. So walk us through this latest FBI data. What other types of crime are falling and which kinds are rising?
Good morning, Joe and Savannah. This report looks at crime across the board, and it shows that violent crime declined by 3% over the last year, and murder declined by a stunning 11.6%. That's the largest single-year drop ever on record. It also showed that property crime is down. The only category of crime that it shows being up significantly is auto thefts. And what's more important than any single-year trend is that this reflects a multi-year trend. After crime spiked during the pandemic, it's really gone back down to pre-pandemic levels of around 2019, which historically is extremely low compared to, say, the 1990s. Much fewer violent incidents, many fewer murders. And just last year, there were 2,500 fewer murders than there were the year before, guys.
Ken, crime is, of course, a big issue for voters. It's been one specifically of former President Trump's ways of sort of attacking Vice President Harris and the Biden administration. First, let's listen to some of what he had to say last month. He was campaigning in Michigan here.
We're here today to talk about how we are going to stop the Kamala crime wave that is going on at levels that nobody's ever seen before. Since Comrade Kamala Harris took office, her administration's crime statistics show she's presided over a 43% increase in violent crime.
So first, Ken, fact check that for us, but then also tell us what else both candidates have been saying since then about crime.
So, Savannah, it's just not true. It's not based on a fantasy, though. Donald Trump is cherry-picking some numbers from a Justice Department survey that tries to measure both reported and unreported crime. But during COVID, they couldn't survey people at home, and they got very strange numbers in 2020 and 2021. They said that crime was declining when actually murder was skyrocketing. This survey doesn't measure murder. And so Donald Trump is comparing 2020 to later years and showing this huge rise in crime. Most experts you talk to say that's just not the case. And in fact, if you want to just look at murder, because you can argue that many crimes aren't reported, every murder is counted in this country. Murder has plummeted from its highs in 2020, guys.
So, Ken, big picture, how does the public perception of crime tie in with these facts, with this data? And what do officials say these numbers mean?
So Joe Biden, Attorney General Merrick Garland, they've obviously celebrated this historic decline in crime. But more important than politicians, look, Americans just don't believe these numbers. Polls have consistently shown that. A few months ago, a Gallup poll showed that 77% of Americans believe that crime is still rising. And when you ask experts and criminologists about this, they blame local news coverage, which has been really a phenomenon for decades. If it bleeds, it leads. They also blame, though, social media. If you're on sites like Nextdoor, you only hear about the packages that were stolen. You don't hear about the ones that were delivered. So there's a real perception problem, but the data doesn't lie, and the data shows that violent crime is declining, guys.
All right. Ken Delaney and Ken, thank you so much.
Well, the gunman who shot and killed 10 people at a supermarket in Boulder, Colorado 3 years ago has been sentenced to 10 back-to-back sentences of life in prison without the possibility of parole. 25-year-old Ahmad Alissa will serve one sentence for each murder count after a jury rejected an insanity defense and convicted him of murder. Alissa was found guilty on all 55 charges against him, including 10 counts of first-degree murder for the assault in March of 2021. He used a semi-automatic pistol to open fire on people at the grocery store before police shot him in the leg and arrested him.
Take a closer look at the potential tropical cyclone system developing in the Caribbean and how it might impact your week.
Angie Lastman's with us in studio with your Morning News Now weather. Hey there.
Hi, guys. This is going to be something that we watch closely with potential widespread impacts across parts of the southeast and specifically Florida over the coming days. We, of course, have plenty of tropical alerts up. Notice where those hurricane watches have just been added, parts of the Big Bend area stretching down to the Gulf Coast of Florida. So these are the alerts that we have right now. But here's the current situation. We've got kind of this unorganized area of thunderstorms that is what we're calling potential tropical cyclone 9. That means that we likely are looking at some intensification and a tropical storm developing here as we get going through the rest of your day. But as for right now, winds are at 35 miles per hour and it's moving northwest at 8 miles per hour. Here's the current track. There's that tropical storm developing here as the day goes on. But notice what happens by the time it exits the northwestern Caribbean Sea and works into those very warm Gulf waters. We've been talking about this all season long. The Gulf is just basically fuel for any system that's going to spend an extended amount of time over it or even a short amount of time. We likely will be looking at rapid intensification happening with this system before it makes landfall. Now, that means that we'll likely be looking at a Category 3, a major hurricane making landfall in the state of Florida. Where exactly the center of that system is, well, that's to be determined, and we'll get kind of a better viewpoint of what that exactly looks like as the next couple of days goes on. But right now, anywhere from the Panhandle through the Big Bend area and down to the west coast of Florida, specifically the Tampa area and points north of that, that's where we're looking for the center of that system to make landfall. Beyond that, it will, of course, weaken as it spends some time over land, but it's still going to have widespread impacts. One thing about this system is it's going to be quite large, so those impacts are going to be far-reaching, not just when you have a really small storm. Most of the worst of it is closer to the core. This is going to be quite expansive. So one of the things we're going to watch for, of course, the heavy rainfall. We'll see localized amounts up to 10 inches in some spots. And again, that's spread across much of the southeast. Notice the storm surge forecast right now, 10 to 15 feet. Of course, this is really dependent on where that center of the system comes on shore, but impressive nonetheless. We'll likely see those storm surge impacts, even if the center of it goes up towards the Big Bend area, down towards Tampa Bay. That'll be something that we'll have to watch for at least some storm surge impacts. On top of that, the winds. We're likely going to see the downed trees, the downed power lines. This will be an issue. Again, closer to the center will be the worst of the winds, hurricane force winds. But you'll notice places like Cedar Key, peak wind gusts could be upwards of 90 miles per hour. This is going to be something we deal with here as we get through the later parts of your Thursdays when we're looking at landfall. But again, those impacts will last over the next couple of days. Now, big picture look otherwise, besides the tropics, we've got a system that's working through the Ohio and Tennessee valleys, and that's where we're going to watch for some thunderstorms today, guys. A little bit of rain we'll have to deal with, and that severe risk, again, focused Kentucky, West Virginia. We're mainly looking at some wind gusts and some hail, but the tornado threat is low.
I saw a little rain yesterday, and I was like, what's this?
Just a little bit.
Water from the sky.
It's been a long stretch in New York City without rain. Came to an end yesterday.
I like your outfit.
Yeah,
you got the memo.
it's like we called each other.
Yeah, we did not. Thanks, Angie. Much more to come here on Morning News Now. Later this hour, a worldwide concern, the alarming new study shedding light on the growing issue of mental health.
Up first after the break, controversy on Capitol Hill, the high-profile hearing over the Supreme Court's decision to grant some immunity to former President Trump. We'll be right back.
news lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
Just outside of the Israeli military headquarters.
Now is raw.
This tunnel just goes on and on.
Now is real.
We get to see democracy in action for the very first time in the 2024 race.
Now is constant.
You gotta see this.
Future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Welcome back. We're following what's expected to be another busy day on Capitol Hill with several high-profile hearings happening in both the House and the Senate.
The Senate Judiciary Committee will hold a hearing focused on a momentous decision by the Supreme Court over the summer. That decision granted broad immunity to former President Trump in his election interference case. Meanwhile, House Republicans are once again calling on Secretary of State Antony Blinken to testify on the withdrawal of American troops from Afghanistan. And they're threatening to hold the secretary in contempt if he does not show up.
Let's get into it with NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent Ali Vitale and start right there with that subpoena for Secretary of State Antony Blinken. Ali, good morning. So he's obviously faced harsh criticism from Republicans in the past over that 2021 withdrawal. Do we know if he's actually planning on testifying? And what does being held in contempt mean for a sitting Secretary of State if he ultimately doesn't show up?
Hey guys, good morning. Yeah, lots of hearings on Capitol Hill as lawmakers try to hit all of their priorities before they end up going home to campaign before the November elections. Starting with Secretary Blinken is the right thing because this is probably the thing that's been going on the longest on Capitol Hill. You have seen repeatedly the head of the Foreign Affairs Committee, Mike McCaul, try to get Blinken before his committee. Blinken, of course, has testified on Capitol Hill about the Afghanistan withdrawal in the past, but specifically in regards to this committee's request, he says that this date just didn't work for him. He's at the UN General Assembly. The State Department's explanation of that is that those dates have been public for a while. That's why he's not here on Capitol Hill. For McCaul and the rest of the committee, that might not be good enough. We might see them today finally move on holding him in contempt. And look, contempt can be as serious as why Steve Bannon is currently in jail for defying a congressional subpoena. But we've also seen other members of the Biden administration held in contempt too, specifically the Attorney General, and the Department of Justice has the right to say we will or will not move forward to prosecute on this. Obviously, in the case of Steve Bannon, who defied the January 6th committee, both for an in-person and records request 2 years ago, he is currently serving out that sentence. Clearly, DOJ decided to prosecute there. In the case of their Attorney General, a much more awkward situation, and also an instance where the DOJ said we're going to decline to prosecute. The details are different. Obviously, we're in the early stages of this here with Blinken. McCaul has continuously showed that he would just rather get the testimony than continue to move forward here. The Blinken team trying to keep that conversation alive. We'll see where this ultimately goes, though.
Ali, let's talk about another major hearing set for today. The Senate Judiciary Committee, which is chaired by Democrats, is going to look at the Supreme Court's controversial immunity decision from this summer. That decision basically said former President Trump does have some immunity from criminal prosecution over actions taken when he was in the White House. Who's expected to testify here? And really, what's the point of Congress even looking at this?
The point of Congress looking at it, as one of the senators on the committee said, is to show how the decision sucks. Those are his words, not mine. But it does provide a really good landscape of what Democrats are trying to do here with this hearing. Mainly, you'll hear from legal scholars, historians, people who can sort of look at what's been and think about what could be with this kind of precedent set from the Supreme Court. All of this is meant to tease out what happens when you start giving presidents immunity for effectively most, if not all, of their official acts. I imagine what we're going to see here is both looking backwards and applying this decision to things that happened during the Trump term from 2017, obviously, until 2020, but then also trying to apply it going forward and kind of cast a vision for voters and for people who are watching this hearing of what this decision could mean. I also, if I were a betting woman, would say that they're probably going to also talk about a Supreme Court code of conduct, especially in regards to the justices that are currently sitting on this Supreme Court. But all of this meant to sort of make a Supreme Court decision that might seem irrelevant to some voters, very central as they start considering their vote in November.
Ali, one more to check off with you. The CEO of the company behind this popular weight loss drugs, Ozempic, Wegovy, also set to testify this morning on Capitol Hill, talking about the government's role in setting prescription drug prices. What should we be watching for out of that one?
Yeah,
this is led by the Senate Help Committee, specifically Senator Bernie Sanders. And the way that you can think about this is, yes, it is in regards to Novo Nordisk and the Wegovy drugs, those weight loss drugs that are so popular. They are basically there because those drugs are sold in the United States at sometimes 3 times the cost of what you can get them for in Europe. That's one of the key reasons that Sanders is hauling the CEO before the committee today, to try to talk about why those prices are so high. But you can also kind of put this under the larger umbrella of what Democrats have tried to do over the course of the last few years, trying to talk to the heads of these companies, publicly put them before the United States and before Americans, and then try to bring those drug costs down. One example that I will give you quickly is when they were able to cap the price of insulin at $35. Democrats now taking that promise on the campaign trail, but that is something with tangible impacts for Americans. That's why they're trying to look at this drug, which a lot of Americans are using now.
Ali Vitale, interesting stuff. Thank you for covering truly all of it this morning for us.
Down in Florida, the fight over abortion rights is heating back up. It's all over a ballot initiative called Amendment 4 that would extend the state's current 6-week ban on most abortions to around 24 weeks. Millions in Florida have signed petitions in support of it, but the state's government is alleging some of those signatures are actually fraudulent. Now, a statewide investigation is underway, but some Democrats are crying foul. NBC News correspondent Marissa Parra has the latest.
A battle is brewing over signatures on Florida's abortion ballot petition. While Florida's Republican leadership questions some of the signatures' validity,
anyone that is trying to commit fraud in this process absolutely should be held accountable.
abortion rights advocates are calling the efforts voter intimidation.
The government is using the hands of power to intimidate voters by knocking on people's doors at all hours of the day and night to verify their signatures.
If 60% of Florida voters vote yes on Amendment 4 in November, Florida's current law banning most abortions after 6 weeks would change to the point of viability, roughly 24 weeks. The petition to get Amendment 4 on the ballot to begin with had nearly 1 million signatures verified by the Florida Division of Elections in January. But 7 months later in July, Brad McVeigh with the Florida Department of State sent this letter, along with suspected fraudulent petitions to Florida's law enforcement, saying some of the above-named circulators also signed petitions on behalf of individuals who were deceased at the time the petition was allegedly signed. Now, some of those who really did sign are finding police at their door. NBC News spoke with Fort Myers resident Isaac Menashe, who told us a detective showed up at his home. Writing in part in a post, the experience left me shaken. What troubled me was he had a folder on me containing my personal information, about 10 pages. Troubling that so much resources were devoted to this. His local supervisor of elections told our NBC affiliate in Fort Myers he was never in the know.
I had no idea that there was any type of investigation.
The Office of Election Crimes and Security confirms 4 people in the state have been arrested and charged with petition fraud in connection with the abortion ballot, which Florida Governor Ron DeSantis says is the only purpose of the investigation.
Anyone who submitted a petition accurately that's a valid voter is totally within their rights to do it. What they're investigating is fraudulent petitions.
And the petition investigation is not the only form of state resources currently facing criticism around the issue of abortion. Florida's healthcare administration has been publishing videos like this one.
A woman can go to jail for having an abortion.
Which Amendment 4 advocates like Florida's Democratic Party chair are calling taxpayer-funded anti-abortion propaganda.
The state government is using every tactic in order to intimidate voters, whether it was the petition gatherers, petition signatures, or now misinformation, propaganda, and illegal usage of state resources and state taxes to take that amendment down.
DeSantis says the state agency PSAs are providing, quote, accurate information. Now, Florida Representatives Maxwell Frost and Debbie Wasserman Schultz have asked the Department of Justice in a letter to investigate, quote, the Florida government's recent abuses related to Amendment 4, with just weeks to go until voters head to the polls.
Our thanks to Marissa Parra for that report. Coming up, one city cracking down on deep fake pornographic images.
Do you really think there's a chance you can get these websites shut down?
Absolutely.
When we come back, I'll take you to San Francisco, where the city attorney is working to shut down some of the worst offending websites. This is Morning News Now.
The vote. It's as American as apple pie. It's iconic.
Got the flag up?
Patriotic. The vote is as American as you. This November, step into the box and make it stick. Vote her up.
For the very latest on the 2024 election, get the NBC News app, your trusted source for the latest breaking news, analysis, on-the-ground reporting, and newsmaker interviews. Download the NBC News app now.
We are back with a first-of-its-kind lawsuit in San Francisco. The city attorney's office is suing more than a dozen websites that use artificial intelligence to create fake nude photos of women and girls without their consent. I spoke with the city attorney, and he says not only do these websites perpetuate bullying, but they violate multiple pornography laws.
How was the math test?
Yvonne Mere's first priority is being a mom. So a particular New York Times article shocked her.
About a 15-year-old girl whose life had been devastated by a non-consensual image of her that was nude.
That image was what's known as a deep fake, a picture that may be created with a real face, but using artificial intelligence to make a fake body.
When I read it, my own daughter, who's now 16, I thought to myself, this would be horrible.
Mere happens to be in a position to do something about it. In addition to being a mom, she's a top litigator in the San Francisco City Attorney's Office. She shared the article with her colleague, fellow mom and lawyer, Sarah Eisenberg.
How does this work?
So there's a lot of different ways. I can take a picture of anyone, anytime.
You can take a picture of a girl going to prom.
I can grab it off of her social media page without her even knowing that I have taken it. Go to any number of these websites that are out there and just upload that picture, and it will use artificial intelligence to undress that person.
Mere and Eisenberg's boss, City Attorney David Chu, gave them the go-ahead to pursue legal action against the practice. They say it resulted in a first-of-its-kind lawsuit naming 16 top websites that create and distribute fake nude images of women and girls without consent.
What we found truly horrified us. There have been over 200 million visitors in just these 16 websites alone.
What do you understand that impact to be?
We know that these images have been used to bully, humiliate, and threaten women and girls. The impact on these victims cannot be underestimated.
Those victims range from massive superstars to high school girls across the country. The suit alleges the practice is not just harmful, it's illegal. They argue even the marketing used by the websites obliterates any notion of consent, pointing out one defendant's advertising. Imagine wasting time taking her out on dates when you can just use the website to get her nudes. Contact information for most of the companies named in the lawsuit could not be found.
They have violated deepfake pornography laws, child pornography laws.
Do you really think there's a chance you can get these websites shut down?
Absolutely. I don't think there's anyone who defends what is happening here. We're talking about everyday people who are seeing their faces turned into pornography and, in too many instances, child pornography.
For Mere and Eisenberg, it's a labor of love, both for their constituents and a little closer to home.
You want to make a difference. You want to look back. I get choked up like you want to make a difference. This makes a difference.
Do you think about your daughter when you feel that way?
I do. I think about my daughter, and I want her to be proud of me. I want her to be proud of what the office does.
Let's bring in internet safety expert Farida Shahid for more on this. Farida, good morning. Thank you very much for joining us. So one of the things that's not in that story, but that I heard there from them is just how difficult it's been to even serve the owners of these websites, because they sort of exist, of course, on these dark, shadowy corners of the web. Explain how these kinds of websites have been able to exist thus far without being taken down.
I mean, the internet is a deep, dark place. We have the dark web, we have the regular web, and there hasn't been enough laws and even the conversation in our communities to make sure that these are taken down. I love that this lawsuit is coming up, and I love that we're having conversations about it, because without this, then the victims will be in this place where they're not going to have support.
This lawsuit in Savannah's report names 16 of the worst websites. Is that just the tip of the iceberg? I mean, do we know how widespread this problem is?
It's more widespread than we can ever imagine. 16 is just as you said, I would say the shaving of the tip of the iceberg. So the problem is much deeper than we can ever imagine. It's not just random people creating websites. It's also friends, people at school creating deep fakes of other people. So it's more widespread than we can imagine. And so having these conversations and having tools that we can take down the images are really important.
Yeah, they said they're aware actually of at least 90 of these websites. 16 was just what they thought would kind of take at, the bulk of it. And they also recognize it's sort of like whack-a-mole. You try to take one down and who knows what happens next. You mentioned tools to take it down. Tell us, can women or girls track if their face has been used in these images, if they are online? How do you go about getting one removed from the internet? Is that possible?
Absolutely. I mean, the internet is never ending, so it's hard to remove it completely, but you can remove it from social media websites so that you can go to Google and remove it from Google's search engine. You can go to NCMEC, take it down if you're under 18. If you're over 18, you can go to Stop NCII and have that removed. So there are ways that you can have it removed. It won't work for the entire internet, but it can work for if someone were to search the image on Google, they can't find it easily. Or if someone were to try to share it on social media, it would be stopped. It's not perfect, but we're moving forward in a good direction.
These websites are more prevalent now that AI technology is getting more advanced. That's the bad side of AI technology. Is there a way to use AI to try and fight back and actually stop this?
Absolutely. There's a lot of research, MIT, a lot of labs going on around the United States, UK, Australia, many different places that are fighting to figure out how can we use AI and technology to combat this. There's a lot of pros and cons with different ways of combating this. I personally believe that having these conversations, making sure that teens and women and children don't feel that they are the ones who are the problem. They don't feel that shame that's putting them down a spiral is really, really important as we figure out the laws.
So true. Fareeda Shahid, thank you very much for joining us. An important conversation. We appreciate it.
Thank you for having me.
Coming up, controversy in California over a new law involving minors' social media timelines.
Up next in your weekly check-in, more on that move meant to keep kids away from platforms' algorithms and why critics say it won't work. This is Morning News Now.
For the very latest on the 2024 election, get the NBC News app, your trusted source for the latest breaking news, analysis, on-the-ground reporting, and newsmaker interviews. Download the NBC News app now.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Get the latest updates on the 2024 election on the NBC News app.
Welcome back. Let's get to our weekly mental health check-in, starting with a major report that shows that mental health is the top health concern in the U.S. and in many other countries.
We're also going to get to new legislation out of California. It's cracking down on what teens see on their social media timelines.
For a breakdown of all that and a little more, let's bring in Dr. Sue Varma. She is a board-certified psychiatrist and the author of Practical Optimism, the Art, Science, and Practice of Exceptional Well-Being. Dr. Varma, good to have you with us. Let's jump right in with this global mental health report from the market research company Ipsos. Researchers surveyed more than, 23,000 people across 31 countries. 45% of those respondents say mental health is a big concern. That's for the second year in a row. That puts it ahead of things like cancer, obesity. Do you think this increased awareness is actually leading to better mental health because we're actually talking about it more?
You know, it's tricky because on one hand, like mental health is the top concern out of all of the disorders that you mentioned, including the pandemic. When we look 6 years ago, mental health was number 3, and only 27% of people found that this was a top issue. We're finding that while more awareness is in existence, we also have more problems, right? Like when we're talking about, for example, these deep fake pornography for young women and young adults that have to worry about, we have to worry about increased social media use. We're being bombarded. The challenges keep increasing. So the awareness is there, but if we're not cracking down on the use of technology and digitally for young kids, and what this does is compromising their sleep, their exercise, a variety of things. So awareness is great, but we also have to make resources and access to mental health treatment that's affordable and also culturally sensitive and culturally competent.
Well, let's turn to kids and social media, somewhat related. Maybe things like this can help in some ways. So California Governor Gavin Newsom, he signed new legislation. It's going to try to force tech companies to show minors their social media timelines in chronological order over the next few years. That might sound kind of wonky. What does that mean? Well, the idea here is that that is less addictive than being served content by the algorithm, the all-important algorithm we talk about. So hopefully, therefore, less doom scrolling and that kind of thing for minors. What do you think of that approach?
I think if we were to equate this to the world of, let's say, substance use disorders, in my mind, this new approach is harm reduction. It's saying, okay, we're still going to be using the substance, but we're going to try to mitigate it or try to put it, within some parameters, some control. And that's great. But the question is, should young people still be using it, right? So when, the Surgeon General put out an advisory that really we should not, children below the age of 13 should not be using smartphones. In other countries, they're saying maybe the age of 16 and above. So the question is, it's not how, it's if, right? Should we even be using it, and when, and at what age? Because the reality is that most teens are on their devices 9 hours a day. Some are on it pretty much the entire day that they're awake. This is really interfering with their sleep. They have it by the bedside. It's affecting their academic performance. And what we see in California, that they're trying to limit that the companies cannot, these tech companies can't push notifications during the school day and during night. Parents can change that, of course. So all of these things are making a difference, but it really has to stop in terms of, do we even allow it? Let's put it that way.
For those who are on their phone, something getting millions of views on social media, this idea of lowering our cortisol, that's your body's main stress hormone. We're a little tight on time here, but is focusing on reducing stress in this way helpful?
I'm concerned about it because people are getting confused with what's called Cushing's disorder and moon-like phases, which very few people have, maybe 13 or 14 out of a million at best. And really what we're talking about, stress reduction, but don't connect it to your physical appearance. There's this concept of look maxing where everybody's like, oh, I want a chiseled jaw and I want six-pack abs. If you want to lower your stress reduction simply because you care about your mental health, and you should, then that's a different story. And there's so many ways to do that. Friendship, spending time in nature, getting more sleep, exercising, mindfulness.
All things we need to be doing more of. All right, Dr. Varma, always great to have you with us. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Time for a look at some money headlines. The Department of Justice is planning to sue Visa, accusing them of illegally monopolizing the debit card market.
CNBC's Savannah Henao has that and some other money news. Savannah, good morning.
Good morning, Joe. Good morning, Savannah. Yes, so the Justice Department plans to file an antitrust lawsuit against Visa, alleging the company has monopolized the debit card market. Bloomberg reports the suit could come as soon as today. Now, the government is preparing to accuse Visa, the world's largest payment network operator, of taking steps to prevent challenges from competitors. Earlier this year, Visa settled a lawsuit filed by Discover's payment network, which claimed it obstructed competition causing merchants to pay higher fees. Southwest Airlines is warning employees it will soon have to make tough decisions as it tries to boost profits and counter demands from activist investor Elliott Management. CNBC has learned Southwest Chief Operating Officer sent a video message to employees last week saying the airline is considering changes to its flight routes and schedules to increase revenue. It plans to offer assigned seats and extra legroom in some rows to attract premium passengers and will start overnight flights. Southwest will present details to investors on Thursday. And several new emojis are coming to your smartphone and other devices next year. They include one to represent us all, an exhausted face with bags under the eyes. The list also has a root vegetable, harp, fingerprint, shovel, and a purple splatter. The exhausted face won the most anticipated emoji at the World Emoji Awards with more than 60% of the vote, guys.
Is he exhausted or does he just look like Groucho Marx?
It looks a little grouchy, right? Yeah.
I like it.
It's good. It's good. I think we need to
this morning.
adjust it. We need to adjust it a little to really represent our exhausted faces.
Bigger bags under the eyes. Okay.
Thanks, Silvana.
Coming up, he is the brilliant mind behind The Notebook, the popular romance novel that became a box office hit and now a Broadway musical. Now he is out with a new love story.
After the break, we're going to sit down with best-selling author Nicholas Sparks about his newest book. It is out today. Stay with us. This is Morning News Now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, the taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks. Let me get in.
Welcome back. Finally this hour, a treat for all the book lovers out there. Our next guest is a highly acclaimed author, really a household name, who's written more than 20 books, and every single one has been a New York Times bestseller.
We're talking about Nicholas Sparks, who's been moving fans to tears with his heart-wrenching, all-consuming love story since 1996, when the world, of course, first fell in love with the classic The Notebook. Sparks also a screenwriter and producer, with nearly half of his novels being adapted for the silver screen.
Talk about some stats there. We're so excited to be joined by Nicholas Sparks here in studio. Good morning.
Hey, thank you for having me. This is great.
This is so fabulous to have you. It is launch day for you for a new book. We've got it right behind, over that shoulder, Counting Miracles.
Counting Miracles.
Your newest novel out. You have written so many. We love them all. What is it like to come out with a new one and hand it over to all of us who just eat them up?
Well, it's different now than it used to be, right?
Yeah.
I've been here and done that, right? Of course, The Notebook, it was like, gosh, I wonder if anyone's even going to find The Notebook in the store.
They did.
Now, it's really exciting. You know, this is a novel I'm really proud to have written. It was challenging in a lot of ways. And it's exciting because I think people are really going to love the story. I'm excited for them to read it.
What can you tell us a little bit about the story?
3 people in the story. The main male protagonist, a guy named Tanner, former military, worked for USAID afterwards. He's goes to his little town, Ashboro, in search of who his biological father is, but he's going to be leaving the country soon. Meets a doctor named Caitlin. She's a divorced mother of 2, raising a couple of kids. And of course, it's a Nicholas Sparks novel, so some things go on. And then there's, if I have to tell you what happens, okay. Then we have the third character, Jasper. He's a little old man, a hermit. He's had a very tragic life, and little by little, these stories intertwine toward the end in a way that I'm hopeful surprises people.
Clearly, you are so prolific. And I think the thread that ties your stories together is we almost feel like we are experiencing the love, the heartache, all that. But where do you get inspiration from? I mean, how do you get these ideas for so many stories?
Great question. And sometimes I wonder that myself. I will say that after every novel, beginning with The Notebook, I finish a novel, it's done, I say, well, that's it. I got no more ideas. That's all I have, right? And of course, I've continued to put them out. It can come from an image. This novel came from an image, an old man injured in the woods with a dog over him. Didn't know who the old man was, who the dog was, how he got injured, but that's how it started. Others, I start with a theme. Others may be inspired by family, like A Walk to Remember was kind of the story of my sister's battle with cancer. So you start with one idea and you just build out until you have a story.
God, let's talk about the adaptations that have come through this. You've worked with Mandy Moore, you mentioned Walk to Remember, Ryan Reynolds, Rachel McAdams, Miley Cyrus. What is it like to watch one of these books? You know, you're an author, but then you end up on these movie sets with these A-listers, and not to mention Broadway. That was a huge milestone for you.
Right. Yeah. I've been very blessed with the producers, the directors, and the cast of all my films, and I think. Well, what's really neat is we're all on the same page always on what do we need to do to make this the best possible film that we can do, even if it differs a little bit from the underlying story. And I'm okay with that change.
You are, okay.
And then you have the actors, and they come in and they have to stretch themselves because they have to make a lot of different emotions feel very real. And I've just been really impressed with how much diligence they brought to each of these roles. And this goes across the board. I've been incredibly fortunate.
The best part, by the way, about the Broadway show, music written by Ingrid Michaelson, is they sell little tiny boxes of Kleenexes, and you definitely need those little boxes of Kleenexes by the end, just like with the movie. In fact, we could use a bigger box of Kleenex here. We've got like 45 seconds here, but I think it's interesting. You were a pharmaceutical sales rep for years. I think there's so many people out there who want to be a great author, who want to be a writer. They are afraid to make that leap. What is your advice?
You know, well, I was selling pharmaceuticals, which means I had, you're off at 4 or 5 o'clock in the afternoon. Whenever you're off, you have time in the evening to work, and that's what I did. If you want to be a writer, it comes down to really a couple of things. You got to read a lot, and you got to read in a variety of genres, because you got to know how stories work or don't work. And so try to learn from whatever you read. That's one. And then number 2, you got to make time to sit in front of the keyboard or the typewriter or a pad and actually write. And those are the 2 things. Without those 2 things, you're not going to be a writer.
Nicholas Sparks, what a treat. It's so awesome to have you here. Congratulations on the new book. Again, it is out today. Check it out. It's called Counting Miracles, wherever books are sold. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you so much for having me.
Congrats again.
That is going to do it for this hour of Morning News Now.
Stay with us. The news continues right now. Good morning. Thanks for joining us this Tuesday. I'm Savannah Sellers.
I'm Joe Fryer. Right now on Morning News Now, taking center stage. This morning, President Biden set to deliver his final speech as president to the United Nations General Assembly. This as Iran's new vice president insists he is not seeking a war with Israel as the devastation continues to grow in the Middle East. We are outside the UN with what the president is expected to say in his push for peace. Also developing this morning, mass exodus. U.S. troops heading into Lebanon to help evacuate Americans after Israeli airstrikes led to the deadliest day there in nearly 2 decades. The new warning from Israel's prime minister with the region on the brink. Plus, tropical threat. Florida on alert ahead of what's expected to be the next hurricane. The National Weather Service issuing a hurricane watch and tropical storm warnings as the system churns toward the Gulf Coast. Angie Lassman is tracking this storm and when it could make landfall. And trouble on the tarmac. The holiday travel rush is right around the corner, but the FAA is struggling to stem the shortage of air traffic controllers. The impact that could have on your travel plans and the steps the agency is taking to try to fix the problem. That's on a lot of folks' mind with Thanksgiving now getting pretty close here.
Yeah, that's right.
Make those plans. All right, let's begin this hour with President Biden's major speech to world leaders at the United Nations General Assembly here in New York.
This morning's speech is set to be the president's fourth and final address to the UN. With a host of global challenges and crises to contend with, it could be his most important speech to this international organization yet. NBC News Chief White House Correspondent Peter Alexander has the latest for us.
Good morning to you. When he addresses global leaders here this morning, senior officials say that President Biden's going to argue that his vision for a world where countries come together to solve big problems has, in his words, produced results, real achievements for the American people and for the world. But as President Biden's time in office winds down, he is still dealing with a series of unresolved crises overseas. President Biden this morning preparing for his fourth and final address to the United Nations General Assembly after receiving a surprise award from Bill and Hillary Clinton.
We honor him today, not just for what he's accomplished, but for the way he has done it.
President Biden today will address a series of global challenges, from the climate crisis to the conflicts in the Middle East and Ukraine. And senior officials tell NBC News he'll tout what he views as his greatest accomplishments, including strengthening American alliances. The president recently offering this preview.
We decide to come together and set our future on a fundamentally better path. I believe we can.
Looming over today's gathering, escalating tensions in the Middle East, with Israel and Hezbollah now trading airstrikes.
We're working to de-escalate in a way that allows people to return to their homes safely.
A senior State Department official warning Israel's strategy risks further escalation. 3 defense officials tell NBC News the Pentagon plans to send a few dozen additional U.S. troops to the region in the coming days to help Americans flee if that becomes necessary. There are already roughly 40,000 American troops there. And top of mind for many foreign leaders at the General Assembly, whether former President Trump will be the one delivering the speech here next year, as Trump and his allies argue the wars overseas show President Biden's foreign policy approach is failing.
We have an incompetent leader in Biden, and we have somebody who's worse in this new one that they threw into the ring.
With more than 140 heads of state descending on New York City, the Secret Service says it is confident in its plan to keep them safe, designating it as a national special security event, like the Super Bowl. NBC News was granted exclusive access to this command center that the Secret Service shares with its partners.
Bringing everyone together and making sure we're able to deliver a clear, concise message for an event, that's one of our strengths.
And looking ahead to this week at the UN, Israel's Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu is scheduled to address the General Assembly on Thursday. He is facing some pressure, we should note, at home not to leave amid the escalating violence between Israel and Hezbollah. Netanyahu is not expected to meet with President Biden if he does, in fact, come here. President Biden will be in Washington then, where both the president and Vice President Kamala Harris are expected to meet with Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelensky later this week, with Zelensky set to present what he is describing as his victory plan. Former President Trump also expected to meet with Zelensky while he is in town. Back to you.
Peter, thank you very much.
Thousands are evacuating southern Lebanon as Israel and Hezbollah continue to trade cross-border attacks. This comes just one day after the deadliest day in Lebanon in nearly 2 decades. NBC News chief foreign correspondent Richard Engel has the latest.
Israel insists it is not starting a new war in Lebanon, but simply expanding one that has been going on for the past year. In Lebanon, many people fear that Israel plans to turn large parts of that country into the next Gaza. An exodus is underway out of southern Lebanon this morning. People are heading north for safety. They're trying to get out of the way of intensifying Israeli airstrikes targeting Hezbollah. Strikes that can come without warning. A Lebanese journalist was recording an interview when Israel is focusing much of its firepower on southern Lebanon, just across the border from northern Israel, where Hezbollah, backed by Iran, has stored rockets, missiles, and drones. Israel is also targeting Lebanon's western Bekaa Valley, which the Israeli military says Hezbollah uses to smuggle in weapons from Syria and Iran. Lebanese health officials say more than 500 people, including children, have been killed by the Israeli strikes so far. As Lebanon braces for a wider war, it's powerless to stop. Hezbollah doesn't run Lebanon, but it's stronger than Lebanon's government and armed forces. And the militant group is still firing rockets and drones. We captured them being intercepted by Israel's Iron Dome. Hezbollah has managed to score a few direct strikes in Israel, but overall, the amount of damage in Israel has been minimal. It seems that the Israeli military strategy is to overwhelm Hezbollah before the group can carry out an effective counterstrike. Is this going to a land war? It's an air campaign so far. Do you think that's where this is heading?
At the moment, we're focusing on an aerial campaign to remove threats and heavy missiles pointed towards Israelis.
Israel's Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has warned Lebanese civilians to move 1,000 yards away from Hezbollah military sites. But that assumes people know where they are.
I urge you, take this warning seriously. Don't let Hezbollah endanger your lives and the lives of your loved ones.
Hezbollah says it will stop attacking Israel if Israel stops its war in Gaza. But a ceasefire and hostage deal is deadlocked. Israel says it will not stop its strikes in Lebanon until Hezbollah is disarmed and pushed further away from the Israeli border.
All right, Richard, thank you.
Well, with just 6 weeks until the election, the candidates are on their final sprint in November. Former President Trump spent yesterday campaigning in the critical swing state of Pennsylvania. It comes as we're learning new details about the apparent second attempt on his life. NBC's Garrett Haight covers the campaign for us and has more from Pittsburgh. Garrett, good morning.
Hey, Savannah, good morning. Yeah, Donald Trump was really working Western Pennsylvania yesterday, trying to keep his focus on an issue in which he leads in the polls, the economy. That's fitting with Kamala Harris now coming here to Pittsburgh on Wednesday for an economic speech of her own. And the New York Times is reporting headed to the border Friday.
This morning, Vice President Harris looking to tackle a key vulnerability. As the latest NBC News poll shows Harris trailing Donald Trump on border security, the vice president planning to visit the southern border this week during a trip to Arizona, according to campaign officials, where another new poll shows her behind the former president, within the margin of error. Former President Trump has been attacking Harris over immigration, including in Pennsylvania last night, where he claimed the issue was one key reason for his 2016 victory.
We will reclaim our sovereignty and restore our borders.
As he fired up supporters in the key battleground state.
Vote early, vote absentee, or vote in person on Election Day.
Trump also focusing on the economy, giving one woman money for her groceries at an earlier stop.
We'll do that for you from the White House, all right? Thank you. All right, bye. Nice seeing you, everybody.
But in the state where a shooter attempted to kill the former president, the two assassination attempts continuing to cast a shadow over his campaign. A Secret Service official telling NBC News the agency is taking a, quote, heightened posture in its protection of the former president, including this agent closely trailing him as he left his plane. Sources also telling NBC News that 1 month before the election, Mr. Trump plans to return to Butler, Pennsylvania, where he suffered an ear injury after he was shot at.
I'm getting very good at learning about weapons. I'm learning a lot about guns.
Meanwhile, in a new court filing, prosecutors introducing chilling new details about the other would-be Trump assassin, Ryan Ruth, who they say targeted Trump at his Florida golf course, saying Ruth gave someone this handwritten letter addressed to the world months ago, which reads in part, quote, "This was an assassination attempt on Donald Trump."
Keep walking!
Prosecutors say they recovered a list of Trump's upcoming appearances from Ruth's vehicle.
Now, Monday's hearing, defense attorneys for Ruth cross-examined an FBI special agent who said there has been no handwriting analysis on that letter yet, definitively linking it to Ruth. Savannah.
All right, Garrett Haake, thank you.
We are continuing to track a potential tropical cyclone system developing in the Caribbean. Time for your Morning News Now weather.
Angie Lastman's back this hour. Hey, Angie, good morning.
Hey, good morning, guys. This is something that folks along the Gulf Coast of Florida are going to want to pay a special attention to here as we get through at least the end of our work week. Here's what's going on right now. You mentioned it, potential tropical cyclone 9, 35-mile-per-hour winds, moving northwest at 9 miles per hour. Still fairly unorganized, but it is expected to get its act together and become a tropical storm by later today. That would be Tropical Storm Helene, and then eventually, as we get into the midweek and beyond, we'll likely see this become a hurricane and potentially a major hurricane, Category 3, by the time it makes its approach to landfall for the state of Florida. We're talking about the West Coast, specifically the Tampa area, points north up into the Big Bend and parts of the Panhandle for that direct landfall here as we get into the late parts of Thursday. This would be a major hurricane making landfall in the state of Florida, the fifth over the past 3 years for the state of Florida. So really impressive stats going along with this, but notice how quickly we're expecting this to intensify. It spends any amount of time over those very warm Gulf waters. That is fuel for this storm. So a major hurricane is what's on tap. Where exactly that makes landfall, that is the big question. But these areas, the Panhandle stretching to the Big Bend area and down towards Tampa Bay, that's where you want to make sure you have those necessary preparations in place over the next couple of days. This system will weaken as it works across the southeast into the Tennessee Valley and bring a little bit of rain to folks there. So this is going to be widespread as far as the rain is concerned. This is a big system, so no surprise that we'll see those impacts far-reaching. Here's the alerts that we have up now. Tropical storm watches, tropical storm warnings, of course, and that hurricane watch that has been newly added for the areas in Florida that I mentioned. Tampa Bay stretching up into the Panhandle. We'll likely see places like Sarasota, Tampa, Cross City, all included in that here for the next couple of days until we see landfall. Now, rainfall amounts upwards of 5-7 inches in some spots, but localized amounts up to 10. So we will have a flash flooding concern. You can see this is for Thursday. And remember, it's late Thursday that we're expecting landfall. But with a system of that size, the impacts are going to extend far out from the center of wherever that is. And some of that does include, of course, the flooding from rain. It also includes storm surge forecasts that are over 10 feet in some spots. Remember, this is worst case scenario for storm surge, but still those lower end numbers, 4 feet in places like Tampa Bay, that's going to be problematic, guys. We'll also see the potential for some hurricane force winds over 90 miles per hour in some spots. Of course, exactly where the center of that is depends, but the power outages, the down trees, all of that will be a possibility.
Thanks, Angie. We know to keep an eye on it.
Yes.
Coming up, he has sold tens of millions of records and won multiple Grammys. Now he's adding a new accomplishment to his already sterling resume. Still ahead, we're going to sit down with the one and only Michael Bublé.
Woohoo! But first, the holiday travel rush is almost here, and the FAA is working overtime to make sure you get to your destination on time. How they're working to solve the shortage of air traffic controllers up next.
air has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Get the latest updates on the 2024 election on the NBC News app.
We're talking possibly 1 trillion galaxies.
Yes.
That is a number that is just so hard to compute.
Whether it's the moon, whether it's Mars, it feels like we're on the cusp of something big.
Welcome back. The Federal Aviation Administration is pushing to hire more air traffic controllers amid an ongoing national shortage.
And with just over 2 months until the start of the holiday rush, the agency is adding a second application period for new controllers. It opens up next month. NBC News senior correspondent Tom Costello visited the Air Traffic Control Academy in Oklahoma City and has more for us.
Yeah, the FAA is struggling to hire enough air traffic controllers because 30% quit on the job, usually because of long hours, also working holidays and weekends. They've also got a mandatory retirement age of 56 that the FAA is struggling to keep up with. It just hired 1,800 controllers for this year alone. That's a new all-time record, but it is ramping up the hiring as fast as it can.
Falcon 50 Hotel, turn right heading 020, maintain 3000.
At the Air Traffic Control Academy in Oklahoma City, the push is on.
43 Alpha.
Training the next generation of air traffic controllers to plug a shortage of some 3,000 controllers that's contributed to flight delays in New York, Florida, and Southern Cal. The FAA now hiring experienced and military controllers year-round, and opening a second application period starting next month.
If you have good short-term memory, are able to make a decision, and are flexible in I'll say, like organizing chaos, bringing order to chaos is a great way to describe the career field.
Most new hires spend 3 to 5 months in the academy.
Slow down a little bit.
Fair enough.
You in a rush.
From en-route radar training to tabletop exercises for a hands-on feel to space and time.
Academy Tower, Air Force 50433 Heavy, clear, ready for takeoff.
To advanced simulators.
Runway 28 right and Charlie, clear for takeoff.
The tower simulator can replicate every type of weather condition, from blue skies to fog to rain to blowing snow.
We can actually simulate all types of emergencies right here in the simulator.
So controllers are ready for the real thing.
They're ready for the real thing.
New controller applicants must be U.S. citizens, younger than 31, able to speak English clearly, with at least 1 year of work experience or a combination of work and education. The average age here, 26.
Runway 28 right, cleared for takeoff.
The students who do best?
Those people that grow up gaming, those people that have that ability to see three-dimensional, and again, to think 3 to 4 to 5 steps ahead.
The airline industry says the FAA's hiring surge is a step in the right direction, but more needs to be done to address retirements and attrition.
Do you know what you're going to do with that aircraft, right?
High stress and high stakes. Yeah, again, 3 to 5 months of training at the academy, 2 to 4 years of on-the-job training. The FAA says it'll take 3 to 5 years, maybe 7 years to get to optimal staffing. The union says no way, more like 10 years. So they're looking for young people who can think fast and are cool under pressure. Back to you.
All right, Tom, thank you.
Let's talk more about this with Haley Berg. She's the lead economist at the travel site Hopper. Haley, great to have you with us. So first, this might be a question that many people know from personal pain, the experiences at the airport, how this has impacted them. But just put in perspective, this shortage of air traffic controllers, how has it been impacting airlines and passengers? Like, how bad has it been?
We've seen the shortage of air traffic controllers come through in a few different ways. One is reduction in number of flights coming out of some major hubs. Now, Tom mentioned a few, New York City, most notable. Airlines haven't been able to add more flights, which means that some capacity is strapped. For consumers, that means fewer options. And when there are disruptions, maybe a weather-based delay or cancellation, it's more challenging for airlines to overcome those disruptions and get all of their travelers onto their destinations.
So as we just heard, the FAA has exceeded its hiring targets for this year, but this latest recruitment drive, it's not going to be enough to cope with this holiday travel rush. As Tom mentioned, it's 3 to 5 months of training plus all that on-the-job experience. So at what point do we start to see the fruits of this labor and actually make our trips at the airport a little bit easier?
We're hoping to see the impact really starting next year, but as Tom mentioned, this is a real long-term drive. It's incredible news that they have hired more than 1,800 new air traffic controllers this year. That's more than what they planned to, but it is a long training period. It does take time, and then those locations need to be staffed up. So we don't expect a significant change this holiday season. In coming years, we should see some improvement, but the good news is that disruption rates, those delays and cancellations, are significantly better than what they have been over the previous few years as we head into the holiday season. So there is some good news for travelers. They don't need to worry as much about cancellations and delays.
How are the airlines feeling about this? Is this making them feel better about their partnership with the FAA and getting over that holiday hump better?
It's a step in the right direction. Really what the airlines are looking for is a large and stable workforce of air traffic controllers so that they can think long-term about adding capacity, adding routes, and think a little bit less about optimizing within the number of flights they're allowed to depart from certain airports.
What's the advice you have for passengers, the millions who are going to be traveling over the next few months, especially over the holidays?
You know, the holiday season is busy no matter when you travel or how you travel. The most important thing to keep in mind, especially if you're concerned about disruptions, is planning ahead. Fly on off-peak dates. The Sunday after Thanksgiving is one of the single busiest travel days of the year. Try to avoid peak dates like that. Fly early in the morning. You are half as likely to be delayed or canceled if you take a flight before 9 a.m.
Wow.
And consider adding something like disruption assistance. You can add it to your flight booking on the Hopper app, Capital One, Flair Airlines, a number of our partner websites. And it will allow you to rebook yourself on any available flight if you are disrupted, so you can get onto your destination and worry a little bit less about waiting in customer service lines.
Wow, that's quite a stat. Would you say less than half of a chance if you're before 9 a.m.? That's cool. Haley, thank you so much. Good to see you.
Great to be with you.
Turning now to the record-breaking wildfires burning out of control across South America. In the Amazon, the fires are devouring the drought-ridden rainforest and forcing communities to leave everything behind. NBC News correspondent Valerie Castro has more.
In northern Argentina, it's a race to safety as wildfires rage across the region and the continent, defying borders. The infernos turning deadly in Peru, killing at least 15 people and scorching through more than 120,000 acres of rainforest. In Bolivia, families like this one forced to evacuate, leaving everything they know behind. Bolivian cattle ranchers desperately try to protect their herds, already losing several to the flames. And in Ecuador, it's pets that families don't want to leave behind.
Pánico, no sabíamos ni qué hacer, la candela ya venía encima de nosotros ya.
While in Brazil, fires burn across 2 massive areas, including the Amazon.
Muito preocupado com todo mundo. Não é só uma, não, todo mundo.
The continent seeing 346,000 wildfire hotspots this year, according to Brazil's space agency, the highest number on record. NASA imagery showing the vast scale of those fires blanketing the continent. Hotter and drier weather due to climate change, experts say, has made fire conditions more dangerous in recent years.
How much have humans played a role in contributing to what you're seeing there in Brazil?
Humans have a tremendous role, right? Both in causing global warming, all the deforestation and so forth that is leading to the ignitions of these fires. It has to start with a spark somewhere.
Brazil currently experiencing a relentless drought. Low water levels drying out habitats enough to beach and kill dolphins in the Amazon and create tinderbox conditions.
Eu nunca vi!
Climate protesters demanding action and for corporations to be held responsible. This protester saying we saw over 500 hotspots linked to the burning of sugarcane to clear land for the farming industry here in Brazil. The burning only adding to emissions. Fires in Brazil releasing over 180 megatons of carbon, on track to be the worst in 20 years.
The Amazon is starting to go from being a sink, which means on average is taking carbon out of the system, to a source. It's putting even more carbon into the system. That's really quite alarming.
Brazil's President Luiz Inácio Lula da Silva admitting the fires took many by surprise.
90% da cidade, sabe, estão despreparada para cuidar disso.
Calling on world leaders at the UN General Assembly this week to tackle the massive-scale climate crisis that knows no borders.
Our thanks to Valerie Castro for that report.
Coming up, a new study is shedding light on head injuries in football.
What researchers are saying about the number of players diagnosed with CTE and what it could mean for their futures. Good to have you with us. I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. Developing right now on Morning News Now.
Growing frustrations over the migrant crisis.
Reports of new drone attacks by Houthi militants.
The storm is creating dangerous conditions all across the region.
Now let's get to some financial headlines. New rules are coming to cap credit card late fees.
Talking tuition as a new class of freshmen gets ready to go to college.
This is a big decision for families.
Do you think this could impact how people vote?
100%.
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
We're back now with one of the most extensive surveys we've seen from former NFL players on how they feel about their own brain health after years of repeated hits to the head. The study published yesterday now sheds new light on just how worried former players are about the neurodegenerative brain disease known as CTE. The disease has been in headlines most recently because of NFL star Tua Tagovailoa, who's now facing calls to retire after suffering the latest concussion of his professional career.
And this morning, the study shows that about a third of former NFL players say they think they have CTE. That is according to the JAMA Neurology study. It's a disease that can result from too many concussions or other head injuries. It's got no cure, and it cannot be diagnosed in living patients.
Neurologist Dr. Shea Dada is here to explain further. She's also the co-director of the NYU Langone Concussion Center. Good to have you with us, doctor. So first of all, I mean, just walk us through some of the highlights or perhaps lowlights from this survey and how might it help players in the future as we continue to discuss this.
Sure, thank you. The survey was one of a kind because it actually took about 2,000 players spanning their lifetime in terms of, and the average age was about 58, and they responded to questions about what they thought, if they thought they had CTE. So it's like perceived CTE, you know, with questions screening for depression, mood issues, memory loss, and a host of other things that they look for in terms of it being chronic or developing several years after their careers ended in the NFL.
So one of the most... Sorry, go ahead.
Go ahead. And the basic outcome was that about 700 out of these 2,000 players answered that they felt that they had CTE.
One of the most challenging aspects, right, of CTE, as we just mentioned, is you can't confirm a diagnosis while the person is still living. First, if you wouldn't mind explaining that to us, why that is, and then what you think when you see these players in the survey report some of those things that you just mentioned, cognitive impairment, depression, suicidal thoughts. Is there anything that can be done to treat them while they are living?
Yes, I mean, all very, very good questions. And these are things that we're continuously struggling to answer, but we have gotten closer. The reason that we cannot tell someone for certainty that they have CTE is because it's a post-mortem diagnosis. We need to take the brains of someone who's passed away, put it under a microscope, and see if they have certain things that build up, like neurofibrillary tangles or certain waste products that haven't been cleared enough, and then they develop early Alzheimer's, or shrinking of the frontal lobe or the hippocampus, which is for memory, or the frontal lobes also are something that help us sort of control our impulses, right? So a lot of people have problems with impulse control. And the other thing is that there were some guidelines called traumatic encephalopathy syndrome in 2021 that were revised that can be applied to see if they meet the criteria for CTE while they're still alive. Although not a lot of my colleagues or I really do it in clinical practice, but if I have a suspicion, then certainly all the symptoms that they present with can be treated with proper medication and rehab, but to a certain extent. We're not going to get them back where they were pre-football career, but certainly having the support of, psychologists, proper neurologists, PM&R, we can get them to the way where they can lead a life that is actually meaningful, hopefully, without pain and memory loss. We can't really do too much about, but pain as well as depression, we can help.
Here's a staggering number. More than 300 former NFL players have been posthumously diagnosed with CTE. We know who's at a higher risk, athletes who've been repeatedly hit to the head. Just real quick, we're tight on time here, but what can athletes do now to just try and minimize that risk?
Right. So as we know, helmets do not prevent concussion, but that does not mean you're not going to wear helmets. That does prevent long-term sort of like C-spine or head fracture risk. But being aware of the symptoms, sitting out when there is an issue, and getting in with the right team, doctors, and listening to them when they make recommendations is the best way to prevent concussions. And then, proper warm-up, as well as making sure that you're ready for play when you're actually getting back in the game.
All right, Dr. Shea Dada, important conversation. Thank you so much for joining us this morning.
Certainly a talker right now. Thank you. Let's stay on our health. The CEO of the company that makes Ozempic and Wegovy, those weight loss drugs, is set to face questions on Capitol Hill this morning about the cost of the drugs.
Drug maker Novo Nordisk's boss will appear before the Senate Health, Education, Labor, and Pensions Committee. The head of that committee, Vermont Senator Bernie Sanders, has accused the company of, quote, ripping off the American people. NBC News senior business correspondent Christine Romans is here with more on this one. Christine, good morning.
Good morning to both of you. While the high prices are making it difficult for millions of Americans with obesity and diabetes, companies are making record-breaking profits from the drugs. Novo Nordisk estimated to make $65 billion on both Ozempic and Wegovy by the end of the year.
The cost of popular weight loss drugs taking center stage this morning, with a hearing on the pricing of Wegovy and its diabetes maintenance counterpart, Ozempic.
Discover the power of Wegovy.
Users of weight loss drugs have been outraged over the price.
My sticker price with insurance was $600.
I personally pay a very hefty amount.
According to a Senate report, without insurance, a month's supply of Wegovy is nearly $1,350 in the U.S., but the same prescription is $186 in Denmark, $140 in Germany, and only $92 in the United Kingdom. Now, the issue traveling all the way to Capitol Hill, where lawmakers are examining the high prices. Senator Bernie Sanders, who's leading the hearing, pushing for manufacturers to make medication like Ozempic more affordable, including selling a generic version for $100 a month.
In some cases, we are now paying 15 times more than the people in other countries.
Novo Nordisk telling NBC News Monday more than 80% of Americans with insurance pay $25 or less per month for Ozempic. The company adding in a statement it will continue to cooperate with policymakers on real solutions.
I went from paying $25 for a monthly supply to now they want close to $1,000 for a monthly supply of the medication, which is like astronomical.
In North Carolina, insurance coverage for weight loss drugs was cut for state employees like Kiana Price. She says she can no longer afford her Wegovy prescription to help with prediabetes.
This is like stopping cold turkey, and you don't know what's going to happen.
We also reached out to the Eli Lilly, that's the manufacturer of Mounjaro and Zepbound, who told us, quote, today we're leading the way in access and affordability, launching Zepbound at a list price 20% lower than our competitor and offering single-dose vials at a 50% or greater discount compared to other GLP-1 medicines for obesity.
All right, Christine Romans, has there been any recent success in Washington for reducing the price of medication for Americans? I know we've heard a little bit about some negotiations going on.
So we know that for insulin, right, the Inflation Reduction Act limited insulin to $35 a pop. And we know that also that same legislation capped out-of-pocket Medicare expenses at $2,000. But that's not specifically for these weight loss drugs, where there's just a lot of interest overall. And Medicare does cover Wegovy for heart-related stroke and high blood pressure and that sort of thing. So that was a way in. But mostly the problem here is that 20 years ago in the fen-phen diet drug phase, the Congress made it illegal for Medicare to pay for weight loss drugs because of that. And so now they have to figure out how to get Medicare to approve these drugs. And sometimes when Medicare does, then all the other big insurers follow suit.
Fen-phen. Haven't heard that in a while.
Yeah, right? Blast from the past, right?
Thanks, Christine.
Nice to see you.
Coming up, a team on the verge of breaking a notorious record.
Yeah, after the break, we're going to hear from Chicago White Sox fans as their team sits on the precipice of baseball infamy.
Resilience and hope. Please take care of yourself and each other.
What's the message that you're trying to get out to young people?
Know what is in the drug supply.
We've got important news this hour about your money.
Mental health, big picture, why is it so tough right now?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
We're back now with some financial headlines. TikTok has removed accounts linked to Russian media outlets from its platform.
CNBC's Silvana Henao joins us with that and more. Hey, Silvana.
Hey, Savannah. Hey, Julia. So TikTok has removed accounts belonging to Russian state-run media RT and Sputnik for what the social media app calls covert influence operations. TikTok says they violated its community guidelines, including its ban on deceptive behavior. The bans follow allegations by the Biden administration that RT acts as an arm of Russia's spy agencies. Meta and YouTube have also suspended Russian state media accounts, but they are still active on X. Boeing has made a best and final offer to thousands of striking workers in the Pacific Northwest, but the Machinists Union won't put it to a vote, saying Boeing has refused to bargain over the proposal that falls short of members' demands. Boeing offered to reinstate performance bonuses and improve retirement benefits if workers accept the offer by Friday. Boeing is under intense pressure to end the strike that could cost it billions of dollars, with production halted on several of its top-selling planes. And Meta plans to announce this week its secured deals with several actors, including John Cena, Kristen Bell, and Judi Dench, to use their voices for its AI chatbot. Reuters reports the new audio feature will let users choose a voice for the digital assistant from a list of celebrities, as well as several generic voice options. Meta will unveil the feature at its Connect conference, which starts tomorrow, and will start launching it this week across Facebook, Instagram, and WhatsApp. Just going all in on AI.
No kidding. I feel like Judi Dench will be a popular option.
Probably.
It's interesting to see, though, contracts like that made, right? When we've seen not that happen.
They can control it, I guess.
Right.
So there you go. All right, Silvana, thank you.
You got it.
Let's turn to the climate now and a U.S. company's innovative scheme to remove carbon from the air. NBC News national climate reporter Chase Kane is reporting on the potentially huge impact for the fight against climate change.
In the heart of oil country, signs of transition are all around. It might look like a gravel parking lot right now, but once Heimdall covers the ground in these small white pellets, they'll absorb carbon dioxide as wind blows over them.
It sounds simple, and maybe people are like, okay, what's the catch?
Yeah, I'm waiting for that too. What is the catch? Calcium looping has been known for a long time.
Calcium looping involves limestone, a common type of rock humans have been using since 9000 BC.
So here's how it can be applied to carbon capture. You start with limestone, which is mostly calcium carbonate. They heat it up to remove the carbon and add water, and then you've got calcium hydroxide, which looks like this. It's also known as slaked lime, and from Heimdall, it looks like this, like these white pellets. And when these are exposed to the air, a natural reaction takes place with that calcium hydroxide. It's pulling carbon dioxide out of the air, combining and essentially recreating that calcium carbonate that you started with. So they can heat this back up, pull out the carbon dioxide, and start the process all over again.
The catch to it is that
Susan Brantley is a geochemist at Penn State University and explained that this process requires energy. In this case, Heimdall is using fossil gas instead of wind or solar.
making the grains that they put out, that costs energy. Burning off the CO2, that costs energy. And then, getting the CO2 down into the ground costs energy. So basically, it's a tax, on the whole process that's producing the CO2 in the first place.
It is energy intensive, but those combustion gases will be sequestered, but it's a good starting point. I like psychology a lot, and there's this nirvana fallacy where you try to perfect things too much, right? There's no point in doing it unless it's going to be perfect. This is an imperfect solution, but we will continuously chase perfection from here on. But this is also a way to do this big and do this now. That's the point.
The latest United Nations climate report underscores that carbon capture is necessary to quickly address climate change, and that's part of why Heimdall started capturing carbon while still waiting for EPA approval to store that carbon dioxide deep underground.
That's a very important point, is this isn't optional. CO2 emissions have a price. What matters is that ultimately there needs to be some economic value to removing CO2.
And if all proves successful, the company's founder says the potential here might sound almost too good to be true.
So for a billion tons of CO2 per year, say, which is on the lower end of what the IPCC estimates the climate system is going to need of carbon removal, we're talking, 1 million acres. That is less than 0.1% of the state of Texas. So we can literally completely undo the damage that has been caused in the last few centuries of industrial revolution.
In Shiloh, Oklahoma, I'm National Climate Reporter Chase Kane.
Baseball's regular season is drawing to a close, and Chicago White Sox fans are on edge this morning. The team is just one heartbreaking loss away from becoming the worst Major League Baseball club in history. Their next game is tonight against the Los Angeles Angels. And while that's happening, rumors are circulating that after a century on the south side of Chicago, the stadium could be moved to a new home. NBC News correspondent Maggie Vespa spoke to some fans about all of it.
It's a lively crowd on a Friday night in Chicago. 26,000 strong, here to root on the White Sox. The big question we have, why?
We still show up, but we gotta do better because this is horrible.
It's rough. It's rough. Emotional damage, if you will.
We're kind of numb to the pain at this point.
We're asking because the team isn't exactly a fun watch right now.
Oh, no! Oh, my goodness. The White Sox have just gone full White Sox.
That's just one of the many embarrassing ways the White Sox have lost this year. They fired their manager months ago. They've scored the fewest runs and given up the most. Dead last in home runs. It's a recipe for 120 losses. That's tied for the most in the modern era with the 1962 New York Mets. And with just 6 games until the 2024 season is mercifully over, standing alone with that worst record is looking all too likely. But the stakes are bigger for White Sox fans. Reports earlier this year that the team's owner, Jerry Reinsdorf, wanted $1 billion in public funding from the city and state to build a new stadium raised eyebrows because Guaranteed Rate Field isn't even old enough to run for president yet. Local politicians say they're skeptical.
We've seen other teams be able to support their own stadiums privately.
Studies show publicly funded stadiums have little to no tangible economic impacts on their hosts, and public subsidies are often larger than the benefits.
No one really believes it's going to happen because there's no appetite for public funding, especially not for Jerry Reinsdorf, especially not for the White Sox.
One place that has been open to public funding, Tennessee, with billions going to the Titans for their stadium. MLB has said it's not ready for expansion yet, but the city is reportedly on the short list, which may be why the White Sox owner met with Nashville's mayor in December, though the nature of those discussions were not disclosed. Since then, Reinsdorf reportedly said he would contribute some money for a stadium and pushed back on speculation he wants to move the team. The White Sox did not respond to our request for comment, but it still made some fans nervous.
Hopefully they stay in the city and the rumors of them leaving are false.
For the youngest fans, it's not all about the losses.
Is it a good season for the Sox? It is.
For me.
Hope for fans of the future, even if today's team is the worst ever. Maggie Vespa, NBC News.
I will say Guaranteed Rate Field is not a great ballpark.
Because she goes, not a fun watch.
Not my favorite.
Maggie, that was hilarious. Coming up, we are catching up with crooner Michael Bublé.
What the 5-time Grammy winner told us about his new job as a coach on The Voice. That is next.
Lester Holt, America's most trusted TV news anchor.
News lives in the now.
The front lines are still very active. This is like quicksand, and officials say an entire town is cut off.
This close to actually understand why people had to jump in the ocean.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Welcome back. HBO is celebrating 30 years of Friends with a new game show. The 4-part competition series is called Fast Friends, and it's heading to Max. And where else would it be filmed but right here in New York City, of course. The team is recreating some of the sitcom's iconic sets, like the coffee shop and Monica's apartment, over at the Friends Experience. It's right in the heart of Manhattan. And what would Friends be without a little friendly competition? Players will answer trivia questions and puzzles about the show. Only true fans will get to wear the ultimate Friends fan crown. Production kicks off in October, but there's no release date yet, so we will just have to keep watching reruns for now.
I feel like there are some folks who will nail that trivia because they
Absolutely.
watch it thoroughly.
Yes.
All right. Finally this hour, he is known as the keeper of the Great American Songbook. Singer and songwriter Michael Bublé has won 5 Grammys, sold more than 75 million albums, has stars on both Hollywood and Canada's Walks of Fame. Oh, yeah, and he's one of the top touring artists of all time.
And this week, the multi-platinum superstar is adding 2 more accomplishments to his long and illustrious career. Last night, Bublé made his debut as a coach on NBC's The Voice, and on Friday, he's debuting a greatest hits album. Well, Joe and I just got to sit down with him. Here's some of our conversation. Michael, good morning. Thank you so much for being here.
Good morning, and thank you for agreeing to sing with me.
Not exactly. We would never
Oh, darn, we forgot the band. There's no setup here.
And we would never ruin a moment to hear you sing by singing at the same time. Okay, so you're having a huge week.
Yeah,
this is exciting.
It's really exciting, yeah.
Let's start on the new album, The Best of Bublé. I mean, so exciting to basically get a best of career hits album. What is it like to put something like this together? And I know we're going to get a couple new songs as well.
It's sentimental and it's emotional. And, you know, I've spent a long time loving music and loving, you know, I say it all the time, but I'm like a chef who loves what he cooks, but more I love who I cook for. And to have that connection with all these beautiful souls for all this time, and all the producers and my co-writers and all the people that love me enough, you know, that I'm here at this place with you. It's hard not to be sentimental about it all. I mean, and appreciative. It's crazy.
You are getting a little bit emotional.
Yeah,
here.
it's beautiful.
Let's talk about the other big thing this week. We have a subtle hint behind you.
I see. Yeah, that's my seat right there.
There you go.
Right there.
You're
there
number 2? Number 2?
No, I'm number
one. Oh, you're
I'm
number 1.
one.
Ooh, you're number 1. Hell
yeah. Snoop and I are on the opposite ends.
You're the bookends. Yeah. So, I mean, what is it like to be on The Voice? I know you were a mentor like in season 3, which must have been when you were like 12 years old. I mean, how does it feel to be on The Voice?
You know what? Honestly, it is I understand why it has become destination television. I get why it's lasted, however long it's been, 14 years. It starts with the producers, the crew. These people have been there all that time. They are class acts from the top down. There's a lot of integrity, and not just, you know, in caring about us as coaches, obviously, but I think caring about the artists, the people that come and bear their souls on this thing. And there's a lot of care. And I think that now I look at the people that I'm on this program with. I look at Snoop and I look at Reba and Gwen. There are not better people. We become family, but one of my favorite things is the empathy. You know, Snoop and Reba and Gwen and I have been, there's a million times we've heard no, or we failed, or we've hit roadblocks, and we see that in these artists that are coming up here. And I think that there's a lot of love going back and forth, and I think that right now this world kind of needs that. I think I think The Voice is going to bring a lot of people happiness. I do.
People might not know also that you were actually part of a talent competition show early on.
Really? How did you know that? I did everything. Honestly, I sang at shopping malls. I was at, you know, bars and clubs and yeah, I was in a couple of talent things and karaoke, anything, just anything that I could do to get my break.
Yeah, but you sort of have empathy. You know what it's like then to be in that position where it's kind of like it's riding on somebody else.
I think like I look at somebody like Gwen, who, you know, at 17 years old was playing in her garage with her band, and it took her 10 years. The way, you know, she tells it all the time. She can't believe she's in this position. She never thought she'd get on the radio, never thought she'd have her break. And you can tell when she speaks to these people, that she genuinely cares about them. And by the way, just so you know, I know their strategy. I know it's a TV show, and I know it's a game, but it's not a game to any of us. And what happens, and I can't get further than this because I can't, tell you, divulge, who's in and out. But I can speak for Reba and Snoop and I and Gwen when I say that many times when the journey is over for the artist, it still isn't over with us. We still, we're giving them the numbers and trying to help them and see if we can advocate for them, whether they're on this TV show or not. So it's real for us. We get it.
That is awesome to hear that. Okay, I have to ask you, what's it like to be you with the holidays approaching and hearing you everywhere?
It's about to be Michael Bublé season.
Well, what's crazy is that you would think Christmas, right?
Yeah.
But what do you think happens at Valentine's Day?
Oh.
I hear myself then too, and then Mother's Day comes along, and I am hearing myself in perfume stores and shopping with my wife. Not as many elevators as you might think. You know what? It is. Can you imagine how it must feel for me to be invited into? I say this all the time. I mean, at the best time of the year, when people are at their kindest. And I'm invited to be a part of that world. And even further, my heroes, Sinatra, Bennett, Martin, Elvis, all these iconic figures. The thing that sort of puts you into that place, weirdly, is each one of them, the common denominator is each one of them has their holiday record. They have that sort of thing. And so I didn't realize it at the time, but when that happened for me, it had a big impact on my life and allowing me to advocate and fight for the Great American Songbook and be one of the lucky ones who gets to continue the legacy of my heroes. God, that was so eloquent, the way I said it.
That's very good.
Sometimes I talk and it comes out and I don't know. Because in my head, if you saw it, was just two potatoes just smacking into each other. And then it comes out like that.
It's beautiful,
Holy God, he's a genius.
That was amazing. Are we ever going to get another Christmas special?
Maybe. I love doing those Christmas specials. The last one, Lorne Michaels produced, and I'm in love with Lorne Michaels, and I'm in love with his mind and his passion and the integrity, and I had the best time. So, Lorne, give me a call.
Yeah. we love that.
I think he's not too far around.
I feel like with the voice and
and
I've got other stuff happening that we'll talk about another time. I mean, I've got a beautiful whiskey that's called Fraser and Thompson that I'm out there trying not to drink all of, but I'm enjoying,
a little too much.
As much as possible. But there's a lot of stuff happening, and so I don't know. You guys want to do a special with me?
What should we sing?
I don't know. I think we should start here by just I don't know.
I feel like you could give us just what's your favorite on your Christmas album?
Oh God, they're all my favorite. They're all my favorites. I love Blue Christmas and White Christmas and Red Christmas.
We are going to spare our audience us singing.
No, I really do. Can we just end this segment by just L is for the way you look at me.
Oh,
just one. Yeah,
I don't think I should do
My grandma's favorite song, by the way.
I love your grandma.
There you go.
She is a sexy, sexy lady.
She is.
Michael, thank you so much. Congratulations on the Heat. We're so excited to have you come back at Christmas
Thank you for having me, and thank you for building this beautiful set for me.
Look at that. Yeah, look at it.
Oh my God, you guys treat me so good.
So great to have you. Thank you so much.
Congrats on everything.
Thank you. Well, that was no fun at all.
He is a hoot. And he was still like that when the camera was done rolling, taking pictures with everyone. Just the nicest guy in the world. So we wish him all the best. And he says my grandma's sexy. So there you go. That is going to do it for this hour of Morning News Now.
Stay with us. The news continues right now. Right now on Morning News Now, President Biden on the world stage for his final address at the United Nations. We have live coverage with a preview of the president's parting words to the international body. Developing this morning, a violent exchange in the Middle East. Israel and Hezbollah trading airstrikes in Lebanon less than 24 hours after the country's deadliest day in 2 decades. Now, fears of an Israeli ground invasion. We'll bring you the latest. And disturbing new details about the suspect in the second apparent assassination attempt on former President Donald Trump. Meanwhile, Mr. Trump set to return to the site of his first assassination attempt in Pennsylvania as polls show a tightening race with Vice President Kamala Harris.
We have to win Pennsylvania. Go out and make a plan to vote early, vote absentee, or vote in person on Election Day, but you got to get out and vote.
Plus, the VP set to outline her plans for America's economy. We will take you on the campaign trail. And one city taking action against what's called deep fakes. More on the first of its kind lawsuit filed against several AI websites and how it could spark change across the country. Important conversation, especially because of the way that it can impact young women's lives.
Exactly. You know, parents all around the country are deeply worried about that. Looking forward to that story. Good to have you with us this morning. I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. Thanks for getting your Tuesday started with us. We're going to begin our show with President Biden stepping out on the global stage here in New York, perhaps for one of the last times. A little later this morning, he will deliver his fourth and final address to the United Nations General Assembly.
His speech to world leaders comes amid a host of global challenges. That includes wars in the Middle East and Ukraine, plus the growing threat of the climate crisis. More than 140 heads of state have descended upon the city this week, which is keeping law enforcement and the Secret Service busy pulling out all the stops to keep the meeting safe. NBC News White House correspondent Mike Memoli joins us now to talk more about all this. So this is, you could say, one final hurrah for President Biden here at the UN. What can we expect to hear from him? And you sort of say, this is sort of like the long goodbye we're witnessing
Absolutely,
right now.
Especially with a lot of world leaders who he's known for decades, right? This speech to the General Assembly is always sort of like the State of the Union address for foreign policy. So there's going to be somewhat of a laundry list aspect to what the president lays out today, talking about the range of global challenges we face. But the overarching theme, I think, is going to be one that has underscored President Biden's entire outlook for foreign policy. When he was a senator for 36 years, including the chairman of the Foreign Relations Committee, vice president for 8 years, and now president for 4, which is the idea that we have so many challenges facing us as a world, that all these problems are so steep that no one country can tackle it alone. You need to work together with alliances. And he's also going to talk about the strength of democracies in working together to deal with these challenges on things like climate change, on global food insecurity, and yes, on some of the biggest challenges we're going to be talking about a lot this week, which are the situation in Gaza and, of course, the war in Ukraine.
Yeah, so what do we expect to hear from him about Israel's campaign now in Lebanon as well? And more broadly, what have we heard from the administration on this?
Administration officials, including the president, keep calling on both sides, especially Israel at this moment, to avoid taking steps that might further escalate the situation, especially in Lebanon right now. Again, the theme of alliances is so important, and working with our partners. That's why the president, before he came up here, talked to the president of the United Arab Emirates. Here's a little bit of what the president had to say after that discussion.
I've been briefed on the latest developments in Israel and Lebanon. My team is in constant contact with their counterparts, and we're working to de-escalate in a way that allows people to return to their homes safely.
Now, there's a lot on the president's schedule this week, but it's interesting who he's not meeting with. At this point, there's no meeting scheduled with Prime Minister Netanyahu, who will be here later this week to address the assembly.
That is an interesting point. Speaking of the long goodbye, last night President Biden was honored with the Clinton Global Citizen Award. I have to imagine that meant a lot to him.
Well, this was so interesting because I was there. It was originally just supposed to be an event. The First Lady was speaking with Chelsea Clinton about women's health. It was a little bit of a surprise that President Biden even showed up to surprise his wife. But then you see the Clintons had a surprise for the president, giving him this award. It really was something that you could see the emotion on the president's face as President Clinton was talking about how it's not just what Biden has done in office, but the way he's done it. The president returned the favor, talking about how much of a fan he was of the Clintons. And he had a very personal moment with Secretary Clinton. You know, it's been a difficult few weeks since he announced he wasn't going to run. And he said he really wanted to thank Secretary Clinton for all that she's done for him. Imagine the private conversations they've been having over the last 2 weeks. But he said, I love you. It was really quite a moment.
Oh, that's great. Mike Memoli, good to have you here in New York. Thanks for joining us this morning.
So great to have you on set. Well, let's bring you more on the situation in the Middle East, where an evacuation is underway in southern Lebanon as people try to flee north to safety. Israel is expanding its assault on Hezbollah, striking dozens of targets in the latest cross-border attacks. This escalation is stoking fears of a broader Middle Eastern conflict as more U.S. troops will deploy to the region in the coming days to assist Americans looking to flee. This comes a day after Israeli airstrikes targeting the militant group. Lebanese health officials say those strikes killed almost 500 people and wounded 1,600 others. That made Monday the deadliest day in the country in nearly 2 decades.
Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu took the step of issuing a rare evacuation order and a strong warning to the people of Lebanon on Monday.
I have a message for the people of Lebanon. Israel's war is not with you. It's with Hezbollah. Don't let Hezbollah endanger your lives and the lives of your loved ones. Don't let Hezbollah endanger Lebanon.
NBC News international correspondent Raf Sanchez joins us now with more on this. Raf, good morning. Tell us about where you are right now and the latest attacks overnight.
Savannah, Joe, good morning. We're in one of the communities in northern Israel where a Hezbollah rocket came crashing through Israeli air defenses. It landed in the middle of a residential street. I just want to walk you through the scene here. The rocket actually landed right here. You can see workers are, as we speak, repaving, recobbling this place. But this rocket spraying shrapnel all over the area. Some houses very severely damaged, not from a direct impact, but from just the fragments of that rocket flying off. Now, nobody has been killed on the Israeli side of the border since this escalation began a couple of days ago. That is not the case in Lebanon. Health officials there say more than 500 people have been killed over just the last 24-plus hours. That is, as you said, by far the deadliest day in Lebanon since the end of the last war between Israel and Hezbollah back in 2006. You might be able to hear the crashing as this is kind of an active work site. Israeli strikes are continuing in Lebanon today. They seem to be at a lower tempo than they were yesterday when there were well over 1,000 strikes. But the big question at this point is how and at what scale will Hezbollah respond, and will Israeli forces move into Lebanon on the ground? Guys.
Just an incredible scene behind you there, Raf. Despite the high number of casualties in Lebanon, as you mentioned, you say it, the IDF says strikes aimed at Hezbollah targets in the region are not over. Do we have an idea of what the next phase is going to look like?
So, Joe, the Israeli government has said the goal here is to create conditions for Israeli civilians displaced from their homes on this side of the border to go back. And they say the only way that can be achieved is if Hezbollah fighters are pushed away from the border. And the big question is, can that be done from the air, or will it be the case that we see Israeli forces rolling over the border into Lebanon as they did in 2006, as they did back in 1982? I spoke to two Israeli members of parliament who came to visit this scene earlier today. One of them is from Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu's party. The other is from the opposition. And I asked both of them, is Israel about to invade Lebanon on the ground? Neither of them would rule that out. So the whole world, including the White House, watching to see what this next Israeli move will be. Guys.
Raf, we have seen the Prime Minister warn the people of southern Lebanon to evacuate. It seems like many are trying to do that. What kind of humanitarian situation are we looking at on the ground? Do people have somewhere to go?
It is just a dire situation, Savannah, and it has escalated so quickly. You are seeing thousands of Lebanese families packing what they can into their cars, getting on the highways and fleeing north, trying to get away from the fighting. Israel says it is doing what it can to minimize civilian casualties, that it has warned Lebanese civilians to get out of harm's way. But there are dozens of children who were killed in yesterday's strikes. Dozens of women have been killed also. And you are seeing mounting criticism around the world that rather than escalating in Lebanon, what Israel should be doing is focusing on getting to a ceasefire in Gaza, getting the hostages home, and trying to calm the overall situation here in the Middle East. Guys.
Raf Sanchez, thank you so much for your reporting. Please stay safe.
Back stateside, federal prosecutors are revealing some chilling new details about the man accused in that apparent attempt to assassinate former President Trump at his Florida golf course. NBC News correspondent Jesse Kirsch has more on the alleged plot.
Federal prosecutors revealing in the month leading up to his arrest, Ryan Ruth repeatedly showed up near former President Donald Trump's South Florida home and golf course. Authorities say the 58-year-old was in the area for one reason only: to kill former President Trump. A new filing alleges months ago, Ruth gave someone this handwritten letter addressed to the world, which says in part, "This was an assassination attempt on Donald Trump, but I am so sorry I failed you." Prosecutors say last Sunday, Ruth hid here in a sniper's nest next to Mr. Trump's golf course until a Secret Service agent spotted Ruth along the unsecure fence line, saw the barrel of a rifle aimed directly at him, jumped out of the golf cart, and fired at Ruth.
This evil would-be assassin got within a few hundred yards of where I stood.
Driver, walk straight back.
Prosecutors say 2 additional license plates, 6 cell phones, and 12 pairs of gloves were found in Ruth's getaway vehicle, along with a list of some of Mr. Trump's upcoming appearances. In federal court, a judge ruled Ruth will remain behind bars while awaiting trial. So far, he faces 2 federal weapons charges, but prosecutors say they'll soon present evidence of an attempted assassination charge to a grand jury. In a statement, the former president saying he does not trust the Department of Justice and FBI to investigate, writing they have a conflict of interest since they have been obsessed with getting Trump for so long. An FBI special agent said he is not aware of any surveillance video showing Ruth holding that rifle at the scene. The agent also said there has not yet been any handwriting analysis completed linking Ruth to that concerning letter.
All right, Jesse Kirsch, thank you.
We are also getting a better idea this morning of what voter turnout might look like on Election Day.
NBC News just put out a new poll that shows half of all likely voters do plan to cast their ballots early.
For more, let's bring in NBC News senior political editor Mark Murray. Mark, good morning. So, yes, half of all voters say they're planning to cast their ballots early, but the numbers, they are showing a big split over who they are voting for. What can you tell us?
Yes, Savannah, this looks a lot like 2020, of course, during the COVID pandemic, where our poll shows about half of voters say that, back then that they would end up voting early, either by mail or by in-person ballot. But what is striking is Republicans overwhelmingly are Election Day voters, and the early voters are overwhelmingly Harris voters. And that pattern played out obviously in the 2020 race too. And so, you know, there has been a concerted effort by Republicans to try to vote early. The Republican National Committee wants their voters to vote early, but by and large, Trump voters seem to be Election Day voters, according to our poll.
So, Mark, I mean, this is nothing new. History tells us this is a pretty common trend. Why is there this rift between Democrats and Republicans when it comes to voting early?
Yeah, it all has to do with Donald Trump, Joe. You end up looking at the rhetoric that he ended up having going back to the COVID pandemic, casting doubt and aspersions on early voting, on mail-in ballots, and that had an effect where his voters and his fans said, hey, I'm going to wait until Election Day to vote. And we saw a pattern play out in 2020, Joe, where the states, the ballot releases that came from the early vote were overwhelmingly Democratic, overwhelmingly pro-Biden, and then the Election Day releases were overwhelmingly Republican and overwhelmingly Trump. And our poll shows that at least right now, that same kind of dynamic might end up playing out in November.
Looking at these numbers, do you think that they point to viewers kind of generally feeling less enthusiastic about voting for the former president?
Yeah, Savannah, our poll actually, when we gauge enthusiasm and election interest, our poll shows almost a kind of a tie between Republicans and Democrats on which party is more enthusiastic. This is all about voter intent, how you're planning to cast your ballot. Are you going to vote early? Or are you going to vote on Election Day? And, you know, I think that to me, the biggest consequence of this is for us, just like we were in 2020, to once again be prepared that we're going to have these wild swings, that when counties and states release the early ballots and the early votes, they're going to be overwhelmingly Democratic. And then when they release the Election Day ballots, they might be overwhelmingly Republican and Trump. And of course, we're going to continue to watch this dynamic play out. But this seems to be the case 2 months before the election.
Mark Murray, as always, we appreciate you. Thank you.
New FBI data shows that crime dropped nationally between 2022 and 2023.
According to the agency's annual Summary of Crime in the Nation report, that includes murder and other violent crime. This comes as preliminary numbers for 2024 are also seeing a decline for the early part of the year.
NBC News Justice and Intelligence correspondent Ken Dilanian joins us now with more on this. Ken, good morning. So walk us through this latest FBI data. What other types of crime are falling and which kinds are rising?
Good morning, Joe and Savannah. This report looks at crime across the board, and it shows that violent crime declined by 3% over the last year, and murder declined by a stunning 11.6%. That's the largest single-year drop ever on record. It also showed that property crime is down. The only category of crime that it shows being up significantly is auto thefts. And what's more important than any single-year trend is that this reflects a multi-year trend. After crime spiked during the pandemic, it's really gone back back down to pre-pandemic levels of around 2019, which historically is extremely low compared to, say, the 1990s. Much fewer violent incidents, many fewer murders. And just last year, there were 2,500 fewer murders than there were the year before, guys.
Ken, crime is, of course, a big issue for voters. It's been one specifically of former President Trump's ways of sort of attacking Vice President Harris and the Biden administration. First, let's listen to some of what he had to say last month. He was campaigning in Michigan here.
We're here today to talk about how we are going to stop the Kamala crime wave that is going on at levels that nobody's ever seen before. Since Comrade Kamala Harris took office, her administration's crime statistics show she's presided over a 43% increase in violent crime.
So first, Ken, fact check that for us, but then also tell us what else both candidates have been saying since then about crime.
So, Savannah, it's just not true. It's not based on a fantasy, though. Donald Trump is cherry-picking some numbers from a Justice Department survey that tries to measure both reported and unreported crime. But during COVID, they couldn't survey people at home, and they got very strange numbers in 2020 and 2021. They said that crime was declining when actually murder was skyrocketing. This survey doesn't measure murder. And so Donald Trump is comparing 2020 to later years and showing this huge rise in crime. Most experts you talk to say that's just not the case. And in fact, if you want to just look at murder, because you can argue that many crimes aren't reported, every murder is counted in this country. Murder has plummeted from its highs in 2020, guys.
So, Ken, big picture, how does the public perception of crime tie in with these facts, with this data? And what do officials say these numbers mean?
So Joe Biden, Attorney General Merrick Garland, they've obviously celebrated this historic decline in crime. But more important than politicians, look, Americans just don't believe these numbers. Polls have consistently shown that. A few months ago, a Gallup poll showed that 77% of Americans believe that crime is still rising. And when you ask experts and criminologists about this, they blame local news coverage, which has been really a phenomenon for decades. If it bleeds, it leads. They also blame, though, social media. If you're on sites like Nextdoor, you only hear about the packages that were stolen. You don't hear about the ones that were delivered. So there's a real perception problem, but the data doesn't lie, and the data shows that violent crime is declining, guys.
All right. Ken Delaney and Ken, thank you so much.
Well, the gunman who shot and killed 10 people at a supermarket in Boulder, Colorado 3 years ago has been sentenced to 10 back-to-back sentences of life in prison without the possibility of parole. 25-year-old Ahmad Alissa will serve one sentence for each murder count after a jury rejected an insanity defense and convicted him of murder. Alissa was found guilty on all 55 charges against him, including 10 counts of first-degree murder for the assault in March of 2021. He used a semi-automatic pistol to open fire on people at the grocery store before police shot him in the leg and arrested him.
Take a closer look at the potential tropical cyclone system developing in the Caribbean and how it might impact your week.
Angie Lastman's with us in studio with your Morning News Now weather. Hey there.
Hi, guys. This is going to be something that we watch closely with potential widespread impacts across parts of the southeast and specifically Florida over the coming days. We, of course, have plenty of tropical alerts up. Notice where those hurricane watches have just been added, parts of the Big Bend area stretching down to the Gulf Coast of Florida. So these are the alerts that we have right now. But here's the current situation. We've got kind of this unorganized area of thunderstorms that is what we're calling potential tropical cyclone 9. That means that we likely are looking at some intensification and a tropical storm developing here as we get going through the rest of your day. But as for right now, winds are at 35 miles per hour and it's moving northwest at 8 miles per hour. Here's the current track. There's that tropical storm developing here as the day goes on. But notice what happens by the time it exits the northwestern Caribbean Sea and works into those very warm Gulf waters. We've been talking about this all season long. The Gulf is just basically fuel for any system that's going to spend an extended amount of time over it or even a short amount of time. We likely will be looking at rapid intensification happening with this system before it makes landfall. Now, that means that we'll likely be looking at a Category 3, a major hurricane making landfall in the state of Florida. Where exactly the center of that system is, well, that's to be determined, and we'll get kind of a better viewpoint of what that exactly looks like as the next couple of days goes on. But right now, anywhere from the Panhandle through the Big Bend area and down to the West Coast coast of Florida, specifically the Tampa area and points north of that. That's where we're looking for the center of that system to make landfall. Beyond that, it will, of course, weaken as it spends some time over land, but it's still going to have widespread impacts. One thing about this system is it's going to be quite large, so those impacts are going to be far-reaching, not just when you have a really small storm. Most of the worst of it is closer to the core. This is going to be quite expansive. So one of the things we're going to watch for, of course, the heavy rainfall. We'll see localized amounts up to 10 inches in some spots. And again, that's spread across much of the southeast. Notice the storm surge forecast right now, 10 to 15 feet. Of course, this is really dependent on where that center of the system comes on shore, but impressive nonetheless. We'll likely see those storm surge impacts, even if the center of it goes up towards the Big Bend area, down towards Tampa Bay. That'll be something that we'll have to watch for at least some storm surge impacts. On top of that, the winds. We're likely going to see the downed trees, the downed power lines. This will be an issue. Again, closer to the center will be the worst of the winds, hurricane force winds. But you'll notice places like Cedar Key, peak wind gusts could be upwards of 90 miles per hour. This is going to be something we deal with here as we get through the later parts of your Thursdays when we're looking at landfall. But again, those impacts will last over the next couple of days. Now, big picture look otherwise, besides the tropics, we've got a system that's working through the Ohio and Tennessee valleys, and that's where we're going to watch for some thunderstorms today, guys. A little bit of rain we'll have to deal with, and that severe risk, again, focused Kentucky, West Virginia. We're mainly looking at some wind gusts and some hail, but the tornado threat is low.
I saw a little rain yesterday, and I was like, what's this?
Just a little bit.
Water from the sky.
It's been a long stretch in New York City without rain. Came to an end yesterday.
I like your outfit.
Yeah,
you got the memo.
it's like we called each other.
Yeah, we did not. Thanks, Angie. Much more to come here on Morning News Now. Later this hour, a worldwide concern, the alarming new study shedding light on the growing issue of mental health.
Up first after the break, controversy on Capitol Hill, the high-profile hearing over the Supreme Court's decision to grant some immunity to former President Trump. We'll be right back.
You gotta see this. I'm Gotti Schwartz. We are following some breaking news. Severe storms continue to wreak havoc. The Supreme Court put a pause on a controversial immigration law. Protesters have redoubled their numbers right here at this makeshift barricade. The future of TikTok as we know it is at risk. Is this a ban or not? The craziest ride I have ever hitched. That is totality. Do you see yourselves in space?
I could go to space.
I feel great! Stay tuned now, weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
Top story live from Paris. Top story live in Tel Aviv.
We are here in Butler, Pennsylvania, covering breaking news. President Trump was speaking on the other side of the barn.
Our reporters are spread out across the convention floor as this historic evening unfolds.
Fans here at the Med-C Arena going wild for Team USA. I know it's been a long time coming.
Yeah. Gosh, it feels good.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Hey there, I'm Hallie, and we are coming on the air tonight with new developments. Let's talk about the implications on women's health and then the political fallout. Start with what this law actually will and won't do. Cruise officials will do almost anything they can to get it back open ASAP. So how S is the P? In other words, how soon will it be open?
I could keep talking till the Eiffel Tower starts sparkling.
Now you've laid down the gauntlet, so we have to continue to speak until it starts to sparkle. It's sparkling. It's happening.
Top story live from Paris. Top story live in Tel Aviv.
We are here in Butler, Pennsylvania, covering breaking news. President Trump was speaking on the other side of the barn.
Our reporters are spread out across the convention floor as this historic evening unfolds.
Fans here at the Med-C Arena going wild for Team USA. I know it's been a long time coming.
Yeah. Gosh, it feels good.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
What's the message that you're trying to get out to young people?
Know what is in the drug supply.
We've got important news this hour about your money.
Mental health, big picture, why is it so tough right now?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth,
Go ahead. This is it.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Let's break down what we know.
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC.
Get the latest updates on the 2024 election on the NBC News app.
Welcome back. We're following what's expected to be another busy day on Capitol Hill with several high-profile hearings happening in both the House and the Senate.
The Senate Judiciary Committee will hold a hearing focused on a momentous decision by the Supreme Court over the summer. That decision granted broad immunity to former President Trump in his election interference case. Meanwhile, House Republicans are once again calling on Secretary of State Antony Blinken to testify on the withdrawal of American troops from Afghanistan. And they're threatening to hold the secretary in contempt if he does not show up.
Let's get into it with NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent Ali Vitale and start right there with that subpoena for Secretary of State Antony Blinken. Ali, good morning. So he's obviously faced harsh criticism from Republicans in the past over that 2021 withdrawal. Do we know if he's actually planning on testifying? And what does being held in contempt mean for a sitting Secretary of State if he ultimately doesn't show up?
Hey guys, good morning. Yeah, lots of hearings on Capitol Hill as lawmakers try to hit all of their priorities before they end up going home to campaign before the November elections. Starting with Secretary Blinken is the right thing because this is probably the thing that's been going on the longest on Capitol Hill. You have seen repeatedly the head of the Foreign Affairs Committee, Mike McCaul, try to get Blinken before his committee. Blinken, of course, has testified on Capitol Hill about the Afghanistan withdrawal in the past, but specifically in regards to this committee's request, he says that this date just didn't work for him. He's at the UN General Assembly. The State Department's explanation of that is that those dates have been public for a while. That's why he's not here on Capitol Hill. For McCaul and the rest of the committee, that might not be good enough. We might see them today finally move on holding him in contempt. And look, contempt can be as serious as why Steve Bannon is currently in jail for defying a congressional subpoena. But we've also seen other members of the Biden administration held in contempt too, specifically the Attorney General, and the Department of Justice has the right to say we will or will not move forward to prosecute on this. Obviously, in the case of Steve Bannon, who defied the January 6th committee, both for an in-person and records request 2 years ago, he is currently serving out that sentence. Clearly, DOJ decided to prosecute there. In the case of their Attorney General, a much more awkward situation, and also an instance where the DOJ said we're going to decline to prosecute. The details are different. Obviously, we're in the early stages of this here with Blinken. McCaul has continuously showed that he would just rather get the testimony than continue to move forward here. The Blinken team trying to keep that conversation alive. We'll see where this ultimately goes, though.
Ali, let's talk about another major hearing set for today. The Senate Judiciary Committee, which is chaired by Democrats, is going to look at the Supreme Court's controversial immunity decision from this summer. That decision basically said former President Trump does have some immunity from criminal prosecution over actions taken when he was in the White House. Who's expected to testify here? And really, what's the point of Congress even looking at this?
The point of Congress looking at it, as one of the senators on the committee said, is to show how the decision sucks. Those are his words, not mine. But it does provide a really good landscape of what Democrats are trying to do here with this hearing. Mainly, you'll hear from legal scholars, historians, people who can sort of look at what's been and think about what could be with this kind of precedent set from the Supreme Court. All of this is meant to tease out what happens when you start giving presidents immunity for effectively most, if not all, of their official acts. I imagine what we're going to see here is both looking backwards and applying this decision to things that happened during the Trump term from 2017, obviously, until 2020, but then also trying to apply it going forward and kind of cast a vision for voters and for people who are watching this hearing of what this decision could mean. I also, if I were a betting woman, would say that they're probably going to also talk about a Supreme Court code of conduct, especially in regards to the justices that are currently sitting on this Supreme Court. But all of this meant to sort of make a Supreme Court decision that might seem irrelevant to some voters, very central as they start considering their vote in November.
Ali, one more to check off with you. The CEO of the company behind popular weight loss drugs, Ozempic, Wegovy, also set to testify this morning on Capitol Hill, talking about the government's role in setting prescription drug prices. What should we be watching for out of that one?
Yeah, this is led by the Senate Help Committee, specifically Senator Bernie Sanders. And the way that you can think about this is, yes, it is in regards to Novo Nordisk and the Wegovy drugs, those weight loss drugs that are so popular. They are basically there because those drugs are sold in the United States at sometimes 3 times the cost of what you can get them for in Europe. That's one of the key reasons that Sanders is hauling the CEO before the committee today to try to talk about why those prices are so high. But you can also kind of put this under the larger umbrella of what Democrats have tried to do over the course of the last few years, trying to talk to the heads of these companies, publicly put them before the United States and before Americans, and then try to bring those drug costs down. One example that I will give you quickly is when they were able to cap the price of insulin at $35. Democrats now taking that promise on the campaign trail, but that is something with tangible impacts for Americans. That's why they're trying to look at this drug, which a lot of Americans are using now.
Ali Vitale, interesting stuff. Thank you for covering truly all of it this morning for us.
Down in Florida, the fight over abortion rights is heating back up. It's all over a ballot initiative called Amendment 4 that would extend the state's current 6-week ban on most abortions to around 24 weeks. Millions in Florida have signed petitions in support of it, but the state's government is alleging some of those signatures are actually fraudulent. Now a statewide investigation is underway, but some Democrats are crying foul. NBC News correspondent Marissa Parra has the latest.
A battle is brewing over signatures on Florida's abortion ballot petition. While Florida's Republican leadership questions some of the signatures' validity.
Anyone that is trying to commit fraud in this process absolutely should be held accountable.
Abortion rights advocates are calling the efforts voter intimidation.
The government is using the hands of power to intimidate voters by knocking on people's doors at all hours of the day and night to verify their signatures.
If 60% of Florida voters vote yes on Amendment 4 in November, Florida's current law banning most abortions after 6 weeks would change to the point of viability, roughly 24 weeks. The petition to get Amendment 4 on the ballot to begin with had nearly 1 million signatures verified by the Florida Division of Elections in January. But 7 months later in July, Brad McVeigh with the Florida Department of State sent this letter, along with suspected fraudulent petitions to Florida's law enforcement, saying some of the above-named circulators also signed petitions on behalf of individuals who were deceased at the time the petition was allegedly signed. Now, some of those who really did sign are finding police at their door. NBC News spoke with Fort Myers resident Isaac Menashe, who told us a detective showed up at his home. Writing in part in a post, the experience left me shaken. What troubled me was he had a folder on me containing my personal information, about 10 pages. Troubling that so much resources were devoted to this. His local supervisor of elections told our NBC affiliate in Fort Myers he was never in the know.
I had no idea that there was any type of investigation.
The Office of Election Crimes and Security confirms 4 people in the state have been arrested and charged with petition fraud in connection with the abortion ballot, which Florida Governor Ron DeSantis says is the only purpose of the investigation.
Anyone who submitted a petition accurately that's a valid voter is totally within their rights to do it. What they're investigating is fraudulent petitions.
And the petition investigation is not the only form of state resources currently facing criticism around the issue of abortion. Florida's healthcare administration has been publishing videos like this one.
No woman can go to jail for having an abortion.
Which Amendment 4 advocates like Florida's Democratic Party chair are calling taxpayer-funded anti-abortion propaganda.
The state government is using every tactic in order to intimidate voters, whether it was the petition gatherers, petition signatures, or now misinformation, propaganda, and illegal usage of state resources and state taxes to take that amendment down.
DeSantis says the state agency PSAs are providing, quote, accurate information. Now, Florida Representatives Maxwell Frost and Debbie Wasserman Schultz have asked the Department of Justice in a letter to investigate, quote, the Florida government's recent abuses related to Amendment 4, with just weeks to go until voters head to the polls.
Our thanks to Marissa Parra for that report. Coming up, one city cracking down on deep fake pornographic images.
Do you really think there's a chance you can get these websites shut down?
Absolutely.
When we come back, I'll take you to San Francisco, where the city attorney is working to shut down some of the worst offending websites. This is Morning News Now.
What's the message that you're trying to get out to young people?
Know what is in the drug supply.
We've got important news this hour about your money.
Mental health, big picture, why is it so tough right now?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
closer to the Gaza border. A story of resilience and hope. Please take care of yourself and each other.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Let's break down what we know.
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Top story live from Paris. Top story live in Tel Aviv.
We are here in Butler, Pennsylvania, covering breaking news. President Trump was speaking on the other side of the barn.
Our reporters are spread out across the convention floor as this historic evening unfolds.
Fans here at the Med-C Arena going wild for Team USA. I know it's been a long time coming.
Yeah, gosh, it feels good.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
What's the message that you're trying to get out to young people?
Know what is in the drug supply.
We've got important news this hour about your money.
Mental health, big picture, why is it so tough right now?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Get the latest updates on the 2024 election on the NBC News app.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Closer to the Gaza border. A story of resilience and hope. Please take care of yourself and each other.
We are back with a first-of-its-kind lawsuit in San Francisco. The city attorney's office is suing more than a dozen websites that use artificial intelligence to create fake nude photos of women and girls without their consent. I spoke with the city attorney, and he says not only do these websites perpetuate bullying, but they violate multiple pornography laws.
How was the math test?
Yvonne Mere's first priority is being a mom. So a particular New York Times article shocked her.
About a 15-year-old girl whose life had been devastated by a non-consensual image of her that was nude.
That image was what's known as a deep fake, a picture that may be created with a real face, but using artificial intelligence to make a fake body.
When I read it, my own daughter, who's now 16, I thought to myself, this would be horrible.
Mere happens to be in a position to do something about it. In addition to being a mom, she's a top litigator in the San Francisco City Attorney's Office. She shared the article with her colleague, fellow mom and lawyer Sarah Eisenberg.
How does this work?
So there's a lot of different ways. I can take a picture of anyone, anytime.
You can take a picture of a girl going to prom.
I can grab it off of her social media page without her even knowing that I have taken it. Go to any number of these websites that are out there and just upload that picture, and it will use artificial intelligence to undress that person.
Mere and Eisenberg's boss, City Attorney David Chu, gave them the go-ahead to pursue legal action against the practice. They say it resulted in a first-of-its-kind lawsuit naming 16 top websites that create and distribute fake nude images of women and girls without consent.
What we found truly horrified us. There have been over 200 million visitors in just these 16 websites alone.
What do you understand that impact to be?
We know that these images have been used to bully, humiliate, and threaten women and girls. The impact on these victims cannot be underestimated.
Those victims range from massive superstars to high school girls across the country. The suit alleges the practice is not just harmful, it's illegal. They argue even the marketing used by the websites obliterates any notion of consent, pointing out one defendant's advertising. Imagine wasting time taking her out on dates when you can just use the website to get her nudes. Contact information for most of the companies named in the lawsuit could not be found.
They have violated deepfake pornography laws, child pornography laws.
Do you really think there's a chance you can get these websites shut down?
Absolutely. I don't think there's anyone who defends what is happening here. We're talking about everyday people who are seeing their faces turned into pornography and, in too many instances, child pornography.
For Mere and Eisenberg, it's a labor of love, both for their constituents and a little closer to home.
You want to make a difference. You want to look back. I get choked up like you want to make a difference. This makes a difference.
Do you think about your daughter when you feel that way?
I do. I think about my daughter, and I want her to be proud of me. I want her to be proud of what the office does.
Let's bring in internet safety expert Farida Shahid for more on this. Farida, good morning. Thank you very much for joining us. So one of the things that's not in that story, but that I heard there from them, is just how difficult it's been to even serve the owners of these websites, because they sort of exist, of course, on these dark, shadowy corners of the web. Explain how these kinds of websites have been able to exist thus far without being taken down.
I mean, the internet is a deep, dark place. We have the dark web, we have the regular web, and there hasn't been enough laws and even the conversation in our communities to make sure that these are taken down. I love that this lawsuit is coming up, and I love that we're having conversations about it, because without this, then the victims will be in this place where they're not going to have support.
This lawsuit in Savannah's report names 16 of the worst websites. Is that just the tip of the iceberg? I mean, do we know how widespread this problem is?
It's more widespread than we can ever imagine. 16 is just, as you said, I would say the shaving of the tip of the iceberg. So the problem is much deeper than we can ever imagine. It's not just random people creating websites. It's also friends, people at school creating deep fakes of other people. So it's more widespread than we can imagine. And so having these conversations and having tools that we can take down the images are really important.
Yeah, they said they're aware actually of at least 90 of these websites. 16 was just what they thought would kind of take at, the bulk of it. And they also recognize it's sort of like whack-a-mole. You try to take one down and who knows what happens next. You mentioned tools to take it down. Tell us, can women or girls track if their face has been used in these images, if they are online? How do you go about getting one removed from the internet? Is that possible?
Absolutely. I mean, the internet is never ending, so it's hard to remove it completely, but you can remove it from social media websites, so that you can go to Google and remove it from Google's search engine. You can go to NCMEC, take it down if you're under 18. If you're over 18, you can go to Stop NCII and have that removed. So there are ways that you can have it removed. It won't work for the entire internet, but it can work for if someone were to search the image on Google, they can't find it easily. Or if someone were to try to share it on social media, it would be stopped. It's not perfect, but we're moving forward in a good direction.
These websites are more prevalent now that AI technology is getting more advanced. That's the bad side of AI technology. Is there a way to use AI to try and fight back and actually stop this?
Absolutely. There's a lot of research, MIT, a lot of labs going on around the United States, UK, Australia, many different places that are fighting to figure out how can we use AI and technology to combat this. There's a lot of pros and cons with different ways of combating this. I personally believe that having these conversations, making sure that teens and women and children don't feel that they are the one who are the problem. They don't feel that shame that's putting them down a spiral is really, really important as we figure out the laws.
So true. Farida Shahid, thank you very much for joining us. An important conversation. We appreciate it.
Thank you for having me.
Coming up, controversy in California over a new law involving minors' social media timelines.
Up next in your weekly check-in, more on that move meant to keep kids away from platforms' algorithms and why critics say it won't work. This is Morning News Now.
Democracy is happening now.
We have a lot to get to on this historic night.
Things are happening here in Chicago.
Now never stops.
They are energized by the idea that this is a real fight.
People were on their feet. Folks were fired up here.
Now is where it counts.
How confident are you that Donald Trump wins in November?
Are younger people excited about this new Democratic ticket?
The moment is now.
The only voice that really matters are the voice of the voters.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
Go ahead. This is it, right?
Good to have you with us. I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. Developing right now on Morning News Now.
Growing frustrations over the migrant crisis.
Reports of new drone attacks by Houthi militants.
The storm is creating dangerous conditions all across the region.
Now let's get to some financial headlines. New rules are coming to cap credit card late fees.
Talking tuition as a new class of freshmen gets ready to go to college.
This is a big decision for families.
Do you think this could impact how people vote?
100%.
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
Closer to the Gaza border. a story of resilience and hope. Please take care of yourself and each other.
Top story live from Paris. Top story live in Tel Aviv. We are here in Butler, Pennsylvania, covering breaking news. President Trump was speaking on the other side of the barn.
Our reporters are spread out across the convention floor as this historic evening unfolds. Fans here at the Mercy Arena going wild for Team USA. I know it's been a long time coming.
Yeah, gosh, it feels good.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Lester Holt, America's most trusted TV news anchor.
Now is Raw.
How hard is it to see it like this?
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is Real.
Let's break down what we know and then the big questions still outstanding.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
You gotta see this. I'm Gotti Schwartz. We are following some breaking news. Severe storms continue to wreak havoc. The Supreme Court put a pause on a controversial immigration law. Protesters have redoubled their numbers right here at this makeshift barricade. The future of TikTok as we know it is at risk. Is this a ban or not? The craziest ride I have ever hitched. That is totality. Do you see yourselves in space?
I could go to space.
How you feeling? I feel great.
Stay tuned now, weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
Welcome back. Let's get to our weekly mental health check-in, starting with a major report that shows that mental health is the top health concern in the U.S. and in many other countries.
We're also going to get to new legislation out of California. It's cracking down on what teens see on their social media timelines.
For a breakdown of all that and a little more, let's bring in Dr. Sue Varma. She is a board-certified psychiatrist and the author of Practical Optimism, the Art, Science, and Practice of Exceptional Well-Being. Dr. Varma, good to have you with us. Let's jump right in with this global mental health report from the market research company Ipsos. Researchers surveyed more than, 23,000 people across 31 countries. 45% of those respondents say mental health is a big concern. That's for the second year in a row. That puts it ahead of things like cancer, obesity. Do you think this increased awareness is actually leading to better mental health because we're actually talking about it more?
You know, it's tricky because on one hand, like mental health is the top concern out of all of the disorders that you mentioned, including the pandemic. When we look 6 years ago, mental health was number 3, and only 27% of people found that this was a top issue. We're finding that while more awareness is in existence, we also have more problems, right? Like when we're talking about, for example, these deepfake pornography for young women and young adults that have to worry about, we have to worry about increased social media use. We're being bombarded. The challenges keep increasing. So the awareness is there, but if we're not cracking down on the use of technology and digitally for young kids, and what this does is compromising their sleep, their exercise, a variety of things. So awareness is great, but we also have to make resources and access to mental health treatment that's affordable and also culturally sensitive and culturally competent.
Well, let's turn to kids and social media, somewhat related. Maybe things like this can help in some ways. So California Governor Gavin Newsom, he signed new legislation. It's going to try to force tech companies to show minors their social media timelines in chronological order over the next few years. That might sound kind of wonky. What does that mean? Well, the idea here is that that is less addictive than being served content by the algorithm, the all-important algorithm we talk about. So hopefully, therefore, less doom scrolling and that kind of thing for minors. What do you think of that approach?
I think if we were to equate this to the world of, let's say, substance use disorders, in my mind, this new approach is harm reduction. It's saying, okay, we're still going to be using the substance, but we're going to try to mitigate it or try to put it, within some parameters, some control. And that's great. But the question is, should young people still be using it, right? So when, the Surgeon General put out an advisory that really we should not, children below the age of 13 should not be using smartphones. In other countries, they're saying maybe the age of 16 and above. So the question is, it's not how, it's if, right? Should we even be using it and when and at what age? Because the reality is that most teens are on their devices 9 hours a day. Some are on it pretty much the entire day that they're awake. This is really interfering with their sleep. They have it by the bedside. It's affecting their academic performance. And what we see in California, that they're trying to limit that the companies cannot, these tech companies can't push notifications during the school day and during night. Parents can change that, of course. So all of these things are making a difference, but it really has to stop in terms of, do we even allow it? Let's put it that way.
For those who are on their phone, something getting millions of views on social media, this idea of lowering our cortisol. That's your body's main stress hormone. We're a little tight on time here, but is focusing on reducing stress in this way helpful?
I'm concerned about it because people are getting confused with what's called Cushing's disorder and moon-like phases, which very few people have, maybe 13 or 14 out of a million at best. And really what we're talking about, stress reduction, but don't connect it to your physical appearance. There's this concept of look maxing where everybody's like, oh, I want a chiseled jaw and I want six-pack abs. If you want to lower your stress reduction simply because you care about your mental health, and you should, then that's a different story. And there's so many ways to do that. Friendship, spending time in nature, getting more sleep, exercising, mindfulness.
All things we need to be doing more of. All right, Dr. Varma, always great to have you with us. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Time for a look at some money headlines. The Department of Justice is planning to sue Visa, accusing them of illegally monopolizing the debit card market.
CNBC's Savannah Henao has that and some other money news. Savannah, good morning.
Good morning, Joe. Good morning, Savannah. Yes, so the Justice Department plans to file an antitrust lawsuit against Visa, alleging the company has monopolized the debit card market. Bloomberg reports the suit could come as soon as today. Now, the government is preparing to accuse Visa, the world's largest payment network operator, of taking steps to prevent challenges from competitors. Earlier this year, Visa settled a lawsuit filed by Discover's payment network, which claimed it obstructed competition, causing merchants to pay higher fees. Southwest Airlines is warning employees it will soon have to make tough decisions as it tries to boost profits and counter demands from activist investor Elliott Management. CNBC has learned Southwest Chief Operating Officer sent a video message to employees last week saying the airline is considering changes to its flight routes and schedules to increase revenue. It plans to offer assigned seats and extra legroom in some rows to attract premium passengers and will start overnight flights. Southwest will present details to investors on Thursday. And several new emojis are coming to your smartphone and other devices next year. They include one to represent us all, an exhausted face with bags under the eyes. The list also has a root vegetable, harp, fingerprint, shovel, and a purple splatter. The exhausted face won the most anticipated emoji at the World Emoji Awards with more than 60% of the vote, guys.
Is he exhausted or does he just look like Groucho Marx?
It looks a little grouchy, right? Yeah.
I like it.
It's good. It's good. I think we need to adjust it. We need to adjust it a little to really represent our exhausted faces.
Bigger bags under the eyes. Okay.
Thanks, Savannah.
Coming up, he is the brilliant mind behind The Notebook, the popular romance novel that became a box office hit and now a Broadway musical. Now he is out with a new love story.
After the break, we're going to sit down with best-selling author Nicholas Sparks about his newest book. It is out today. Stay with us. This is Morning News Now.
Top story live from Paris, live in Tel Aviv. We are here in Butler, Pennsylvania.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
The Vote. It's as American as apple pie. It's iconic.
Got the flag up.
Patriotic. The Vote is as American as you. This November, step into the box and make it stick. Vote her up.
Top story live from Paris, live in Tel Aviv. We are here in Butler, Pennsylvania.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Now is raw.
How hard is it to see it like this?
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is real.
Let's break down what we know and then the big questions still outstanding.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
NBC News Daily is #1 for afternoon news across all of television.
I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinklea Samwat.
What's happening around the world?
Israel's military is building up there along the border.
And what matters here at home?
New numbers are out today showing more encouraging signs for our economy.
Let's zero in on exercise. We know we're supposed to be doing it. What does it do for our health?
What needs to change for social media to be a safer place?
NBC News Daily, weekdays from 12 to 4 on NBC News Now.
For the very latest on the 2024 election, get the NBC News app, your trusted source for the latest breaking news, analysis, on-the-ground reporting, and newsmaker interviews. Download the NBC News app now.
Closer to the Gaza border. A story of resilience and hope. Please take care of yourself and each other.
Welcome back. Finally this hour, a treat for all the book lovers out there. Our next guest is a highly acclaimed author, really a household name, who's written more than 20 books, and every single one has been a New York Times bestseller.
We're talking about Nicholas Sparks, who's been moving fans to tears with his heart-wrenching, all-consuming love story since 1996, when the world, of course, first fell in love with the classic The Notebook. Sparks also a screenwriter and producer, with nearly half of his novels being adapted for the silver screen.
Talk about some stats there. We're so excited to be joined by Nicholas Sparks here in studio. Good morning.
Hey, thank you for having me. This is great.
This is so fabulous to have you. It is launch day for you for a new book. We've got it right behind, over that shoulder, Counting Miracles.
Counting Miracles.
Your newest novel out. You have written so many. We love them all. What is it like to come out with a new one and hand it over to all of us who just eat them up?
Well, it's different now than it used to be, right?
Yeah.
I've been here and done that, right? Of course, The Notebook, it was like, gosh, I wonder if anyone's even going to find The Notebook in the store.
They did.
Now, it's really exciting. You know, this is a novel I'm really proud to have written. It was challenging in a lot of ways. And it's exciting because I think people are really going to love the story. I'm excited for them to read it.
What can you tell us a little bit about the story?
3 people in the story. The main male protagonist, a guy named Tanner, former military, worked for USAID afterwards. He's goes to his little town, Ashboro, in search of who his biological father is, but he's going to be leaving the country soon. Meets a doctor named Caitlin. She's a divorced mother of 2, raising a couple of kids. And, of course, it's a Nicholas Sparks novel, so some things go on there. And then there's if I have to tell you what happens, okay. Then we have the third character, Jasper. He's a little old man, a hermit. He's had a very tragic life. And little by little, these stories intertwine toward the end in a way that I'm hopeful surprises people.
Clearly, you are so prolific. And I think the thread that ties your stories together is we almost feel like we are experiencing the love, the heartache, all that. But where do you get inspiration from? I mean, how do you get these ideas for so many stories?
Great question. And sometimes I wonder that myself. I will say that after every novel, beginning with The Notebook, I finish a novel, it's done, I say, well, that's it. I got no more ideas. That's all I have, right? And of course, I've continued to put them out. They can come from an image. This novel came from an image, an old man injured in the woods with a dog over him. Didn't know who the old man was, who the dog was, how he got injured, but that's how it started. Others, I start with a theme. Others may be inspired by family, like A Walk to Remember was kind of the story of my sister's battle with cancer. So you start with one idea and you just build out until you have a story.
God, let's talk about the adaptations that have come through this. You've worked with Mandy Moore, you mentioned Walk to Remember, Ryan Reynolds, Rachel McAdams, Miley Cyrus. What is it like to watch one of these books? You know, you're an author, but then you end up on these movie sets with these A-listers, and not to mention Broadway. That was a huge milestone for you.
Right. Yeah. I've been very blessed with the producers, the directors, and the cast of all my films, and I think. What's really neat is we're all on the same page always on what do we need to do to make this the best possible film that we can do, even if it differs a little bit from the underlying story. And I'm okay with that change.
You are, okay.
And then you have the actors, and they come in and they have to stretch themselves because they have to make a lot of different emotions feel very real. And I've just been really impressed with how much diligence they brought to each of these roles. And this goes across the board. I've been incredibly fortunate.
The best part, by the way, about the Broadway show, music written by Ingrid Michaelson, is they sell little tiny boxes of Kleenexes, and you definitely need those little boxes of Kleenexes by the end, just like with the movie. In fact, we could use a bigger box of Kleenex here. We've got like 45 seconds here, but I think it's interesting. You were a pharmaceutical sales rep for years. I think there's so many people out there who want to be a great author, who want to be a writer. They are afraid to make that leap. What is your advice?
You know, well, I was selling pharmaceuticals, which means I had, you know, you're off at 4 or 5 o'clock in the afternoon. Whenever you're off, you have time in the evening to work, and that's what I did. If you want to be a writer, it comes down to really a couple things. You got to read a lot, and you got to read in a variety of genres, because you got to know how stories work or don't work. And so try to learn from whatever you read. That's one. And then number 2, you got to make time to sit in front of the keyboard or the typewriter or a pad and actually write. And those are the two things. Without those two things, you're not going to be a writer.
Oh, Nicholas Sparks, what a treat. It's so awesome to have you here. Congratulations on the new book. Again, it is out today. Check it out. It's called Counting Miracles, wherever books are sold. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you so much for having me.
Congrats again.
That is going to do it for this hour of Morning News Now.
Stay with us. The news continues right now. Good morning. Thanks for joining us this Tuesday. I'm Savannah Sellers.
I'm Joe Fryer. Right now on Morning News Now, taking center stage. This morning, President Biden set to deliver his final speech as president to the United Nations General Assembly. This as Iran's new vice president insists he is not seeking a war with Israel as the devastation continues to grow in the Middle East. We are outside the UN with what the president is expected to say in his push for peace. Also developing this morning, mass exodus. U.S. troops heading into Lebanon to help evacuate Americans after Israeli airstrikes led to the deadliest day there in nearly 2 decades. The new warning from Israel's prime minister with the region on the brink. Plus, tropical threat. Florida on alert ahead of what's expected to be the next hurricane. The National Weather Service issuing a hurricane watch and tropical storm warnings as the system churns toward the Gulf Coast. Angie Lassman is tracking the storm and when it could make landfall. And trouble on the tarmac. The holiday travel rush is right around the corner, but the FAA is struggling to stem the shortage of air traffic controllers. The impact that could have on your travel plans and the steps the agency is taking to try to fix the problem. That's on a lot of folks' mind with Thanksgiving now getting pretty close here.
Yeah, that's right.
Make those plans. All right, let's begin this hour with President Biden's major speech to world leaders at the United Nations General Assembly here in New York.
This morning's speech is set to be the president's fourth and final address to the UN. With a host of global challenges and crises to contend with, it could be his most important speech to this international organization yet. NBC News Chief White House correspondent Peter Alexander has the latest for us.
Good morning to you. When he addresses global leaders here this morning, senior officials say that President Biden's going to argue that his vision for a world where countries come together to solve big problems has, in his words, produced results, real achievements for the American people and for the world. But as President Biden's time in office winds down, he is still dealing with a series of unresolved crises overseas. President Biden this morning preparing for his fourth and final address to the United Nations General Assembly after receiving a surprise award from Bill and Hillary Clinton.
We honor him today, not just for what he's accomplished, but for the way he has done it.
President Biden today will address a series of global challenges, from the climate crisis to the conflicts in the Middle East and Ukraine. And senior officials tell NBC News he'll tout what he views as his greatest accomplishments, including strengthening American alliances. The president recently offering this preview.
We decide to come together and set our future on a fundamentally better path. I believe we can.
Looming over today's gathering, escalating tensions in the Middle East, with Israel and Hezbollah now trading airstrikes.
We're working to de-escalate in a way that allows people to return to their homes safely.
A senior State Department official warning Israel's strategy risks further escalation. 3 defense officials tell NBC News the Pentagon plans to send a few dozen additional U.S. troops to the region in the coming days to help Americans flee if that becomes necessary. There are already roughly 40,000 American troops there. And top of mind for many foreign leaders at the General Assembly, whether former President Trump will be the one delivering the speech here next year, as Trump and his allies argue the wars overseas show President Biden's foreign policy approach is failing.
We have an incompetent leader in Biden, and we have somebody who's worse in this new one that they threw into the ring.
With more than 140 heads of state descending on New York City, the Secret Service says it is confident in its plan to keep them safe, designating it as a national special security event, like the Super Bowl. NBC News was granted exclusive access to this command center that the Secret Service shares with its partners.
Bringing everyone together and making sure we're able to deliver a clear, concise message for an event, that's one of our strengths.
And looking ahead to this week at the UN, Israel's Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu is scheduled to address the General Assembly on Thursday. He is facing some pressure, we should note, at home not to leave amid the escalating violence between Israel and Hezbollah. Netanyahu is not expected to meet with President Biden if he does, in fact, come here. President Biden will be in Washington then, where both the president and Vice President Kamala Harris are expected to meet with Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelensky later this week, with Zelensky set to present what he is describing as his victory plan. Former President Trump also expected to meet with Zelensky while he is in town. Back to you.
Peter, thank you very much.
Thousands are evacuating southern Lebanon as Israel and Hezbollah continue to trade cross-border attacks. This comes just one day after the deadliest day in Lebanon in nearly 2 decades. NBC News chief foreign correspondent Richard Engel has the latest.
Israel insists it is not starting a new war in Lebanon, but simply expanding one that has been going on for the past year. In Lebanon, many people fear that Israel plans to turn large parts of that country into the next Gaza.
An exodus is underway out of southern Lebanon this morning. People are heading north for safety. They're trying to get out of the way of intensifying Israeli airstrikes targeting Hezbollah. Strikes that can come without warning. A Lebanese journalist was recording an interview when Israel is focusing much of its firepower on southern Lebanon, just across the border from northern Israel, where Hezbollah, backed by Iran, has stored rockets, missiles, and drones. Israel is also targeting Lebanon's western Bekaa Valley, which the Israeli military says Hezbollah uses to smuggle in weapons from Syria and Iran. Lebanese health officials say more than 500 people, including children, have been killed by the Israeli strikes so far. As Lebanon braces for a wider war, it's powerless to stop. Hezbollah doesn't run Lebanon, but it's stronger than Lebanon's government and armed forces. And the militant group is still firing rockets and drones. We captured them being intercepted by Israel's Iron Dome.
Hezbollah has managed to score a few direct strikes in Israel, but overall, the amount of damage in Israel has been minimal. It seems that the Israeli military strategy is to overwhelm Hezbollah before the group can carry out an effective counterstrike. Is this going to a land war? It's an air campaign so far. Do you think that's where this is heading?
At the moment, we're focused.
We've got some breaking news out of New York this morning. In just a few moments, President Biden will deliver his 4th and final address as president to the United Nations General Assembly. This is video of him arriving just a minute or two ago. His speech to world leaders comes amid a host of global crises, including wars in the Middle East and Ukraine. More than 140 heads of state are in town this week for this high-security, high-stakes annual meeting. Let's bring in NBC News White House correspondent Monica Alba. She joins us now from Washington as we wait for the president to begin his address any moment. Monica, this is sort of the long goodbye for the president. Walk us through some of the issues he's expected to address in this speech to the UN General Assembly.
That's right, Joe. And remember that just a couple of months ago, when President Biden was the Democratic nominee, giving a speech at UNGA in the heat of an election season would also take on significance and added meaning that now is different given the speech that he will be giving as he is preparing to leave office in just a couple of months. And we know from senior officials that the president plans to lay out what he views as some of his top accomplishments on the world stage during these remarks just a short time from now, including what he believes is this idea that he has been able to shore up some key alliances of the United States. And he talks frequently about this idea that when he came to office following former President Trump's term, that world leaders would turn to him and they would say, well, if you say, President Biden, that America is back, our question is, for how long? And that's a story that the president recounts time and time again in his public speeches to, again, try to emphasize this idea that he really wanted to be sure to be the one to restore some of that ability to work together on the world stage that the president says was undermined during Donald Trump's time in office. So expect to hear him lean into that theme, but also to talk again, as he has in the last few months, about the turmoil in the Middle East, in particular, this idea that the president has been trying to work to get a ceasefire agreement between Israel and Hamas that has proven completely elusive and difficult, and really is seeming like it will be very hard to get over the finish line in these final weeks. But we also saw him discuss some of these themes just over the weekend before coming to New York, when he held the Quad Summit with India, Australia, and Japan, and those leaders in his hometown of Wilmington, Delaware, where they discussed things like countering China's growing and rising influence. That's another theme that likely will be in this speech. And then, of course, as he has discussed in the last few years, President Biden will likely talk about the war in Ukraine. And we know that Ukrainian President Zelensky, who frequently travels to these kinds of places where there are many world leaders that he can meet with, is expected to meet not only with President Biden this week, but also with Vice President Harris. And President Zelensky has expressed an interest in meeting with former President Trump as well, because he has said that if he's going to lay out his idea for a peace plan to end the war in Ukraine, he doesn't know who will be in office. None of us know in January of 2025. So he's going to be sitting down with both of the potential candidates in this race in order to discuss next steps there. So I think the president will talk about all of that. And then, Joe, something that's interesting is that after this summit wraps up, we do expect to see the president sort of do his own farewell tour abroad. We know he is planning to go overseas to a couple of summits that will happen, like the G20 in Brazil and APEC in Peru, and that is likely to happen after the election. That's when it's planned for. But before that, during the month of October, perhaps, he could be visiting Africa, which is something that he had promised to do at some point last year, and then things got derailed with other international crises. So now it sounds like he could be doing that before he leaves office. And we're told he wants to visit Angola, which no American president has done before. Perhaps he will have other stops on that visit and during those travels. But he has also expressed going elsewhere and maybe going back to Europe. There's a possible trip to Germany that we have reported could be in the works. So they're still nailing down all those details. But I think what you're going to see here today is the domestic version of a speech that, of course, has many foreign implications and themes. And then he will like to go abroad and sort of give a different version of this speech in some of these different places to, again, tout what he views as the top successes of his nearly 4 years in office. But it's not just limited to that, because he will speak to, and what many of his aides speak to often, is his decades that they argue in the foreign policy space that have made him the president that he is today, and that he feels he's been able to truly channel some of these personal relationships with leaders and with countries that have made him, again, in his view, effective in some of these manners. But the backdrop to all of this, Joe, as you know, is the immense difficulty all over the world, Monica, in many different places.
We'll listen in right now. President Biden taking the podium at the United Nations General Assembly.
My fellow leaders, today is the fourth time I've had the great honor of speaking to this assembly as President of the United States. It'll be my last. I've seen a remarkable sweep of history. I was first elected to office in the United States of America as a U.S. Senator in 1972. Now, I know I look like I'm only 40. I know that. I was 29 years old. Back then, we were living through an inflection point, a moment of tension and uncertainty. The world was divided by the Cold War. The Middle East was headed toward war. America was at war in Vietnam. At that point, the longest war in America's history. Our country was divided and angry, and there were questions about our staying power and our future. But even then, I entered public life not out of despair, but out of optimism. The United States and the world got through that moment. It wasn't easy or simple without significant setbacks. But we go on to reduce the threat of nuclear weapons through arms control, and then go on to bring the Cold War itself to an end. Israel and Egypt went to war, but then forged a historic peace. We ended the war in Vietnam. The last year in Hanoi, I met with the Vietnamese leadership. We elevated our partnership to the highest level. It's a testament to the resilience of the human spirit and the capacity for reconciliation. That today, the United States and Vietnam are partners and friends. And it's proof that even from the horrors of war, there's a way forward. Things can get better. We should never forget that. I've seen that throughout my career. In the 1980s, I spoke out against apartheid in South Africa. And then I watched the racist regime fall. In the 1990s, I worked to hold Milosevic accountable for war crimes. He was held accountable. At home, I wrote and passed the Violence Against Women Act to end the scourge of violence against women and girls, not only in America, but across the world, as many of you have as well. But we have so much more to do, especially against rape and sexual violence as weapons of war and terror. We were attacked on 9/11 by al-Qaeda and Osama bin Laden. We brought him justice. Then I came to the presidency at another moment of crisis and uncertainty. I believed America had to look forward. New challenges, new threats, new opportunities were in front of us. We needed to put ourselves in a position to see the threats, to deal with the challenges, and to seize the opportunities as well. We need to end the era of war that began on 9/11. As Vice President to President Obama, he asked me to work to wind down the military operations in Iraq, and we did, painful as it was. When I came to office as president, Afghanistan had replaced Vietnam as America's longest war. I was determined to end it, and I did. It was a hard decision, but the right decision. 4 American presidents had faced that decision, but I was determined not to leave it to the 5th. It was a decision accompanied by tragedy. 13 brave Americans lost their lives, along with hundreds of Afghans in a suicide bomb. I think those lost lives, I think of them every day. I think of all the 2,461 U.S. military deaths over a long 20 years of that war. 20,744 American servicemen wounded in action. I think of their service, their sacrifice, and their heroism. I know other countries lost their own men and women fighting alongside us. We honor their sacrifices as well. To face the future, I was also determined to rebuild my country's alliances and partnerships to a level not previously seen. We did just that, from traditional treaty alliances to new partnerships like the Quad with the United States, Japan, Australia, and India. I know many look at the world today and see difficulties and react with despair, but I do not. I won't. As leaders, we don't have the luxury. I recognize the challenges from Ukraine to Gaza to Sudan and beyond. War, hunger, terrorism, brutality, record displacement of people, a climate crisis, democracy at risk, strains within our societies, the promise of artificial intelligence and its significant risk. The list goes on. But maybe because all I've seen and all we have done together over the decades, I have hope. I know there is a way forward. In 1919, the Irish poet William Butler Yeats described a world, and I quote, where things fall apart, the center cannot hold, mere anarchy is loosed upon the world, end of quote. Some may say those words describe the world not just in 1919, but in 2024. But I see a critical distinction. In our time, the center has held. Leaders and people from every region and across the political spectrum have stood together, turned the page, We turned the page on the worst pandemic in a century. We made sure COVID no longer controls our lives. We defended the UN Charter and ensured the survival of Ukraine as a free nation. My country made the largest investment in climate, clean energy, ever anywhere in history. There will always be forces that pull our countries apart and the world apart. Aggression, extremism, chaos, and cynicism. A desire to retreat from the world and go it alone. Our task, our test, is to make sure that the forces holding us together are stronger than those that are pulling us apart. That the principles of partnership that we came here each year to uphold can withstand the challenges. That the center holds once again. My fellow leaders, I truly believe we're at another inflection point in world history. Where the choices we make today will determine our future for decades to come. Will we stand behind the principles that unite us? Will we stand firm against aggression? Will we end the conflicts that are raging today? Will we take on global challenges like climate change, hunger, and disease? Will we plan now for the opportunities and risk of a revolutionary new technologies? I want to talk today about each of these decisions and the actions, in my view, we must take. To start, each of us in this body has made a commitment to the principles of the UN Charter to stand up against aggression. When Russia invaded Ukraine, we could have stood by and merely protested. But Vice President Harris and I understood that that was an assault on everything this institution was supposed to stand for. And so, my direction, America stepped into the breach, providing massive security and economic and humanitarian assistance. Our NATO allies and partners in 50-plus nations stood up as well. But most importantly, the Ukrainian people stood up. I asked the people of this chamber to stand up for them. The good news is Putin's war has failed and at his core aim. He set out to destroy Ukraine, but Ukraine is still free. He set out to weaken NATO, but NATO is bigger, stronger, and more united than ever before, with 2 new members, Finland and Sweden. But we cannot let up. The world now has another choice to make. Will we sustain our support to help Ukraine win this war and preserve its freedom, or walk away and let aggression be renewed and a nation be destroyed? I know my answer. We cannot grow weary. We cannot look away. And we will not let up on our support for Ukraine. Not until Ukraine wins a just and durable peace in the UN Charter. We also need to uphold our principles as we seek to responsibly manage the competition with China so it does not veer into conflict. We stand ready to cooperate on urgent challenges for the good of our people and the people everywhere. We recently resumed cooperation with China to stop the flow of deadly synthetic narcotics. I appreciate the collaboration. It matters for the people of my country and many others around the world. On matters of conviction, the United States is unabashed, pushing back against unfair economic competition, against military coercion of other nations in the South China Sea, and maintaining peace and stability across the Taiwan Straits, and protecting our most advanced technologies so they cannot be used against us or any of our partners. At the same time, we're going to continue to strengthen our network of alliances and partnerships across the Indo-Pacific. These partnerships are not against any nation. They're building blocks for a free, open, secure, and peaceful Indo-Pacific. We're also working to bring greater measure of peace and stability to the Middle East. The world must not flinch from the horrors of October 7th. Any country would have the right and responsibility to ensure that such an attack can never happen again. Thousands of armed Hamas terrorists invaded a sovereign state. slaughtering and massacring more than 1,200 people, including 46 Americans, in their homes and at a music festival. Despicable acts of sexual violence, 250 innocents taken hostage. I've met with the families of those hostages. I've grieved with them. They're going through hell. Innocent civilians in Gaza are also going through hell. Thousands and thousands killed, including aid workers. Too many families dislocated, crowding into tents, facing a dire humanitarian situation. They didn't ask for this war that Hamas started. I put forward with Qatar and Egypt a ceasefire and hostage deal. It's been endorsed by the UN Security Council. Now is the time for the parties to finalize its terms, bring the hostages home, and secure security for Israel and Gaza free of Hamas' grip, ease the suffering in Gaza, and end this war. On October 7th, since October 7th, we've also been determined to prevent a wider war that engulfs the entire region. Hezbollah, unprovoked, joined the October 7th attack, launching rockets into Israel. Almost a year later, too many on each side of the Israeli-Lebanon border remain displaced. A full-scale war is not in anyone's interest. Even if the situation has escalated, a diplomatic solution is still possible. In fact, it remains the only path to lasting security to allow the residents from both countries to return to their homes and the border safely. And that's what we're working tirelessly to achieve. As we look ahead, we must also address the rise of violence against innocent Palestinians on the West Bank and set the conditions for a better future, including a two-state solution where Israel enjoys security and peace and full recognition and normalized relations with all its neighbors, where Palestinians live in security, dignity, and self-determination in a state of their own. Progress toward peace will put us in a stronger position to deal with the ongoing threat posed by Iran. Together, we must deny oxygen to its terrorist proxies, which have called for more October 7th and ensure that Iran will never, ever obtain a nuclear weapon. Gaza is not the only conflict that deserves our outrage. In Sudan, a bloody civil war unleashed one of the world's worst humanitarian crises. 8 million on the brink of famine. Hundreds of thousands already there. Atrocities in Darfur and elsewhere. The United States has led the world in providing humanitarian aid to Sudan. And with our partners, we've led diplomatic talks to try to silence the guns and avert a wider famine. The world needs to stop arming the generals, to speak with one voice and tell them, stop tearing your country apart, stop blocking aid to the Sudanese people, end this war now. But people need more than the absence of war. They need a chance to live in dignity. They need to be protected from the ravages of climate change, hunger, and disease. Our administration has invested over $150 billion to make progress and other sustainable development goals. It includes $20 billion for food security, over $50 billion for global health. We've mobilized billions more in private sector investment. We've taken the most ambitious climate action in history. We've moved to rejoin the Paris Agreement on day one. And today, my country is finally on track to cut emissions in half by 2030. On track to honor my pledge to quadruple climate financing to developing nations with $11 billion thus far this year. We've rejoined the World Health Organization, donating 700 million doses of COVID vaccine to 117 countries. We must now move quickly to face Mpox outbreak in Africa. We're prepared to commit $500 million to help African countries prevent and respond to Mpox and to donate 1 million doses of Mpox vaccine now. We call on our partners to match our pledge and make this a billion-dollar commitment to the people of Africa. Beyond the core necessities of food and health, the United States, the G7, and our partners have embarked on an ambitious initiative to mobilize and deliver significant finance to the developing world. We're working to help countries build out their infrastructure, to clean energy transition, to the digital transformation, to lay new economic foundations for a prosperous future. It's called the Partnership for Global Infrastructure and Investment. We've already started to see the fruits of this emerge in Southern Africa and Southeast Asia and in the Americas. We have to keep it going. I want to get things done together. In order to do that, we must build a stronger, more effective, and more inclusive United Nations. The UN needs to adapt and bring new voices and new perspectives. That's why we support reforming and expanding the membership of the UN Security Council. My UN ambassador just laid out our detailed vision to reflect today's world, not yesterday's. It's time to move forward. The Security Council, like the UN itself, needs to go back to the job of making peace, of brokering deals to end wars and suffering. And to stop the spread of the most dangerous weapons, of stabilizing troubled regions in East Africa, from East Africa to Haiti, to Kenya-led mission that's working alongside the Haitian people to turn the tide. We also have a responsibility to prepare our citizens for the future. We'll see more technological change, I argue, in the next 2 to 10 years than we have in the last 50 years. Artificial intelligence is going to change our ways of life, our ways of work, and our ways of war. It could usher in scientific progress at a pace never seen before, and much of it could make our lives better. But AI also brings profound risks, from deep fakes to disinformation, to novel pathogens, to bioweapons. We've worked at home and abroad to define the new norms and standards. This year, we achieved the first ever General Assembly resolution on AI to start developing global rules of the road. We also announced a declaration on the responsible use of AI, joined by 60 countries in this chamber. But let's be honest, this is just the tip of the iceberg, what we need to do to manage this new technology. Nothing is certain about how AI will evolve or how it will be deployed. No one knows all the answers. My fellow leaders, it's with humility I offer 2 questions. First, how do we as an international community govern AI? As countries and companies race to uncertain frontiers, we need an equally urgent effort to ensure AI's safety, security, and trustworthiness. As AI grows more powerful, it also must grow more responsive to our collective needs and values. Benefits of all must be shared equitably. It should be harnessed to narrow, not deepen, digital divides. Second, will we ensure that AI supports rather than undermines the core principles that human life has value and all humans deserve dignity? We must make certain that the awesome capabilities of AI will be used to uplift and empower everyday people, not to give dictators more powerful shackles on the human spirit. In the years ahead, there may well be no greater test of our leadership than how we deal with AI. Let me close with this. Even as we navigate so much change, one thing must not change. We must never forget who we're here to represent. We, the people. These are the first words of our Constitution, the very idea of America. They inspired the opening words of the UN Charter. I made the preservation of democracy the central cause of my presidency. This summer, I faced a decision whether to seek a second term as president. It was a difficult decision. Being president has been the honor of my life. There's so much more I want to get done. As much as I love the job, I love my country more. I decided after 50 years of public service, it's time for a new generation of leadership to take my nation forward. My fellow leaders, let us never forget, some things are more important than staying in power. It's your people. It's your people that matter the most. Never forget, we are here to serve the people, not the other way around. Because the future will be won by those who unleash the full potential of their people, to breathe free, to think freely, to innovate, to educate, to live and love openly without fear. That's the soul of democracy. It does not belong to any one country. I've seen it all around the world, and the brave men and women who ended apartheid, brought down the Berlin Wall, fight today for freedom and justice and dignity. We saw it, that universal yearning for rights and freedom in Venezuela, where millions cast their vote for change that hadn't been recognized. But it can't be denied. The world knows the truth. We saw it in Uganda, LGBT activists demanding safety and recognition of their common humanity. We see it in citizens across the world peacefully choosing their future. From Ghana to India to South Korea, nations representing 1/4 of humanity who will hold elections this year alone. It's remarkable, the power of we the people, that makes me more optimistic about the future than I've ever been. Since I was first elected to the United States Senate in 1972, every age faces its challenges. I saw it as a young man. I see it today. But we are stronger than we think. We're stronger together than alone. And what the people call impossible is just an illusion. Nelson Mandela taught us, and I quote, "It always seems impossible until it's done. It always seems impossible until it's done." My fellow leaders, there is nothing that's beyond our capacity if we work together. Let's work together. God bless you all, and may God protect all those who seek peace. Thank you.
President Biden delivering his final address as president of the United Nations General Assembly, saying he has seen a remarkable sweep of history during his political career, listing a number of challenges from the Vietnam War to present-day war, and striking a note of optimism, saying things can get better. We should not forget that. Also speaking about democracy, saying some things are more important than staying in power, a line that drew applause the United Nations General Assembly. On Ukraine, he says we cannot grow weary, we cannot look away. On the Middle East, he says that the leaders need to finalize terms for a ceasefire and hostage deal. Let's bring in NBC News White House correspondent Monica Alba, who's been listening to the speech with us. And Monica, it strikes us, of course, this is part of President Biden's long goodbye right now. And we're reminded he has been a global presence on the world stage, not just for the last 4 years, but for decades, as a senator, then vice president, now as president. What stood out in this speech?
Exactly, Joe. As he put it, for nearly half a century, he has been having a heavily invested role in some of these real major crises all around the world that he spoke to, and that he has seen throughout history many different times where, in his words, he said, things seemed impossible, breakthroughs seemed completely elusive, where wars could not be finished, and yet things were able to get a bit better and improve at times. So he's trying to stress and apply that lesson that he says he has learned from all of his time in public service to the moment that we are all witnessing when it comes to wars in Ukraine, when it comes to the war in Gaza, and when it comes to turmoil elsewhere abroad. So the president was clear and got some reception and applause at those key intervals and moments when he did speak about wanting to end the war in Ukraine and for a ceasefire deal to finally come together between Israel and Hamas to release those hostages that are still being held by Hamas in Gaza. There was applause for that as well. And in addition, that line that you just mentioned about when he reflected on his own difficult decision to leave the 2024 race, a big line that he delivered to the American people as an explanation for that was, I love this job, but I love my country more. And that is something that now at this venue and on this global stage, he wanted to be clear to share with fellow leaders in making the argument that even though some people may want to stay in power, there are things that are more important than that. And that got some applause. In addition to announcements for the distribution of an Mpox vaccine and some other programs that the U.S. and the Biden administration have been working hard to do when it comes to global health. But I think this was really a president who clearly spoke a bit from his heart today in terms of some of the very difficult things that he has navigated in his career when it comes to foreign policy, but also wanting to leave this sort of legacy in his own words and on his own worldview to some of the global and most intractable challenges that we are still facing right now in our world, but also that he says there still can be some hope for. And something that I thought was really interesting, Joe, is that he did briefly mention Vice President Harris when talking about the war in Ukraine and when talking about standing up to Russian President Vladimir Putin. And that is something that in past years, I don't think he leaned into as heavily. Notable now that, of course, that is who he has endorsed fully as the Democratic nominee, as he says he's passing the torch to this new generation of leadership. Joe.
All right. Monica Alba, thank you so much. A key part of the president's address, what's happening in the Middle East. We want to bring in NBC News international correspondent Raf Sanchez, who is in northern Israel. We have seen so much intensity, so much intensify between Israel and Lebanon in recent days. To that, the president said full-scale war is not in anyone's interest, and he said a diplomatic solution is still possible. Raf, catch us up on what we are seeing today and what we've seen over the last few days there.
Well, Joe, as the president said, rather than a ceasefire deal coming together, we are seeing escalating conflict here in the Middle East, with Israel carrying out wave after wave of strikes against Hezbollah, the Iranian-backed militants, all across Lebanon. More than 500 people killed in Lebanon over the last day or so. That is by far the bloodiest day of fighting since the last war between Israel and Hezbollah, which ended back in 2006. The Israeli military says it is targeting the militant groups and its military installations. It is warning Lebanese civilians to get out of harm's way. But many, many Lebanese civilians have been killed in this fighting so far, including at least 50 children. Now, the president reiterated a line that we have heard from American officials over the course of the last year, saying that a full-scale regional war in the Middle East is in no one's interest. And he insisted that even at this late hour, with the death toll mounting, with Israeli aircraft in the air as I speak, striking in Lebanon, that a diplomatic solution was still possible. Joe, he did not give any detail about what a diplomatic solution would look like or any reasons for optimism that a deal could come together now, given that one hasn't over these last 11 months of skirmishing between Israel and Hezbollah. So this is a set of directions going the opposite way to how the Biden administration was hoping. He did talk about the plan that he had laid out to bring about a ceasefire in Gaza, to end the war there, to finally return the hostages home. Those ceasefire talks are badly, badly stalled at this point. It was notable, the president said, the parties need to finalize terms. He didn't specifically place the blame on Hamas for the lack of agreement. He seems to feel that there is also more that Israel could be doing to reach a deal. He said that both Palestinian civilians in Gaza and the families of Israeli hostages have been going through hell over these last 11 months. But I can tell you, Joe, the president badly, badly wanted to bring this conflict to an end before he leaves office. There are still 4 months to go before he steps down as the president of the United States. But right now, this is a conflict that is escalating, not heading towards a ceasefire.
Raf, Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu is expected to address the UN General Assembly later this week. I have to assume leaders in the Middle East will be paying very close attention to every word that comes out of his mouth.
Yeah, I think that's right, Joe. And it is a sign of the importance that the Israeli Prime Minister places on this opportunity to address a global audience from the United Nations in New York, that he is leaving his country at a moment of heightened military activity, flying to the other side of the planet to New York City to give that address. I think a lot of the speech will be familiar by now. He will say that the war was started by Hamas on October 7th. It was joined by Hezbollah on October 8th, that Israel has the right to defend itself like any other nation in the world, and that it is doing what it can to reduce civilian casualties. But frankly, Joe, there are many, many people around the world who do not feel that Israel has done enough to protect civilians, both in Gaza and now in Lebanon. There is widespread concern in Israel and around the world that Prime Minister Netanyahu may be deliberately prolonging this war for his own political purposes. That is an assessment that President Biden has said at points. He can understand why people would end up at that conclusion. So likely that we will see protests in New York City as the Israeli Prime Minister speaks, and people all around the region here will be following his words closely.
All right, Raf Sanchez in northern Israel. Raf, thank you so much. Be sure to stay with NBC News Now for the latest out of the Middle East and beyond. The news continues right now. The regular season is drawing to a close, and Chicago White Sox fans are on edge this morning. The team is just one heartbreaking loss away from becoming the worst Major League Baseball club in history. Their next game is tonight against the Los Angeles Angels. And while that's happening, rumors are circulating that after a century on the south side of Chicago, the stadium could be moved to a new home. NBC News correspondent Maggie Vespa spoke to some fans about all of it.
It's a lively crowd on a Friday night in Chicago, 26,000 strong, here to root on the White Sox. The big question we have, why?
We still show up, but we gotta do better because this is horrible.
It's rough. It's rough. Yeah. Emotional damage, if you will.
We're kind of numb to the pain at this point.
We're asking because the team isn't exactly a fun watch right now.
Oh, no! Oh, my goodness. The White Sox have just gone full White Sox.
That's just one of the many embarrassing ways the White Sox have lost this year. They fired their manager months ago. They've scored the fewest runs and given up the most. Dead last in home runs. It's a recipe for 120 losses. That's tied for the most in the modern era with the 1962 New York Mets. And with just 6 games until the 2024 season is mercifully over, standing alone with that worst record is looking all too likely. But the stakes are bigger for White Sox fans. Reports earlier this year that the team's owner, Jerry Reinsdorf, wanted $1 billion in public funding from the city and state to build a new stadium raised eyebrows because Guaranteed Rate Field isn't even old enough to run for president yet. Local politicians say they're skeptical.
We've seen other teams be able to support their own stadiums privately.
Studies show publicly funded stadiums have little to no tangible economic impacts on their hosts, and public subsidies are often larger than the benefits.
No one really believes it's going to happen because there's no appetite for public funding, especially not for Jerry Reinsdorf, especially not for the White Sox.
One place that has been open to public funding, Tennessee, with billions going to the Titans for their stadium. MLB has said it's not ready for expansion yet, but the city is reportedly on the short list, which may be why the White Sox owner met with Nashville's mayor in December, though the nature of those discussions were not disclosed. Since then, Reinsdorf reportedly said he would contribute some money for a stadium and pushed back on speculation he wants to move the team. The White Sox did not respond to our request for comment, but it still made some fans nervous.
Hopefully they stay in the city and the rumors of them leaving are false.
For the youngest fans, it's not all about the losses.
Is it a good season for the Sox? It is. For me.
Hope for fans of the future, even if today's team is the worst ever. Maggie Vespa, NBC News.
I will say Guaranteed Rate Field is not a great ballpark.
Because she goes, not a fun watch.
Not my favorite.
Maggie, that was hilarious. Coming up, we are catching up with crooner Michael Bublé.
What the 5-time Grammy winner told us about his new job as a coach on The Voice. That is next.
The Vote. It's as American as apple pie. It's iconic.
Got the flag up?
Patriotic. The Vote is as American as you. This November, step into the box and make it stick. Vote her up.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Hey there, I'm Hallie, and we are coming on the air tonight with new developments. Let's talk about the implications on women's health and then the political fallout. Start with what this law actually will and won't do. Cruise officials will do almost anything they can to get it back open ASAP. So how S is the P? In other words, how soon will it be open?
I could keep talking till the Eiffel Tower starts sparkling.
Now you've laid down the gauntlet, so we have to continue to speak until it starts to sparkle. It's sparkling. It's happening.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
Just outside of the Israeli military headquarters.
Now is raw.
This tunnel just goes on and on.
Now is real.
We get to see democracy in action for the very first time in the 2024 race.
Now is constant.
You gotta see this.
Future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Lester Holt, America's most trusted TV news anchor.
The Vote. It's as American as apple pie. It's iconic.
Got the flag up?
Patriotic. The Vote is as American as you. This November, step into the box and make it stick. Vote her up.
Get the latest updates on the 2024 election on the NBC News app.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Welcome back. HBO is celebrating 30 years of Friends with a new game show. The 4-part competition series is called Fast Friends, and it's heading to Max. And where else would it be filmed but right here in New York City, of course. The team is recreating some of the sitcom's iconic sets, like the coffee shop and Monica's apartment, over at the Friends Experience. It's right in the heart of Manhattan. And what would Friends be without a little friendly competition? Players will answer trivia questions and puzzles about the show. Only true fans will get to wear the ultimate Friends fan crown. Production kicks off in October, but there's no release date yet, so we will just have to keep watching reruns for now.
I feel like there are some folks who will nail that trivia because they
Absolutely.
watch it thoroughly.
Yes.
All right. Finally this hour, he is known as the keeper of the Great American Songbook. Singer and songwriter Michael Bublé has won 5 Grammys, sold more than 75 million albums, has stars on both Hollywood and Canada's Walks of Fame. Oh, yeah, and he's one of the top touring artists of all time.
And this week, the multi-platinum superstar is adding 2 more accomplishments to his long and illustrious career. Last night, Bublé made his debut as a coach on NBC's The Voice, and on Friday, he's debuting a greatest hits album. Well, Joe and I just got to sit down with him. Here's some of our conversation. Michael, good morning. Thank you so much for being here.
Good morning, and thank you for agreeing to sing with me.
Not exactly. We could never
Oh, darn,
ruin...
we forgot the band. There's no setup here.
And we would never ruin a moment to hear you sing by singing at the same time. Okay, so you're having a huge week.
Yeah,
this is exciting.
It's really exciting, yeah.
Let's start on the new album, The Best of Bublé. I mean, so exciting to basically get a best of career hits album. What is it like to put something like this together? And I know we're going to get a couple new songs as well.
It's sentimental and it's emotional. And, you know, I've spent a long time loving music and loving, you know, I say it all the time, but I'm like a chef who loves what he cooks, but more I love who I cook for. And to have that connection with all these beautiful souls for all this time and all the producers and my co-writers and all the people that love me enough, you know, that I'm here at this place with you. it's hard not to be sentimental about it all. I mean, and appreciative. It's crazy.
You are getting a little bit emotional.
Yeah,
here.
it's
All right.
beautiful.
Let's talk about the other big thing this week. We have a subtle hint behind you.
I see. Yeah, that's my seat right there.
There you go.
Right there.
You're number two? Number two?
No, I'm number
one.
one.
Oh, you're number one.
Number one.
Ooh, you're number one. Hello.
Yeah. Snoop and I are on the opposite ends.
You're the bookends. Yeah. So, I mean, what is it like to be on The Voice? I know you were a mentor like in season 3, which must have been when you were like 12 years old. I mean, how does it feel to be on The Voice?
You know what? Honestly, it is I understand why it has become destination television. I get why it's lasted, however long it's been, 14 years. It starts with the producers, the crew. These people have been there all that time. They are class acts from the top down. There's a lot of integrity, and not just, in caring about us as coaches, obviously, but I think caring about the artists, the people that come and bear their souls on this thing. And there's a lot of care. And I think that now I look at the people that I'm on this program with. I look at Snoop and I look at Reba and Gwen. There are not better people. We become family, but one of my favorite things is the empathy. Snoop and Reba and Gwen and I have been, there's a million times we've heard no, or we've failed, or we've hit roadblocks, and we see that in these artists that are coming up here. And I think that there's a lot of love going back and forth, and I think that right now this world kind of needs that. I think I think The Voice is going to bring a lot of people happiness. I do.
People might not know also that you were actually part of a talent competition show early on.
Really? How did you know that? I did everything. Honestly, I sang at shopping malls. I was at bars and clubs and yeah, I was in a couple of talent things and karaoke, just anything that I could do to get my break.
Yeah, but you sort of have empathy. You know what it's like then to be in that position where it's kind of like it's riding on somebody else.
Yeah, I think I look at somebody like Gwen, who, at 17 years old was playing in her garage with her band, and it took her 10 years. The way, she tells it all the time. She can't believe she's in this position. She never thought she'd get on the radio, never thought she'd have a break. And you can tell when she speaks to these people that she genuinely cares about them. And by the way, just so you know, I know their strategy. I know it's a TV show, and I know it's a game, but it's not a game to any of us. And what happens, and I can't get further than this because I can't, tell you, divulge, who's in and out, but I can speak for Reba and Snoop and I and Gwen when I say that many times when the journey is over for the artist, it still isn't over with us. We still, we're giving them the numbers and trying to help them and see if we can advocate for them, whether they're on this TV show or not. So it's real for us. We get it.
That is awesome to hear that. Okay, I have to ask you, what's it like to be you with the holidays approaching and hearing you everywhere?
It's about to be Michael Bublé season.
Well, what's crazy is that you would think Christmas, right?
Yes.
But what do you think happens at Valentine's Day?
Oh.
I hear myself then too, and then Mother's Day comes along, and I am hearing myself in perfume stores and shopping with my wife. Not as many elevators as you might think. You know what? It is. Can you imagine how it must feel for me to be invited into? I say this all the time. I mean, at the best time of the year, when people are at their kindest. And I'm invited to be a part of that world. And even further, my heroes, Sinatra, Bennett, Martin, Elvis, all these iconic figures. The thing that sort of puts you into that place, weirdly, is each one of them, the common denominator is each one of them has their holiday record. They have that sort of thing. And so I didn't realize it at the time, but when that happened for me, it had a big impact on my life and allowing me to advocate and fight for the Great American Songbook and be one of the lucky ones who gets to continue the legacy of my heroes. God, that was so eloquent, the way I said it.
That's very good.
Sometimes I talk and it comes out and I don't know. Because in my head, if you saw it was just two potatoes just smacking into each other. And then it comes out like that.
It's beautiful mashed potatoes.
Holy God, he's a genius.
Oh, it was amazing. Are we ever going to get another Christmas special?
Maybe. I love doing those Christmas specials. The last one, Lorne Michaels produced. And I'm in love with Lorne Michaels, and I'm in love with his mind and his passion and the integrity, and I had the best time. So, Lorne, give me a call.
Yeah. Ooh, we love
I think he's not too far around.
I feel like with the voice and
yeah.
And I've got other stuff happening that we'll talk about another time. I mean, I've got a beautiful whiskey that's called Fraser and Thompson that I'm out there trying not to drink all of, but I'm enjoying, you know,
a little too
it.
much.
As much as possible. But there's a lot of stuff happening, and so I don't know. You guys want to do a special with me?
Yeah.
What should we sing?
I don't know. I think we should start here by just I don't know.
I feel like you could give us just like, what's your favorite on your Christmas album?
Oh God, they're all my favorite. They're all my favorites. I love Blue Christmas and White Christmas and Red Christmas.
We are going to spare our audience us singing.
No, I really do. Can we just end this segment by just L is for the way you look at me. Just one. Yeah,
I don't think I should do it.
My grandma's favorite song, by the way.
I love your grandma.
There you go.
She is a sexy, sexy lady.
She is.
Michael, thank you so much. Congratulations on a huge week.
Thank you guys so
We're
much.
so excited to have you come back at Christmas
Thank you for having me, and thank you for building this beautiful set for me. Oh my God, you guys treat me so good.
So great to have you. Thank you so
guys.
much.
Congrats on everything.
Thank you. Well, that was no fun at all.
He is a hoot. And he was still like that when the camera was done rolling, taking
1,000,000%.
pictures with everyone. Just the nicest guy in the world. So we
Your
wish
grandma,
him
huh?
all the best. And he says my grandma's sexy. So there you go. That is going to do it for this hour of Morning News Now.
Stay with us. The news continues right now. Good morning. Thanks for joining us this Tuesday. I'm Savannah Sellers.
I'm Joe Fryer. Right now on Morning News Now, taking center stage. This morning, President Biden set to deliver his final speech as president to the United Nations General Assembly. This as Iran's new vice president insists he is not seeking a war with Israel as the devastation continues to grow in the Middle East. We are outside the UN with what the president is expected to say in his push for peace. Also developing this morning, mass exodus. U.S. troops heading into Lebanon to help evacuate Americans after Israeli airstrikes led to the deadliest day there in nearly 2 decades. The new warning from Israel's prime minister with the region on the brink. Plus, tropical threat. Florida on alert ahead of what's expected to be the next hurricane. The National Weather Service issuing a hurricane watch and tropical storm warnings as the system churns toward the Gulf Coast. Angie Lassman is tracking this storm and when it could make landfall. And trouble on the tarmac. The holiday travel rush is right around the corner, but the FAA is struggling to stem the shortage of air traffic controllers. The impact that could have on your travel plans and the steps the agency is taking to try to fix the problem. That's on a lot of folks' mind with Thanksgiving now getting pretty close here.
Yeah, that's right.
Make those plans. All right, let's begin this hour with President Biden's major speech to world leaders at the United Nations General Assembly here in New York.
This morning's speech is set to be the president's fourth and final address to the UN. With a host of global challenges and crises to contend with, it could be his most important speech to this international organization yet. NBC News Chief White House correspondent Peter Alexander has the latest for us.
Good morning to you. When he addresses global leaders here this morning, senior officials say that President Biden's going to argue that his vision for a world where countries come together to solve big problems has, in his words, produced results, real achievements for the American people and for the world. But as President Biden's time in office winds down, he is still dealing with a series of unresolved crises overseas. President Biden this morning preparing for his fourth and final address to the United Nations General Assembly after receiving a surprise award from Bill and Hillary Clinton.
We honor him today, not just for what he's accomplished, but for the way he has done it.
President Biden today will address a series of global challenges, from the climate crisis to the conflicts in the Middle East and Ukraine. And senior officials tell NBC News he'll tout what he views as his greatest accomplishments, including strengthening American alliances. The president recently offering this preview.
We decide to come together and set our future on a fundamentally better path. I believe we can.
Looming over today's gathering, escalating tensions in the Middle East, with Israel and Hezbollah now trading airstrikes.
We're working to de-escalate in a way that allows people to return to their homes safely.
A senior State Department official warning Israel's strategy risks further escalation. 3 defense officials tell NBC News the Pentagon plans to send a few dozen additional U.S. troops to the region in the coming days to help Americans flee if that becomes necessary. There are already roughly 40,000 American troops there. And top of mind for many foreign leaders at the General Assembly, whether former President Trump will be the one delivering the speech here next year, as Trump and his allies argue the wars overseas show President Biden's foreign policy approach is failing.
We have an incompetent leader in Biden, and we have somebody who's worse in this new one that they threw into the ring.
With more than 140 heads of state descending on New York City, the Secret Service says it is confident in its plan to keep them safe, designating it as a national special security event, like the Super Bowl. NBC News was granted exclusive access to this command center that the Secret Service shares with its partners.
Bringing everyone together and making sure we're able to deliver a clear, concise message for event, that's one of our strengths.
And looking ahead to this week at the UN, Israel's Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu is scheduled to address the General Assembly on Thursday. He is facing some pressure, we should note, at home not to leave amid the escalating violence between Israel and Hezbollah. Netanyahu is not expected to meet with President Biden if he does, in fact, come here. President Biden will be in Washington then, where both the president and Vice President Kamala Harris are expected to meet with Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelensky later this week, with Zelensky set to present what he is describing as his victory plan. Former President Trump also expected to meet with Zelensky while he is in town. Back to you.
Peter, thank you very much.
Thousands are evacuating southern Lebanon as Israel and Hezbollah continue to trade cross-border attacks. This comes just one day after the deadliest day in Lebanon in nearly 2 decades. NBC News chief foreign correspondent Richard Engel has the latest.
Israel insists it is not starting a new war in Lebanon, but simply expanding one that has been going on for the past year. In Lebanon, many people fear that Israel plans to turn large parts of that country into the next Gaza.
An exodus is underway out of southern Lebanon this morning. People are heading north for safety. They're trying to get out of the way of intensifying Israeli airstrikes targeting Hezbollah. Strikes that can come without warning. A Lebanese journalist was recording an interview when Israel is focusing much of its firepower on southern Lebanon, just across the border from northern Israel, where Hezbollah, backed by Iran, has stored rockets, missiles, and drones. Israel is also targeting Lebanon's western Bekaa Valley, which the Israeli military says Hezbollah uses to smuggle in weapons from Syria and Iran. Lebanese health officials say more than 500 people, including children, have been killed by the Israeli strikes so far. As Lebanon braces for a wider war, it's powerless to stop. Hezbollah doesn't run Lebanon, but it's stronger than Lebanon's government and armed forces. And the militant group is still firing rockets and drones. We captured them being intercepted by Israel's Iron Dome.
Hezbollah has managed to score a few direct strikes in Israel, but overall, the amount of damage in Israel has been minimal. It seems that the Israeli military strategy is to overwhelm Hezbollah before the group can carry out an effective counterstrike. Is this going to a land war? It's an air campaign so far. Do you think that's where this is heading?
At the moment, we're focused.
We've got some breaking news out of New York this morning. In just a few moments, President Biden will deliver his 4th and final address as president to the United Nations General Assembly. This is video of him arriving just a minute or two ago. His speech to world leaders comes amid a host of global crises, including wars in the Middle East and Ukraine. More than 140 heads of state are in town this week for this high-security, high-stakes annual meeting. Let's bring in NBC News White House correspondent Monica Alba. She joins us now from Washington as we wait for the president to begin his address any moment. Monica, this is sort of the long goodbye for the president. Walk us through some of the issues he's expected to address in this speech to the UN General Assembly.
That's right, Joe. And remember that just a couple of months ago, when President Biden was the Democratic nominee, giving a speech at UNGA in the heat of an election season would also take on significance and added meaning that now is different given the speech that he will be giving as he is preparing to leave office in just a couple of months. And we know from senior officials that the president plans to lay out what he views as some of his top accomplishments on the world stage. speech during these remarks just a short time from now, including what he believes is this idea that he has been able to shore up some key alliances of the United States. And he talks frequently about this idea that when he came to office following former President Trump's term, that world leaders would turn to him and they would say, well, if you say, President Biden, that America is back, our question is, for how long? And that's a story that the president recounts time and time again in his public speeches to, again, try to emphasize this idea that he really wanted to be sure to be the one to restore some of that ability to work together on the world stage that the president says was undermined during Donald Trump's time in office. So expect to hear him lean into that theme, but also to talk again, as he has in the last few months, about the turmoil in the Middle East, in particular, this idea that the president has been trying to work to get a ceasefire agreement between Israel and Hamas that has proven completely elusive and difficult and really is seeming like it will be very hard to get over the finish line in these final weeks. But we also saw him discuss some of these themes just over the weekend before coming to New York when he held the Quad Summit with India, Australia, and Japan, and those leaders in his hometown of Wilmington, Delaware, where they discussed things like countering China's growing and rising influence. That's another theme that likely will be in this speech. And then, of course, as he has discussed in the last few years, President Biden will likely talk about the war in Ukraine. And we know that Ukrainian President Zelensky, who frequently travels to these kinds of places where there are many world leaders that he can meet with, is expected to meet not only with President Biden this week, but also with Vice President Harris. And President Zelensky has expressed an interest in meeting with former President Trump as well, because he has said that if he's going to lay out his idea for a peace plan to end the war in Ukraine, he doesn't know who will be in office. None of us know in January of 2025. So he's going to be sitting down with both of the potential candidates in this race in order to discuss next steps there. So I think the president will talk about all of that. And then, Joe, something that's interesting is that after this summit wraps up, we do expect to see the president sort of do his own farewell tour abroad. We know he is planning to go overseas to a couple of summits that will happen, like the G20 in Brazil and APEC in Peru, and that is likely to happen after the election. That's when it's planned for. But before that, during the month of October, perhaps, he could be visiting Africa, which is something that he had promised to do at some point last year, and then things got derailed with other international crises. So now it sounds like he could be doing that before he leaves office. And we're told he wants to visit Angola, which no American president has done before. Perhaps he will have other stops on that visit and during those travels. But he has also expressed going elsewhere and maybe going back to Europe. There's a possible trip to Germany that we have reported could be in the works. So they're still nailing down all those details. But I think what you're going to see here today is the domestic version of a speech that, of course, has many foreign implications and themes. And then he will like to go abroad and sort of give a different version of this speech in some of these different places to, again, tout what he views as the top successes of his nearly 4 years in office. But it's not just limited to that, because he will speak to, and what many of his aides speak to often, is his decades that they argue in the foreign policy space that have made him the president that he is today, and that he feels he's been able to truly channel some of these personal relationships with leaders and with countries that have made him, again, in his view, effective in some of these manners. But the backdrop to all of this, Joe, as you know, is the immense difficulty all over the world in many different places.
We'll listen in right now. President Biden taking the podium at the United Nations General Assembly.
My fellow leaders, today is the fourth time I've had the great honor of speaking to this assembly as President of the United States. It'll be my last. I've seen a remarkable sweep of history. I was first elected to office in the United States of America as a U.S. Senator in 1972. Now, I know I look like I'm only 40. I know that. I was 29 years old Back then, we were living through an inflection point, a moment of tension and uncertainty. The world was divided by the Cold War. The Middle East was headed toward war. America was at war in Vietnam. At that point, the longest war in America's history. Our country was divided and angry, and there were questions about our staying power and our future. But even then, I entered public life not out of despair, but out of optimism. The United States and the world got through that moment. It wasn't easy or simple without significant setbacks. But we go on to reduce the threat of nuclear weapons through arms control, and then go on to bring the Cold War itself to an end. Israel and Egypt went to war, but then forged a historic peace. We ended the war in Vietnam. The last year in Hanoi, I met with the Vietnamese leadership. We elevated our partnership to the highest level. It's a testament to the resilience of the human spirit and the capacity for reconciliation. That today, the United States and Vietnam are partners and friends. And it's proof that even from the horrors of war, there's a way forward. Things can get better. We should never forget that. I've seen that throughout my career. In the 1980s, I spoke out against apartheid in South Africa. And then I watched the racist regime fall. In the 1990s, I worked to hold Milosevic accountable for war crimes. He was held accountable. At home, I wrote and passed the Violence Against Women Act to end the scourge of violence against women and girls, not only in America, but across the world, as many of you have as well. But we have so much more to do, especially against rape and sexual violence as weapons of war and terror. We were attacked on 9/11 by al-Qaeda and Osama bin Laden. We brought him justice. Then I came to the presidency at another moment of crisis and uncertainty. I believed America had to look forward. New challenges, new threats, new opportunities were in front of us. We needed to put ourselves in a position to see the threats, to deal with the challenges, and to seize the opportunities as well. We need to end the era of war that began on 9/11. As Vice President to President Obama, he asked me to work to wind down the military operations in Iraq. And we did, painful as it was. When I came to office as president, Afghanistan had replaced Vietnam as America's longest war. I was determined to end it, and I did. It was a hard decision, but the right decision. 4 American presidents had faced that decision, but I was determined not to leave it to the 5th. It was a decision accompanied by tragedy. 13 brave Americans lost their lives, along with hundreds of Afghans in a suicide bomb. I think those lost lives, I think of them every day. I think of all the 2,461 U.S. military deaths over a long 20 years of that war. 20,744 American servicemen wounded in action. I think of their service, their sacrifice, and their heroism. I know other countries lost their own men and women fighting alongside us. We honor their sacrifices as well. To face the future, I was also determined to rebuild my country's alliances and partnerships to a level not previously seen. We did just that, from traditional treaty alliances to new partnerships like the Quad with the United States, Japan, Australia, and India. I know many look at the world today and see difficulties and react with despair, but I do not. I won't. As leaders, we don't have the luxury. I recognize the challenges from Ukraine to Gaza to Sudan and beyond. War, hunger, terrorism, brutality, record displacement of people, a climate crisis, democracy at risk, strains within our societies, the promise of artificial intelligence and its significant risk. The list goes on. But maybe because all I've seen and all we have done together over the decades, I have hope. I know there is a way forward. In 1919, the Irish poet William Butler Yeats described a world, and I quote, "where things fall apart, the center cannot hold, mere anarchy is loosed upon the world," end of quote. Some may say those words describe the world not just in 1919, but in 2024. But I see a critical distinction. In our time, the center has held. Leaders and people from every region and across the political spectrum have stood together, turned the page. We turned the page on the worst pandemic in a century. We made sure COVID no longer controls our lives. We defended the UN Charter and ensured the survival of Ukraine as a free nation. My country made the largest investment in climate, clean energy, ever anywhere in history. There will always be forces that pull our countries apart and the world apart. Aggression, extremism, chaos, and cynicism. A desire to retreat from the world and go it alone. Our task, our test, is to make sure that the forces holding us together are stronger than those that are pulling us apart. That the principles of partnership that we came here each year to uphold can withstand the challenges. That the center holds once again. My fellow leaders, I truly believe we're at another inflection point in world history. But the choices we make today will determine our future for decades to come. Will we stand behind the principles that unite us? Will we stand firm against aggression? Will we end the conflicts that are raging today? Will we take on global challenges like climate change, hunger, and disease? Will we plan now for the opportunities and risk of a revolutionary new technologies? I want to talk today about each of these decisions and the actions, in my view, we must take. To start, each of us in this body has made a commitment to the principles of the UN Charter to stand up against aggression. When Russia invaded Ukraine, we could have stood by and merely protested. But Vice President Harris and I understood that that was an assault on everything this institution is supposed to stand for. And so, my direction, America stepped into the breach, providing massive security and economic and humanitarian assistance. Our NATO allies and partners in 50-plus nations stood up as well. But most importantly, the Ukrainian people stood up. I asked the people of this chamber to stand up for them. The good news is Putin's war has failed and at his core aim. He set out to destroy Ukraine, but Ukraine is still free. He set out to weaken NATO, but NATO is bigger, stronger, and more united than ever before, with 2 new members, Finland and Sweden. But we cannot let up. The world now has another choice to make. Will we sustain our support to help Ukraine win this war and preserve its freedom, or walk away and let aggression be renewed and a nation be destroyed? I know my answer. We cannot grow weary. We cannot look away. And we will not let up on our support for Ukraine, not until Ukraine wins a just and durable peace in the UN Charter. We also need to uphold our principles as we seek to responsibly manage the competition with China so it does not veer into conflict. We stand ready to cooperate on urgent challenges for the good of our people and the people everywhere. We recently resumed cooperation with China to stop the flow of deadly synthetic narcotics. I appreciate the collaboration. It matters for the people of my country and many others around the world. On matters of conviction, the United States is unabashed, pushing back against unfair economic competition, against military coercion of other nations in the South China Sea, and maintaining peace and stability across the Taiwan Straits, and protecting our most advanced technologies so they cannot be used against us or any of our partners. At the same time, we're going to continue to strengthen our network of alliances and partnerships across the Indo-Pacific. These partnerships are not against any nation. They're building blocks for a free, open, secure, and peaceful Indo-Pacific. We're also working to bring greater measure of peace and stability to the Middle East. The world must not flinch from the horrors of October 7th. Any country would have the right and responsibility to ensure that such an attack can never happen again. Thousands of armed Hamas terrorists invaded a sovereign state, slaughtering and massacring more than 1,200 people, including 46 Americans, in their homes and at a music festival. Despicable acts of sexual violence, 250 innocents taken hostage. I've met with the families of those hostages. I've grieved with them. They're going through hell. Innocent civilians in Gaza are also going through hell. Thousands and thousands kills, including aid workers. Too many families dislocated, crowding into tents, facing a dire humanitarian situation. They did not ask for this war that Hamas started. I put forward with Qatar and Egypt a ceasefire and hostage deal. It's been endorsed by the UN Security Council. Now is the time for the parties to finalize its terms, bring the hostages home, and secure security for Israel and Gaza free of Hamas' grip, ease the suffering in Gaza, and end this war. On October 7th, since October 7th, we've also been determined to prevent a wider war that engulfs the entire region. Hezbollah, unprovoked, joined the October 7th attack, launching rockets into Israel. Almost a year later, too many on each side of the Israeli-Lebanon border remain displaced. A full-scale war is not in anyone's interest. Even if the situation has escalated, a diplomatic solution is still possible. In fact, it remains the only path to lasting security to allow the residents from both countries to return to their homes and the border safely. And that's what we're working tirelessly to achieve. As we look ahead, we must also address the rise of violence against innocent Palestinians on the West Bank and set the conditions for a better future, including a two-state solution where Israel enjoys security and peace and full recognition and normalized relations with all its neighbors, where Palestinians live in security, dignity, and self-determination in a state of their own. Progress toward peace will put us in a stronger position to deal with the ongoing threat posed by Iran. Together, we must deny oxygen to its terrorist proxies, which have called for more October 7th and ensure that Iran will never, ever obtain a nuclear weapon. Gaza is not the only conflict that deserves our outrage. In Sudan, a bloody civil war unleashed one of the world's worst humanitarian crises. 8 million on the brink of famine. Hundreds of thousands already there. Atrocities in Darfur and elsewhere. The United States has led the world in providing humanitarian aid to Sudan. And with our partners, we've led diplomatic talks to try to silence the guns and avert a wider famine. The world needs to stop arming the generals, to speak with one voice and tell them, stop tearing your country apart, stop blocking aid to the Sudanese people, end this war now. But people need more than the absence of war. They need a chance to live in dignity. They need to be protected from the ravages of climate change, hunger, and disease. Our administration has invested over $150 billion to make progress and other sustainable development goals. It includes $20 billion for food security, over $50 billion for global health, We've mobilized billions more in private sector investment. We've taken the most ambitious climate action in history. We've moved to rejoin the Paris Agreement on day one. And today, my country is finally on track to cut emissions in half by 2030. On track to honor my pledge to quadruple climate financing to developing nations with $11 billion thus far this year. We've rejoined the World Health Organization, donating nearly 700 million doses of COVID vaccine to 117 countries. We must now move quickly to face Mpox outbreak in Africa. We're prepared to commit $500 million to help African countries prevent and respond to Mpox and to donate 1 million doses of Mpox vaccine now. We call on our partners to match our pledge and make this a billion-dollar commitment to the people of Africa. Beyond the core necessities of food and health, the United States, the G7, and our partners have embarked on an ambitious initiative to mobilize and deliver significant finance to the developing world. We're working to help countries build out their infrastructure, to clean energy transition, to their digital transformation, to lay new economic foundations for a prosperous future. It's called the Partnership for Global Infrastructure and Investment. We've already started to see the fruits of this emerge in Southern Africa and Southeast Asia and in the Americas. We have to keep it going. I want to get things done together. In order to do that, we must build a stronger, more effective, and more inclusive United Nations. The UN needs to adapt and bring new voices and new perspectives. That's why we support reforming and expanding the membership of the UN Security Council. Our UN ambassador just laid out our detailed vision to reflect today's world, not yesterday's. It's time to move forward. The Security Council, like the UN itself, needs to go back to the job of making peace, of brokering deals to end wars and suffering. And to stop the spread of the most dangerous weapons, of stabilizing troubled regions in East Africa, from East Africa to Haiti, to Kenya-led mission that's working alongside the Haitian people to turn the tide. We also have a responsibility to prepare our citizens for the future. We'll see more technological change, I argue, in the next 2 to 10 years than we have in the last 50 years. Artificial intelligence is going to change our ways of life, our ways of work, and our ways of war. It could usher in scientific progress at a pace never seen before, and much of it could make our lives better. But AI also brings profound risks, from deep fakes to disinformation, to novel pathogens, to bioweapons. We've worked at home and abroad to define the new norms and standards. This year, we achieved the first ever General Assembly resolution on AI to start developing global rules of the road. We also announced a declaration on the responsible use of AI, joined by 60 countries in this chamber. But let's be honest, this is just the tip of the iceberg, what we need to do to manage this new technology. Nothing is certain about how AI will evolve or how it will be deployed. No one knows all the answers. My fellow leaders, it's with humility I offer 2 questions. First, how do we as an international community govern AI? As countries and companies race to uncertain frontiers, we need an equally urgent effort to ensure AI's safety, security, and trustworthiness. As AI grows more powerful, it also must grow more responsive to our collective needs and values. Benefits of all must be shared equitably. It should be harnessed to narrow, not deepen, digital divides. Second, will we ensure that AI supports rather than undermines the core principles that human life has value and all humans deserve dignity? We must make certain that the awesome capabilities of AI will be used to uplift and empower everyday people, not to give dictators more powerful shackles on the human spirit. In the years ahead, there may well be no greater test of our leadership than how we deal with AI. Let me close with this. Even as we navigate so much change, one thing must not change. We must never forget who we're here to represent. We, the people. These are the first words of our Constitution, the very idea of America. They inspired the opening words of the UN Charter. I made the preservation of democracy the central cause of my presidency. This summer, I faced a decision whether to seek a second term as president. It was a difficult decision. Being president has been the honor of my life. There's so much more I want to get done. As much as I love the job, I love my country more. I decided after 50 years of public service, it's time for a new generation of leadership to take my nation forward. My fellow leaders, let us never forget, some things are more important than staying in power. It's your people. It's your people that matter the most. Never forget, we are here to serve the people, not the other way around. Because the future will be won by those who unleash the full potential of their people, to breathe free, to think freely, to innovate, to educate, to live and love openly without fear. That's the soul of democracy. It does not belong to any one country. I've seen it all around the world, and the brave men and women who ended apartheid, brought down the Berlin Wall, fight today for freedom and justice and dignity. We saw it, that universal yearning for rights and freedom in Venezuela, where millions cast their vote for change that hadn't been recognized. But it can't be denied. The world knows the truth. We saw it in Uganda, LGBT activists demanding safety and recognition of their common humanity. We see it in citizens across the world peacefully choosing their future. From Ghana to India to South Korea, nations representing 1/4 of humanity who will hold elections this year alone. It's remarkable, the power of we the people, that makes me more optimistic about the future than I've ever been. Since I was first elected to the United States Senate in 1972, every age faces its challenges. I saw it as a young man. I see it today. But we are stronger than we think. We're stronger together than alone. And what the people call impossible is just an illusion. Nelson Mandela taught us, and I quote, "It always seems impossible until it's done. It always seems impossible until it's done." My fellow leaders, there's nothing that's beyond our capacity if we work together. Let's work together. God bless you all, and may God protect all those who seek peace. Thank you.
President Biden delivering his final address as president to the United Nations General Assembly, saying he has seen a remarkable sweep of history during his political career, listing a number of challenges from the Vietnam War to present-day war, and striking a note of optimism, saying things can get better. We should not forget that. Also speaking about democracy, saying some things are more important than staying in power, a line that drew applause the United Nations General Assembly. On Ukraine, he says we cannot grow weary, we cannot look away. On the Middle East, he says that the leaders need to finalize terms for a ceasefire and hostage deal. Let's bring in NBC News White House correspondent Monica Alba, who's been listening to the speech with us. And Monica, it strikes us, of course, this is part of President Biden's long goodbye right now. And we're reminded he has been a global presence on the world stage, not just for the last 4 years, but for decades, as a senator, then vice president, now as president. What stood out in this speech?
Exactly, Joe. As he put it, for nearly half a century, he has been having a heavily invested role in some of these real major crises all around the world that he spoke to and that he has seen throughout history many different times where, in his words, he said, things seemed impossible, breakthroughs seemed completely elusive, where wars could not be finished, and yet things were able to get a bit better and improve at times. So he's trying to stress and apply that lesson that he says he has learned from all of his time in public service to the moment that we are all witnessing when it comes to wars in Ukraine, when it comes to the war in Gaza, and when it comes to turmoil elsewhere abroad. So the president was clear and got some reception and applause at those key intervals and moments when he did speak about wanting to end the war in Ukraine and for a ceasefire deal to finally come together between Israel and Hamas to release those hostages that are still being held by Hamas in Gaza. There was applause for that as well. And in addition, that line that you just mentioned about when he reflected on his own difficult decision to leave the 2024 race, a big line that he delivered to the American people as an explanation for that was, I love this job, but I love my country more. And that is something that now at this venue and on this global stage, he wanted to be clear to share with fellow leaders in making the argument that even though some people may want to stay in power, there are things that are more important than that. And that got some applause, in addition to announcements for the distribution of an Mpox vaccine and some other programs that the U.S. and the Biden administration have been working hard to do when it comes to global health. But I think this was really a president who clearly spoke a bit from his heart today in terms of some of the very difficult things that he has navigated in his career when it comes to foreign policy, but also wanting to leave this sort of legacy in his own words and on his own worldview to some of the global and most intractable challenges that we are still facing right now in our world, but also that he says there still can be some hope for. And something that I thought was really interesting, Joe, is that he did briefly mention Vice President Harris when talking about the war in Ukraine and when talking about standing up to Russian President Vladimir Putin. And that is something that in past years, I don't think he leaned into as heavily. Notable now that, of course, that is who he has endorsed fully as the Democratic nominee. As he says, he's passing the torch to this new generation of leadership. Joe.
All right. Monica Alba, thank you so much. A key part of the president's address, what's happening in the Middle East. We want to bring in NBC News international correspondent Raf Sanchez, who is in northern Israel. We have seen so much intensity, so much intensify between Israel and Lebanon in recent days. To that, the president said full-scale war is not in anyone's interest, and he said a diplomatic solution is still possible. Raf, catch us up on what we are seeing today and what we've seen over the last few days there.
Well, Joe, as the president said, rather than a ceasefire deal coming together, we are seeing escalating conflict here in the Middle East, with Israel carrying out wave after wave of strikes against Hezbollah, the Iranian-backed militants, all across Lebanon. More than 500 people killed in Lebanon over the last day or so. That is by far the bloodiest day of fighting since the last war between Israel and Hezbollah, which ended back in 2006. The Israeli military says it is targeting the militant groups and its military installations. It is warning Lebanese civilians to get out of harm's way. But many, many Lebanese civilians have been killed in this fighting so far, including at least 50 children. Now, the president reiterated a line that we have heard from American officials over the course of the last year, saying that a full-scale regional war in the Middle East is in no one's interest. And he insisted that even at this late hour, with the death toll mounting, with Israeli aircraft in the air as I speak, striking in Lebanon, that a diplomatic solution was still possible. Joe, he did not give any detail about what a diplomatic solution would look like or any reasons for optimism that a deal could come together now, given that one hasn't over these last 11 months of skirmishing between Israel and Hezbollah. So this is a set of directions going the opposite way to how the Biden administration was hoping. He did talk about the plan that he had laid out to bring about a ceasefire in Gaza, to end the war there, to finally return the hostages home. Those ceasefire talks are badly, badly stalled at this point. It was notable, the president said, the parties need to finalize terms. He didn't specifically place the blame on Hamas for the lack of agreement. He seems to feel that there is also more that Israel could be doing to reach a deal. He said that both Palestinian civilians in Gaza and the families of Israeli hostages have been going through hell over these last 11 months. But I can tell you, Joe, the president badly, badly wanted to bring this conflict to an end before he leaves office. There are still 4 months to go before he steps down as the president of the United States. But right now, this is a conflict that is escalating, not heading towards a ceasefire.
Raf, Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu is expected to address the UN General Assembly later this week. I have to assume leaders in the Middle East will be paying very close attention to every word that comes out of his mouth.
Yeah, I think that's right, Joe. And it is a sign of the importance that the Israeli Prime Minister places on this opportunity to address a global audience from the United Nations in New York, that he is leaving his country at a moment of heightened military activity, flying to the other side of the planet to New York City to give that address. I think a lot of the speech will be familiar by now. He will say that the war was started by Hamas on October 7th. It was joined by Hezbollah on October 8th, that Israel has the right to defend itself like any other nation in the world, and that it is doing what it can to reduce civilian casualties. But frankly, Joe, there are many, many people around the world who do not feel that Israel has done enough to protect civilians, both in Gaza and now in Lebanon. There is widespread concern in Israel and around the world that Prime Minister Netanyahu may be deliberately prolonging this war for his own political purposes. That is an assessment that President Biden has said at points. He can understand why people would end up at that conclusion. So likely that we will see protests in New York City as the Israeli Prime Minister speaks, and people all around the region here will be following his words closely.
All right. Raf Sanchez in northern Israel. Raf, thank you so much. Be sure to stay with NBC News Now for the latest out of the Middle East and beyond. The news continues right now.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second from all over the world.
We have a full team.
News is more now than ever.
Just outside of the Israeli military headquarters, they're asking that the hostages, demanding that the hostages be released.
Now is raw.
This tunnel just goes on and on and on.
Now is real.
This is it. We get to see democracy in action for the very first time in the 2024 race.
Now is constant.
Morning News Now, we're breaking news.
NBC News special report.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Top story live from Paris, live in Tel Aviv. We are here in Butler, Pennsylvania.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tanya Amos, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. Get the latest updates on the 2024 election on the NBC News app.
News lives in the now.
The front lines are still very active. This is like quicksand, and officials say an entire town is cut off.
This close to actually understand why people had to jump in the ocean.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Good to have you with us. I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. Developing right now on Morning News Now.
Growing frustrations over the migrant crisis.
Reports of new drone attacks by Houthi militants.
The storm is creating dangerous conditions all across the region.
Now let's get to some financial headlines. New rules are coming to cap credit card late fees.
Talking tuition as a new class of freshmen gets ready to go to college.
This is a big decision for families.
Do you think this could impact how people vote?
100%. Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Let's break down what we know.
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now. News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second from all over the world.
We have a full team.
News is more now than ever.
Just outside of the Israeli military headquarters, they're asking that the hostages, demanding that the hostages be released.
Now is raw.
This tunnel just goes on and on and on.
Now is real.
This is it. We get to see democracy in action for the very first time in the 2024 race.
Now is constant.
Morning News Now, we're breaking news.
NBC News special report.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Top story live from Paris, live in Tel Aviv. We are here in Butler, Pennsylvania.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second from all over the world.
We have a full team.
News is more now than ever.
Just outside of the Israeli military headquarters, they're asking that the hostages, demanding that the hostages be released.
Now is raw.
This tunnel just goes on and on and on.
Now is real.
This is it. We get to see democracy in action for the very first time in the 2024 race.
Now is constant.
Morning News Now, we're breaking news.
NBC News special report.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Top story live from Paris, live in Tel Aviv. We are here in Butler, Pennsylvania.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second from all over the world.
We have a full team.
News is more now than ever.
Just outside of the Israeli military headquarters, they're asking that the hostages, demanding that the hostages be released.
Now is raw.
This tunnel just goes on and on and on.
Now is real.
This is it. We get to see democracy in action for the very first time in the 2024 race.
Now is constant.
Morning News Now, we're breaking news.
NBC News special report.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Top story live from Paris, live in Tel Aviv. We are here in Butler, Pennsylvania.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second from all over the world.
We have a full team.
News is more now than ever.
Just outside of the Israeli military headquarters, they're asking that the hostages, demanding that the hostages be released.
Now is raw.
This tunnel just goes on and on and on.
Now is real.
This is it. We get to see democracy in action for the very first time in the 2024 race.
Now is constant.
Morning News Now, we're breaking news.
NBC News special report.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Welcome back. HBO is celebrating 30 years of Friends with a new game show. The 4-part competition series is called Fast Friends, and it's heading to Max. And where else would it be filmed but right here in New York City, of course. The team is recreating some of the sitcom's iconic sets, like the coffee shop and Monica's apartment, over at the Friends Experience. It's right in the heart of Manhattan. And what would Friends be without a little friendly competition? Players will answer trivia questions and puzzles about the show. Only true fans will get to wear the ultimate Friends fan crown. Production kicks off in October, but there's no release date yet, so we will just have to keep watching reruns for now.
I feel like there are some folks who will nail that trivia because they
Absolutely.
watch it thoroughly.
Yes.
All right. Finally this hour, he is known as the keeper of the Great American Songbook. Singer and songwriter Michael Bublé has won 5 Grammys, sold more than 75 million albums, has stars on both Hollywood and Canada's Walks of Fame. Oh, yeah, and he's one of the top touring artists of all time.
And this week, the multi-platinum superstar is adding 2 more accomplishments to his long and illustrious career. Last night, Bublé made his debut as a coach on NBC's The Voice, and on Friday, he's debuting a greatest hits album. Well, Joe and I just got to sit down with him. Here's some of our conversation. Michael, good morning. Thank you so much for being here.
Good morning, and thank you for agreeing to sing with me.
Not exactly. We would never
Oh, darn,
ruin...
we forgot the band. There's no setup here.
And we would never ruin a moment to hear you sing by singing at the same time. Okay, so you're having a huge week.
Yeah,
This is exciting.
It's really exciting, yeah.
Let's start on the new album, The Best of Bublé. I mean, so exciting to basically get a best of career hits album. What is it like to put something like this together? And I know we're going to get a couple new songs as well.
It's sentimental and it's emotional. And, you know, I've spent a long time loving music and loving, you know, I say it all the time, but I'm like a chef who loves what he cooks, but more I love who I cook for. And to have that connection with all these beautiful souls for all this time and all the producers and my co-writers and all the people that love me enough, you know, that I'm here at this place with you. It's hard not to be sentimental about it all. I mean, and appreciative. It's crazy.
You are getting a little bit emotional.
Yeah, it's
all right.
beautiful.
Let's talk about the other big thing this week. We have a subtle hint behind you.
I see. Yeah, that's my seat right there.
There you go.
Right there.
You're
there
number two? Number two?
No, I'm number
one.
one.
Oh, you're number
I'm
one.
number one.
Ooh, you're number one. Hello.
Yeah. Snoop and I are on the opposite ends.
You're the
Okay.
bookends.
Yeah.
So, I mean, what is it like to be on The Voice? I know you were a mentor like in season 3, which must have been when you were like 12 years old. I mean, how does it feel to be on The Voice?
You know what? Honestly, it is I understand why it has become destination television. I get why it's lasted however long it's been, 14 years. It starts with the producers, the crew. These people have been there all that time. They are class acts from the top down. There's a lot of integrity, and not just, you know, in caring about us as coaches, obviously, but I think caring about the artists, the people that come and bear their souls on this thing. And there's a lot of care. And I think that now I look at the people that I'm on this program with. I look at Snoop and I look at Reba and Gwen. There are not better people. We become family, but one of my favorite things is the empathy. You know, Snoop and Reba and Gwen and I have been, there's a million times we've heard no, or we've failed, or we've hit roadblocks, and we see that in these artists that are coming up here. And I think that there's a lot of love going back and forth, and I think that right now this world kind of needs that. I think The Voice is going to bring a lot of people happiness. I do.
People might not know also that you were actually part of a talent competition show early on.
Really? How did you know that? I did everything. Honestly, I sang at shopping malls. I was at, you know, bars and clubs and yeah, I was in a couple of talent things and karaoke, anything, just anything that I could do to get my break.
Yeah, but you sort of have empathy. You know what it's like then to be in that position where it's kind of like it's riding on somebody else.
Yeah, I think like I look at somebody like Gwen, who, you know, at 17 years old was playing in her garage with her band, and it took her 10 years. The way, you know, she tells it all the time. She can't believe she's in this position. She never thought she'd get on the radio, never thought she'd have a break. And you can tell when she speaks to these people that she genuinely cares about them. And by the way, just so you know, I know their strategy. I know it's a TV show, and I know it's a game, but it's not a game to any of us. And what happens, and I can't get further than this because I can't, you know, tell you, divulge, you know, who's in and out, but I can speak for Reba and Snoop and I and Gwen when I say that many times when the journey is over for the artist, it still isn't over with us. You know, we still, you know, we're giving them the numbers and trying to help them and see if we can advocate for them, whether they're on this TV show or not. So it's real for us. We get it.
That is awesome to hear that. Okay, I have to ask you, what's it like to be you with the holidays approaching and hearing you everywhere?
It's about to be Michael Bublé season.
Well, you know what's crazy is that you would think Christmas, right?
Yes.
But what do you think happens at Valentine's Day?
Oh.
I hear myself then too, and then Mother's Day comes along, and I am hearing myself in perfume stores and shopping with my wife. Not as many elevators as you might think. You know what? It is. Can you imagine how it must feel for me to be invited into? I say this all the time. I mean, at the best time of the year, when people are at their kindest. And I'm invited to be a part of that world. And even further, my heroes, Sinatra, Bennett, Martin, Elvis, you know, all these you know, iconic figures. The thing that sort of puts you into that place, weirdly, is each one of them, the common denominator is each one of them has their holiday record. You know, they have that sort of thing. And so I didn't realize it at the time, but when that happened for me, you know, it had a big impact on my life and allowing me to advocate and fight for the Great American Songbook and be one of the lucky ones who gets to continue the legacy of my heroes. God, that was so eloquent, the way I said it.
That's very good.
Sometimes I talk and it comes out and I don't know. Because in my head, if you saw it, was just two potatoes just smacking into each other. And then it comes out like that.
It was beautiful mashed potatoes.
Holy God, he's a genius.
That was amazing. Are we ever going to get another Christmas special?
Maybe. I love doing those Christmas specials. That's the last one Lorne Michaels produced. And I'm in love with Lorne Michaels, and I'm in love with his mind and his passion and the integrity, and I had the best time. So, Lorne, give me a call.
Yeah. we love that.
I think he's not too far around.
I feel like with the voice and
yeah.
And I've got other stuff happening that we'll talk about another time. I mean, I've got a beautiful whiskey that's called Fraser and Thompson that I'm out there trying not to drink all of, but I'm enjoying, you know,
a little
too
much.
As much as possible. But there's a lot of stuff happening, and so I don't know. You guys want to do a special with me?
Yeah.
What should we sing?
I don't know. I think we should start here by just I don't know.
I feel like you could give us just like, what's your favorite on your Christmas album?
Oh God, they're all my favorite. They're all my favorites. I love Blue Christmas and White Christmas and Red Christmas. And
we are going to spare our audience us singing.
No, I really do. Can we just end this segment by just L is for the way you look at me. Just one. Yeah,
I don't think I should.
My grandma's favorite song, by the way.
I love your grandma.
There you go.
She is a sexy, sexy lady.
She is.
Michael, thank you so much. Congratulations on a hit.
Thank you guys so
We're
much.
so excited to have you come back at Christmas
Thank you for having me, and thank you for building this beautiful set
look
for
at
me.
that. Yeah, look at
Oh my God, you guys treat me so good.
So great to have you. Thank you so
guys.
much.
Congrats on everything.
Thank you. Well, that was no fun at all.
He is a hoot. And he was still like that when the camera was done rolling, taking
1,000,000%.
pictures with everyone. Just the nicest guy in the world. So we
Your
wish
grandma,
him
huh?
all the best. And he says my grandma's sexy. So there you go. That is going to do it for this hour of Morning News Now.
Stay with us. The news continues right now. Hey everyone, good Tuesday. I'm Vicki Wynn. So glad you could be with me. My co-anchor Morgan is off today. NBC News Daily starts right now. Today is Tuesday, September 24th, Hurricane Watch. Officials are warning of storm surges up to 15 feet high for Florida's western coastline. We are tracking the tropical storm Helene as it barrels toward the Gulf Coast. New normal. Schools nationwide cracking down on cell phones, restricting and banning them from the classroom. The different methods districts are taking to get kids off their devices. Taking flight, the FAA has hired thousands of air traffic controllers in preparation for the upcoming holiday travel rush. We'll take you to the Academy in Oklahoma City, where the new hires are getting trained up. From chaos to calm, many of us have gotten used to coping with a certain level of stress and anxiety as we go through our day-to-day lives. Later this hour, we'll talk to a mindfulness coach and get some tips for making everything feel more manageable. Welcome to NBC News Daily this Tuesday. We start with breaking weather news. Forecasters just named the latest storm that has formed in the Caribbean. Tropical storm Helene is now on track to hit the Florida coast as a potential Category 3 hurricane later this week. Right now, it is churning toward the Gulf of Mexico, bringing thunderstorms and showers. The entire western coastline of Florida is under hurricane and storm watches at this hour. Tampa's mayor spoke just a short time ago and urged residents to be prepared.
So what we ask of everyone, the long-timers and the newcomers, is to please, please pay attention to this storm and all of the others as well.
Allison Henning with our affiliate WFLA joins me now from Manatee County. Allison, it's good to see you. So Manatee County declared a local state of emergency today. How are people being advised to get ready for this storm?
Well, with this storm surge is a big concern with the track we're seeing right now. And specifically in this area here in Manatee County, there's an extra sense of anxiety as the storm moves closer because of what folks here experienced just last month with Hurricane Debbie. Folks who have never seen flooding before, some of them saw feet of flooding in their homes. So many of them right now are still in the process of rebuilding and repairing their homes. So a lot of them are feeling like this is just too much too soon. Another big concern in this area is a dam that is in the eastern part of the county. Last month, folks in this community felt that the dam, there were multiple releases that took place, and they felt like it was at least in part to blame for that historic flooding in this area. So they're wondering, has it been taken care of? Is this going to be a problem again with the flooding, not just the storm surge concerns on the coastal part of the county? However, Manatee County has maintained that we saw 17 inches of rain last month, and that was the problem. So again, sandbags, there are 11 different locations that are open up in this area right now. So people are utilizing those as far as we know. But in terms of evacuations and such, Manatee County has not declared anything just yet, but we, of course, are keeping an eye on it.
You know, Allison, before we let you go, as you mentioned, that area already saw significant flooding during Hurricane Debbie last month. Talk to us about what local officials are doing to brace for potential flooding again and rescues.
Well, actually, a lot of those sandbag locations, like I mentioned, they haven't just been open today. They've actually been open for some time after that historic flooding that we saw last month. So folks have had an opportunity to prepare for a situation like this. Like the other counties, typically they open it just before the storm, but they have had that opportunity. Also with the dam, like I mentioned, they have lowered water levels below the typical wet season level, so they're hoping that's not going to be a concern. But again, they're keeping a close eye and will adjust as needed.
Let's hope everybody is ready. Allison Henning, thank you so much. Let's go ahead and bring in NBC News meteorologist Bill Cairns now. So, Bill, Tampa's mayor talked about dangerous storm surges and flooding there. What can we expect from Helene in the next 48 hours?
Yeah, so we're about 60 hours from landfall, so roughly about 48 hours from right now is when we'd expect the tropical storm force winds to arrive from the storm. It is still a weak storm. It's going to remain weak until probably about tomorrow morning, and that's when we expect all of a sudden it could start gaining strength and getting significantly stronger. So here's how the forecast path from the Hurricane Center is right now, kind of paralleling the west coast of Florida as we go throughout the day on Thursday. Landfall in the evening after the dinner hour, somewhere up here around Apalachicola. They call this the Big Bend area of Florida down the Cedar Key. But the whole right side of this is going to be getting strong winds. This is going to be a big storm. So the wind field is big. It's going to push a lot of water. Our latest computer models, kind of right near that black line, which is the Hurricane Center, it's kind of had an excellent agreement. We don't really have any rogue models that are heading to Tampa at this point or even over to Pensacola or Panama City. Everything is pointing at this Big Bend. But because it's so close, a smallest shift would take those hurricane force winds into the Tampa area. That's why we have the hurricane watches up from this region all the way down to St. Petersburg, Sarasota, and just north of Fort Myers. And the storm surge is by far the biggest concern with this, especially as we go throughout this Big Bend area. This traps the water. It's relatively shallow. That onshore flow piles the water up here. Now, this 10 to 15 feet assumes that it hits at high tide. Right now, it looks to hit closer to low tide, so hopefully we can take 2 feet off of this. But this is significant water rises on the west coast. So, Vicki, this has all the earmarks of a powerful storm. Everyone's going to closely be watching this tomorrow when we expect that rapid intensification.
All right, we'll be checking back in with you. Bill Cairns, thank you. Meanwhile, the U.S. is sending additional troops to the Middle East to help evacuate Americans out of Lebanon. They will join the roughly 40,000 American troops already stationed in the region, bracing for severe escalation between Israel and Hezbollah. White House officials are concerned about a lack of understanding of Israel's plans, and all of this comes as the number of casualties is rising from Israel's massive airstrikes on Monday. Lebanon says more than 550 people are dead and more than 1,800 are wounded. But Israel is not slowing down, hitting dozens more Hezbollah targets overnight. Hezbollah responding, launching several attacks of their own. NBC News international correspondent Raf Sanchez joins me now from Haifa, Israel. He's been following this. So, Raf, there's really growing concern within the Biden administration that the U.S. has essentially lost its ability to prevent this from spreading into a larger conflict. Why is that? And what is this new plan with the additional troops now being sent to the region?
So, Vicky, as you said, this is a small number of troops. They're here primarily in the event that the airport in Lebanon is closed because of these Israeli strikes. They want to be in position to help Americans to get out of the country. The State Department is urging Americans who are in Lebanon, get out now on any flight available. It may not be an option soon as this escalation continues. In terms of the broader picture here, Vicky, the Biden administration has been trying for months to get a ceasefire in Gaza, which they believe would also lead to quiet on Israel's northern border with Lebanon. They have not been able to close the gaps between Israel and Hamas to get that agreement in place, end the war in Gaza, bring the hostages home. And instead, things are going in the opposite direction. We are seeing a very, very serious escalation here between Israel and Hezbollah. President Biden saying a diplomatic solution is still possible, but it's not clear how. Vicky?
Raf, I also want to talk about the fallout from Monday's intense fighting. Thousands of people are fleeing southern Lebanon now. What is happening on both sides of the border there?
So, Vicky, just on this side of the border, we were in a community that took a hit from a Hezbollah rocket earlier on today. No one was killed there, but the sirens have been going off here. And I spoke to a member of parliament from Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu's own party about whether this escalation in Lebanon is distracting from getting Israeli hostages home. Take a listen. Do you accept this operation in Lebanon makes it less likely there's going to be a deal to get the hostages home?
No, I don't think so. I don't think so. We are committed to our hostages, and we are committed to the security of our citizens.
Now, on the other side of the border, it is just a devastating humanitarian situation. As you said, Vicky, more than 500 people have been killed in Lebanon, among them 50 children. These are the bloodiest days in Lebanon since the end of the last Israel-Hezbollah war back in 2006. You were seeing thousands of families fleeing on the highways, trying to get north, trying to get away from the fighting. And hospitals across Lebanon are saying at this point they are overwhelmed by the number of wounded.
We saw this to the south in Gaza, and now we're seeing it in Lebanon. Raf Sanchez, thank you very much. We appreciate it. On Capitol Hill, the maker of Ozempic and Wegovy is testifying before a Senate committee about the high price of drugs used for weight loss. Lawmakers are accusing the CEO of Novo Nordisk of ripping off everyday Americans who desperately need these medications. Meanwhile, the company is defending its pricing structure, arguing it is actually helping to reduce healthcare costs that are associated with obesity and type 2 diabetes. NBC News senior business correspondent Christine Romans joins me now. So, Christine, it's good to see you. A report from the committee shows that Ozempic and Wegovy cost significantly more here in the U.S. than in other countries, in some cases 15 times as much. Talk to us, look at this chart. I mean, talk to us about the disparities. How is Novo Nordisk defending themselves?
So the CEO of the company basically saying that you can't really compare those prices because the U.S. has this very complicated healthcare system with all of these little layers of people getting a cut of the deal. And in other countries, you're basically working right with insurance companies or in some cases the government. So the big focus for Novo Nordisk is to get more people access to these drugs through their insurance. And listen to what the CEO said about that.
You have said that our amazing medicines can't help patients if they can't afford them. That is true. It is also true that the full value of Ozempic and Wegovy can only be realized if patients can access them. With that said, it is clear that patients too often struggle to navigate the complex U.S. healthcare system. It is also clear that no single company alone can solve such vast and complicated policy challenges.
I mean, that sticker price he's saying is not what people are meant to be paying. That's meant to be the beginning negotiating point between insurance companies and healthcare providers, right? And the consumer. He also pointed out there's something called pharmacy benefit managers, PBMs in this country, the middlemen, if you will. Every dollar spent for Ozempic, for example, 74 cents of that goes to PBMs.
Wow, and that has been an ongoing issue.
Yes,
they
it
have
has.
Powerful lobbyists. It's interesting, he's basically pointing the finger at lawmakers and saying, it's not the company, your healthcare system needs to be fixed.
Yeah, in the bottom line, though, consumers really would like to have this drug at a lower price.
Absolutely. Christine Romans, thank you so much. And we'll keep it on your money right now with our CNBC Money Minute. Striking workers are rejecting Boeing's latest offer. The workers' union says the proposal falls short. Meanwhile, Boeing is calling this its best and final offer. CNBC Tech Check anchor Deirdre Bosa joins me now. So, Deirdre, the strike is now in its second week. What is in this latest offer from Boeing, and why is the union rejecting it?
Hey, Vicki. So Boeing's new offer, it would raise wages by 30% over 4 years, which still falls short of what the machinists union had asked for, a 40% increase. Boeing also offered to reinstate performance bonuses and improve retirement benefits if workers accept the offer by Friday. But the union will not put it to a vote, saying Boeing has refused to bargain over the proposal. And yesterday on Instagram, Levi's teased a potential collaboration with Beyonce. The post included an image of a woman wearing a cowboy hat and riding a horse with the caption, "Introducing a new chapter." Beyonce's country album, released earlier this year, features a song titled Levi's Jeans. What led what, I wonder here, Vicki?
You know what? I know that song well, and all I can say is Beyonce times Levi's. It's going to be amazing. Can we get some Post Malone in there? And then we're set. Deirdre Bosa, thanks so much. Yes. And straight ahead, more schools across the country are banning cell phones in class. Coming up, we're going to show you the effects the no device policy has had on students' performance at one Virginia high school. You're watching NBC News Daily.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
Just outside of the Israeli military headquarters.
Now is raw.
This tunnel just goes on and on.
Now is real.
We get to see democracy in action for the very first time in the 2024 race.
Now is constant.
You gotta see this.
Future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
With the new school year underway, more states are banning cell phone use on campus in an effort to limit distractions inside the classroom. I visited John Handley High School in Virginia just weeks after their no phone policy took effect, and it's already making a difference.
Bye-bye, phone. I joined the students at John Handley High School in Winchester, Virginia, who now have to place their phones in pouches or keep them off and in their backpacks during the day, including between classes and at lunch.
Raise your hand if you think this is a good idea to ban phones in schools.
It's unanimous between seniors Kimberly and Logan and sophomores Elizabeth and Lila, no fans of the ban. But they admit having a phone takes away their attention.
And what are some of the distractions you've noticed in your own classes?
I'd say the biggest distraction would probably be Instagram Reels, probably TikTok. They'll probably just keep it up on their computer and watch it as their work is just sitting there.
Why do you need a cell phone with you in school?
I find it's part of how this generation has learned to communicate. And in this generation, it has become a thing that our cell phones help us connect.
What about connecting by just passing notes or talking to each other in person?
That's not as cool. Yeah.
Not cool, but the ban could improve their mental health. The Surgeon General wants Congress to approve a warning label on what these phones are most often used for, social media, and what he considers the risk of significant mental health harms from these platforms.
Have any of you had a negative experience with your phones due to bullying or what you've seen on social media? Raise your hands.
You're seeing these people, these models, and they create like a sort of ideology of what you have to become.
I'll see things like sports-wise for me, really. Someone will show like physiques, where they are for their sports, and it just makes my goals seem harder to reach for me.
A study by Common Sense Media found students receive more than 200 notifications a day, and 97% of them use their phones during school hours. Distractions like this leading a growing number of states to review and restrict cell phone use.
I really believe we're dealing with the future of our society.
Superintendent Jason Van Hukelum is also a dad to a 16-year-old at Handley.
What do you say to parents who are worried they can't reach their child in case of an emergency?
Students can literally see their phone, and within 1 minute, they could all access their phones and be able to text mom or dad or anyone else they need to if they needed to.
What do you think the biggest harms of having phones in school really come down to?
I think distraction from a learning point of view, bullying is something we deal with every single day. They do that virtually now. They do that over text. They make each other feel bad. Having at least one space during the 24 hours in a day where they cannot use social media is only going to help their mental health.
If students are caught with a phone, it's taken away and only a parent can get it back.
Is it true that sometimes when you call the parent, they actually say, hang on to it for a couple more days?
That is true. Sometimes the parents will then use us as that vehicle to have another lesson at home and have a conversation.
More than 70% of high school teachers call cell phone use a major problem, and a recent survey found 9 in 10 teachers want cell phones banned during instructional time.
The cell phone distracts from learning and from the whole class. It distracts from us being effective teachers.
She sees a difference. During Handley's 2-month pilot program last year, the school saw grades go up in all 18 classes where they kept phones off and away.
Now, without having my phone, I'm able to maybe concentrate more on my classes, and I have been able to raise my grades.
While some schools are investing millions in lockable pouches to contain the phones, many have found success with simple envelopes, like this school in Ohio we first showed you. As more schools recognize removing these devices will give these kids what they need most.
I heard this quote that said, the moment you want your kid's childhood to end, give them a phone. What do you think of that?
I agree. I agree with that too.
we're talking possibly 1 trillion galaxies.
Yes.
That is a number that is just so hard to compute.
Whether it's the moon, whether it's Mars, it feels like we're on the cusp of something big.
For the very latest on the 2024 election, get the NBC News app, your trusted source for the latest breaking news, analysis, on-the-ground reporting, and newsmaker interviews. Download the NBC News app now.
Multiple investigations have revealed shocking allegations of bullying by a school supervisor in the San Francisco Bay Area. He's accused of repeatedly demeaning his workers, even ordering one of their desks to be put on the roof of a building. Now, for the first time, he could be facing disciplinary action. Investigative reporter Candace Wynn from NBC Bay Area News breaks down the findings.
Months of emails between Antioch Unified School District Maintenance Director Ken Turnage and former Superintendent Stephanie Anello, who was terminated last month amid this scandal, reveal one side of Turnage, professional and solutions-oriented. But new findings from outside investigators hired by the school district show a different side. These 5 reports document months of inappropriate, physically aggressive, and sexual behavior by the middle manager with his subordinates. In 2022, he told one employee he had a rash on his private parts and compared a leaking pipe to male genitalia. Last year, after yelling at a worker, he was overheard saying that was the most fun he's had with his clothes on in a long time. Investigators found he also sped his vehicle towards at least 2 workers in parking lots and referred to special needs students as window lickers. In a report that was launched because of a bullying complaint Turnage actually filed after being the subject of several himself, investigators found Turnage often referred to Superintendent Stephanie Anello as mom or mommy in the office. One employee recalled Turnage saying it over 100 times. A separate investigator said Turnage openly talked about his friendship with Anello and her husband, Antioch's former police chief, and the statements led employees to reasonably believe Turnage was beyond reproach due to his connections with the superintendent.
And I would see pictures every weekend of them golfing together, going to barbecues together.
Antioch School's maintenance worker, Mike Garrett, is coming forward for the first time, corroborating claims made by his colleagues who spoke with us earlier. Garrett was one of the employees who moved coworker Jim Kesser's desk to a roof last year after Turnage told him to. Investigators confirmed Garrett told Turnage this display would not be funny, and that Turnage replied, "I don't care who you are, this is funny."
Jim knows I'm sorry about that.
Garrett says he went along with it because Turnage bullied him too.
I lost a lot of sleep. I'd wake up in the morning with stomach aches and just stress and called in sick a lot. And I actually got put on a sick improvement plan. I got bullied and harassed, and then I got punished for the way I was trying to get out of it.
Investigative reporter Candace Wynn joins us now with this exclusive story.
The investigative unit broke the story of this boss bullying scandal in April. The district had determined the desk incident was not bullying, calling it a prank. We reached out to Turnage for his side by calling and texting. He hasn't responded.
It basically got swept under the rug.
What changed, you think?
The news story.
Our reporting led to calls for the superintendent's resignation. Critics said she failed to discipline Turnage because of their personal relationship. Anello has remained silent throughout, even after we finally brought our questions to a public meeting.
You have received numerous complaints about Kenneth Turnage, and I want to ask you, has he been disciplined?
On August 21st, board members terminated Superintendent Anello without cause.
You heard us.
Now eyes will be on future school board meetings. Garrett and other employees say they're waiting to see if the district will take action against Turnage. For NBC News Daily, I'm Candace Wynn.
And that next board meeting is tomorrow. Turnage has been put on paid administrative leave since May. Candace, thank you for that report. Well, harrowing video out of Florida where a woman was rescued from her car dangling from the 3rd floor of a parking garage. It happened yesterday in Coral Gables. That's just west of Miami. Look at that. Fire rescue officials say the woman accidentally hit the gas pedal and crashed through that concrete barrier. They say the only thing standing in the way of complete disaster was a nearby tree that stopped that car from falling straight to the ground. Rescuers used ropes to rappel down. They got that woman to safety. She was taken to the hospital, but she's expected to recover. Wow. Very fortunate there. Well, all 8 of those bulls that broke free from a rodeo this weekend in southern Massachusetts, they're all now in custody. The bulls escaped by jumping a low fence, and then, look, they just took off. One was captured right away, but the rest ran through traffic and down multiple streets before being corralled. The local fire department is now investigating the rodeo that took place in that mall parking lot. You're watching NBC News Daily.
You gotta see this. I'm Gotti Schwartz. We are following some breaking news. Severe storms continue to wreak havoc. The Supreme Court put a pause on a controversial immigration law. Protesters have redoubled their numbers right here at this makeshift barricade. The future of TikTok as we know it is at risk. Is this a ban or not? The craziest ride I have ever hitched. That is totality. Do you see yourselves in space?
I could go to space.
I feel great. Stay tuned now, weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
Welcome back. It is 12:30 in Bluefield, West Virginia, and here in New York. I'm Vicki Nguyen. Here's what's making news right now. President Biden addressing world leaders today at the UN General Assembly here in New York.
My fellow leaders, I truly believe we're at another inflection point in world history. For the choices we make today will determine our future for decades to come.
Biden spoke about several major issues, including climate change, the war in Ukraine, and the conflicts in the Middle East. That speech marked his 4th and final time addressing the meeting as president. The Colorado man who shot and killed 10 people at a Boulder supermarket 3 years ago will spend the rest of his life in prison. A judge sentenced 25-year-old Ahmad Alissa yesterday to 10 years back-to-back life sentences without the possibility of parole. This all comes after the jury rejected an insanity defense and convicted him on all charges late last week, including 10 counts of murder. Hall of Fame quarterback Brett Favre revealed today he has been diagnosed with Parkinson's disease. Favre broke the news during a House hearing on federal welfare reform earlier today. The 54-year-old has been accused of using taxpayer money for his own benefit. He has denied any wrongdoing. The holiday travel season is right around the corner, and the FAA is racing to hire more air traffic controllers to deal with a major staffing shortage, which has led to flight delays and sparked safety concerns. NBC News senior correspondent Tom Costello went to the agency's training academy to find out who they're looking for to fill these critical jobs.
Falcon 50 Hotel, turn right heading 020, climb maintain 3000.
At the Air Traffic Control Academy in Oklahoma City, the push is on. Training the next generation of air traffic controllers to plug a shortage of some 3,000 controllers that's contributed to flight delays in New York, Florida, and Southern Cal. The FAA now hiring experienced and military controllers year-round, and opening a second application period starting next month.
If you have a good short-term memory, are able to make a decision, and are flexible in I'll say, like organizing chaos, bringing order to chaos is a great way to describe the career field.
Most new hires spend 3 to 5 months in the academy.
Slow down a little bit.
Fair enough.
You in a rush.
From en-route radar training to tabletop exercises for a hands-on feel to space and time.
Academy Tower, Air Force 50433 Heavy, ready for takeoff.
To advanced simulators.
Runway 28 right at Charlie, clear for takeoff.
The tower simulator can replicate every type of weather condition, from blue skies to fog to rain to blowing snow.
We can actually simulate all types of emergencies right here in the simulator.
So controllers are ready for the real thing.
They're ready for the real thing.
New controller applicants must be U.S. citizens, younger than 31, able to speak English clearly, with at least 1 year of work experience or a combination of work and education. The average age here, 26.
Runway 28 right cleared for takeoff.
The students who do best?
Those people that grow up gaming, those people that have that ability to see three-dimensional, and again, to think 3 to 4 to 5 steps ahead.
The airline industry says the FAA's hiring surge is a step in the right direction, but more needs to be done to address retirements and attrition.
Do you know what you're going to do with that aircraft, right? Yep.
High stress and high stakes. Tom Costello, NBC News.
And hopefully high pay. All right, former President Trump is not backing down from his controversial remarks about immigrants, and now he is targeting a town in the battleground state of Pennsylvania. NBC News Washington correspondent Yamiche Alcindor has a closer look at the impact it is having on that community.
Another city with a growing Haitian population on edge after more inaccurate claims from former President Trump.
Charleroi has experienced a 2,000% increase in the population of Haitian migrants under Kamala Harris. The schools are scrambling to hire translators for the influx of students, and the town is virtually bankrupt.
Here in Charleroi, Pennsylvania, just like in Springfield, Ohio, local Republicans say Haitians have been an asset to the community.
The Haitian immigrants here have a very good reputation. Problem is that the federal government dumped these people in and aren't providing any resources.
In recent years, many came illegally to Charleroi to work at the local meat processing facility, like Pierre Richard Montplaisir. Do you think that what former President Trump is saying is true, that Haitians are having a negative impact here?
No. When I came here like 4 years ago, so the town was a ghost town. And now we got a group of people that are working and paying tax.
Montplaisir also works as an interpreter for the school system. 5 years ago, 12 students were learning English as non-native speakers. This year, that number is 225.
We believe now diversity is our superpower.
But Superintendent Ed Zelich says the state has provided additional funding.
We're not struggling. Are there more things we would like to have? Absolutely. But I think any school district wouldn't be able to say that.
Misty Cassidy disagrees.
There's just so many people, and there's just not enough resources. There's not enough jobs. There's not enough homes.
She's glad Trump, who she supports, has been calling attention to Charleroi and Springfield.
People need to know that it's just not Springfield. This is coming to a town near you.
What is coming to a town near you?
Haitians or immigrants that have poured over the border within the last couple of years.
Why is that a bad thing, given the fact that some would say the United States is a nation of immigrants?
They're not coming here to assimilate with us. They're coming here to take over, it seems.
But Montplaisir says Trump's comments are harmful. How worried are you that what happened in Springfield with the threats and the harassment that Haitian immigrants, that they might happen here?
Yes, that's why that's why they are afraid about it. That's why some of them want to leave the town.
Yamiche Alcindor, NBC News, Charleroi, Pennsylvania.
Our thanks to Yamiche. The city of San Francisco is taking on deep fake websites that let users create nude images of people, including children. Several moms who are also attorneys with the city, they're helping to lead the fight. Morning News Now anchor Savannah Sellers takes us through this landmark legal battle.
How was the math test?
Yvonne Mere's first priority is being a mom. So a particular New York Times article shocked her.
About a 15-year-old girl whose life had been devastated by a non-consensual image of her that was nude.
That image was what's known as a deep fake, a picture that may be created with a real face, but using artificial intelligence to make a fake body.
When I read it, my own daughter, who's now 16, I thought to myself, this would be horrible.
Mere happens to be in a position to do something about it. In addition to being a mom, she's a top litigator in the San Francisco City Attorney's Office. She shared the article with her colleague, fellow mom and lawyer, Sarah Eisenberg.
How does this work?
So there's a lot of different ways. I can take a picture of anyone, anytime.
You can take a picture of a girl going to prom.
I can grab it off of her social media page without her even knowing that I have taken it. Go to any number of these websites that are out there and just upload that picture, and it will use artificial intelligence to undress that person.
Mere and Eisenberg's boss, City Attorney David Chu, gave them the go-ahead to pursue legal action against the practice. They say it resulted in a first-of-its-kind lawsuit naming 16 top websites that create and distribute fake nude images of women and girls without consent.
What we found truly horrified us. There have been over 200 million visitors in just these 16 websites alone.
What do you understand that impact to be?
We know that these images have been used to bully, humiliate, and threaten women and girls. The impact on these victims cannot be underestimated.
Those victims range from massive superstars to high school girls across the country. The suit alleges the practice is not just harmful, it's illegal. They argue even the marketing used by the websites obliterates any notion of consent, pointing out one defendant's advertising. Imagine wasting time taking her out on dates when you can just use the website to get her nudes. Contact information for most of the companies named in the lawsuit could not be found.
They have violated deepfake pornography laws, child pornography laws.
Do you really think there's a chance you can get these websites shut down?
Absolutely. I don't think there's anyone who defends what is happening here. We're talking about everyday people who are seeing their faces turned into pornography and, in too many instances, child pornography.
For Mere and Eisenberg, it's a labor of love, both for their constituents and a little closer to home.
You want to make a difference. You want to look back. I get choked like you want to make a difference. This makes a difference.
Do you think about your daughter when you feel that way?
I do. I think about my daughter and I want her to be proud of me. I want her to be proud of what the office does.
Savannah Sellers, NBC News, San Francisco.
Wow, important work there. U.S. adult anxiety levels, those are on the rise. The latest numbers say 43% of people say they feel more anxious. That is up from 37% in 2023. All of this, according to the American Psychiatric Association. The main reason, many people say, is the level of stress in their lives. So we're going to talk about some ways that we can better handle our emotions. With me now, mindfulness coach Michael Gallant. He has a new book called Let It Settle, Daily Habits to Move You from Chaos to Calm. Michael, good to have you.
Thank you for having me.
So let's talk about the book. You've got it broken down into 3 sections, right? Looking at how chaos can really be created in our lives. So walk us through the 3 different sections. And then what do you mean by let it settle?
Yeah, so the book is in those 3 sections. The first being those moments when you need to find calm. So when you're experiencing anxiety or fear, and giving you the tools to be able to do that. And then moving into the other areas of life that we experience chaos in, one being when you just can't find that sense of self-love and you feel disconnected from yourself. And then it moves on to the chaos that ensues when you are in conflict with others. And so developing empathy and understanding.
Oh, that's actually something that can happen in a lot of places. It could be in school, it could be at work, it could be at home.
Yeah.
What are some of those tools that you advise people to do first to let it settle and to find calm?
Yeah, so letting it settle is really about just allowing for the mind to stop running over time. It's about allowing for the body to relax and allowing the emotions to stop taking such a charge in your life. And so one of the perfect ways to do that is just to ground yourself back into the present moment. So easy, most people have heard of it, but it's the 5 senses grounding technique. And it's just looking around the room, finding 5 things that you can see, 4 things that you can physically touch, 3 things that you can hear, 2 things that you can smell, and 1 thing that you can taste. Just coming back to this moment and recognizing that all of that other stuff exists elsewhere.
Oh, that's really interesting. Is that a technique that could work with kids too?
Totally. I was a former preschool teacher, and so a lot of what I do is both effective for adults and for children.
Okay, very good. And you talk about anger too, and you say that it's an uncomfortable emotion, but just because something is uncomfortable doesn't mean that it is bad, right? I think that's important. We talk about not labeling our emotions as good and bad, but how do you find a safe way to express an emotion like anger, which can be so explosive?
Yeah, so meditation mindfulness is the tools that I use. And in the book, I guide through what's called the anger raid meditation. And it's allowing for you to stop for a moment in the midst of that anger and recognize that it's there, allow for it to be there for a moment, investigate what the root cause may be, and then determine what your next step is going to be. So really looking at that and saying, who am I in the world? Who do I want to be? And how do I move through this anger in a way that aligns with that?
Before I let you go, Michael, what is one thing we can all start to practice today that will help us?
So the best thing we can do in any moment is just to take a breath, just to take that deep breath in, to breathe out, to let it all settle, and just come back to this moment.
Something as simple as a breath. Yeah. Thank you. So I felt it just taking that breath there too.
Good.
Michael Gallion, thank you so much. The book is called Let It Settle. We appreciate you.
Thank you.
Well, tough conversations like politics and race can spark tough conversations with our family and our kids. Up next, how you can navigate those hot button issues and a wide range of sensitive topics. More NBC News Daily right after this.
Now is raw.
How hard is it to see it like this?
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is real.
Let's break down what we know and then the big questions still outstanding.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Lester Holt, America's most trusted TV news anchor.
We're talking possibly 1 trillion galaxies.
Yes.
That is a number that is just so hard to compute.
Whether it's the moon, whether it's Mars, it feels like we're on the cusp of something big.
Well, whether it's talking about puberty, politics, or mental health, tough conversations are a part of life. In a Gallup poll released over the summer, 80% of Gen Z kids say it's helpful when their parents talk to them about topics like school or social media, while many parents say it's not that easy. But there are ways to navigate sensitive or hot-button issues with your family members. They can really lead to meaningful change, but you have to get that conversation started. With me now, psychotherapist and author Nero Feliciano. It is always great to have you on the show, Nero. Thank you for being here. So let's start with some of those hot button topics, right? Politics, race. I mean, we're in an election season right now. Reproductive rights. Kids are being exposed to these headlines. Families don't always agree on these issues. How should we have these conversations and keep it lively, helpful, and not harmful?
So the conversation is going to sound different depending on the age and developmental stage of the kid. High schoolers need more detail. You can get more specific. If they're younger, you want to keep things very high level and simple, but always start with what they know. What do you know about this? What have you heard? What are your friends saying? Where'd you get that information? And then you want to just empathize with whatever feeling, if they feel stressed out or curious about it. Fill in missing information, right? Because kids are going to piece together their own narrative and correct misinformation. And that's a pretty basic format, no matter how old they are,
That's a great formula. What do you know? Where have you heard that? And then let's investigate together.
Exactly.
That's great. What about other difficult topics like relationships, you know, as you get into like middle school and high school, bullying, and then obviously substance abuse, screen time. I mean, there's so many topics we want to cover with our young people in a way that's not threatening. How do you kickstart those conversations and push past the initial reluctance sometimes too?
Right, because as parents, oftentimes we haven't resolved our own feelings about these issues, right? So they're sensitive. Make sure you're not tired when you're having these conversations. Some days I'm like, I'm done, you go. I tell my husband, go talk about menstrual cycles, whatever it is, you know? But again, start with what they know. You want to lead with curiosity and you want to learn where they're at. So tell me what you think about this. You know, what do you think a good decision is here? What happens if you're in a situation where you don't make that decision? What's life going to look like for you? How are you going to live through that? What are friends going to be like if it works out that way?
Like role-playing, putting them in scenarios.
Exactly. And notice I'm not giving them what I think right away. Then you want to empathize with feelings. You don't have to empathize with content because we may not agree with what they say, but I can see this is really frustrating for you, or that must be a really hard choice when all your friends are going to do something else. And with my teenagers, sometimes I'm like, do you want to know what I think? You know, do you want some guidance? Because if we give them some control, and also they don't care what you know till they know that you care. So the empathy piece is big. It opens the door to them then feeling understood and then wanting your opinion.
That's so wise. They need to know that you care before you can just spout off on them all the things.
That's right.
What about if you and your spouse or your partner have differences in opinions? How do you handle those disagreements in front of your kids and let them know it's okay? We don't always see eye to eye on everything.
Yeah, you don't want to have this conversation with them if the two of you are heated. Come together, talk about what do we want to talk to the kids about? How do we want to present this? And start with the commonalities. Like, these are the things we agree on. These are our values. They want to know that you're unified. You can then present differences of opinion. Hey, it's okay. We've had different experiences. We think differently. And it's okay to disagree.
So important where you start these conversations. Not tired, not heated, and with questions. Always learn so much from you. Nero Feliciano, thank you so much. Stay with us. You're watching NBC News Daily.
Top Story live from Paris. Top Story live in Tel Aviv.
We are here in Butler, Pennsylvania, covering breaking news. President Trump was speaking on the other side of the barn.
Our reporters are spread out across the convention floor as this historic evening unfolds.
Fans here at the Mercy Arena going wild for Team USA. I know it's been a long time coming.
Yeah, gosh, it feels good.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tanya Amos, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Saturday Night Live star Ego Nwodim will kick off her 7th year as a cast member with the show as SNL prepares for its 50th season premiere this weekend. She's also returning to her roots, teaching students in Baltimore the art of improv through a new educational program. NBC News Now anchor Joe Fryer followed her to her hometown to see it firsthand.
Ego's here!
At City Springs Elementary and Middle School, learning is no joke. Even if the lesson is improv comedy. And the teacher is actress Ego Nwodim.
I thought it would be a great thing to bring back to Baltimore, where I'm from, to my home, and share with the young people here, because it's something I wish I had been aware of.
Who's gonna take it?
Improv is when you perform without a script, something Ego didn't even try until after she moved to LA for college.
Like all the comedy greats, you majored in biology.
Yes, that's a good one.
Improv then is what really got you into this, right?
I started taking an improv class. I wasn't happy about taking an improv class. I didn't want to. But once I got in there, I felt like this is actually really enjoyable.
Improv led to sketch comedy, which eventually led to Saturday Night Live.
My man ain't give me no ketchup.
This year, the comedy series Mr. Throwback.
These tablecloths are way too short. All the dads with their suits and dunks. I don't want to see feet.
But with time on her hands during last year's writer's strike, Ego wanted to get back to her comedy roots, which is why she reached out to her old high school teacher, Todd Wade.
What was Ego like as a student?
She was that kid. That friggin' kid who just like lit up a room.
Working with the Baltimore Improv Group, they developed a program to teach improv to students and staff across 6 local schools. Ego visited to kick off the new curriculum, and I got to join in.
If someone's scratching their head and being like, why are we teaching kids improv? We want them all to be comedians?
No, absolutely not. I had a friend who was an accountant who took an improv class. She wanted to do something that kind of got her out of her comfort zone and more comfortable standing before people without any prepared material and just communicating with and connecting with other people.
I took my first improv class last year, and I quickly figured out it wasn't necessarily about making people laugh. There are other skills to learn here, right?
Yes. Oh, my goodness. That's the thing. I think people are so intimidated by the notion of improv because they go, I have to be funny, but improv also has us fail, you know, and be comfortable failing and comfortable, you know, not quite excelling or making a mistake. There's some magic that can really happen in improv when someone makes a mistake.
One of the pillars of improv is the concept of yes and. That you're always adding to what someone else does, never tearing them down.
Your improv teammate might say, this wall is blue, and you're gonna say yes, and you're gonna add to that reality. And I think that's really just like life. You cannot control or predict what is going to happen to you today, in an hour, tomorrow, but you can say yes and.
The kids learn to listen and collaborate.
What has been the reaction?
Ecstatic, like improv is joy.
It's a joy factor because in the moment when you're doing improv, you have to be present. And oftentimes when you're dealing with kids, they can really be stuck in like a past situation.
The students told us it was also good for their anxiety.
Help you get a right space in your mind and help you stop stressing.
And sometimes I get mad on the football field, so I just think about what I learned in improv and use it on the field.
And that helps you?
Yes.
Which is why Ego wants more schools to say yes and. Joe Fryer, NBC News.
Yes, and what a great lesson for life. Now, let's talk about what's trending. The HBO spinoff series The Penguin has opened to 5.3 million viewers in its debut weekend. The huge opening puts the show on par with some of the network's other big hits, including Succession, The White Lotus, and The Last of Us. The Penguin stars Colin Farrell, and it takes place after the events of The Batman. The Chicago White Sox are on the brink of becoming the worst baseball team in modern history. With only 6 games left in their regular season, it'll take just one more loss for them to set the MLB record for most losses in a single season. Right now, they're tied with the 1962 New York Mets. The next game for the White Sox is tonight at home against the Los Angeles Angels. I'm Vicki Nguyen. You are watching NBC.
Democracy is happening now.
We have a lot to get to on this historic night.
Things are happening here in Chicago.
Now never stops.
They are energized by the idea that this is a real fight.
People were on their feet. Folks were fired up here.
Now is where it counts.
How confident are you that Donald Trump wins in November?
Are younger people excited about this new Democratic ticket?
The moment is now.
The only voice that really matters are the voice of the voters.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Hi, everyone. Happy Tuesday. So glad you could be with me. I'm Vicki Nguyen. My co-anchor Morgan is off today. NBC News Daily starts right now. Today is Tuesday, September 24th. Taking aim, residents in Florida under a state of emergency ahead of Tropical Storm Helene. Forecasters are warning it could become a powerful hurricane before making landfall later this week. In the hot seat, the CEO of Novo Nordisk testifying today about the high cost of drugs used for weight loss, why he's placing the blame on the U.S. healthcare system, and what it means for access to these popular medications. Hiring crunch. Many airports are still feeling the pinch from a shortage of air traffic controllers. It has led to major delays and disruptions for passengers. How the FAA is ramping up its efforts to address the problem. Concussion concerns. New research putting a spotlight on the effects of head injuries, and it's not just athletes at risk. I'll speak with a doctor about diagnosing and dealing with brain trauma. We begin with breaking news this Tuesday. People in Florida are being told to prepare themselves or to get out of the area as Tropical Storm Helene turns toward the Gulf of Mexico. Right now, Tropical Storm Helene is about 180 miles east of Cozumel with winds at 45 miles an hour. The National Hurricane Center is predicting it will become a major Category 3 storm by the time it makes landfall on Thursday. Storm alerts along Florida's west coast are now in place from as far north as Panama City Beach to as far south as Miami. We have team coverage as we track this storm. NBC News meteorologist Bill Cairns is here with me in the studio. First, though, we'll head to Fort Myers Beach, Florida, where Hope Salmon with our NBC affiliate WBBH joins us. Hope, you're in that area that has had direct hits by Hurricanes Irma and Ian. Evacuation orders, we understand, have just been issued for parts of Charlotte County. What are people being advised to do?
That's right. Those waters came right here where I am standing right now, and people are going over to the town hall where they're getting sandbags. Many of them are bagging up their homes and actually leaving the island right now. And I want to give you a look just to the right of me. All of this was lined with food trucks just yesterday when I spoke to some of those owners. They've completely moved off the island as well. Most people are not taking chances and really just trying to evacuate.
Saying a lot. That's saying a lot for an area that is accustomed to these kinds of storms. We're about 48 hours ahead of Helene reaching Florida's coastal waters. Talk to us about the concerns with the bridges there, and what about schools in that area?
Well, we've been working on making sure that all of that is safe. And as of now, I spoke to the town manager here who says that they are not closing the bridge. They will keep updating the people as that may continue to change. There are schools as well that are being closed. And we just ask people that they keep looking on our websites here locally and keeping updated with us here on the news to make sure that they are getting that information. But right now, there are no closures that we know of on the bridges.
Important to stay tuned. Thank you so much, Hope. We appreciate it. NBC News meteorologist Bill Cairns joins me now. So, Bill, what is the latest track show? Where is this storm headed?
It looks like it's headed for the Big Bend of Florida, and that hasn't changed since yesterday. We haven't had any shifts closer to Tampa. We haven't had any shifts closer to Panama City and Pensacola. It's kind of remained as is. It's still a weak storm. It's in the development stages, and it only has about 60 hours or less to get stronger. But it's going to be over some of the warmest water on the planet in the southern Gulf of Mexico, and that's when we expect it to rapidly intensify as we go throughout the day tomorrow, and especially as we go throughout from Wednesday about 6 p.m. Look at that, up to 8 a.m. Goes from a Category 1 to a major Category Hurricane 3, and then it should level off as it begins to make land. Some drier air will try to wrap in, possibly also some upper-level wind shear. So we don't think it's going to get to that upper echelon, like Category 4, Category 5. Hopefully we'll keep this at lower end down at 3, and the area of the cone still goes from just about, Apalachicola. It does go back down to about Cedar Key or so, but not directly into Tampa. There are hurricane watches up for the Tampa area, though, because just the slightest shift to the east would bring those hurricane force gusts to the coastal areas of west coast of Florida. So numerous problems there Thursday.
Bill, forecasters say the size and speed of this system are what will make it potentially a very damaging storm. Talk to us about why.
Yeah, Vicki, this is different than a lot of the other hurricanes we've covered so far. So I made this graphic here. So this shows you 3 p.m. on Thursday, and everywhere in yellow shows where tropical storm wind gusts are possible. This is about 400 miles wide and also tall. Anywhere in the yellow, usually if you're over 40-mile-per-hour wind gusts, you have a chance of trees falling and people losing power. So far from the center. I mean, Orlando, all the way through the Disney and Universal complexes has a chance for power outages. Gainesville, northwards, even as far south as Marco Island into Fort Myers beach areas. That's why they're saying don't focus just on the center. This could have wide effects all the way outside of it. And big, huge storms are more efficient at moving water. And so we're expecting storm surges higher than you normally would expect with, say, a low-end Category 3, up to 10 to 15 feet. And this area is very vulnerable to storm surge, too. So just because we've had some smaller storms go through here, don't compare this one to those. This one's impacts are going to be much greater because it's a bigger storm.
That was a really helpful graphic. Bill Cairns, as always, thank you so much. Well, the maker of Ozempic and Wegovy faced a grilling on Capitol Hill today during a hearing on inflated drug prices. Senators on the HELP committee accused the pharma executive of charging Americans up to 9 times as much as they charge in Europe. The drug maker Novo Nordisk holds the patent on the active ingredient in its drugs used for weight loss, preventing other companies from creating cheaper generic versions. NBC News senior business correspondent Christine Romans joins me now. So, Christine, it was interesting to hear the CEO of Novo Nordisk because he blamed the high prices on all the complications and middlemen in our U.S. healthcare system. What did he say?
Our very complicated U.S. healthcare system. And when you look at the prices here, what the U.S. pays, people in the U.S. pay compared with other countries, this is what really had Senator Bernie Sanders kind of on fire here today. But that CEO pointing out that the number, the top line number for the U.S., that's not the fault of really the company. That's because there's not negotiation in the U.S. for those prices because these people aren't covered by insurance in many cases. The CEO said if you're covered by insurance, 80% of the people who have insurance that covers these drugs, they're paying $25 a month. So that's the difference, apples and oranges. And this is what he said basically about the complexity of the U.S. healthcare system. Listen.
Please tell me why you think it is appropriate to charge Americans 9 times more for the same exact product that you sell in Germany.
Let me try to explain how I see it. We launched Ozempic in 2018. We have had it on the market for some years. During those years, our price has declined by 40%.
So prices going down, but the difference in the United States is every dollar somebody spends on Ozempic, 74 cents of that goes to the middlemen. And he kept going back. Even Bernie Sanders at points was talking about how complex and with bad results the U.S. healthcare system is.
Do you have any idea how far out we are from a generic? I know that they hold the patent. It could be years.
It could be years. And here's why. I mean, they've invested tens, if not hundreds of billions of dollars to invent this drug, right? And then the reason why they have patents is so that you can protect your investment and be able to reap the benefits of it. So that's the free market. That's the way it works. But certainly for so many people who want to buy this drug, if you aren't covered by insurance, it's very, very expensive. And we know that it is life-changing, and we know that it could really help other healthcare costs in the economy. So we're in the very beginning of what is a complicated discussion about the pricing of this drug.
And ultimately, consumers should talk to their healthcare provider to see what else is covered for them. All right, Christine Romans, thank you so much. The U.S. is sending additional troops to the Middle East to be ready to evacuate Americans out of Lebanon in case of a severe escalation between Israel and Hezbollah. This comes as White House officials are growing concerned that they may not be able to prevent a wider conflict in that region. Thousands of people in southern Lebanon are now fleeing north as both sides trade attacks. The Israeli military says it killed a senior Hezbollah commander today as Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu warns civilians they will continue to pound Hezbollah targets. His comments come after Israeli strikes killed more than 550 people yesterday and injured more than 1,800 others. NBC News international correspondent Matt Bradley joins us now from Beirut. So, Matt, Lebanon is ordering all nurseries to close until the end of the week because of this escalation in the fighting. What is it like on the ground for just the citizens who live there in Lebanon right now?
Yeah, well, I can tell you, Vicky, that the situation here in Beirut is completely different from what we're seeing in the south. But even here, which is relatively safe compared to, as you mentioned, this not unprecedented, but for the first time in 20 years, really, a death toll that has spiraled above 500 in one single day and 1,000 injured, sparking an exodus of tens of thousands of people streaming up from the north to here in Beirut and points further north. Even here in Beirut, we're still hearing regular blasts and sounds of impact from incoming attacks from the Israelis. Now, just today, for the second time in as many days, the Israelis struck what they said was a Hezbollah stronghold in the southern parts of this city. They said, again, for the second time in as many days, that they killed a top Hezbollah leader. Now, we haven't gotten confirmation of that death from Hezbollah, but this is something that we're seeing, increasing as the Israelis say they are launching extensive attacks for the second day in a row.
Matt, I also want to ask you about the U.S. sending additional troops to that region to prepare for this potential evacuation. What have we learned about that?
Yeah, I mean, we heard this news last night. Now, my colleagues, Carol Kuby and Courtney, they actually in Washington, they got a little bit more detail on this. It sounds like they're going to be sending dozens of troops, which isn't very many considering the thousands that are already in the region. But this is just another testament to the worries that we're hearing from Washington and other capitals in the West that this war might not be contained just here between Lebanon, well, Hezbollah here in Lebanon, and Israel. It might spill out beyond Israel and the Palestinian territories and Lebanon itself and could engulf the entire region, particularly if Iran, which is the major patron of Hezbollah, becomes involved And that's why we're also seeing another aircraft carrier strike group being sent from the United States to Europe. It could be sent again here in the region.
Matt Bradley, thank you so much. We're going to turn now to our CNBC Money Minute. Americans became more pessimistic about the economy this month. An index by the Conference Board shows consumer confidence falling by the largest level in more than 3 years. CNBC senior markets correspondent Dominic Chu joins me now. Dom, good to see you. So this survey was actually conducted before the Fed announced that rate cut last week of 0.5 point. So what were consumers in the U.S. most concerned about at that point?
It's the same story, Vicki. We know what the fears are about. It's about jobs and inflation. Those two topics dominated the survey, with the biggest concerns coming from those aged 25 to 54 making less than $50,000 a year. But regardless of the age or income level, concerns about price increases top the list of worries. Now, as for job security, the percentage of people viewing jobs as hard to get rose above 18%. That compares to about 16% in just the month prior. And meanwhile, TikTok is getting out of the music business 2 years after launching a music subscription streaming service to take on the likes of Spotify and Apple. The company now says it will close the business at the end of November and is telling its customers and people to transfer their playlists to other services by the end of October. So the end of a short era when it comes to music streaming, Vicki, at TikTok. I'll send things back over to you.
All right, Dominic Chu, as always, thank you so much, Dom. A study reveals nearly all teens use their phones during class. Up next, I'm taking you inside a high school where phones are now banned to see how students are reacting and the surprising results with their academics already. You're watching NBC News Daily.
The vote. It's as American as apple pie. It's iconic.
Got the flag up.
Patriotic. The vote is as American as you. This November, step into the box and make it stick. Vote her up.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Let's break down what we know.
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
With the new school year underway, more states are banning cell phone use on campus in an effort to limit distractions inside the classroom. I visited John Handley High School in Virginia just weeks after their no phone policy took effect, and it's already making a difference.
Bye-bye, phone.
I joined the students at John Handley High School in Winchester, Virginia, who now have to place their phones in pouches or keep them off and in their backpacks during the day, including between classes and at lunch.
Raise your hand if you think this is a good idea to ban phones in schools.
It's unanimous between seniors Kimberly and Logan and sophomores Elizabeth and Lila, no fans of the ban. But they admit having a phone takes away their attention.
And what are some of the distractions you've noticed in your own classes?
I'd say the biggest distraction would probably be Instagram Reels, probably TikTok. They'll probably just keep it up on their computer and watch it as their work is just sitting there.
Why do you need a cell phone with you in school?
I find it's part of how this generation has learned to communicate. And in this generation, it has become a thing that our cell phones help us connect.
What about connecting by just passing notes or talking to each other in person?
That's not as cool. Yeah.
Not cool, but the ban could improve their mental health. The Surgeon General wants Congress to approve a warning label on what these phones are most often used for, social media, and what he considers the risk of significant mental health harms from these platforms.
Have any of you had a negative experience with your phones due to bullying or what you've seen on social media? Raise your hands.
You're seeing these people, these models, and they create like a sort of ideology of what you have to become.
I'll see things like sports-wise for me, really. Someone will show like physiques, where they are for their sports, and it just makes my goals seem harder to reach for me.
A study by Common Sense Media found students receive more than 200 notifications a day, and 97% of them use their phones during school hours. Distractions like this leading a growing number of states to review and restrict cell phone use.
I really believe we're dealing with the future of our society.
Superintendent Jason Van Hukelum is also a dad to a 16-year-old at Handley.
What do you say to parents who are worried they can't reach their child in case of an emergency?
Students can literally see their phone, and within 1 minute, they could all access their phones and be able to text mom or dad or anyone else they need to if they needed to.
What do you think the biggest harms of having phones in school really come down to?
I think distraction from a learning point of view, bullying is something we deal with every single day. They do that virtually now. They do that over text. They make each other feel bad. Having at least one space during the 24 hours in a day where they cannot use social media is only going to help their mental health.
If students are caught with a phone, it's taken away and only a parent can get it back.
Is it true that sometimes when you call the parent, they actually say, hang on to it for a couple more days?
That is true. Sometimes the parents will then use us as that vehicle to have another lesson at home and have a conversation.
More than 70% of high school teachers call cell phone use a major problem, and a recent survey found 9 in 10 teachers want cell phones banned during instructional time.
The cell phone distracts from learning and from the whole class. It distracts from us being effective teachers.
She sees a difference. During Handley's 2-month pilot program last year, the school saw grades go up in all 18 classes where they kept phones off and away.
Now, without having my phone, I'm able to maybe concentrate more on my classes, and I have been able to raise my grades.
While some schools are investing millions in lockable pouches to contain the phones, many have found success with simple envelopes, like this school in Ohio we first showed you. As more schools recognize removing these devices will give these kids what they need most.
I heard this quote that said, the moment you want your kid's childhood to end, give them a phone. What do you think of that?
I agree. I agree with that too.
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Let's break down what we know.
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Closer to the Gaza border. A story of resilience and hope. Please take care of yourself and each other.
Multiple investigations have revealed shocking allegations of bullying by a school supervisor in the San Francisco Bay Area. He's accused of repeatedly demeaning his workers, even ordering one of their desks to be put on the roof of a building. Now, for the first time, he could be facing disciplinary action. Investigative reporter Candace Nguyen from NBC Bay Area News breaks down the findings.
Months of emails between Antioch Unified School District Maintenance Director Ken Turnage and former Superintendent Stephanie Anello, who was terminated last month amid this scandal, reveal one side of Turnage, professional and solutions-oriented. But new findings from outside investigators hired by the school district show a different side. These 5 reports document months of inappropriate, physically aggressive, and sexual behavior by the middle manager with his subordinates. In 2022, he told one employee he had a rash on his private parts and compared a leaking pipe to male genitalia. Last year, after yelling at a worker, he was overheard saying that was the most fun he's had with his clothes on in a long time. Investigators found he also sped his vehicle towards at least 2 workers in parking lots and referred to special needs students as window lickers. In a report that was launched because of a bullying complaint Turnage actually filed after being the subject of several himself, investigators found Turnage often referred to Superintendent Stephanie Anello as mom or mommy in the office. One employee recalled Turnage saying it over 100 times. A separate investigator said Turnage openly talked about his friendship with Anello and her husband, Antioch's former police chief, and the statements led employees to reasonably believe Turnage was beyond reproach due to his connections with the superintendent.
And I would see pictures every weekend of them golfing together, going to barbecues together.
Antioch School's maintenance worker, Mike Garrett, is coming forward for the first time, corroborating claims made by his colleagues who spoke with us earlier. Garrett was one of the employees who moved coworker Jim Kesser's desk to a roof last year after Turnage told him to. Investigators confirmed Garrett told Turnage this display would not be funny, and that Turnage replied, "I don't care who you are, this is funny."
Jim knows I'm sorry about that.
Garrett says he went along with it because Turnage bullied him too.
I lost a lot of sleep. I'd wake up in the morning with stomach aches and just stress and called in sick a lot. And I actually got put on a sick improvement plan. I got bullied and harassed, and then I got punished for the way I was trying to get out of it.
Investigative reporter Candace Nguyen joins us now with this exclusive story.
The investigative unit broke the story of this boss bullying scandal in April. The district had determined the desk incident was not bullying, calling it a prank. We reached out to Turnage for his side by calling and texting. He hasn't responded.
It basically got swept under the rug.
What changed, do you think?
The news story.
Our reporting led to calls for the superintendent's resignation. Critics said she failed to discipline Turnage because of their personal relationship. Anello has remained silent throughout, even after we finally brought our questions to a public meeting.
You have received numerous complaints about Kenneth Turnage, and I want to ask you, has he been disciplined?
On August 21st, board members terminated Superintendent Anello without cause.
You heard us.
Now eyes will be on future school board meetings. Garrett and other employees say they're waiting to see if the district will take action against Turnage. For NBC News Daily, I'm Candace Nguyen.
And that next board meeting is tomorrow. Turnage has been put on paid administrative leave since May. Candace, thank you for that report. Well, harrowing video out of Florida where a woman was rescued from her car dangling from the 3rd floor of a parking garage. It happened yesterday in Coral Gables. That's just west of Miami. Look at that. Fire rescue officials say the woman accidentally hit the gas pedal and crashed through that concrete barrier. They say the only thing standing in the way of complete disaster was a nearby tree that stopped that car from falling straight to the ground. Rescuers used ropes to rappel down. They got that woman to safety. She was taken to the hospital, but she's expected to recover. Wow. Very fortunate there. Well, all 8 of those bulls that broke free from a rodeo this weekend in southern Massachusetts, they're all now in custody. The bulls escaped by jumping a low fence, and then, look, they just took off. One was captured right away, but the rest ran through traffic and down multiple streets before being corralled. The local fire department is now investigating the rodeo that took place in that mall parking lot. You're watching NBC News Daily.
The Vote. It's as American as apple pie, as stars and stripes and spacious skies. It's iconic.
You got the flag up now.
Patriotic. It's America's favorite pastime. The Vote is as American as you. And this November, we're all chanting, it's your turn. Step into the box and make it stick. Vote her up.
Welcome back. It is 12:30 in Madison, Wisconsin, and 1:30 in Boston. I'm Vicki Nguyen. Here's what's making news right now. Students and staff are returning to classrooms today at Appalachia High School in Georgia. It is their first day back after a mass shooting there less than 3 weeks ago. Police say a 14-year-old student opened fire with an AR-15 style rifle, killing 2 students and 2 teachers. He's facing felony murder charges and life in prison. President Biden delivering a call for unity today during a speech to the UN General Assembly. It marked his 4th and final time addressing the meeting as the United States president.
My fellow leaders, I truly believe we're at another inflection point in world history. For the choices we make today will determine our future for decades to come.
Biden spoke about a wide range of global issues, including climate change, artificial intelligence, and the conflicts in the Middle East and Ukraine. And Vice President Kamala Harris is considering visiting the southern border when she travels to Arizona this week. This is according to 2 people familiar with her schedule. They say they are still sorting out details and the trip has not been finalized. Immigration has been a major issue during this 2024 race. A Missouri death row inmate who has maintained his innocence for decades is scheduled to be executed in just a few hours. 55-year-old Marcellus Williams was convicted of murder back in 1998. Since then, prosecutors who worked on the original case have expressed concerns over how key evidence was handled during the trial. Yesterday, the Missouri State Supreme Court heard arguments from Williams' legal team in a last-ditch effort to save his life. The court refused to intervene. NBC News correspondent Stephen Romo joins me now. Stephen, during yesterday's hearing, Williams' legal team they made multiple arguments to push his execution date. They talked about DNA evidence and racial bias. What did we learn, and is there anything else that can be done at this point?
Well, at the hearing yesterday, the racial bias allegations really stem from the original jury selection process. We heard that a prosecutor dismissed a potential juror because he looked like Mr. Williams, both of them black men. Now, that prosecutor denied that it was racially motivated, but that was the argument that they were bringing yesterday. That DNA evidence is something we've heard for a while now in this case. Both sides are agreeing that the murder weapon, the alleged murder weapon, was handled by multiple people without gloves at the time of the original trial and of the original investigation, raising lots of questions about if the DNA evidence would be able to possibly exonerate Mr. Williams. That is just an unknown situation right now. So his team, Williams' team, thought that they would be able to get some type of agreement. And back in August, they did with the original prosecutor in St. Louis. They had agreed on this life sentence without the possibility of parole. But Missouri's Attorney General, Andrew Bailey, stepped in and said no, that they would not allow that to move forward because he thought the original jury's decision should stand there.
At this point, is it up to the governor? Is there anything else that can be legally done?
Yeah, it is a great question. They've actually they've tried the state Supreme Court. They've also filed something Williams' team has with the U.S. Supreme Court, saying that asking them to halt this execution until they hear another case that's before them that has some similarities, the Glossop case. They want to pause that, but there's no timeline on when the Supreme Court could make that decision. And the governor of Missouri, Republican Mike Parson, saying that he's not going to intervene, that the state Supreme Court has already made its decision here, and that as things are, that execution will continue. It's set to happen at 7 p.m. Eastern today.
Before you go, have we heard from Williams' family, the local community? What are people saying?
Yeah, there has been a major outcry, as you can imagine. His son, speaking with the St. Louis affiliate for NBC News, KSDK, just pointing out what he sees as the injustice in this case, as all these questions remain right now. And as they point out, an execution cannot be reversed. So if more information comes to light later, that this is something they won't be able to undo. But Governor Parsons also pointing out that this case has gone through all of the appeals processes that they have right now, and this has been the end result, Vicki.
The outcome. All right, Stephen Romo, thank you very much. Appreciate it. Well, we are just 2 months away from the holiday travel season after a record-breaking summer, and the FAA is racing to hire new air traffic controllers to combat staffing shortages that have sparked safety concerns and led to flight delays. NBC News senior correspondent Tom Costello visited the agency's training academy and explains why video gamers could be the perfect fit for this critical job.
Falcon 50 Hotel, turn right heading 020, climb maintain 3000.
At the Air Traffic Control Academy in Oklahoma City, the push is on.
43 Alpha.
Training the next generation of air traffic controllers to plug a shortage of some 3,000 controllers that's contributed to flight delays in New York, Florida, and Southern Cal. The FAA now hiring experienced and military controllers year-round, and opening a second application period starting next month.
If you have good short-term memory, are able to make a decision, and are flexible, and I'll say like organizing chaos, bringing order to chaos is a great way to describe the career field.
Most new hires spend 3 to 5 months in the academy.
Slow down a little bit.
Fair enough.
You in a rush.
From en-route radar training to tabletop exercises for a hands-on feel to space and time.
Academy Tower, Air Force 50433 Heavy, ready for takeoff.
To advanced simulators.
Runway 28 right at Charlie, clear for takeoff.
The tower simulator can replicate every type of weather condition, from blue skies to fog to rain to blowing snow.
We can actually simulate all types of emergencies right here in the simulator.
So controllers are ready for the real thing.
They're ready for the real thing.
New controller applicants must be U.S. citizens, younger than 31, able to speak English clearly, with at least 1 year of work experience or a combination of work and education. The average age here, 26.
Runway 28, right cleared for takeoff.
The students who do best?
Those people that grow up gaming, those people that have that ability to see three-dimensional, and again, to think 3 to 4 to 5 steps ahead.
The airline industry says the FAA's hiring surge is a step in the right direction, but more needs to be done to address retirements and attrition.
Do you know what you're going to do with that aircraft, right?
High stress and high stakes. Tom Costello, NBC News.
It was a special night for the Buffalo Bills and their star safety, Damar Hamlin. He snagged his first career interception less than 2 years after collapsing on the field during a game and going into cardiac arrest. NBC News correspondent Stephanie Gosk has more on this emotional milestone and Hamlin's dramatic return to Monday Night Football.
Damar Hamlin's recovery has been nothing short of inspirational. We all remember that scary Monday night game when Hamlin collapsed on the field and nearly died. 21 months later, another Monday in primetime with a very different outcome and a highlight he'll never forget.
Launching down the middle, intercepted. Overthrew the man and Damar Hamlin.
It could not have been any sweeter for Buffalo Bills safety Damar Hamlin and the team's diehard fans, the Bills Mafia. More than a year and a half after going into cardiac arrest on the field and nearly losing his life, the 26-year-old picking off a pass from Jaguars quarterback Trevor Lawrence at home in Buffalo for his first NFL interception.
We all know my last start on Monday Night Football and how that game went. So to be able to, come all the way back from that and to have a special moment like that, it's all God right there.
Hamlin's teammates rushing over to celebrate as overjoyed fans held up 3 fingers, his uniform number. It was back in January 2023 when doctors say a hit to the chest while making a tackle against the Cincinnati Bengals caused Hamlin's heart to stop. He was resuscitated on the field and spent 10 days in the hospital. Since then, Hamlin has made a miraculous full recovery, not only being cleared to play football again, but earning a starting job as the Bills' safety this season. Hamlin telling Today over the summer,
I feel my best I've ever felt, and, I'm locked in, ready for this season.
And off the field, he's making a major impact, too, raising awareness about the importance of CPR training and the availability of AED devices.
CPR is a superpower, and I just want everyone to be able to be afforded the same opportunity that I was for a situation to go perfectly.
Now, a career-first interception on Monday Night Football, putting a point on his incredible comeback story.
By the way, the Bills routed the Jaguars 47-10. They're now 3-0. And there was another Monday night matchup last night as well. The Washington Commanders picking up a big road win in a high-scoring game against the Cincinnati Bengals, 38-33. Back to you.
Stephanie, thank you. Well, you know her as a political powerhouse, former Georgia House Minority Leader and social justice warrior. Stacey Abrams is also a children's book author. Her new children's book, Stacey Speaks Up, tells the story of how everyone, no matter how young, has the power to make a difference. It hits shelves today. That's a great cover. Stacey Abrams, great to have you here on Daily with me.
Thank you for having me.
So let's talk about this story. The premise here is a girl who discovers that some of her classmates can't afford to eat lunch at school. What happens from there?
Well, she tries to see if there's an adult who will fix the problem, and she realizes very quickly that if she sees the problem, she has a responsibility to not only try to help, but that she can enlist her friends and their neighbors to see if they can take on and tackle issues. They find their voices together.
This is your third book in the series. It's designed for kids 0 to 8. These are picture books. Tell me, what is the conversation that you want parents to have with their kids when they read these books?
In each of the Stacey stories, there is a conversation about empathy and advocacy. How do you tackle the real-world challenges, a spelling bee that may not go the way you want it to, or shyness, or just being different? And in this case, a social injustice where the rules seem unfair, but it seems too big for you to fix. And I want kids to understand that their voices matter and that maybe they can't solve everything, but they have the right to say that there should be someone who does the work. And sometimes their job is not to fix the problem, but to make sure everyone else knows to do their job.
Did some of this come from your own childhood? Who was there to inspire you to have that empathy and that ability to say, hey, I can make a difference, even though I might be a kid?
Both of my parents. My mom and dad were both very active in the civil rights movement as teenagers. My dad was actually arrested when he was 14 for registering people to vote, black people to vote in Mississippi. But they raised us with the responsibility. You didn't just get to bemoan a problem. Your job was to try to think about how to solve it. And it was to make sure the adults in your world understood their responsibility, but that you were never too young to do something.
Yeah. Well, we know you as a staunch voting rights advocate. We're in the middle, obviously, or towards the end, really, of a very heated election cycle. You know, talk to us about the different ways that we can talk to our children and make it age appropriate, but help them to understand the importance of voting and getting involved.
Well, this is a perfect example. There are political leaders right now making choices about children and hunger, making decisions about whether to accept funding that is being provided to feed hungry children. Political leaders who can tackle the issue of food insecurity, which affects 1 in 5 children in America. And this is a moment where parents can say, the people we vote for, one of the reasons we're going to choose will be because they care about this issue and they are willing to say something about this issue.
Yeah, I'm curious, you know, kids often want to know who you're going to vote for. And in our household with, you know, neighbors and when we do public jobs, how do you navigate that conversation?
I'm kind of obvious about what I do.
Right.
But what I think is more important is to teach children the values to look for. Do you have someone who's willing to be honest, who's willing to tell you what the difficulties are, but then how they plan to attach them or tackle them? But most importantly, it's about just talking about how the dots connect. Sometimes we get divorced from politics because we see it as politicians and not about the people they're supposed to serve. And so I always approach it, who can do the best job for the things that I need, and who sees me and is willing to serve the needs that I have and the needs of my community. That's the way we should decide who we elect. But we also need to make certain we're not just paying attention to the big marquee races, but all the way down the ballot, because it's school boards, it's city council members who are making most of the decisions that affect our daily lives.
Those local lawmakers, the people who are knocking on doors and whose flyers we're getting in our mailbox. That's a great place to start the conversation. Stacey Abrams, thank you so much. The book is called Stacey Speaks Up, the third in this series. Congratulations. Thanks for being here.
Thanks for having me.
Coming up, more than 1 million Americans are treated for a concussion every year. We're going to talk about the signs to watch out for and how to preserve your cognitive health. That is coming up next. More NBC News Daily right after this.
NBC News Daily is #1 for afternoon news across all of television.
I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinklea Samwat.
What's happening around the world?
Israel's military is building up there along the border.
And what matters here at home?
New numbers are out today showing more encouraging signs for our economy.
Let's zero in on exercise. We know we're supposed to be doing it. What does it do for our health?
What needs to change for social media to be a safer place?
NBC News Daily, weekdays from 12 to 4 on NBC News Now.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
New research shows 1/3 of former NFL players believe they have the degenerative brain disease known as CTE. That was published yesterday in the JAMA Neurology Journal. The disorder is thought to be caused by concussions and repeated hits to the head. But it is not just athletes who are at risk. An estimated 1 to 3 million people visit the emergency room with a concussion in the U.S. each year. This is according to the Cleveland Clinic. Dr. Leah Kroll, she's a neurologist at Maimonides Medical Center. She joins me now. Dr. Kroll, great to have you. So help people understand, what are the symptoms of a concussion and what are the most common ways that just everyday citizens find themselves with a concussion? Is it a fall?
Yeah, so it can be sports, it can be a fall, it can be car accidents, whiplash type of situation. Anything that's going to allow your brain to jostle in your head can do this. And everyone experiences concussion differently. So for some people, symptoms will come on right away. For others, they'll develop over hours to days. And there's a broad spectrum of symptoms that people may have with this. Certainly fatigue, dizziness, and headache would be the most common, but you can also get brain fog, irritability, problems with your memory, problems with sleep, depression, the list goes on. So every concussion is different.
So if you have some sort of trauma to the head and you feel fine right away, but then you start feeling that way, then that is a sign to seek medical care.
Absolutely, particularly if those symptoms are really debilitating, really getting in your way, then you definitely want to see a neurologist.
Okay, very good. Is it safe to go to sleep if you have a concussion? Or, what are some things that you should avoid and really be careful to monitor?
So we've seen this myth perpetuated in the movies that it's not safe to sleep, and that's totally untrue. Actually, rest is extremely important for the brain after it's had a hit. So you really want to allow someone to get as much rest as possible. In terms of things that are of more immediate concern for more serious stuff, we worry about serious brain injuries beyond concussion. So if someone is really showing that they are losing consciousness, having a seizure, a severe headache, they're nauseous, they're vomiting, if they're weak, numb, have slurred speech, imbalance, trouble walking, those are signs that maybe something more serious has happened, and you should definitely head to the ER if that's the case.
We are seeing some athletes, Tua comes to mind, right, where he has had multiple concussions on the football field. At what point should someone, really monitor their brain health and pull back from situations that could put them in that kind of risk?
I think in general, we always want to monitor our brain health, right? Nothing is more valuable than that to us. And you always want to be careful about when is the right time to return to activity, because it can be dangerous to do that too early. Not only does it slow your recovery, it puts you at risk for repeated hits to the head. And that second hit is more likely to be more serious than the first hit. So it's important that people are wearing helmets, that they're wearing seatbelts, that they're really doing everything they can to avoid unnecessary risks to their brain health by avoiding head trauma, because that, as we have learned lately, is a major modifiable risk factor for dementia.
Oh, okay, so it's preventable, and so head trauma is linked to dementia later in life.
Head trauma is linked to dementia later in life. In fact, up to 45% of dementia cases are thought to be preventable, and head trauma is just one risk factor.
Dr. Leah Kroll, thank you very much for your time. Learned a lot. Stay with us. You're watching NBC News Daily.
resilience, and hope. Please take care of yourself and each other.
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC.
Saturday Night Live star Ego Nwodim will kick off her 7th year as a cast member with the show as SNL prepares for its 50th season premiere this weekend. She's also returning to her roots, teaching students in Baltimore the art of improv through a new educational program. NBC News Now anchor Joe Fryer followed her to her hometown to see it firsthand.
Ego's here! At City Springs Elementary and Middle School, learning is no joke. Even if the lesson is improv comedy. And the teacher is actress Ego Nwodim.
I thought it would be a great thing to bring back to Baltimore, where I'm from, to my home, and share with the young people here, because it's something I wish I had been aware of.
Who's gonna take it? Improv is when you perform without a script, something Ego didn't even try until after she moved to LA for college.
Like all the comedy greats, you majored in biology.
Yes. How's it going?
Improv then is what really got you into this, right?
I started taking an improv class. I wasn't happy about taking an improv class. I didn't want to. But once I got in there, I felt like this is actually really enjoyable.
Improv led to sketch comedy, which eventually led to Saturday Night Live.
That man ain't give me no ketchup.
This year, the comedy series Mr. Throwback.
These tablecloths are way too short. All the dads with their suits and dunks. I don't want to see feet.
But with time on her hands during last year's writer's strike, Ego wanted to get back to her comedy roots, which is why she reached out to her old high school teacher, Todd Wade.
What was Ego like as a student?
She was that kid.
Working with the Baltimore Improv Group, they developed a program to teach improv to students and staff across 6 local schools. Ego visited to kick off the new curriculum, and I got to join in.
If someone's scratching their head and being like, why are we teaching kids improv? We want them all to be comedians?
No, absolutely not. I had a friend who was an accountant who took an improv class. She wanted to do something that kind of got her out of her comfort zone and more comfortable standing before people without any prepared material and just communicating with and connecting with other people.
I took my first improv class last year, and I quickly figured out it wasn't necessarily about making people laugh. There are other skills to learn here, right?
Yes. Oh, my goodness. That's the thing. I think people are so intimidated by the notion of improv because they go, I have to be funny, but improv also has us fail, you know, and be comfortable failing and comfortable, you know, not quite excelling or making a mistake. There's some magic that can really happen in improv when someone makes a mistake.
One of the pillars of improv is the concept of yes and, that you're always adding to what someone else does, never tearing them down.
Your improv teammate might say, this wall is blue, and you're gonna say yes, and you're gonna add to that reality. And I think that's really just like life. You cannot control or predict what is going to happen to you today, in an hour, tomorrow, but you can say yes and.
The kids learn to listen and collaborate.
What has been the reaction?
Ecstatic, like improv is joy.
It's a joy factor because in the moment when you're doing improv, you have to be present. And oftentimes when you're dealing with kids, they can really be stuck in like a past situation.
The students told us it was also good for their anxiety.
Help you get a right space in your mind and help you stop stressing.
And sometimes I get mad on the football field, so I just think about what I learned in improv and use it on the field.
And that helps you?
Yes.
Which is why Ego wants more schools to say yes and. Joe Fryer, NBC News.
Yes, and what a great lesson for life. Now, let's talk about what's trending. The HBO spinoff series, The Penguin, has opened to 5.3 million viewers in its debut weekend. The huge opening puts the show on par with some of the network's other big hits, including Succession, The White Lotus, and The Last of Us. The Penguin stars Colin Farrell, and it takes place after the events of The Batman. The Chicago White Sox are on the brink of becoming the worst baseball team in modern history. With only 6 games left in their regular season, it'll take just one more loss for them to set the MLB record for most losses in a single season. Right now, they're tied with the 1962 New York Mets. The next game for the White Sox is tonight at home against the Los Angeles Angels. I'm Vicki Nguyen. You are watching NBC News Daily.
NBC News Daily is #1 for afternoon news across all of television.
I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Nguyen.
I'm Kate Snow. And I'm Zinklea Samwat.
What's happening around the world?
Israel's military is building up there along the border.
And what matters here at home?
New numbers are out today showing more encouraging signs for our economy.
Let's zero in on exercise. We know we're supposed to be doing it. What does it do for our health?
What needs to change for social media to be a safer place?
NBC News Daily, weekdays from 12 to 4 on NBC News Now.
Hello, everyone. I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinklea Samwat. NBC News Daily starts right now.
Today, Tuesday, September 24th, 2024, bracing for impact. Tropical storm Helene forms in the Gulf of Mexico. Millions along Florida's west coast are now preparing for what could be the strongest hurricane to hit the U.S. this year. The update we just got from the National Hurricane Center.
On the world stage, President Biden addresses the United Nations General Assembly for the last time. His high-profile speech comes as Israel steps up attacks in Lebanon, claiming to kill another Hezbollah leader. The latest from the ground.
Eyes to the sky. The FAA is trying to put an end to a shortage of air traffic controllers inside the new push to hire more workers and why it might be worth adding your gaming skills to your resume.
Plus, Price pushed the maker of Ozempic and Wegovy in the hot seat on Capitol Hill over the cost of those popular weight loss drugs. Why senators say you could end up paying more even if you never plan on taking those drugs.
Welcome back. We do have a lot to get to this hour.
Yeah, so let's jump in and start this hour with a state of emergency in Florida and the newly formed tropical storm Helene.
The system's moving across the Caribbean toward Florida's Gulf Coast. It is expected to turn into a hurricane as early as tomorrow. Helene could make landfall on Thursday as one of the strongest storms in the U.S. this entire hurricane season.
As always, we prepare for the worst, we hope for the best, but we'd rather be prepared and then have it not reach that level than just hope that it doesn't intensify and then be caught not being prepared.
Florida's Governor Ron DeSantis, who you just heard from, is urging everyone in the state's Big Bend region and Panhandle to get ready now. He says to fill up on gas tanks, stock up on food and water, clean up yards and debris, and get familiar with evacuation zones. Nearly 20,000 emergency crew members are on standby for expected power outages and water rescues. Joining us now, NBC News meteorologist Bill Cairns, tracking it all. So, Bill, I understand we just got an update from the National Hurricane Center. What are they telling us?
They didn't change anything, and that's good. We want this thing to stay as weak as possible, as long as possible, because once it starts getting ramped up, then it will actually ramp up, maybe even rapidly. And so as long as we can keep this weak, so still 45-mile-per-hour winds. And the biggest question is just how strong can it get? It only has roughly between 48 and 60 hours left before it gets to landfall. So that's not a lot of time over, but very warm water. So it's kind of like not a lot of time, but yet there's a ton of fuel for it if it can get itself going, and especially that inner core. So right now the Hurricane Center is saying landfall in this Big Bend area in between Apalachicola and Cedar Key as a Category 3. But this storm is going to be big. I mean, this storm is going to be huge size-wise. Even if it doesn't get, say, to a Cat 4, Cat 5, the size of the storm is going to be much bigger than a lot of the storms we've dealt with lately. And that's why we have hurricane watches up for areas, say, from Sarasota, St. Petersburg to Tampa, and then all the way inland to Orlando, the Disney complex, Universal Studios, well away from the center, we have tropical storm watches because this wind field is supposed to be so massive. So about 400 miles east to west and north to south. Anywhere in yellow here at 3 p.m. on Thursday has a chance of getting tropical storm wind gusts. That's enough to knock down trees and get power outages. That includes a huge chunk of the state of Florida. So that's why we're telling people, you know, just because you're not in that cone doesn't mean you're not going to have impacts from this storm. And of course, huge storms can push water, you know, they're really efficient at pushing water. And all that water comes up and is going to suck northwards. And that's why we could see incredible storm surges up to 10 to 15 feet, 4 to 8 feet in the Sarasota to Tampa area. And so storm surge, especially during the day, Thursday and Thursday evening, is going to cause damage well away from the center. And then with any tropical system, when it moves inland, we get extreme rainfall rates. Georgia's going to get hit hard, too. We even could see numerous people with power outages all the way as far north as Atlanta.
Really important people take those warnings very seriously. Yeah. Bill Cairns, thanks so much. And this morning, President Biden addressed the United Nations for the fourth and final time of his presidency.
In his speech before the General Assembly, the president reaffirmed America's leadership on the world stage. He warned the world is facing what he called an inflection point, and he called on nations to work together to resolve urgent issues like the escalating conflict in the Middle East, the war in Ukraine, and looming concerns about China. NBC News Chief White House correspondent Peter Alexander joins us here in New York on set. Nice to see you in person. So President Biden has really prided himself on his role and his record in foreign policy. But two big wars have broken out, including what's happening right now in the Middle East. What did he have to say about that?
No, I think you're exactly right, Kate, as you talk about that. In many ways, this was an effort to put a punctuation mark on his years of service, not just as president, but in foreign policy circles broadly. He has talked so much about the power of partnership, strengthening these alliances like NATO and others. But today really demonstrated, I think, the limitations to that as well. As you talk about the situation in Ukraine remains out of control. Although Russia did not take over Ukraine, they still obviously are in the middle of a war that is now approaching 3 years it's been going on. Then we're witnessing the near 1-year anniversary of what's taking place overseas. The president speaking to that between Israel and not just Hamas, but now Israel and Hezbollah. The president again calling for a ceasefire and saying there needs to be a hostage deal. Here's part of what he said today. Listen.
Hezbollah, unprovoked, joined the October 7th attack, launching rockets into Israel. Almost a year later, too many on each side of the Israeli-Lebanon border remain displaced. A full-scale war is not in anyone's interest. Even if the situation has escalated, a diplomatic solution is still possible.
Worth noting that Benjamin Netanyahu, the prime minister, expected to come to speak before the UN. There are some calls for him to stay, given the situation there, but he's going to face a pretty loud censure from a lot of those countries here when he arrives at the UN.
Yeah, and Peter, earlier you called this a punctuation mark for President Biden. I mean, this is marking more than half a century of public service. Talk to us about what this moment means for him.
Well, and he sort of got to this a bit today. In many ways, he's almost shaping his legacy in these remarks here. There's only so many opportunities you have to speak to the American audience or to the global community. This is one of the last best chances to deliver that message today, as we say, shaping the way he will be remembered in effect. But he also had a pretty important message, I think, today, making note of who may succeed him, right? The real concern is among these people that Donald Trump may be the next president of the United States. It means you go from America is back, as Joe Biden used to say it, to America first policies once again. He said that we need to keep the forces that want to pull us together stronger than ones trying to pull us apart. He also had a message to the Democratic leaders and autocratic leaders in the room, basically saying, remember, you serve the people of your country. They don't serve you. At some point, you have to turn over the reins to a new generation.
Really interesting. A speech coming as there's still so much unknown. Peter Alexander, thanks so much. There are some big developments to tell you about in the Israel-Hezbollah conflict. Israel's military says it killed a top Hezbollah commander in a targeted strike in Beirut after vowing to accelerate its aerial attacks.
The Beirut strike is one of hundreds launched by Israel since Monday. Lebanon's health ministry now says more than 550 people have died. Hezbollah launched another wave of rockets into northern Israel. One of those rockets landed near a highway and was caught by a driver's dash cam. Fighting has escalated since hundreds of pagers exploded across Lebanon 1 week ago today. Israel has not claimed official responsibility for those explosions, but the U.S. believes that it is responsible.
NBC News international correspondent Matt Bradley is in Beirut. Matt, good to see you. So what is Israel saying about the strike that killed that Hezbollah commander?
Yeah, well, this is the second such strike in as many days. And as you remember yesterday, there was a strike also around the same neighborhood. This was in the Roberi neighborhood of southern Beirut. And this is a commander who the Israelis say was actually commanding the missile strikes into Israel. And this is a man who, according to the Israelis, had been promoted in just the last couple of weeks to fill in a spot that had been vacated by previous assassinations of top-level Hezbollah officials, again, by the Israelis. Now, we haven't gotten any confirmation from Hezbollah that this man has, in fact, died, but Lebanese officials have said that this strike on this 6-story building in the southern part of Beirut killed multiple other people and injured dozens more. Guys?
And Matt, we've seen thousands of people in Lebanon fleeing from these strikes from the southern part of the country. You spoke with a woman sheltering with her family inside a school, right? What did she say?
Yeah, well, she told me that this was an hours-long effort to try to get from the southern part of the country all the way up north to where we found her in Beirut, in what was basically a vacated hotel hotel training institute that was housing dozens of families. It was very sparse, and you could tell when you walked around that a lot of these families just didn't have time to gather any luggage or any of their belongings. Once they started hearing this enormous barrage of missiles being fired from Israel, they all piled into their cars and drove north as fast as they could. Now, this woman that we spoke to, she said that the car actually overheated during the drive. She didn't explain how she was able to make it from there, but this was a very, very long journey. And she became emotional when she described how she then heard that after she had left, half of her house had been destroyed by Israeli bombardments. She says she's not going to be going back. There's no home for her to go back to. She has no connections here in Beirut. She doesn't know what she's going to do, but she's with her entire family. She doesn't know what she's going to do with them. She's wearing, like they are, just the clothes on their backs. Guys?
All right, Matt Bradley, thank you for being there.
Let's head now to today's CNBC Money Minute. The last full-size Kmart in the U.S. is closing.
And attention, Beyonce fans. There may be a new brand collaboration coming.
Edge of my seat.
Steve Kovac has those details and more. Hi, Steve.
I'm a Beyonce fan, too, so I'm going to raise my hand.
Okay.
Look, but let's start with Visa here, guys. The Justice Department has filed an antitrust lawsuit against Visa. Details of the suit have not been made available yet, but Bloomberg reporting it alleges Visa has monopolized the U.S. debit card market. Earlier this year, Visa settled a lawsuit by Discover's payment network, which claimed it obstructed competition, causing merchants to pay higher fees. So Kmart is closing its last big box store in the lower 48 of the United States. CBS News reporting employees at a store in Bridgehampton, New York, say the store, which was its last full-size store in operation, will close next month. The retailer will continue to operate a smaller store in Miami, and it has other locations in Guam and the U.S. Virgin Islands. Transformco, that's the Kmart owner, has yet to comment. And yesterday on Instagram, Levi's teased a potential collaboration with Beyonce. The post included an image of a woman, but come on, it was clearly Beyonce, wearing a cowboy hat and riding a horse with the caption, introducing a new chapter. Beyonce's country album, of course, released earlier this year, features a song titled Levi's Jeans. It does not take Sherlock, guys, to figure this one out.
I was going to say,
her.
to be clear, Beyonce's not a woman. She is beyond human, actually.
Yes. Oh, she's not even mortal
To be
anymore?
clear, yeah. And of course, we know Beyonce had that song Levi's Jeans featuring Post
It
Malone.
all adds up.
Right.
So the math is mathing. Beehive,
Okay.
you're listening.
All
Yes. All right. Steve Kovac, thanks.
Thanks, guys.
I got a couple pairs of Levi's, so I'm in. Coming up, back in the bullpen, how police in New England were finally able to wrangle the one remaining bull who was on the loose after that escape we showed you from a Massachusetts rodeo.
Plus, one of the most alarming trends online, deepfakes of kids. How one major city is fighting back after disturbing AI-generated photos appeared online. That's next on NBC News Daily.
Closer to the Gaza border. A story of resilience and hope. Please take care of yourself and each other.
News lives in the now.
The front lines are still very active. This is like quicksand, and officials say an entire town is cut off.
This close to actually understand why people had to jump in the ocean.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
We're talking possibly 1 trillion galaxies.
Yes.
That is a number that is just so hard to compute.
Whether it's the moon, whether it's Mars, it feels like we're on the cusp of something big.
A first-of-its-kind lawsuit has been filed in San Francisco. The city's attorney's office is suing more than a dozen websites that use artificial intelligence to create fake nude photos of women and girls without their consent.
NBC News Now anchor Savannah Sellers spoke to the city attorney, who says responding to the threat is an urgent and personal mission.
How was the math test?
Yvonne Mere's first priority is being a mom. So a particular New York Times article shocked her.
About a 15-year-old girl whose life had been devastated by a non-consensual image of her that was nude.
That image was what's known as a deep fake, a picture that may be created with a real face, but using artificial intelligence to make a fake body.
When I read it, my own daughter, who's now 16, I thought to myself, this would be horrible.
Madej happens to be in a position to do something about it. In addition to being a mom, she's a top litigator in the San Francisco City Attorney's Office. She shared the article with her colleague, fellow mom and lawyer Sarah Eisenberg.
How does this work?
So there's a lot of different ways. I can take a picture of anyone, anytime.
You can take a picture of a girl going to prom.
I can grab it off of her social media page without her even knowing that I have taken it. Go to any number of these websites that are out there and just upload that picture, and it will use artificial intelligence to undress that person.
Madej and Eisenberg's boss, City Attorney David Chu, gave them the go-ahead to pursue legal action against the practice. They say it resulted in a first-of-its-kind lawsuit naming 16 top websites that create and distribute fake nude images of women and girls without consent.
What we found truly horrified us. There have been over 200 million visitors in just these 16 websites alone.
What do you understand that impact to be?
We know that these images have been used to bully, humiliate, and threaten women and girls. The impact on these victims cannot be underestimated.
Those victims range from massive superstars to high school girls across the country. The suit alleges the practice is not just harmful, it's illegal. They argue even the marketing used by the websites obliterates any notion of consent, pointing out one defendant's advertising. Imagine wasting time taking her out on dates when you can just use the website to get her nudes. Contact information for most of the companies named in the lawsuit could not be found.
They have violated deepfake pornography laws, child pornography laws.
Do you really think there's a chance you can get these websites shut down?
Absolutely. I don't think there's anyone who defends what is happening here. We're talking about everyday people who are seeing their faces turned into pornography and, in too many instances, child pornography.
For Madej and Eisenberg, it's a labor of love, both for their constituents and a little closer to home.
You want to make a difference. You want to look back. I get choked up like you want to make a difference. This makes a difference.
Do you think about your daughter when you feel that way?
I do. I think about my daughter, and I want her to be proud of me. I want her to be proud of what the office does.
Savannah Sellers, NBC News, San Francisco.
It's such a big issue right now. There's
truly.
deepfakes. Savannah and I did a town hall for NBC News Now. We talked about it with the FBI, and they're trying to stop it, but it's just so pervasive. So a suit like that, if they can get at the companies that are allowing people to create the deepfakes, maybe that's part of the solution.
And especially important because so much that's online doesn't go away.
Lives forever.
All right, Savannah, thanks for that report. Coming up, how those expensive weight loss drugs could impact your bottom line, even if you don't take them. That's ahead on NBC News Daily.
But first, time for today's Daily Snapshot. What a way to welcome in the fall season. Look at that. That is yesterday's sunrise behind the Manhattan skyline. And, of course, that's the Empire State Building. Breathtaking shot captured from Jersey City, New Jersey on the first full day of fall. More NBC News Daily next.
News lives in the now.
The front lines are still very active. This is like quicksand, and officials say an entire town is cut off.
This close to actually understand why people had to jump in the ocean.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC.
We're talking possibly 1 trillion galaxies.
Yes.
That is a number that is just so hard to compute.
Whether it's the moon, whether it's Mars, it feels like we're on the cusp of something big.
As we mentioned earlier this hour, President Biden and world leaders are in New York City for the UN General Assembly.
And one of the top issues on the agenda are the wars in the Middle East and Ukraine. NBC News' Richard Louis sat down exclusively with former UK Prime Minister Tony Blair to discuss these ongoing conflicts and his advice for world leaders.
It's the most since World War II. 56 ongoing conflicts or wars globally, involving nearly half the world's countries. This will dominate the United Nations General Assembly this week. The Middle East front and center.
Underlying all the issues in the Middle East is this question of whether the Middle East can release itself from a politics where the politicization of religion dominates.
Tony Blair, former British Prime Minister and former special envoy to the Middle East, was there just last week. Blair making almost 300 diplomatic trips to the region over the last 3 decades.
This war in Gaza has been, of course, the worst, the most dramatic, because it arose out of the terrible attack on the 7th of October. But, there were 3 wars before that. On each occasion, we've tried to just return to a status quo that we hoped might hold, and it hasn't.
One important sign of progress leaders now tell him.
If you look at the UAE or Saudi Arabia, you have leadership there that is deliberately trying to take their countries out of the idea that you take a religion, turn it into a political ideology, and back to the idea that Islam is a religion, it's between you and your God, and there's no reason why you can't get on with people of different religions.
A lesson Blair learned from one of his diplomatic hallmarks.
I learned a lot through the process of peace in Northern Ireland because we were fortunate there, that we managed to bring 2 communities that were, at war with each other to peace. And I still believe that it's possible to do that in the Middle East.
But the Wall Street Journal reports senior White House officials now do not expect a deal during the Biden administration.
A lot of things don't look realistic until we get them done. We have to keep at it.
Blair still on the world stage, agreeing with Biden not to give up yet.
Is it because President Biden did step aside in this election that has weakened the ability to come out with a deal before the year's end?
I don't think so, frankly. No, it's still possible that you will have an agreement. The essence of the issue is who runs Gaza after the conflict. Let's agree it shouldn't be the Israeli Defense Forces. It can't be Hamas either.
Then there's the ongoing war in Ukraine. Russian President Vladimir Putin not at the UN this week, not facing Ukraine's president and not facing critics. Blair reveals a personal conversation that helps to explain.
But I actually remember having a conversation with Putin about Ukraine when I was still in office, saying, look, we've got no strategic interest in pulling Ukraine towards us. Just to reassure you, if Ukraine wants to go with you guys, that's fine. And his view was very, very clear. I mean, I'll never forget the conversation. He said, no, they're coming with us. I said, yeah, obviously, if they choose to come with you, that's fine. And no, not if they choose. And I'm afraid that's where the problem is.
It's these high-level conflict negotiations that help fuel Blair's new how-to book for leaders, like the 133 speaking at the General Assembly.
If you take a position of power, your job is to change things for the better. I don't understand what the point of being in power is if you're not going to try.
Your book seems to be written for potentially Keir Starmer, maybe even Kamala Harris. Was it?
No, not really. The thing that concerns the most about the U.S. is to get predictability and stability of policy. It's been quite dysfunctional over the past years.
So you had some aha moments about what you actually got done and how you got it done.
Yes, absolutely. I mean, one of the slightly shocking things about leaving office is how much you learn after you leave and how much of that you wish you'd known when you were there.
Richard Louie, NBC News, Singapore.
Richard, thank you. Coming up, an emotional moment for Buffalo Bills player Damar Hamlin, the major milestone he reached last night, nearly 2 years after suffering that cardiac arrest on the field. You're watching NBC News Daily.
Really moving. And of course, we're also streaming free 24/7 right here on NBC News Now. You can watch us wherever you stream live. That includes all those places you see on your screen, including YouTube, Roku, Peacock. The news continues right after this.
Get the latest updates on the 2024 election on the NBC News app.
We're talking possibly a trillion galaxies.
Yes.
That is a number that is just so hard to compute.
Whether it's the moon, whether it's Mars, it feels like we're on the cusp of something big.
Bottom of the hour now. Here are some of the stories making headlines on NBC News Daily.
An update to a story we brought you yesterday. 55-year-old Marcellus Williams is set to be executed today for the murder of a newspaper reporter back in 1998. The Missouri inmate has long maintained his innocence, with his attorneys arguing that the execution should be halted. They say his trial was unfair and cite a lack of physical or forensic evidence linking Williams to the crime scene. Williams has gotten support from community members, activists, and even the victim's family, who have suggested a life sentence. But Missouri's Supreme Court and governor rejected a final request to stop the execution. It is now scheduled for 6 p.m. local time.
And an update on some remarkable video we showed you just yesterday. 8 bulls were on the run after escaping a rodeo in Massachusetts on Sunday. All of them were caught except for one. The whole community was searching, including a lone volunteer trying to rope the wayward bull. Yeah, local authorities eventually brought in reinforcements in the form of a missing pet tracking business that spotted the bull near some local businesses. The bull was eventually caught on a highway Monday night and loaded into a trailer, putting an end to the 2-day-long saga.
Glad he's safe. And the oldest mayor in America, get this, he just turned 100 years old. Vito Perillo became the mayor of Tinton Falls, New Jersey in 2017 when he was 93. He had never held an elected office before that. He is now serving his second term. Perillo is a World War II veteran, retired civil engineer, and great-grandfather. He says he does not plan to run for re-election in 2025, but he said he might still look for another job.
Oh, wow.
God bless.
Well, we are following three major hearings on Capitol Hill today. The head of the Federal Aviation Administration testified in front of a House subcommittee this morning, vowing to hold Boeing accountable in the wake of that January door plug blowout, but saying that safety reforms will be a years-long effort.
And separately, there was a hearing about welfare reform, and former NFL quarterback Brett Favre talked about his link to a Mississippi welfare scandal. He also made this stunning disclosure.
Sadly, I also lost an investment in a company that I believed was developing a breakthrough concussion drug I thought would help others. And I'm sure you'll understand why it's too late for me, because I've recently been diagnosed with Parkinson's.
That last part was stunning. Favre has been accused of improperly using political connections to redirect public money to his alma mater and to his own pocket, allegations that he denied again today.
And the cost of popular weight loss drugs also took center stage on Capitol Hill. Lawmakers grilled the chief executive of Novo Nordisk, the maker of Ozempic and Wegovy, accusing the company of charging Americans substantially higher prices for the drugs than what patients pay in other countries. That's the hearing we're going to dig into with NBC News senior business correspondent Christine Roman. So, Christine, first, just remind us how much these drugs cost and talk about what we heard on Capitol Hill.
Well, they're really expensive, and they're a lot more expensive here than they are around the rest of the world. Ozempic, this hearing showed, was $969 for, of course, a month there. But you look at how much cheaper it is in so many other places. And this is the message that Senator Bernie Sanders wanted to send to the CEO of this company. Why is it so much more expensive in the U.S.? And he even said, "Are you ripping us off?" To which the Novo Nordisk CEO replied, "It's different in the U.S. You have a very complicated, complex system. 74 cents of every dollar spent on Ozempic goes to the middlemen, the pharmacy benefit managers, and that number was never meant to be the number that a patient would pay. That's what all of the big players are supposed to start negotiating around." He also pointed out that for 80% of the people who have Ozempic covered by insurance, they're paying about $25 a month. So the issue here is getting insurance companies on board with covering these drugs.
So what about the folks at home thinking, I don't take any of these drugs, so why does this matter to me? You say it does matter to all of us.
It does matter, because if you look at, for example, North Carolina, the state was covering these weight loss drugs for their state workers and then realized that they would basically go bankrupt if they kept doing that. The demand for these is so much so they don't cover them anymore. So you have premiums rising or out-of-pocket costs or coverage costs for everyone rising, because as more people are getting coverage of these costs, someone has to pay for it. So there is a medical miracle in these drugs with a very high price tag, and a lot of finger pointing at that hearing and elsewhere about just who exactly is getting rich off these drugs, when Americans who so desperately want them have to really dig deep and pay up to $1,300 a month for a weight loss drug that could really change their life and save money down the road.
Yeah. Christine Romans, thank you.
Thank you. Election Day is going to be here before you know it, folks. We are just 6 weeks away from the presidential election.
6 weeks, but a lot of votes may be cast well before we get to Election Day. The latest NBC News poll shows 51% of voters plan to vote early, be it by mail or in person. And if you look at that screen, the people who plan to vote before Election Day favor Vice President Harris by 26 points, while the people who expect to vote on Election Day, day of voters, favor former President Trump by 20 points.
Both candidates are on the trail this week. Trump just held an event in Georgia in the last hour, and it comes as we learn the Harris campaign is considering a visit to the southern border when the vice president is in Arizona on Friday. That's according to two people familiar with her schedule.
Let's get right to NBC News White House correspondent Aaron Gilchrist, and NBC News correspondent Garrett Hake is with us as well. Aaron, I'll start with you. What more do we know about this possible visit by Vice President Harris to the border? In the latest polls, she trails former President Trump when asked about the issue of immigration.
Yeah, you're right, Kate. Let's start with that second point you just made. This poll that came out over the weekend from NBC News showing that respondents said when asked who they thought was better at securing the border and controlling immigration, they favored former President Trump by 21 points in our poll over the weekend. We knew yesterday from the Vice President Harris's office that she would be traveling to Arizona on Friday. And now two people familiar with the Vice President's schedule have said that she is considering going to the border, potentially visiting a Border Patrol facility in Arizona, as she has done in the past. Those two people also said that right now the trip is not finalized, that logistics would still need to be ironed out were the Vice President to decide to make that visit to the border. This is an issue that is important in a couple of ways. Republicans have been hammering away at the idea that the Vice President has been soft on border security and that she's not gone to the border herself. She did do that back in 2021. As vice president, but this is something that we've heard the Trump campaign try to hit the vice president on several times. I was in Arizona and Nevada with the vice president when she traveled to those places last month, and I can tell you from people we talked to, immigration is a significant issue for the populations there. Obviously, in this campaign, though, the key issue for really every voter we've spoken to has been the issue of the economy and dealing with inflation in particular, Kate and Zinkley.
Aaron, thanks. Garrett, let's bring you in here. Former President Trump talked about taxes at his event in Georgia. His tax plan revolves around raising tariffs. In other words, the taxes on goods that come into the country, that come into America. Yesterday, he threatened the corporation John Deere with a 200% tariff if that company ultimately moves its manufacturing to Mexico. Can you just tell us more about the former president's tax plan here and what the impact could look like?
Yeah, Zinkley, the former president basically is promising to lower taxes on several different varieties of income, whether it be overtime pay or tax on tips, and try to make up the difference with tariffs that he would place on foreign-made goods. For Trump, tariffs are kind of an economic Swiss Army knife. He sees them as a tool that can work in a lot of different ways, whether it's to raise prices on foreign goods and encourage domestic production, which is sort of what he was trying to talk about today in Georgia. But he also sees them as a revenue raiser, although he incorrectly states that the money raised from tariffs comes from foreign governments. That's not true. They end up essentially being a tax on consumers, on you and me, when we buy those goods. And what we're seeing from Trump is a sort of a shifting policies here around taxes by not putting it on income, but making it look almost more like a European system where you end up paying more taxes on goods as a way to balance all that out. The math on this has not added up, though. Economists and experts who have looked at this say what Trump is talking about cutting in taxes runs in the tens of trillions of dollars. His tariff proposals don't come anywhere nearly close to making up that revenue.
Garrett Haake, Aaron Gilchrist for us. Thanks to you both. Appreciate it. Well, the countdown is also on to the busy holiday travel season, and there's an all-out push to hire more air traffic controllers to deal with a nationwide staffing shortage. NBC News senior correspondent Tom Costello gives us an inside look at what it takes to land that job.
Yeah, you know, this is not an easy job. They have a 30% rate at which people quit on the job because they're long hours, they work holidays, they work weekends, they work overnights. And there's also, by the way, a mandatory retirement age of 56. So the FAA has been struggling to keep up with that. They hired 1,800 new controllers so far this year. That's the most in a decade. But right now, they are ramping it up.
Falcon 50 Hotel, turn right heading 020, climb maintain 3000.
At the Air Traffic Control Academy in Oklahoma City, the push is on. Training the next generation of air traffic controllers to plug a shortage of some 3,000 controllers that's contributed to flight delays in New York, Florida, and Southern Cal. The FAA now hiring experienced and military controllers year-round, and opening a second application period starting next month.
If you have a good short-term memory, are able to make a decision, and are flexible in I'll say, like organizing chaos, bringing order to chaos is a great way to describe that career field.
Most new hires spend 3 to 5 months in the academy.
Slow down a little bit.
Fair enough.
You in a rush.
From en-route radar training to tabletop exercises for a hands-on feel to space and time.
Academy Tower, Air Force 50433 Heavy, ready for takeoff.
To advanced simulators.
Runway 28 right at Charlie, clear for takeoff.
The tower simulator can replicate every type of weather condition, from blue skies to fog to rain
to blowing snow.
We can actually simulate all types of emergencies right here in the simulator.
So controllers are ready for the real thing.
They're ready for the real thing.
New controller applicants must be U.S. citizens, younger than 31, able to speak English clearly, with at least 1 year of work experience or a combination of work and education. The average age here, 26.
Runway 28, right cleared for takeoff.
The students who do best?
Those people that grow up gaming, those people that have that ability to see three-dimensional, you know, and again, to think 3 to 4 to 5 steps ahead.
The airline industry says the FAA's hiring surge is a step in the right direction, but more needs to be done to address retirements and attrition.
Do you know what you're going to do with that aircraft, right? Yep.
High stress and high stakes. Again, 3 to 5 months in the academy, 2 to 4 years of on-the-job training, depending on which airport or facility you are assigned to. The FAA says it should take 5 to 7 years to get to optimal staffing levels. The union says no way. It's going to take 10 years. So if you know somebody who might be a candidate and maybe is a gamer, this could be a job for them. Back to you.
Tom, thanks so much. Coming up, we're talking about hot takes.
We all know people with controversial opinions who aren't afraid to share them, but what happens when words go too far? How to navigate some of those tough conversations. Up next on NBC News Daily.
Top Story live from Paris. Top Story live in Tel Aviv.
We are here in Butler, Pennsylvania, covering breaking news. President Trump was speaking on the other side of the barn.
Our reporters are spread out across the convention floor as this historic evening unfolds.
Fans here at the Med-C Arena going wild for Team USA. I know it's been a long time coming.
Yeah, gosh, it feels good.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
These are 10 of my most controversial hot takes. Feel free to disagree with me in the comments.
Your single most controversial opinion?
I think it sucks seeing people who owe you money enjoy their life.
Here are 10 of my most unpopular opinions. I'm gonna start off strong with saying coffee is nasty and you have to add a ton of stuff to it to make it yummy.
In today's mental health check, hot takes, controversial opinions, we all have them. And it seems like many people are not shy about sharing them, as we just heard, especially on social media.
Yeah, especially. But sometimes sharing an opinion, especially on certain hot button issues like politics, the election, can upset or frustrate people, can damage relationships. Joining us now is Niro Feliciano. She is a psychotherapist and an author. It is great to see you again. We were all sort of laughing at those hot takes, but with an election approaching, I'm just going to say it, like there's controversy everywhere. There are conversations that are divisive to have. Should we If we know something's going to spark a debate, should we just avoid saying it in public company?
You know, it depends, and it depends on the relationship. Sometimes when you're in a relationship with that person, it can be the elephant in the room if you're not talking about it and add to the tension. So if you go about it in a productive way, it may not end up like the explosion. You may actually come to some sort of resolution.
I mean, let's talk about getting at it in a productive way, because some people may want to talk about those hot button issues.
Yeah.
What's the best way we can communicate them well?
One, you want to be clear about what you want to say and also what the intended goal of the conversation is. And that is going to be your compass when it goes off track, which these can easily go off track with the emotions running high. So you want to get back to that and then be concise and direct. We don't need to talk around the issue. We don't need to intellectualize and use words that are bigger just to make ourselves feel better. We want to be heard and understood. So direct, short statements. You don't have to qualify your statements like, oh, you're going to think this is crazy. Just state your opinion as it is. In fact, we find men are much better at doing that than women. We tend to qualify, I feel, I think. Just state it. And then wait for the response.
Okay.
Yeah. I find myself saying, I'm sorry, but, and then stating what I think. Look, there are a lot of phrases you say that we should just avoid that are sort of real triggers.
Yeah, we don't want to blame. You do this, and I've heard you say that. We want to start with how we feel. When I feel minimized when you interrupt me, like my opinion is not important. It comes off very differently than if you start with the you statement. We don't want to name call. That's a big one. That's steering off that course, right? We have to come back to our compass. And of course, you know, we just don't want to bring up the past either if it's not relevant to what we're talking about right now.
I love that. Okay, so a lot of us, especially if we've been in relationship with people, we might want to resolve some of that conflict. So let's talk about conflict resolution. How do we go about that? Or is it okay sometimes to just agree to disagree?
It is absolutely okay to disagree and focus on your commonalities. If you know we're going to come to an impasse, we've tried this, it's not going to work, right? But we want to try to resolve conflict. And part of it is going into it ready to listen first. We want to listen. We don't want to interrupt. And then we want to make sure that we understood what was said. We're trying to get as much information as we can because oftentimes our perceptions can become our projections. So say things like, okay, I just want to get this straight. Let me make sure I understood it. Give them time to clarify, and then you can go about stating your opinion as well.
And you say before we criticize somebody else's opinion that we should think about some things. What are the things?
You want to think about what made them think this way. You know, what has their journey been? How has it been different from yours? To give them this moment in time where they think this way. We want to acknowledge that, try to put ourselves in their shoes. And then we want to remember our relationship. How have we been there for each other in the past? You know, what ways have we shown up for each other? What's been important to our relationship? We don't want to throw that out with one difference of opinion. And then practice acceptance. Hey, we're going to disagree on this, but let's come together on the things that are meaningful.
And briefly, can you just give us some tools for listening well? Because we kind of came into this talking about all the chatter when you want to share, but how do we just listen well?
I mean, the biggest one is we shut our mouths. And really just body language. Look at that person in the eye. I'm a big fan of or that's interesting, tell me more. Those kind of comments, and save your opinions till after you're sure you're clear on what that person has to say.
Yeah, kind of what you were saying, reflect back what they said, make sure you understand it.
Yeah.
I love that.
This was very helpful. Miro Feliciano, always great to have you. Thanks so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. We got a lot more news ahead.
You're watching NBC News Daily.
NBC News Daily is #1 for afternoon news across all of television.
I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinklea Samwa.
What's happening around the world?
Israel's military is building up there along the border.
And what matters here at home?
New numbers are out today showing more encouraging signs for our economy.
Let's zero in on exercise. We know we're supposed to be doing it. What does it do for our health?
What needs to change for social media to be a safer place?
NBC News Daily, weekdays from 12 to 4 on NBC News Now.
Welcome back. The Buffalo Bills blew out the Jacksonville Jaguars on Monday Night Football 47-10, but the highlight of the night belonged to the one and only Damar Hamlin.
The Bills safety got his first career interception, adding another chapter to his remarkable comeback after collapsing on the field. Here's NBC News correspondent Stephanie Gosk.
Launching down the middle, intercepted. Overthrew the man and Damar Hamlin.
It could not have been any sweeter for Buffalo Bills safety Damar Hamlin and the team's diehard fans, the Bills Mafia. More than a year and a half after going into cardiac arrest on the field and nearly losing his life, the 26-year-old picking off a pass from Jaguars quarterback Trevor Lawrence at home in Buffalo for his first NFL interception.
We all know my last start on Monday Night Football and how that game went. So to be able to come all the way back from that and to have a special moment like that, it's all God right there.
Hamlin's teammates rushing over to celebrate as overjoyed fans held up 3 fingers, his uniform number. It was back in January 2023 when doctors say a hit to the chest while making a tackle against the Cincinnati Bengals caused Hamlin's heart to stop. He was resuscitated on the field and spent 10 days in the hospital. Since then, Hamlin has made a miraculous full recovery, not only being cleared to play football again, but earning a starting job as the Bills' safety this season. Hamlin telling Today over the summer,
I feel my best I've ever felt, and, I'm locked in, ready for this season.
And off the field, he's making a major impact, too, raising awareness about the importance of CPR training and the availability of AED devices.
CPR is a superpower, and I just want everyone to be able to be afforded the same opportunity that I was for a situation to go perfectly.
Now, a career-first interception on Monday Night Football, putting a point on his incredible comeback story.
By the way, the Bills routed the Jaguars 47-10. They're now 3-0. And there was another Monday night matchup last night as well. The Washington Commanders picking up a big road win in a high-scoring game against the Cincinnati Bengals, 38-33. Back to you.
Stephanie Gosk, thanks so much, and so good to see him doing well now. Yeah. Well, this week, a small community in Kentucky completed a giant accomplishment, building an entire house from scratch in just 10 days.
It's all thanks to hundreds of volunteers who came together when a member of their community was struck by tragedy. NBC News correspondent Sam Brock explains.
In Stanford, Kentucky, population 3,700, sits a community committed to loving thy neighbor.
It'd be hard to find any nicer people, I'll go ahead and tell you that.
It definitely truly lives up to the small town feel.
And for Lucinda Cindy Mullins, that kindness came at the most critical time.
Have a great day. I love you.
After a routine surgery to address a kidney stone led to sepsis and a near-death experience, requiring doctors to partially amputate all 4 limbs. Cindy's husband and 2 sons grateful she survived.
It's hard for me to think about now that he may have had to tell our children that I wasn't coming home.
But Cindy's heart isn't just still beating. It's full after learning that James Crocker, a Florida businessman 1,000 miles away, heard about her story and drove straight to Kentucky with a plan.
Never met Cindy, but seeing an article where a woman loses all 4 limbs within a few days, it just was heartbreaking.
What happened next has a name. The Mullins Miracle.
We're building this home in 10 days, and my hope is that the country will be inspired.
Crocker's Herculean mission, an accessible home in only 10 days. But when you have 300 volunteers.
I think it's for a good cause. I really feel good about doing it.
All pitching in, the impossible is actually quite possible. Because 9 days after Cindy signed her name to the doorframe, the reveal.
It was more than I ever could have imagined.
Cindy celebrating not just with James and her family, but hundreds from this special community. A show of love and support that would make anyone's heart sing.
God and love built this house.
And that's exactly what happened here.
Sam Brock, NBC News.
Beautiful.
The power of community, right? Yeah. I'm Kate Snow.
I am Zincle Asamoah, and you are watching NBC News Daily. Thank you for being with us. We're also streaming free 24/7 right here on NBC News Now. Watch us wherever you stream live. That includes YouTube, Roku, anywhere. The news continues right after this.
You gotta see this. I'm Gotti Schwartz. We are following some breaking news. Severe storms continue to wreak havoc. The Supreme Court put a pause on a controversial immigration law. Protesters have redoubled their numbers right here at this makeshift barricade. The future of TikTok as we know it is at risk. Is this a ban or not? The craziest ride I have ever hitched. That is totality. Do you see yourselves in space?
I could go to space.
I feel great. Stay tuned now, weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
Hey, everybody, I'm Zincle Asamoah.
And I'm Kate Snow. NBC News Daily starts right now.
Today, Tuesday, September 24th, 2024, strike zone. Israel targets Lebanon with a new wave of deadly attacks. The U.S. announcing it's deploying more troops to the region in response to the violence. What President Biden is now saying is fears of an all-out war escalate.
Taking shots, lawmakers on Capitol Hill demand answers from the maker of Ozempic and Wegovy. Why are Americans paying so much for popular weight loss drugs? What today's hearing could mean for the price you pay.
Falling ill, autumn is officially here, which means so is the start of cold and flu season. The simple steps you can take today to help keep your family healthy.
And blocked calls. More schools nationwide are enforcing cell phone bans. But how do parents, teens, and teachers really feel about it? What's happening at one school trying it out for the first time?
Definitely a conversation worth sticking around for.
Yeah, Vicki Wynn has that for us coming up. But we begin with a lot of news.
That's true. Starting with that escalating conflict in the Middle East, the Israeli military saying it is operating at full force as it increases airstrikes against the militant group Hezbollah in Lebanon.
Israel says it killed a top Hezbollah commander during a targeted strike in Beirut today. Lebanon's health ministry says, meantime, more than 550 people have been killed by Israeli airstrikes since Monday. Hezbollah says it fired fired another barrage of rockets into northern Israel today. Several buildings in one city near the Lebanon border were damaged.
It was 1 week ago today that hundreds of pagers exploded across Lebanon, leading to this new round of fighting. The U.S. says Israel was behind the coordinated attack. Israel, however, has not officially claimed responsibility. NBC News international correspondent Matt Bradley is in Beirut, and NBC News senior national security correspondent Courtney Kube is at the Pentagon. So, Matt, we'll start with you here. This is the second Hezbollah commander Israel claims to have killed in just less than a week. What more do we know about this strike in Beirut?
Yeah, well, this hit the Khoubari neighborhood of southern Beirut, and this is an area, and as you mentioned, this is the second time in as many days striking southern Beirut. And we've been hearing all day, and really the last 2 days, regular bombardments, and that sounds like incoming bombardments from the Israelis. And this, we don't know if this is actually striking Beirut, but there's only been 2 in the last 2 days. And like that, it looks as though Israel's kind of, MO here is trying to decapitate Hezbollah by striking some of their top commanders and commandos before they either continue their strikes or possibly launch a ground invasion, which we've heard from Israeli top officials in just the last couple of days that they are open to doing if Hezbollah continues firing into northern Israel. Now, we heard this strike, like the strike yesterday, killed not only that top commander, but also a few other top commanders. But in this case, we haven't gotten any actual verification from Hezbollah that this top commander has been killed. Guys.
Courtney, let me go to you. I know you have some additional reporting on U.S. troops being sent to that region. What else is the Pentagon saying?
Small number of U.S. troops, but it really underscores the concern here in the Pentagon about how the situation there is unfolding and how unstable there's the potential for it to actually get. So small number of U.S. troops, a few dozen, who will be moving in. And this is in case there is the situation there escalates to a point where Americans are put at risk and may need help getting out of harm's way. Now, the U.S. already has about 40,000 troops in the region right now. It's a higher number than they've had even 6 months ago in the region. It includes the USS Abraham Lincoln, a carrier strike group that is there, that has been there for several weeks. What we're waiting to hear now is whether it could be joined by another carrier strike group, the Harry S. Truman. They took off out of Norfolk yesterday. They're heading towards Europe, but officials now are waiting to see if, in fact, the situation there continues to deteriorate. They could send a second carrier strike group there that would be there as part of an effort to deter, basically a show of presence, but also to bring military power in the form of about 5,000 men and women and many aircraft that could be there, again, not only to deter, but also should they be needed for a larger escalation.
Courtney Kube and Matt Bradley, thanks to you both.
Nearly 100 people kidnapped by Hamas on October 7th are still being held hostage inside Gaza. Today, NBC Nightly News anchor Lester Holt sat down with family members of some of the hostages.
He spoke with one woman who was released in November. Her husband, however, has not yet returned.
Did it come easy to begin telling your story, and where does it fit in this greater narrative of keeping attention on the hostages?
I've been talking and talking for the last 10 months, and that's what I've been doing. Shouting and screaming for the hostages to come home. And I'm going to tell all the hard stories and just hope that the words will mean something to somebody, because the words are difficult and they mean a lot. Keith and the hostages are thrown underneath the ground on a filthy, dirty mattress with no human rights. They're not allowed to talk. They're not allowed to move. It's dark there. They've got no oxygen. And to lie down and not being able to move your body while your back is caught and you're not allowed to, that hurts. And when you're starved for 24 hours or even more, it hurts. But for us, worrying about them, and me, sick to my stomach, worried about Keith and the hostages, because they're there and they're just waiting. What will be the next thing the Hamas terrorists will do to them? If they're going to rape them again, starve them again, hit them again, shout them again. And that's their conditions, just waiting. I was there in those same conditions, and I thought that I'm going to die all the time.
You can see more of that conversation tonight on NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
Incredibly compelling. Lester, thank you. We're tracking two big hearings on Capitol Hill today, one about safety improvements at Boeing.
The other featuring NFL Hall of Famer Brett Favre. Favre appeared before the House Ways and Means Committee today to speak about accusations that he pocketed public funds. But during the hearing, Favre also made a stunning disclosure about his own health. Take a listen.
I also lost an investment in a company that I believed was developing a breakthrough concussion drug I thought would help others. And I'm sure you'll understand why it's too late for me, because I've recently been diagnosed with Parkinson's.
Recently diagnosed with Parkinson's. NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent Ali Vitale is following all of this for us. Let's start with Brett Favre. Walk us through why he was there involving welfare reform, and what else did he say in the testimony?
Well, he was there because of those allegations that you just mentioned, that he improperly pocketed public funds through a direct cash assistance program that's annotated as TANF. This entire hearing was based on the premise of how that direct cash assistance program can be reformed. Favre, of course, one of the most public faces of allegedly misusing those funds. In the course of having the conversation about those reforms in particular, Favre said that he was swept up in a civil suit by basically an overzealous local prosecutor, and that's how his reputation has ended up in a position of being tarnished. But certainly, Kate and Zinkley, as we were watching that hearing, that new disclosure about his health, that Parkinson's diagnosis for the Hall of Fame quarterback, was certainly the thing that caught all of our attention. None of us knew it as he went into the hearing. Everyone, of course, now noting it and talking about it as he's left.
And Ali, while we have you, I want to shift gears and talk about Boeing. FAA Administrator Mark Whitaker testified before a House subcommittee today about the safety culture at Boeing. What exactly did we learn from his testimony?
Zinkley, today was sort of like the scramble to get all of the hearings done before Congress goes out of session for a month for the election. So we were seeing a wide range of hearings, everything from the TANF hearing with Favre to this update on the FAA and the situation ongoing with Boeing. The way you can think about this FAA hearing is lawmakers wanting a check-in and the FAA assuring that they know the safety culture at Boeing has to get better. They've put more safety monitors there, and they want to make sure that there's a culture within Boeing where would-be whistleblowers or even just employees who want to voice concerns about safety have the ability to do that. Certainly, this was more of an update than anything with major news coming out of it, but a situation with a lot of eyeballs on it just because of the role that the FAA plays in regards to all of these airlines, but especially in regards to Boeing, guys.
Ali Vitale, great reporting. Thank you.
Let's talk now about the price you pay, specifically when it comes to medication, because also on Capitol Hill today, the maker of Ozempic and Wegovy was in the hot seat.
Lawmakers grilled the chief executive of Novo Nordisk, accusing the company of charging Americans substantially higher prices for the drugs compared to what people pay in other countries.
Joining us now here on set, NBC News senior business correspondent Christine Romans. So, Christine, remind us just how much these drugs are costing right now, and what did we hear on Capitol Hill today?
I think most Americans know that these are very expensive drugs. These are miracle drugs for some people, and a lot of people are really struggling to figure out how to pay for it because it's not covered by insurance in a lot of cases. In some cases it is, but not in all of them. And if you look at Ozempic, for example, I mean, it is 15 times more in the U.S. than it is in some of these other countries. It's only $71 in the U.K. That is a diabetes maintenance drug. And if you look at Wegovy, that is a weight loss drug, and that has actually been approved by Medicare to help people with heart conditions and high blood pressure and hypertension. So that can be covered by insurance and Medicare in some cases. But look at how expensive it is compared to the U.S. And the CEO, this is what he said about essentially how he would be okay with sitting down with the middlemen in the American healthcare system and try to figure out how to lower prices for American consumers. Listen.
You have said that our amazing medicines can't help patients if they can't afford them. That is true. It is also true that the full value of Ozempic and Wegovy can only be realized if patients can access them. With that said, it is clear that patients too often struggle to navigate the complex U.S. healthcare system. It is also clear that no single company alone can solve such vast and complicated policy challenges.
He's basically saying, Congress, you guys have to work this out because of every dollar that is spent on Ozempic, for example, 74 cents goes to the middlemen, the pharmacy benefit managers. And that's who Senator Bernie Sanders wants to sit down with these companies and figure this out.
I mean, to the point of Congress needing to work it out, have there been any recent successes in Washington when it comes to actually lowering the prices for Americans?
There have. On insulin, capping insulin costs at $35 per person. That was something in the Inflation Reduction Act that then the administration managed to go back to the suppliers and get them to do for everybody. And inhalers, also, there are now limits on how much you can charge for inhalers. So we have seen, for the first time really ever, the government using its weight as the big purchaser, right, to try to negotiate better prices for people. Unclear where we are on that trajectory for these real important weight loss and diabetes drugs.
All right, Christine
Nice to
Romans.
see you.
Thank you.
Thanks. Time now for today's CNBC Money Minute. Consumer confidence just slid the most in 3 years.
And soon, Petco will no longer sell you a pet rabbit. Kate Rooney joins us now with that. Hi, Kate.
Hi, Kate and Sinclair. Good to see you. So the index from the Conference Board did show that consumer confidence this month fell to its lowest level in over 3 years. That survey found consumers were concerned about price increases and then job security. But the survey's results, they don't reflect the impact of the Federal Reserve's rate cut last week. The survey was conducted before the rate cut announcement. And Petco will no longer sell rabbits. It's going to focus on an adoption-only policy. It comes after a welfare organization called out the pet retailer earlier this month. They cited Petco turning its back on a promise it made back in 1994 and then 2008 to stop all rabbit sales. Petco says rabbits are the third most popular pet in the U.S. Guys, back to you.
Interesting.
Third most popular.
I have a friend with a bunny, actually.
I know.
Kate Rooney. Thank you.
Coming up,
Thanks,
millions along the Gulf Coast preparing for what is now expected to be a major hurricane.
We're on the ground with the preparations underway, and our meteorologist Bill Cairns has the updated track. That's ahead on NBC News Daily.
Democracy is happening now. We have a lot to get to on this historic night.
Things are happening here in Chicago.
Now never stops.
They are energized by the idea that this is a real fight. People were on their feet. Folks were fired up here.
Now is where it counts.
How confident are you that Donald Trump wins in November?
Are younger people excited about this new Democratic ticket?
The moment is now.
The only voice that really matters are the voice of the voters.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Former President Donald Trump, Vice President Kamala Harris out on the campaign trail this week with just 42 days to go until the November election.
The former president held an event today in battleground Georgia focusing on the economy. Tomorrow, it will be the vice president's turn to speak about her economic agenda. She will be delivering remarks in the must-win battleground state of Pennsylvania.
NBC News correspondent Garrett Hake covers the Trump campaign for us. Also with us, NBC News White House correspondent Erin Gilchrist. Erin, I'll start with the vice president. She made some new comments today on abortion rights. What did she say?
She did. She did an interview, recorded an interview yesterday with Wisconsin Public Radio, where she was asked about how she would codify Roe v. Wade or have it put back into place. And her response, she said that she did believe that there would be a need to do away with the filibuster rule that says essentially you need 60 votes to pass most legislation. I want you to hear specifically what the vice president had to say during that interview.
I think we should eliminate the filibuster for Roe. And we need and get us to the point where 51 votes would be what we need to actually put back in law the protections for reproductive freedom.
Now, this is not something new. The vice president has said in the past that she would sign legislation and do what she needed to do in order to get Roe codified and protect women's reproductive freedom. And this is something we can expect to hear her reiterate on the campaign trail as we lead up to the election day on November 5th, ladies.
Garrett, let's bring you in. The former president's position on abortion is not exactly as clear. He said this at a rally yesterday in Pennsylvania.
You will be protected, and I will be your protector. Women, you will no longer be thinking about abortion.
Garrett, how are those comments being received?
Not well, Zinkley. I mean, look, Donald Trump over the course of his political career has taken every conceivable position on abortion. Where he stands right now is that this is an issue, broadly, he says, should be left to the states. But really what the issue is here is that he doesn't want abortion to be a major issue in this campaign at all. He pulls terribly on it. He suffers from an enormous gender gap in polling where women, particularly younger women, in any poll you choose, favor Kamala Harris by a wide margin. And so you hear him there wanting to talk about issues like public safety as it affects women, about the economy as it affects women, about basically anything other than reproductive rights and abortion, because those issues he just is simply trailing in by a significant margin with no real plans to turn that around. So his campaign hopes to change the conversation if they can't change his positions or his history on this issue, which has been so damaging to him through this campaign.
Aaron, the vice president's going to be in Arizona on Friday. What are we learning about? Is there a possibility that she goes to the border?
The trip to Arizona is confirmed, and two people familiar with the vice president's schedule say that she is considering going to the border, potentially visiting a Border Patrol facility there in Arizona. But at this point, from those sources, we understand that logistics have not been finalized and that they would need to really nail down this trip and how it might play out before they would announce such a stop. We do know, though, ladies, from another source, that she will address immigration and border security during this trip to Arizona.
All right, Aaron Gilchrist and Garrett Haake, thank you both so much.
Still ahead, President Biden delivers his final address at the United Nations General Assembly, his message to world leaders as tensions boil over at home and abroad. You're watching NBC News Daily.
And you can keep watching us streaming free 24/7 right here on NBC News Now. Watch us wherever you stream live. That's all those places you see on your screen, plus NBCnews.com, where you can also check out our great written reporting. Don't go anywhere. The news continues right after this.
The vote. It's as American as apple pie, as stars and stripes and spacious skies. It's iconic.
Got the flag up now.
Patriotic. It's America's favorite pastime. The vote is as American as you. And this November, we're all chanting, it's your turn. Step into the box and make it stick. Vote her up.
We're talking possibly 1 trillion galaxies. Yes. That is a number that is just so hard to compute.
Whether it's the moon, whether it's Mars, it feels like we're on the cusp of something big.
Pulling carbon dioxide out of the atmosphere may sound like science fiction.
But one U.S. company is doing just that, removing carbon from the air in an effort to fight climate change. And it's attracting big-name investors. NBC News national climate reporter Chase Kane joins us now. So, Chase, how does this all work?
Well, this is unlike other carbon capture facilities where you see they have those big fans that are pulling air through it. This one is actually powered entirely by the wind. And as you mentioned, it has some big investors like Mark Benioff and Sam Altman. In the heart of oil country, signs of transition are all around. It might look like a gravel parking lot right now, but once Heimdall covers the ground in these small white pellets, they'll absorb carbon dioxide as wind blows over them. It sounds simple, and maybe people are like, okay, what's the catch?
Yeah, I'm waiting for that too. What is the catch? Calcium looping has been known for a long time.
Calcium looping involves limestone, a common type of rock humans have been using since 9000 BC. So here's how it can be applied to carbon capture. You start with limestone, which is mostly calcium carbonate. They heat it up to remove the carbon and add water, and then you've got calcium hydroxide, which looks like this. It's also known as slaked lime, and from Heimdall, it looks like this, like these white pellets. And when these are exposed to the air, a natural reaction takes place with that calcium hydroxide. It's pulling carbon dioxide out of the air, combining and essentially recreating that calcium carbonate that you started with. So then they can heat this back up, pull out the carbon dioxide, and start the process all over again.
The catch to it is that
Susan Brantley is a geochemist at Penn State University and explained that this process requires energy. In this case, Heimdall's using fossil gas instead of wind or solar.
making the grains that they put out, that costs energy. Burning off the CO2, that costs energy. And then, getting the CO2 down into the ground costs energy. So basically, it's a tax, on the whole process that's producing the CO2 in the first place.
It is energy intensive, but those combustion gases will be sequestered, but it's a good starting point. I like psychology a lot, and there's this nirvana fallacy where you try to perfect things too much, right? There's no point in doing it unless it's going to be perfect. This is an imperfect solution, but we will continuously chase perfection from here on. But this is also a way to do this big and do this now. That's the point.
The latest United Nations climate report underscores that carbon capture is necessary to quickly address climate change. And that's part of why Heimdall started capturing carbon while still waiting for EPA approval to store that carbon dioxide deep underground.
That's a very important point, is this isn't optional. CO2 emissions have a price. What matters is that ultimately there needs to be some economic value to removing CO2.
And if all proves successful, the company's founder says the potential here might sound almost too good to be true.
So for 1 billion tons of CO2 per year, say, which is on the lower end of what the IPCC estimates the climate system is going to need of carbon removal, we're talking, 1 million acres. That is less than 0.1% of the state of Texas. So we can literally completely undo the damage that has been caused in the last few centuries of industrial revolution.
Wow, Chase, fascinating. And in your report, you just cited an expert who said carbon capture is necessary to fight climate change. But I wonder, is it enough? Is it possible to capture enough carbon to really make a difference?
Yeah, so it's both and. Yes, we need carbon capture, but we also still have to do the thing that's clear. We have to stop burning oil and gas. We've got to transition away from that. So the sequestration, the storage of the carbon dioxide is really important here. It's still very early. There's a lot of EPA review that's still going on. But if they can get this down, if they can successfully inject it deep underground and store it, the USGS thinks that we can store in these geologic structures, formations underground, 560 years worth of U.S. emissions. So there's a lot of potential if they can figure out that part of the equation.
Wow.
And it's just captured down there. It just stays
I mean,
down
it's
there.
basically like injecting it down in some of the same pockets where oil and gas comes from in the first place.
Yeah.
So it's these existing geology.
Chase Kane, always introducing us to
Yes.
something new and cool. Thank you so much.
Of course.
Coming up, this class is no joke. Why one Saturday Night Live star is going back to school teaching improv to students in Baltimore.
But first, time for today's Daily Snapshot. Chase, you want to take a look at this? What a way to welcome in the fall season. Right there, you are looking at yesterday's sunrise behind the Manhattan skyline and the Empire State Building. This breathtaking shot was not captured in the Big Apple, was not captured in New York or Harlem or Brooklyn. New Jersey, folks.
Jersey.
They got good things there,
They have
too.
good views.
Very good views.
Yes.
Very good.
Happy fall.
Top story live from Paris. Top story live in Tel Aviv. We are here in Butler, Pennsylvania, covering breaking news. President Trump was speaking on the other side of the barn.
Our reporters are spread out across the convention floor as this historic evening unfolds.
Fans here at the Betsy Arena going wild for Team USA. I know it's been a long time coming.
Yeah, gosh, it feels good.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Bottom of the hour now. Here are some of the stories making headlines on NBC News Daily.
An update on a story we brought you yesterday. 55-year-old Marcellus Williams is set to be executed today for the murder of a newspaper reporter back in 1998. The Missouri inmate has long maintained his innocence, with his attorneys arguing that his execution should be halted. They say his trial was unfair and cite a lack of physical or forensic evidence linking Williams to the crime scene. Williams has also gotten support from community members, activists, and even the victim's family, who suggested a life sentence. But Missouri Supreme Court and governor rejected a final request to stop that execution. It's scheduled for 6 p.m. local time today.
The Justice Department just filed an antitrust lawsuit against Visa. The DOJ alleges the financial services giant has monopolized the debit card market. Prosecutors say Visa's alleged monopoly affects the price of, quote, nearly everything, and forces consumers and businesses to pay billions in additional fees. The Justice Department says more than 60% of debit transactions in the U.S. are run through Visa's network. We have not received a response yet from Visa to that new suit.
And an update on some remarkable video we showed you just yesterday. You'll remember 8 bulls were on the run after escaping a rodeo in Massachusetts on Sunday. All of them were caught except for one. The whole community was searching, including a lone volunteer who you saw there trying to rope the wayward bull. Local authorities eventually brought in reinforcements in the form of a missing pet tracking business that spotted the bull near some local businesses. That bull was eventually caught Monday night and loaded into a trailer, putting an end to a 2-day-long saga.
Well, there is more news this hour. A state of emergency in Florida where millions of people are bracing for a potentially what could be the strongest hurricane to hit the U.S. so far this season.
The newly formed tropical storm Helene is moving across the Caribbean, and it could become a hurricane as early as tomorrow before making landfall on Florida's Gulf Coast on Thursday. Florida's governor is urging everyone in the state's Big Bend region and Panhandle to get ready.
As always, we prepare for the worst, we hope for the best, but we'd rather be prepared and then have it not reach that level than just hope that it doesn't intensify and then be caught not being prepared.
Meteorologist Bill Cairns is tracking the path, but we're going to start with NBC News correspondent Marissa Parra in Tampa Bay, Florida. Marissa, how are people there preparing?
Well, this is a familiar sight behind me, guys. Typically, when we have a hurricane or a tropical storm on the way, this is what you see, prepping by getting sandbags. And so these guys have filled about 1,500 sandbags, and this is one of several sandbag locations just in the Tampa area. And of course, this is something that we're seeing across the state. And when we're talking about, you just heard those words from the governor, hoping for the best, but preparing for the worst. We're talking about over 60 counties across the whole state of Florida have declared a state of emergency. And mind you, the state of Florida has only 67 counties. That's almost the entire state is preparing for this. And of course, this looks very different depending on the type of person. This is what we heard from some people who are preparing for Helene.
At my grandparents' house, just like we're cleaning up the porch and we're cleaning out loose items that are in our backyard so like they don't fly away. And we're like, covering up our jacuzzi and our plants and stuff so they don't get damaged by the storm.
I don't think it's something you can really get used to, but you just know it's coming and it's that time of year.
So if you are anywhere near where the path could be, now is your time to prepare. On your screen, you see some ways you could do that. Clean the debris out of your yard. Make sure you have a backup plan. Of course, stock up on essentials. Fill up on gas now while you can, because, guys, this is expected to make landfall anytime, sometime Thursday. Of course, Bill is going to have more details on that. But now, again, is the time to prepare, because we've seen just how quickly these storms can intensify.
Yeah.
Peyton St. Clair?
Absolutely. And, Bill, on that note, how quickly could Florida start to feel some of the impact of this storm, and how bad is it going to get?
The message is to have everything done by the time you go to bed Wednesday night. So on Thursday, the weather will quickly go downhill in most areas on the west coast of Florida, and that's why we want all preps done. It's not that strong of a storm yet. I mean, we only have 48 to maybe now 60 hours until landfall, and this storm is expected to rapidly intensify, rapidly get organized, and explode over the warm waters of the Gulf of Mexico tomorrow. Hopefully it doesn't. We all hope it doesn't, but it is forecast to do that and to become a major hurricane and make landfall Thursday night somewhere in the Big Bend area here, just south of Tallahassee. And this would bring considerable wind damage towards the Tallahassee area. A lot of trees in that region, too. And this would be a storm that would have storm surge problems for the west coast of Florida. And also we would have tropical storm force winds that would bring some power outages with it, but not a direct hit. But just in case the track shifts a little bit, we do have hurricane watches that are up for Tampa to Cedar Key to Tallahassee. And this storm is going to be huge in size. Look how large this tropical wind force field is, about 400 miles wide. So this will come with everything. We'll have wind problem, a lot of storm surge, and then inland flooding as we go into Friday.
All right, Bill Cairns, Marissa Parra, thank you both.
This morning, President Biden addressed the United Nations for the 4th and final time of his presidency.
In his speech before the General Assembly at the UN, the president reaffirmed America's leadership on the world stage while touching on key issues like the wars in Ukraine and in the Middle East.
His speech also closed the book on more than a half-century of foreign policy work from the Senate to the White House as he reflected on his decision not to run for re-election.
Being president has been the honor of my life. There's so much more I want to get done. As much as I love the job, I love my country more. I decided after 50 years of public service, it's time for a new generation of leadership to take my nation forward.
NBC News White House correspondent Mike Memoli joins us now on set. A treat to have you in New York with us, Mike. So we know President Biden has fashioned himself as a foreign policy president. That said, 2 conflicts have broken out under his tenure. What did he say about those wars?
I mean, the president certainly covered a lot of ground in this speech. The speech is almost like the State of the Union address, but for foreign policy. The most intense interest, though, what he said about Ukraine and the situation in the Middle East. On Ukraine, he said, we're at a decision point. Do we continue to support Ukraine or do we walk away? This is obviously an election issue here as well. He said his choice is clear. Really got ovation from the audience for that. On the situation in the Middle East, it's interesting because he would have loved nothing more than to come and announce a major hostage deal, a ceasefire agreement. That has been elusive despite all the hard work he's been doing. He called on all sides to continue to stay at the table and negotiate. He also sent a coded message to Israel about de-escalating right now the situation with Lebanon.
Well, what do you mean by coded there?
Well, because there has been not the kind of direct communication with Prime Minister Netanyahu. They haven't spoken for more than a month. So he talked about the need to de-escalate rather than escalate so that they can focus on the bigger threat, which is Iran.
And just quickly, this is also about his legacy, right? And all his years of half a century of public service, as you said. Talk about that just briefly.
Yeah, I mean, he started the speech. We were wondering, would he talk about this? He started there. 50 years, he talked about the ways in which all these problems that have seemed unsolvable are solvable if we work through alliances and through institutions like the United Nations.
Mike Memoli, so good to have you. Thank you so much.
In today's Daily Health, it is fall, which is usually the time of year that we start to feel a chill in the air, maybe a chill in your body. For years, doctors have stressed the need to get a yearly flu shot. But the way that we protect against the flu is going to be changing.
Soon, an alternative to the annual flu shot will be available from the comfort of your own home. Joining us now, NBC News medical fellow Dr. Akshay Syal. He's also an internal medicine physician at UCLA Health. Good to see you, Dr. Syal. So the FDA has approved a nasal flu vaccine for at-home use. When exactly will that be available, and how do we get our hands on it?
Exciting news, Zinkley, and we're actually expecting this to come not in time for this flu season, but next year at about 2025. But really the way this works, Zinkley, is you fill out a survey online, and if the company AstraZeneca deems you're okay to receive this, they'll actually ship it to your door, just like something you might get from Amazon. So really improving the access here and really improving the easiness of which to get a flu vaccine. And we are expecting this to be approved or to be available about next year, Zinkley.
And this is the spray, right?
It's a spray, and it's going to be approved for those aged 2 to 49. If you are over the age of 49, you want to get the regular flu shot. There's some concern it may not work as well. And if you're under the age of 2, it could lead to some side effects. So really the age group here we're looking at is 2 to 49 years old.
And as effective as a regular, needle flu shot?
It can be in most cases, but if you are over the age of 50, you might have a weaker immune system. You want to get the main flu shot, the one that we use in most people, which contains the dead virus, not the live virus that's in the nasal spray here, Kate.
And Dr. Syal, we know it's not just the flu. Another respiratory illness we're monitoring is whooping cough. CDC data showing cases are actually on the rise, and we know whooping cough is preventable by a series of vaccines that many people end up getting when they're young. What exactly is behind this current uptick?
Right, it's the Tdap shot, Zinkley. I think a lot of people have heard of that. The P in Tdap is pertussis, or behind whooping cough here. And so what we're seeing, these cases are actually returning to pre-pandemic levels. So that low number you saw on the screen there, that was, part of social distancing, part of other reasons, people aren't seeing each other as much. We saw cases fall a little bit. You can see 3, 4, 7, 5 compared to almost 3 times that here in the U.S. now. And what we're really, worried about, Zinkley, is vaccine hesitancy. Whooping cough protection tends to wane over many years. So if you're not getting those boosters about every 10 years, you can start to see a rise of cases, particularly in teenagers and tweens, the age group we're most focused about here right now, Zinkley.
How does somebody know if they might have whooping cough or their family?
It's tricky, Kate. So the symptoms can start a lot like a common cold. You can start to feel sort of malaise or what we call fatigue and body aches. But about the 1 to 2 week mark, you may get a coughing fit. These are spells that can last for weeks. They tend to last for a few minutes when they do occur. And you can see there on your screen that severe hacking cough is really what we're referring to. And in certain cases, it can cause that sort of high-pitched breathing sounds.
Yeah, doctor.
And we really worry about infants here. Zinkley?
No, that's so great. And while we have you, I just want to make sure we hit COVID starting this month. People will be able to order those free COVID tests to be mailed at homes. Briefly, what should people know?
Look, I think a lot of people aren't really testing right now, and I think there's a few groups I think it's still worth testing. And those, if you're going to visit somebody who's high risk, maybe it's your grandmother, your parents, and also if you qualify for a treatment like Paxlovid, if you're somebody who has a chronic medical condition, if you do test positive, I can prescribe you something. So definitely worth taking a test, Zinkley.
All right, Dr. Akshay Syal, thanks so much.
Up next, as more schools nationwide ban cell phones, how do parents, teachers, and teens really feel about those changes? We'll dial into it directly ahead on NBC News Daily.
Democracy is happening now.
We have a lot to get to on this historic night.
Things are happening here in Chicago.
Now never stops.
They are energized by the idea that this is a real fight. People were on their feet. Folks were fired up here.
Now is where it counts.
How confident are you that Donald Trump wins in November?
Are younger people excited about this new Democratic ticket?
The moment is now.
The only voice that really matters are the voice of the voters.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC.
With the new school year underway, more states are banning cell phones in the classroom.
It's an effort to crack down on distractions, of course, and also improve the mental well-being of students. NBC News Daily anchor and senior consumer investigative correspondent Vicky Nguyen visited a school in Virginia just weeks after their new cell phone ban went into effect. What did you find?
It was fascinating. I sat down with the students at John Handley High School in Virginia, and it's amazing. They're under this new normal with their phones now off and away for the entire 7 hours that they're in school. Take a look.
Bye-bye, phone. I joined the students at John Handley High School in Winchester, Virginia, who now have to place their phones in pouches or keep them off and in their backpacks during the day, including between classes and at lunch.
Raise your hand if you think this is a good idea to ban phones in schools.
It's unanimous between seniors Kimberly and Logan and sophomores Elizabeth and Lila, no fans of the ban. But they admit having a phone takes away their attention.
And what are some of the distractions you've noticed in your own classes?
I'd say the biggest distraction would probably be Instagram Reels, probably TikTok. They'll probably just keep it up on their computer and watch it as their work is just sitting there.
Why do you need a cell phone with you in school?
I find it's part of how this generation has learned to communicate. And in this generation, it has become a thing that our cell phones help us connect.
What about connecting by just passing notes or talking to each other in person?
That's not as cool. Yeah.
Not cool, but the ban could improve their mental health. The Surgeon General wants Congress to approve a warning label on what these phones are most often used for, social media, and what he considers the risk of significant mental health harms from these platforms.
Have any of you had a negative experience with your phones due to bullying or what you've seen on social media? Raise your hands.
you're seeing these people, these models, and they create like a sort of ideology of what you have to become.
I'll see things like sports-wise for me, really. Someone who will show like physiques, where they are for their sports, and it just makes my goals seem harder to reach for me.
A study by Common Sense Media found students receive more than 200 notifications a day, and 97% of them use their phones during school hours. Distractions like this leading a growing number of states to review and restrict cell phone use.
I really believe we're dealing with the future of our society.
Superintendent Jason Van Hukelum is also a dad to a 16-year-old at Handley.
What do you say to parents who are worried they can't reach their child in case of an emergency?
Students can literally see their phone, and within 1 minute, they could all access their phones and be able to text mom or dad or anyone else they need to if they needed to.
What do you think the biggest harms of having phones in school really come down to?
I think distraction from a learning point of view, bullying is something we deal with every single day. They do that virtually now. They do that over text. They make each other feel bad. Having at least one space during the 24 hours in a day where they cannot use social media is only going to help their mental health.
If students are caught with a phone, it's taken away and only a parent can get it back.
Is it true that sometimes when you call the parent, they actually say, hang on to it for a couple more days?
That is true. Sometimes the parents will then use us as that vehicle to have another lesson at home and have a conversation.
More than 70% of high school teachers call cell phone use a major problem, and a recent survey found 9 in 10 teachers want cell phones banned during instructional time.
The cell phone distracts from learning and from the whole class. It distracts from us being effective teachers.
She sees a difference. During Handley's 2-month pilot program last year, the school saw grades go up in all 18 classes where they kept phones off and away.
Now, without having my phone, I'm able to maybe concentrate more on my classes, and I have been able to raise my grades.
While some schools are investing millions in lockable pouches to contain the phones, many have found success with simple envelopes, like this school in Ohio we first showed you. As more schools recognize removing these devices will give these kids what they need most.
I heard this quote that said, the moment you want your kid's childhood to end, give them a phone. What do you think of that?
I agree. I agree with that too.
Vicki, it's fascinating. I spoke with some teachers a few weeks ago in Virginia, kind of dealing with the same thing, and they were talking about the parental buy-in and how they need parents' support. It seems like where you were, they have it.
Yeah, absolutely, and that's critical. That's what the school leaders everywhere have told us, is that you need to make this an entire community effort, right, Kate? The kids have to have the buy-in and the explanation of how this protects them. The parents have to understand what happens in an emergency. That seems to be the #1 concern that people have. But I think, ideally, at the end of the day, they realize the daily risk from social media exposure and having these smartphones and this distraction in the classroom outweighs the risk of any other type of emergency, really. And you still have all those other old-fashioned ways to reach your kid. Call the office.
Right.
Yeah.
And it's interesting because implementation looks different across the country, right? Some schools you can have it during lunch, some schools not at all, but it also varies by country.
It really does. What we're seeing, Zinkley, is a global movement here. You have France, Italy, Netherlands, Greece, Belgium, China, and of course, Norway led the way when they banned these smartphones in classrooms, and they did that big study out of middle schoolers looking at 8th graders and found dramatic decreases in bullying and mental health needs, just simply by removing the phone and letting kids be kids for the time that they're in the classroom.
Learn how to interact.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. Vicki Nguyen, thank you so much.
You bet.
Well, we got a lot more news ahead, so don't go anywhere.
You're watching NBC News Daily.
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC.
Top story live from Paris, live in Tel Aviv. We are here in Butler, Pennsylvania.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
News lives in the now. Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Let's break down what we know.
You gotta see this. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
A Saturday Night Live star is heading back into the classroom with a new improv program for kids.
Morning News Now anchor Joe Fryer got an inside look at the curriculum and a key lesson. Improv is about more than just making people laugh.
Hey there, Ego Nwodim is gearing up for the return of SNL this weekend, her 7th season. And if she weren't acting, she says she'd probably be working in the nonprofit world. Well, last year she realized she can do both. So Ego created a different kind of educational program in the place where she grew up.
Ego's here!
At City Springs Elementary and Middle School, learning is no joke. Even if the lesson is improv comedy. And the teacher is actress Ego Nwodim.
I thought it would be a great thing to bring back to Baltimore, where I'm from, to my home, and share with the young people here, because it's something I wish I had been aware of.
Who's gonna take it?
Improv is when you perform without a script, something Ego didn't even try until after she moved to LA for college. Like all the comedy greats, you majored in biology.
Yes, that's a good one.
Improv then is what really got you into this, right?
I started taking an improv class. I wasn't happy about taking an improv class. I didn't want to. But once I got in there, I felt like this is actually really enjoyable.
Improv led to sketch comedy, which eventually led to Saturday Night Live.
My man ain't give me no ketchup.
This year, the comedy series Mr. Throwback.
These tablecloths are way too short. All the dads with their suits and dunks. I don't want to see feet.
But with time on her hands during last year's writer's strike, Ego wanted to get back to her comedy roots, which is why she reached out to her old high school teacher, Todd Wade. What was Ego like as a student?
She was that kid. That friggin' kid who just like lit up a room.
Working with the Baltimore Improv Group, they developed a program to teach improv to students and staff across 6 local schools. Ego visited to kick off the new curriculum, and I got to join in. If someone's scratching their head and being like, why are we teaching kids improv? We want them all to be comedians?
No, absolutely not. I had a friend who was an accountant who took an improv class. She wanted to do something that kind of got her out of her comfort zone and more comfortable standing before people without any prepared material and just communicating with and connecting with other people.
I took my first improv class last year, and I quickly figured out it wasn't necessarily about making people laugh. There are other skills to learn here, right?
Yes. Oh, my goodness. That's the thing. I think people are so intimidated by the notion of improv because they go, I have to be funny, but improv also has us fail, you know, and be comfortable failing and comfortable, you know, not quite excelling or making a mistake. There's some magic that can really happen in improv when someone makes a mistake.
One of the pillars of improv is the concept of yes and. That you're always adding to what someone else does, never tearing them down.
Your improv teammate might say, this wall is blue, and you're gonna say yes, and you're gonna add to that reality. And I think that's really just like life. You cannot control or predict what is going to happen to you today, in an hour, tomorrow, but you can say yes and.
The kids learn to listen and collaborate. What has been the reaction?
Ecstatic, like improv is joy.
It's a joy factor because in the moment when you're doing improv, you have to be present. And oftentimes when you're dealing with kids, they can really be stuck in like a past situation.
The students told us it was also good for their anxiety.
Help you get a right space in your mind and help you stop stressing.
And sometimes I get mad on the football field, so I just think about what I learned in improv and use it on the field.
And that helps you?
Yes.
Which is why Ego wants more script to say yes and. Ego hopes to expand this program in Baltimore and beyond. She'd also love to bring it here to New York. After all, this is where she lives and where she'll spend the next year, celebrating SNL's 50th season starting this weekend. You can also watch Ego in her series Mr. Throwback, streaming now on Peacock. Back to you.
Joe, thank you so much. What a great idea. I'd
So
love to
fun.
see that in every high school.
Yes, and.
Yes,
and.
Damn. I'm Kate Snow.
I'm Zinkley Samoa. Thanks for being with us. You are watching NBC News Daily.
The Vote. It's as American as apple pie. It's iconic.
Got the flag up?
Patriotic. The Vote is as American as you. This November, step into the box and make it stick. Vote her up.
Now is raw.
How hard is it to see it like this?
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is real.
Let's break down what we know and then the big questions still outstanding.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
If it's Tuesday, President Biden delivers his final address to world leaders at the United Nations General Assembly, calling for a diplomatic solution to the crisis in the Middle East as the Israel-Hezbollah conflict escalates. Plus, former President Trump campaigns in battleground Georgia for the first time in nearly 2 months, as his allies on the state's election board pass a controversial new ballot counting rule that could delay results on Election Day. And I'll talk to the Delaware lawmaker who's on track to become the first openly transgender member of Congress about her historic candidacy at a time of deep polarization and conservative culture wars. Hi there and welcome to Meet the Press Now. I'm Ryan Nobles in Washington, and we begin with world leaders gathering in New York, where President Biden delivered his fourth and final address to the UN General Assembly as president. A legacy-defining moment, with new leadership set to take the reins and an election in just 6 weeks. Speaking before world leaders in the UN Hall, President Biden highlighted his decades-long foreign policy record, building partnerships, expanding certain alliances, and rallying Western nations around Ukraine in the face of Russia's unprovoked invasion. But looming over all of it, the ongoing war in the Middle East between Israel and Hamas, and now heightened concerns that the conflict could grow even more than it already has, as Israel and Hezbollah once again exchanged deadly cross-border fire, and as NBC News reports that U.S. officials have limited visibility into whether or not Israel is planning a ground incursion into Lebanon. President Biden today urging de-escalation.
Hezbollah, unprovoked, joined the October 7th attack, launching rockets into Israel. Almost a year later, too many on each side of the Israeli-Lebanon border remain displaced. A full-scale war is not in anyone's interest. Even if the situation has escalated, a diplomatic solution is still possible.
But a diplomatic solution, at least for now, appears far off. Israel's military says that over the last 24 hours alone, it dropped some 2,000 munitions on 1,500 Hezbollah targets in southern Lebanon and claims to have killed a senior commander in an airstrike on Beirut. The Lebanese health ministry says that since Monday, more than 550 people have been killed in the strikes. Hezbollah also continues to fire into northern Israel. The IDF said it tracked 300 Hezbollah rockets coming over the border, forcing over 1 million Israeli civilians to hide in bomb shelters. The dramatic escalation is raising questions about what could come next, with the Pentagon announcing it will send U.S. troops to the Middle East in case Americans need to flee the region. And NBC News reporting that Israel's Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu's government has warned of coming military strikes, but Israeli officials have not told U.S. officials whether or when a ground offensive could begin. That's according to 3 defense officials. Now, amid the growing global tensions, President Biden also spoke about his decision to withdraw from the presidential election, casting it as a lesson for world leaders about politics and power.
I decided after 50 years of public service, it's time for a new generation of leadership to take my nation forward. My fellow leaders, let us never forget, some things are more important than staying in power. It's your people. It's your people that matter the most. Never forget, we are here to serve the people, not the other way around.
Joining me now is our team of reporters. Mike Memoli is in New York, Matt Bradley in Beirut, Courtney Kube is at the Pentagon, and I'm also joined by NBC News Chief Foreign Affairs Correspondent Andrea Mitchell. So, Mike, let's start with you. Talk to us. How was President Biden's speech received by world leaders? This, of course, his final address to the UN General Assembly.
Well, of course, this is a different kind of room than the president might have been spending his time on most of this fall, obviously, rather than the campaign trail. Speaking to an audience full of fellow world leaders, the kind of audience he's been speaking to as vice president, chairman of the Foreign Relations Committee for years. I thought it was interesting. One of the first real ovations response from the audience was the laugh from when he began by really addressing the elephant in the room, his longtime service, his age, joking that he was still 40 years old. He knows he looks 40 years old. I thought, though, it was striking, though, the applause lines we did hear. The first real major one had to do with the war in Ukraine, as President Biden framed this as a moment of choice. Are we going to stand by Ukraine against Russian aggression, or will we walk away? I know my choice. And then, notably, invoked the name of his vice president, Kamala Harris, during that part of the speech, the first time he's done so in any of his addresses to the UN over the last 4 years. He also received applause for talking about the actions he's taken to address climate change. I think the real question, though, beyond what we heard in the room, is how much are these world leaders listening to him? What was sort of almost a professorial dissertation about his worldview, his approach to foreign policy, versus how much are they expressing concern and really hedging their bets? We see the vice president, as well as former President Trump, are meeting with some of the world leaders who are also spending time at the UN.
And, Mike, today's speech comes at a time of global turmoil. We have wars in the Middle East and Ukraine. Is there any sense that we could see movement on the diplomatic front in either conflict, especially because we are so close to an election?
Well, the president and his team are very fond at this point of quoting George Mitchell, former Senate Majority Leader, longtime diplomat, and saying, you have 1,000 days of failure before 1 day of success. His team, as he has put it, has been tireless in trying to reach a ceasefire agreement, a hostage deal. They are committed to try to do so. Of course, the election calendar here may be influencing Prime Minister Netanyahu, who obviously has looked at a potential return to Donald Trump as something he might favor. And so I think the team believes that there might be an opening after the election, depending on the result, of course. But as we have often seen, a lame duck president in that transition period sometimes has more room to maneuver and more freedom and more receptive audience overseas to get big things done. That's certainly the hope inside the White House.
Okay, Mike Memoli from the UN General Assembly in New York. Mike, thanks for that. Let's go now to Matt Bradley, and we'll turn to you, where there have been more strikes in Beirut overnight. What have you been seeing and hearing on the ground there?
Yeah, well, what we're hearing here in Beirut is a world away from what we're seeing on those images in southern Lebanon. Now, here, we're not really seeing a lot of the violence that we're seeing in southern Lebanon, but there has been 2 strikes in as many days on the southern southern Beirut neighborhoods of Roberi, which was one just today. There was also Dahia yesterday that struck and killed, according to the Israelis, 2 senior Hezbollah officials and several of their top lieutenants. The one today, which struck a 6-story building in Roberi, this killed at least 5 people, according to Lebanese health authorities, and injured many more. So this is consistent with the Israelis' habit of trying to sort of decapitate Hezbollah. And this has been ongoing. You know, a lot of the violence that we're seeing in the south, as you mentioned, has been killing really, we've been talking about how it's the most for the past 20 years, ever since the 2006 war, in a single day. But nearly 500 people, or excuse me, over 500 people were killed yesterday. That really is more probably than we saw back in that 2006 war, where we saw more than double that amount killed in an entire month. And just to put it in context, 500 people killed, that's the amount of people, about the number, that were killed ever since this whole latest conflict started back on October 7th. So this was a major, here in Lebanon, this was a major escalation in just the past 2 days. And it's one that is going to have a searing impact on Hezbollah and their calculations on whether or not they're going to be launching reprisals. They've already been firing projectiles over the border. And this really has set this group in disarray. And this was thought to be one of the most organized paramilitary organizations in the entire Middle East. Now they really are on the back foot. They've been losing their leadership. They've now been losing a lot of their military installations, their rank and file, and a lot of their confidence. And that really is going to have an effect on how they calculate what's going forward. We just heard from Axios reported, and we haven't verified this, saying that Hezbollah has reached out to the Iranians. And this was quoting Israeli officials and American officials, saying that they were reaching out to the Iranians, asking them whether Iran could pitch in and help against Israel. Iran refused. And that's just a metric of the desperation that we're seeing on the part of Hezbollah.
And there's also reports that the IDF claims that it killed a senior commander in Beirut today. Talk to us about who this is and what Hezbollah is saying about it.
Yeah, this is, again, the second such killing in as many days. This is Ibrahim Kobesi, and this was, according to the IDF, one of the senior commanders of Hezbollah's missile project. They're basically one of the main guys in charge of launching missiles by Hezbollah into Israel. And this is a man, again, according to the IDF, who had been promoted in the past couple of weeks because there have been so many assassinations of top-level Hezbollah officials by the Israelis. So the Israelis had said that this man was responsible for a lot of the projectiles that have been fired into northern Israel. So again, this is consistent with what we've been seeing the Israelis doing time and time again, attacking top leadership to try to kind of decapitate Hezbollah. Obviously, these ranks get filled once again, but this is in the full froth of what is looking increasingly like a new front in this war between Israel and Hezbollah, and it will again have a major impact on Hezbollah's calculations going forward. Ryan.
Okay, Matt Bradley for us in Beirut. Thank you, Matt. Let's go now to Courtney Kube at the Pentagon. How much was the American military brass aware of Israel's plan to expand its aerial assaults on Lebanon? And what are officials telling you about the possibility that we could see a ground war?
Yeah, so this is one thing that we've been pretty struck by, is how the U.S. has not had a good sense of the specifics of what Israel is really planning to do here. Now, of course, the IDF, as we heard from Matt, and we've been hearing for the past several days, have been somewhat public about their strategic goals here. But beyond those public pronouncements, here in the Pentagon, the U.S. doesn't have a strong sense of exactly what the details are. We heard a little bit about that last week when U.S. officials were saying that, yes, they believe that Israel was behind those pager attacks, but that the U.S. did not have a heads up on exactly what Israel was planning there. So the same exact theme has moved into this potential, or this ongoing fighting back and forth between Lebanese Hezbollah and Israel this week. Now, as far as a ground campaign, the IDF have moved some forces north to be ready to prepare for a possible ground offensive, but the U.S. still doesn't have much of a sense of if or when that actually could happen. Again, the Israelis not sharing details about that. The U.S. instead is looking for indicators of a possible ground offensive. So things that they might look for, like a large number of Israeli reservists being called up to active duty, or even something very obvious like columns of Israeli tanks moving north towards the border. At this point, Pentagon and defense officials who we've spoken with have said, look, we're looking for the same kind of indicators that we look for in other cases of military buildups that could indicate a ground offensive. At this point, they are not seeing that, but there is a sense that that sort of a ground buildup could happen relatively quickly in a matter of days or weeks as opposed to months, Ryan.
And we, of course, know about President Biden's relationship with Prime Minister Netanyahu. It's been frosty, perhaps tense at times. Is it the same at the military level? What kind of conversations are happening between Secretary Austin and his Israeli counterpart?
Well, they're definitely frequent, and that also extends to the conversations that happen between the chairman of the Joint Chiefs here, General C.Q. Brown, and his counterpart. They talk on the phone quite often. They even meet in person occasionally. So the military-to-military communications are continuing. It's just the fidelity or the level of detail that seems to have changed when you look back to October 7th, when you'll recall there were actually U.S. military leaders, generals, and officials who were on the ground in Israel who seemed to be involved, or at least very aware of the planning process by the Israeli Defense Forces before they moved into Gaza with a ground offensive. That does not seem to be the case here anymore, Ryan. The relationship definitely has been shifting. But I think military officials, especially here in the Pentagon, would say, look, they still have a good communication with the Israelis. It's just not at that same level of detail. I will say that is pretty consistent over years, though. Look to something like Syria. The Israelis have conducted hundreds of airstrikes in Syria over the years, particularly targeting Hezbollah and forces there in Syria and advanced component parts of weapons that might move through Syria that could ultimately threaten Israel. In the majority of the cases of those strikes, which I will say the Israelis rarely acknowledge to be them, they'll give the U.S. a heads up because there are American forces in the region, but it's very last minute, and they won't give them details about what exactly they're doing, just that they're carrying out some sort of a military mission there. It's an exchange of information that's really more for the safety and security of a force like the U.S. military, Ryan.
Okay, Courtney Kube, thank you for that. We appreciate it. Let's go to Andrea now. And Andrea, you spoke with the vice president of Iran. What did he tell you about this latest escalation and whether Iran could still retaliate?
He did not rule out retaliation. Everyone wants to know whether or not Iran, the major player in this drama, the other shoe that hasn't dropped, is going to retaliate. There have been, from their point of view, a lot of provocations, particularly the assassination of the Hamas political leader in Tehran, in their capital, on the day of the presidential inauguration, their inauguration, this new team coming in. They describe themselves as reformers, not in our context or the rest of the world's, but they are more moderate than their predecessors. They say they want to reach out, they want to give women more rights. And on foreign policy, they say they were looking for a ceasefire, one that has not come about. They see this as a retaliation. They don't blame Hamas, of course, for blocking the ceasefire. They blame everything on Israel. And when I asked him specifically about whether they were going to strike back, here's how that exchange went. Would you rule out retaliating for the attack that killed Hamas's political leader in your capital on the inauguration of your president?
Well, that was clearly an act of state terrorism and a clear violation of our sovereignty and our territorial integrity. We were asked by the international community to exercise restraint in order to bring about an end to the war in Gaza. Unfortunately, that promise has never materialized.
You won't rule out retaliating?
No, we have said that we will respond in a manner of our choosing.
But so far, they have not struck back. They do have huge influence, of course, on their proxies. They deny that they are their proxies. But Hezbollah is their insurance policy there in Lebanon. And Hezbollah so far has not used all of its weapons. That is the big fear, that Hezbollah, with 100,000 plus missiles, will strike Israel, and that Israel will go in on the ground. And the big argument right now, as you know, is that Israel is no longer giving the United States, its closest ally, a heads up on its intentions.
Yeah, and well, let's talk about the big picture now. Whoever wins the presidential contest here in November is going to have to deal with these conflicts. How does the next president handle these continued challenges?
I mean, that is the huge problem, and the fact that there are two wars going on, one in Europe, one in the Middle East right now. Either one could expand, could inflame the region, and those are the challenges that leaders here at the United Nations are really facing. That is overshadowing everything else that's happening. There are two camps. The Europeans are, to a large part, worried about Donald Trump. They feel that he will either pressure Ukraine into giving territory back to Vladimir Putin or not be critical enough of Putin. So Eastern Europe feels threatened. All of NATO talks about this at every conference I attend. Of course, the British and the French as well. On the other hand, the Arab world, the Persian Gulf, has always trusted the Trump State Department, Trump negotiators, Donald Trump himself, whom they see as transactional. And so has Netanyahu. And there's a lot of belief in Israel among his critics and elsewhere that Netanyahu has been holding out all along for Donald Trump to be reelected, to get in power and to be able to put more pressure on the Palestinians and oppose a Palestinian state and agree to normalization with Saudi Arabia, which of course is the last part of the Abraham Accords that Donald Trump did start, but that as far as normalization with the Palestinians, that there'll be no future for them under Donald Trump.
A lot to talk about on a very busy day. Andrea Mitchell, thank you as always for bringing us your expertise. And coming up, former President Trump hits the ground in Georgia for his first rally in the key battleground state in nearly 2 months. We're live in Savannah next. Plus, Vice President Harris eyes a campaign stop at the southern border as the Trump campaign ramps up its attacks on the issue of immigration. You're watching Meet the Press Now.
Kelly, and we are coming on the air tonight with new developments. Let's talk about the implications on women's health and then the political fallout. Start with what this law actually will and won't do. Cruise officials will do almost anything they can to get it back open ASAP. So how S is the P? In other words, how soon will it be open?
I could keep talking till the Eiffel Tower starts sparkling.
Now you've laid down the gauntlet, so we have to continue to speak until it starts to sparkle. It's sparkling. It's happening.
Welcome back. With exactly 6 weeks until Election Day, former President Trump is back in the battleground of Georgia, his first visit to the Peach State since early August. It comes as a New York Times poll shows the former president with a slight lead in Georgia, a state that he narrowly lost in 2020. That lead, of course, is within the poll's margin of error. Speaking in Savannah today, Mr. Trump focused most of his speech on the economy and manufacturing, even as he frequently veered into his favorite topic, immigration.
She's called the tax queen. They love her in other countries because she forces everybody out of our country into their hands. And it's no wonder that under Kamala Harris, we lost 24,000 manufacturing jobs last month. 24,000. We're going to turn that around so fast. The centerpiece of my plan is for a manufacturing renaissance, which will be a 15% made in America tax rate.
Meanwhile, Vice President Harris, who campaigned in Atlanta last week, is using her rival's visit to slam his position on abortion as she barnstorms key battlegrounds later this week. And his sources tell NBC News that Harris is considering a visit to the border when she travels to Arizona on Friday. Joining me now from Savannah is NBC's Vaughn Hilliard, and Aaron Gilchrist has the latest on the Harris campaign from the White House. So, Vaughn, Trump is back in Georgia after several weeks for what was set to be an economy speech. Was that what we heard from the former president today?
We heard some on the economy, and in typical Donald Trump fashion, he veered off in many different tangents. But on the economy front, let's just focus on what he did say, if we could, Ryan. And that was a very aggressive use of the executive branch's potential authorities. And for Donald Trump specifically, that was suggestions that he would, not with Congress's help or backing, but that he would go and impose massive tariffs on imports of goods into the United States. He suggested that, for example, auto manufacturing that comes from Mexico, imports from Mexico, would be tariffed at 100%. He has suggested that he would put a baseline 10% tariff on all of the more than $3 trillion worth of goods coming into the U.S. annually. But for him, just another example, he made the case that he would turn German car manufacturers into American car manufacturers because of the extent to which he would wield the use of tariffs and unilaterally decide to apply them on imported goods. Yesterday, when he was in Pennsylvania, he told some folks that were gathered there that he would put a 200% tariff on the American company John Deere on all manufacturing products that are built overseas and then brought into the United States. And so for Donald Trump, he is making the case that this would all but force American companies or even overseas companies to relocate manufacturing plants here. Of course, the concern among a great many economists is the potential impact that it would have on American taxpayers, because it's American taxpayers who are the ones that ultimately pay for those tariffs on the imported goods. And ultimately, the concern as to whether the U.S. would be able to export its goods, which it relies on economically here in communities across the country. And even Mitch McConnell just this afternoon suggested that he is opposed to these far-reaching tariffs here. But yet Donald Trump is telling communities like this one here in Savannah that that's exactly what he would do to try to increase manufacturing here domestically.
And we know about this ongoing kind of war and maybe just a frenemy relationship that he has with Georgia's Governor Brian Kemp. He seemed to strike a more conciliatory tone with him right now. He's bashed him in the past. Is this a sign of the situation in Georgia and that he needs Kemp's help in order to win?
Right. In 2022, he even ran another Republican against Brian Kemp when he was running for re-election as Georgia governor. Now, that candidate who he endorsed lost to Brian Kemp by almost 50 percentage points, which just goes to show the popularity of the conservative governor here in the state. And Brian Kemp, we didn't see him here at this rally alongside of Donald Trump, but he has openly suggested that he intends to vote for Donald Trump and has even appeared at a fundraiser for his 2024 campaign. Of course, he got the ire of Donald Trump in 2020 when he certified Donald Trump's Georgia loss here, a close loss, which Donald Trump claims falsely that he won the state of Georgia. And really, they've had a tense relationship ever since then. Brian Kemp, we should note, has not closed the door to potentially seeking higher office, whether it be the Senate or even the presidency himself down the road here. But these two are sort of building this symbiotic relationship, and it is a very much of a recognition from Donald Trump that if Georgia, as the polls show, is in fact a close race again here in November, that Brian Kemp would only help him, and to try to undercut him is not much of a sell to Georgia voters. And the least that he should do, as he did here this afternoon on stage, is to at least offer some praise, albeit some short-winded praise.
I guess when it comes to Donald Trump, you take what you can get. All right, Vaughn, thank you for that report from Savannah. Let's go now to Aaron. Aaron, the Harris campaign trying to tie Trump to Georgia's 6-week abortion ban during his visit there today. He was there to talk about the economy. Is this how they think they should counter this issue going forward?
Well, this is certainly the strategy that they think is appropriate right now, Ryan. We remember last week we saw this reporting from ProPublica about the 2 Georgia women who died from complications after they were denied treatment. The Harris campaign says that was the result of Georgia's what they call an extreme abortion ban in that state, one that they say Donald Trump is responsible for, one that they say is a part of his legacy. And so today, I think you're seeing the Harris campaign and the Democratic National Committee roll out statements that tie Donald Trump to this abortion ban in Georgia. The DNC also rolled out several billboards across the Savannah metro area, making that same suggestion that these deaths that have happened and potential problems that other women could see as it relates to abortion care or IVF treatment, all those things could be endangered by the actions taken by former President Trump. And so that is something that we've seen the campaign talk about. We've heard the vice president talk about, every surrogate talk about, really across the country. But right now in Georgia, the campaign clearly believes that this is something that they need to elevate so the audience is there. The women and the people who support them in Georgia can see this and understand that the campaign believes that this is something they can tie Donald Trump directly to.
And as we mentioned, Harris is thinking about a visit to the border when she travels to Arizona on Friday. Does the campaign feel that it's important to tackle some of these weakest issues and go head on with these just a few weeks to go?
Yeah, so the campaign doesn't necessarily believe that the vice president's position on immigration and border security is one that is weak. Obviously, polling suggests, an NBC News poll just over the weekend pointed to Donald Trump showing greater strength on the issue of border security and controlling immigration. At the same time, the vice president has spoken about it. She has said that Donald Trump is responsible for the bill that did not make it out of Congress earlier this year. And so one source tells us that we should expect the vice president, when she goes to Arizona this week, to talk about border control, border security rather, and controlling the immigration issue. There are questions, though, at this point about whether she will actually go to the border, potentially visiting a Border Patrol facility in Arizona. That's something that we understand from sources is being considered by the Harris campaign at this point, but it would still be something that needs to be finalized, and logistics would have to be worked out for that to happen when the vice president goes to Arizona on Friday, Ryan.
Okay, Aaron, thank you for that update. We appreciate it. After the break, a controversial new rule approved by Trump allies in the Georgia Election Board that could delay the results of one of 2024's most crucial swing states. You're watching Meet the Press Now.
You gotta see this. I'm Gotti Schwartz. We are following some breaking news. Severe storms continue to wreak havoc. The Supreme Court put a pause on a controversial immigration law. Protesters have redoubled their numbers right here at this makeshift barricade. The future of TikTok as we know it is at risk. Is this a ban or not? The craziest ride I have ever hitched. That is totality. Do you see yourselves in space?
I can go to space.
I feel great. Stay tuned now, weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
Welcome back. Georgia is among the most crucial battleground states in this election year, but it may also be among the last states to declare a winner. That's because Georgia's election board just passed a rule requiring all ballots to be counted by hand after the polls close on election night. Critics, including the state's Republican Secretary of State Brad Raffensperger, says that it could undermine voters' confidence in the election results and that the delay in reporting results could create a vacuum for misinformation. The rule passed the election board by a 3-2 vote. All 3 yeses came from board members that Donald Trump praised during a rally in Atlanta last month. Now, those are the same board members who also voted last month to give local officials new powers to investigate election results, another change that could delay or even potentially derail the certification of the results. I'm joined now by Greg Bluestein, who's the senior political reporter for the Atlanta Journal-Constitution. He's also an NBC News political contributor. Greg, nobody better than you to talk about what's happening there in Atlanta. I mean, specifically, this new rule about hand counting the ballots, what does it involve, and does it pertain to just all the ballots cast or just in-person ballots?
Yeah, it pertains to the ballots cast at precincts. And the worry here is they wouldn't, the officials wouldn't be asked to tally votes for Harris or for Trump, just an overall count. But the worry is it could add significant delays to the reporting at night. When there's already all sorts of pro-Trump election fraud conspiracies, when bigger counties like Fulton County, the biggest county and the most populous county in Georgia, and others that tend to be Democratic bastions come in later, the worry is that this would add even more delays and inject more chaos and more concerns and more questions about election results that Republicans and Democrats agree will be free and fair.
Give us an idea. How much longer could it take to count these ballots compared to previous elections?
It could be significantly longer. It could be hours longer. It could be even days longer. There's also concerns that it will inject humans into the process. Right? Opening sealed boxes could add human error and could also lead to more concerns about tampering with votes that otherwise would stay sealed unless there's a recount. So that's just part of it. But the interesting thing to me is that this isn't a Republican versus Democrat issue. This is a sort of mainstream Republicans and Democrats versus MAGA Republicans issue. You have a number of senior Republicans in Georgia raising alarms about these changes, not just Secretary of State Brad Raffensperger, but others, including the former Governor Nathan Deal and others who are saying that these 11th hour changes will be a burden on local elections officials.
And you mentioned Raffensperger. He's been very critical of this new hand counting rule. You would count him among the more traditional Republicans, obviously somebody who has drawn the ire of former President Trump. Does he have the power or authority to reject this by himself, all on his own, or is he at the whim of the election board?
So his job is he oversees Georgia's elections. This is a rulemaking body that even some Republicans say is exceeding its authority, that it's illegal for them to make these sorts of changes. The state attorney general, Republican Chris Carr, recently put out a memo essentially through his office saying that this rule is, I'm quoting here, not tethered to any statute and is likely the precise kind of impermissible legislation that agencies cannot do. So you're seeing a lot of pushback from fellow Republicans on whether or not this election board can even push forward these different rule changes this close to an election. And there'll be a whole litany of legal challenges. There already are a few challenges. Expect to see a lot more.
And how quickly can the courts make a decision on this? I would assume they would have to act pretty quickly here.
They're going to have to act very quickly because Early voting in Georgia starts in a few weeks, October 15th, so it's right around the corner. There are many Republicans and Democrats who say that there shouldn't be any election rule changes the year of an election, let alone less than a month before people start to vote. That's part of the issue, and that's one of the reasons, Ryan, why so many local elections boards officials are saying this is impossible. Republican and Democrats, they're worried that this adds a new burden on them, and these people are the cogs of our democracy. They're the ones working in the counties to make sure that our election results are free and fair.
Well, it's not a done deal yet. We'll have to see how the courts respond. Greg Bluestein, always good to have you on. We appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you.
And up next, Harris's cash advantage, Trump's latest comments on abortion, and why it all matters in the final stretch of the campaign. Our panel is next. You're watching Meet the Press Now.
What's the message that you're trying to get out to young people?
Know what is in the drug supply.
We've got important news this hour about your money.
Mental health, big picture, why is it so tough right now?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
For the very latest on the 2024 election, get the NBC News app, your trusted source for the latest breaking news, analysis, on-the-ground reporting, and newsmaker interviews. Download the NBC News app now.
Welcome back. Just 6 weeks to Election Day, and there are new signs that congressional Republicans are growing frustrated by their party's nominee, specifically for a lack of help with crucial down-ballot races. Punchbowl News reports that former President Trump has yet to appear at a major fundraising event for House Republicans or their campaign arm, despite lobbying from the group's chair, Richard Hudson. The RNC has also not given any money to the group. It comes as Mr. Trump has struggled with fundraising himself, trailing Harris in cash on hand by about $100 million. This according to August FEC filings. Joining me now on set is Melanie Zanona, a senior congressional reporter for Punchbowl News and a brand new NBC News contributor. Simone Sanders Townsend, former senior advisor to Vice President Harris and a co-host of The Weekend, which is weekends on MSNBC, and Republican strategist Brad Todd. And we should point out this is Mel's first day at the Meet the Press table.
So she didn't bring coffee.
She didn't bring coffee.
She did not tell me that.
No one told her about that. But we're excited to have you as an NBC News contributor, and thank you for being here. And of course, you come to the table with some reporting, some great reporting from Punchbowl News about this dynamic playing out between the nominee, Donald Trump, and House Republicans. Obviously, a razor-thin margin in the House of Representatives. He's going to need these guys if he gets elected, but it doesn't seem as though he's offering much financial help right now.
No, and this has become an increasing source of tension in the House Republican Conference. They are struggling right now with fundraising. The NRCC, which is the House GOP campaign arm, is getting trounced by the Democratic campaign arm, and they were really counting on Trump to headline a fundraiser or a dinner for them, because in the past, he has done their spring dinner, and it's been one of the highest grossing events that the NRCC typically does all years. I mean, we're talking 8 figures here. So they were really budgeting for something like that. And he wasn't able to go this year because he had his court schedule in April because of his New York hush money trial. So since then, Republicans have been privately lobbying Trump, really trying to get him to commit to something. They've said, yeah, we'll do something, but there's nothing on the books. Now there's only, 40 days or so into the election. And so they are starting to panic in the House Republican leadership about getting this done.
And they are running out of time. I mean, the most he's done right now is he held an event on Long Island. There's a lot of embattled Long Island Republicans. I mean, do they view that as the kind of help they need, or do they need the cold, hard cash?
They need the money, right? All of it helps. And if you talk to Trump's camp, they'll say, well, he's helping them in other ways, right? He's going out to some of these districts. You'll see some of these members use Trump in their own fundraising appeals, but it is not the same. The NRCC, the RNC has not transferred any money to the NRCC. Trump has not transferred any money to the NRCC. And meanwhile, Kamala Harris, just for context here, she just transferred $10 million over to the D-TRIP, which is the Democratic House campaign arm. So you get the sense of just how different they are right now.
Brad, I assume down-ballot candidates always want more money.
Well, it's really it's an institutional question. The NRCC and the DCCC need to be at parity. And one thing that's unique about the House is members of Congress transfer money from their own campaigns into the NRCC and DCCC. So these Republican congressmen who have had Trump's back when he was president in the House, who are doing the combat on the oversight committees, defending his administration, they're putting their campaign money into the NRCC in the effort to hold this slim 6-seat majority. So he needs to do it too. It's expected. It's expected, and they'll remember in the next administration if he doesn't.
So, Simone, I want to put up our most recent cash-on-hand numbers for the presidential campaigns. And could it be that Donald Trump isn't giving to these down-ballot candidates because he needs the money himself? I mean, he is facing a $100 million deficit right now in terms of cash on hand. The money is not flowing in like it once was. Is this an issue of Trump just needs the money on his own and he really can't help anyone else?
Perhaps he does need the money on his own, but to be very clear, I mean, we often talk a lot about it in the context of Vice President Harris's campaign and that, she could win, but she needs a Democratic House and a Democratic Senate. To be very clear, if the Republican candidate for president, who's Donald Trump in this case, he will need a Republican House and a Republican Senate. Speaker Hakeem Jeffries, I don't think is pushing forward any of the Project 2025 agenda or Agenda 47, whatever we'd like to call it today. And so when you are running in a presidential election cycle where every year House members have, every 2 years House members are on the ballot, but in a cycle where the Senate is on the line as well, Democrats specifically are defending 22, we would say 23, but I'm not counting West Virginia. So 22 seats in the Senate.
You're conceding one already.
Well, I'm just saying, I'm a realist. I'm a pragmatic, I'm a pragmatic progressive.
Concede Montana too.
Well, no, because the Secretary of State is doing some interesting things, but this is, to this point, candidates need money. And so, yes, fundraising appeals is really important, but and being able to use Trump's likeness and Trump showing up or Vice President Harris showing up in a district for a candidate is really important. But you need money to put ads on television. And when the history is looked at, when the history is written about this particular election cycle, it is going to be one of the most expensive in our country's history.
All right, well, let's talk about the message that both sides are sending out to their constituents right now. And Donald Trump, he's had a difficult time talking about abortion. It's not an easy topic for Republicans, given the mood of the country right now. But he has seemed to have settled on somewhat of a message when it comes to women and abortion. Take a listen to what he said yesterday.
Women will be happy, healthy, confident, and free. You will no longer be thinking about abortion. So all they talk about abortion because we've done something that nobody else could have done. It is now where it always had to be, with the states. I will protect women at a level never seen before. They will finally be healthy, hopeful, safe, and secure. Their lives will be happy, beautiful, and great.
Interestingly, he did seem to be reading that off the teleprompter. This wasn't something he just seemed to be vamping. But Brad, I want to ask you about this. Donald Trump has a serious gender gap problem. Our latest NBC News poll shows a 21-point advantage with women for Kamala Harris. Before you go there, obviously, on the other side of the spectrum, Trump has a tremendous advantage when it comes to men. But let's specifically talk about women right now. Is this kind of rhetoric that's going to help him close that gap with women?
Well, I think first off, it's an insult to women to say that the only issue they care about is abortion. They don't care about prices. They don't care about crime. They don't care about the larger economy. And that's what he's trying to get there. And of course, in some polls, the gender gap is about equal. You know, Trump will lead with men by about as many as Harris leads with women. That's why you see her talking about, if you break in my house, I'll shoot you. She's trying to do everything she can to help herself with men. He's trying to do some things to help himself with women. And I think prices, health care, that top crime, those are good things for him to talk about.
But we've seen, Mel, with these down-ballot candidates as well, how they've tried to wrestle with the issue of abortion. Ohio's a perfect example. The Senate candidate there, Bernie Moreno, called women single-issue voters on abortion. He said it doesn't matter for women over the age of 50. I mean, that's a red state. It voted to enshrine a right to abortion by 10 points last year. I mean, how are Republicans wrestling with this up and down the ballot?
If you're Sherrod Brown, you're just going to be running that on replay, right, as an ad. Listen, Republicans, after the 2022 election, they walked away from that and said, we have a problem on abortion. It's a messaging problem. But it has become clear that it is more than just a messaging problem. It's a substance issue, right? And Republicans have still not figured out how to talk about it because their policies are in direct conflict with what is popular, in the country right now. They say Trump has taken credit for overturning Roe v. Wade. That turned it to the states. But now the states have been responsible for instituting these abortion bans, which are deeply unpopular. So they just are wrestling with how to talk about it. Now, we have seen some of them go on offense a little bit in terms of putting out some ads saying, here's what we do stand for. We do support IVF. We support mothers and families. But it is simply not enough to overcome what is happening on the ground in these states.
And Simone, I'm going to give you the last word on this, and we don't have a lot of time. But to Brad's point, when Trump talks about the economy, Kamala Harris responds with abortion. Is that the way out of this, or does she also have to address the economy specifically and not just use abortion as her way out of every argument?
Well, I think I think it's important to realize that abortion is an economic issue for people all across this country. The ability to be able to make a decision about what your family looks like and when you have children as a woman in this country, we're the people that have to take off work, to be very clear, when you birth a child. But I do think that the Harris campaign and the vice president has given extensive proposals. People can debate the details of the proposals, but about our economic policy. Donald Trump, child care is one of the biggest bills for families in this country. And on one of the biggest bills, something that families across the board are struggling with, from rural America to suburban America to the cities, he doesn't seem to understand it. So that, to me, is a big issue. But abortion, this is a problem for Republicans because they have not walked away from the policy.
All right, we're going to have to leave it there. Mel, maybe we'll have you back. She did okay.
I'll bring donuts next time.
All right, thank you so much. Mel, Simone, and Brad, thank you all for being here. Still to come, meet the Delaware state lawmaker who could soon make history in Congress. You're watching Meet the Press now.
NBC News Daily is #1 for afternoon news across all of television.
I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicky Nguyen.
I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinklea Samwat.
What's happening around the world?
Israel's military is building up there along the border.
And what matters here at home?
New numbers are out today showing more encouraging signs for our economy.
Let's zero in on exercise. We know we're supposed to be doing it. What does it do for our health?
What needs to change for social media to be a safer place?
NBC News Daily, weekdays from 12 to 4 on NBC News Now.
Welcome back. Delaware Democratic Senator Tom Carper's retirement seems likely to trigger some history on Capitol Hill. Delaware Congresswoman Lisa Blunt Rochester is favored to become the state's next senator and would be the first woman and the first person of color to represent Delaware in the Senate. And the candidate likely to replace her as Delaware's at-large representative in Congress is Democratic State Senator Sarah McBride, who won her primary earlier this month and is on course to become the first transgender member of Congress. And joining me now is Delaware State Senator and Democratic House candidate Sarah McBride. Senator, thank you so much for being here. Here in D.C., we're about 6 days away from a government shutdown. This is one of several times that Congress has struggled to keep the lights on and avoid a credit default. Congress hasn't really done much lawmaking in the last year or so. Why do you want to come here and be a part of this?
Well, I think the developments this week with the Democratic caucus likely having to come in to save the day has really reinforced why we need a Democratic House come January 2025. I mean, we have to remember that when the Democrats had control of the House with a similar margin to what Republicans currently have right now, they passed the largest investment in infrastructure since the 1950s, the largest expansion of veterans benefits since the GI Bill, the first gun safety package since the 1990s, the largest expansion of healthcare since the ACA, and the biggest step to combat climate change of any nation on earth ever. And so we have before us a clear choice between returning to the incompetence and the chaos of the Trump years, or turning the page on the politics of the past and helping to move this country forward by delivering for people. But we have to send people to Washington who have a proven track record of rolling up their sleeves, diving into the details, bringing people together. That's what I've done here in Delaware, passing paid family and medical leave, expanding access to health care. That's what I'll do in Congress.
So you obviously are from Delaware, so you've been represented by Joe Biden in one way, shape, or form for basically your entire life. Have you gotten an idea, after watching the president and now watching the Harris campaign, how do you think that Vice President Harris would be different as a president than what you've seen from Joe Biden?
Well, look, I think every single candidate is their own person. And when Joe Biden made the historically selfless decision, patriotic decision, to pass the baton to a new generation of Americans, he helped to re-energize the Democratic Party. He helped to renew and reinstill joy and hope in our politics. And I think, look, Kamala Harris represents a new generation of leadership. I think she understands the issues that we are facing as a country. She understands the issues that younger people and younger workers are facing. She'll be her own kind of leader. But of course, she'll also be a leader that builds on the progress of the Biden-Harris administration, progress that I just articulated. But we got to make sure that we send her a Democratic Congress and a Democratic Senate so that she can implement her policies that will bring down costs facing families, that'll protect reproductive freedom in this country, that'll help create an economy that works for everyone, including small businesses. And that's one of the reasons I'm so eager to win this race, but also help elect Democrats across this country so that President Harris can have a Democratic Congress that allows her to build on the progress of the last 4 years.
So if you and Kamala Harris are both elected, you would be one of the votes that she would depend on when it comes to passing her agenda, because under any circumstances, it will probably be tight margins in the House of Representatives. One of her more controversial plans is to raise the corporate tax rate, as well as instituting a tax on unrealized capital gains for the highest earners. You come from a state with a lot of headquarters of some major corporations like Delaware. Is this something you can support?
Look, I think that, like President Biden, Vice President Harris is putting forward a plan that empowers working people and their families. We know that the only way to grow America's economy is from the middle out, not the top down. It's one of the reasons why I'm so supportive of policies like paid family and medical leave, policies that'll expand access to childcare and invest in affordable housing. But we, of course, have to pay for that. And I believe that we can deliver for working people, enhance our economy without raising taxes on people making under $400,000 a year. And that can be through guaranteeing that corporations and the wealthy are paying their fair share. I think Delawareans of every economic background support those types of common sense solutions. Policies that are paid for by guaranteeing that everyone's paying their fair share and lifting up families and workers in the process.
All right, I want to play for you now an ad that the Trump campaign is currently using in some of their ad campaigns across the country. Take a listen.
Even the liberal media was shocked Kamala supports taxpayer-funded sex changes for prisoners and illegal aliens.
Every transgender inmate would have access.
Kamala's for they, them. President Trump is for you.
It seems as though Trump is essentially saying that Vice President Harris is for trans individuals like yourself, and he is not. If he wins, how would you be able to work with his administration?
Well, first off, I think Kamala Harris is for every American. I think she sees and respects all of us, and I think she will have an administration that seeks to deliver for all of us. I think one of the problems in our politics right now is that too often politicians seek to ignore the problems of those who don't vote for them or even make those problems worse. Kamala Harris, unlike Donald Trump, will bring people together, bring out the best of our country, and adopt policies that seek to uplift everyone, regardless of your background or your identity. Look, I'm used to working with people who disagree with me on pretty fundamental issues, including issues that are near and dear to my own heart. I'm not running to be the transgender member of Congress. I'm running to be Delaware's member of Congress, working on all of the issues that matter. And that means working with people who disagree with me on some deeply personal issues. That's what I've done here in Delaware, where nearly every bill that I have introduced and passed in the General Assembly, I have passed with bipartisan support from people who don't vote the same way I do on LGBTQ equality. I'd operate the same in Congress.
All right. Well, State Senator Sarah McBride, you still got quite a bit of campaign left. We wish you the best of luck, and perhaps we'll see you here in Washington in January. Thank you so much for being here. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
And we'll be back tomorrow with more Meet the Press Now. But the news continues with Tom Costello, who is in for Hallie Jackson right now.
Top of the hour on a Tuesday on NBC News Now, and we are starting with what could be the worst Atlantic storm of the season, barreling towards Florida right now. Helene is a tropical storm and strengthening, already bringing heavy rain to the Caribbean. Emergency crews across Florida are gearing up. NBC's climate team says this could become a Category 3 storm, and we're going to have the latest forecast. Also from us, Israel is promising to ramp up its deadly attacks in Lebanon as Hezbollah hits back. The new plea tonight from President Biden in his final speech to the United Nations. And then big news from the NFL. Legend Brett Favre is making that hearing. He's in a hearing focused on allegations that he has pushed Mississippi to spend welfare money on his pet projects. But Favre now and his new diagnosis of Parkinson's and how this fits into the scandal. Plus, why the containers you use for your food might have links to breast cancer, new findings that might make you rethink your food storage options. And just into the newsroom, the major federal lawsuit against a company that is in your wallet and everywhere you want to be. Why the DOJ says Visa is doing something that's unfair. That's coming up later in our newscast. Good day, I'm Tom Costello. I am in for Hallie, who is on assignment, and we are starting with breaking news on Tropical Storm Helene brewing in the Caribbean right now, forecasted to strengthen into a powerful hurricane before making landfall along the Gulf Coast. And in just the last few minutes, the National Hurricane Center says even more of Florida is under threat as the storm grows even more intense. Here's what we're looking at and what we're seeing already. Islands like the Caymans and Cuba have received heavy rain up to a foot in some areas, with cars driving through roads that really look more like rivers. Hurricane and storm surge watches up across Florida already. Schools are now starting to close down, and FEMA is on the ground with some evacuations already underway. And it comes as Hurricane John, yeah, that's right, another storm slammed Mexico hard. 2 people there died in a landslide overnight. But back here in the United States, Florida Governor Ron DeSantis is declaring a state of emergency for most of that state. Here's what his warning is looking like.
We are going to see significant impacts no matter what happens, but don't act like, well, the cone moved another 20 miles to the west, therefore we're going to in the clear. There's still a lot of uncertainty left with this, so just be prepared.
Well, our NBC climate team is saying that folks should go into hurricane mode now. The storm is coming in and moving fast, with the potential to become a major Cat 3 hurricane, perhaps the strongest so far this season. They're watching it very closely in Tampa, as you would expect, expecting winds there of 115 miles per hour. Rain and tornadoes and the impact from serious flooding could be ahead. And you may be thinking, it's hurricane season, it's Florida, so this can be expected. Yes, but the experts tell us these storms are coming in faster and more furious than ever before because of climate change and the record warm waters that are fueling them. So let's get you over right now to our team on all of this. NBC's Marissa Parra is in Florida for us. But first, we go to NBC meteorologist Bill Cairns. And Bill, when's the earliest that this thing might actually make landfall? And what should folks be ready for? It seems to be growing more intense.
Yeah, 48 hours from now, Tom, is probably the earliest, and maybe at the latest would be as we go towards midnight on Thursday. That's kind of the key time for where we get the landfall. So let me go in the weeds a little bit here. This is the visible satellites. We have satellites up in space that are taking pictures every minute of the ocean, and we can actually see the center of Helene. You can see that little swirl right in here, and you can see us actually took a little weird jog to the southwest, and now it's going to the northwest. But the thing I want you to notice is now all of a sudden these bright white things you see here, these are all thunderstorms. Before it was totally exposed. That means it's now getting more organized. It's beginning that strengthening phase that we knew was coming, and now it only has about 48 hours. So the million-dollar question is, how strong can this storm get in the next 48 hours? Because it's going to just ramp up and ramp up and ramp up, and then at the last minute, right before it moves inland, it may kind of max out. So 50-mile-per-hour winds, we're about 25 miles per hour away from becoming a hurricane. The forecast does take it up towards Cancun, and so early tomorrow morning, it should be close to hurricane strength when it brushes Cancun, and then it takes that track through the eastern half of the Gulf of Mexico over extremely warm water. That's why it goes 90 miles per hour, 115. This is Thursday afternoon, and the Hurricane Center has this about as close as it's going to get here to Fort Myers and Tampa is during the daylight hours on Thursday. That's when the worst weather conditions would be expected on the west coast of Florida. High tide is in the morning, so the water's going to come up, and it's probably not going to recede much. If anything, it's going to build as that storm surge moves in. And then in the evening, as we head towards about 8 or 9 p.m., that's when that landfall would happen. And the Hurricane Center still has that eye going very close. Our friends in Tallahassee don't like it. It's been pointed straight at them for about 48 hours now, and that hasn't changed. And then it weakens through Georgia, but not that fast. Still almost a strong tropical storm through central Georgia. A lot of tree damage here. And then this little hook, if you know the way the mountains work here in North Carolina, upstate South Carolina, and upstate Georgia, the southern Appalachians, this kind of track is going to wring the storm out. I'm very concerned with significant flash flooding in the mountains of those states. And over the warm water, and Tom, this is the things that we watch for like the rapid intensification. It only has to be 80 or plus to be like rapid intensification. This is 89, 87, 88 degree water temperatures. This is going to be over tomorrow. Everyone is going to be staring tomorrow just to see how strong this storm gets.
Oh, okay, good. Well, listen, you mentioned that it may be a little bit more to the west of Tampa than originally thought. We've got Marissa Parra in, who's in Tampa right now. And Marissa, we may be seeing that you will get some direct effects from Helene when it makes landfall. So what's it looking like right now? I would imagine people there are preparing, but they're used to this, right?
Absolutely, Tom. If you're in the state of Florida, you are all too familiar with the sandbagging that happens, the sandbag stations that are giving out sandbags to people before a tropical storm or a hurricane. But I want to show you something that maybe you haven't seen before. If you're in the Tampa area, you probably have. This is what's called an aqua fence. This is outside of Tampa General Hospital. And this is something they've had for a couple of years now. It's a protective measure that is meant to protect this hospital. It is the only level 1 trauma center in this whole region. So it's a very important thing they need to protect, and it can get up to 10 feet tall. It's supposed to protect them from 15 feet of storm surge, Tom. And we talked about how we're expecting Helene, in whatever form this storm takes, to make landfall on Thursday. And so this is the time to make those preparations you talked about all across the state of Florida. We're seeing those preparations. Here's what we heard from the mayor of Tampa today.
So what we ask of everyone, the long-timers and the newcomers, is to please, please pay attention to this storm and all of the others as well.
And that was just the mayor of Tampa. This is what you will hear from mayors and authorities around the state, Tom. We have over 60 counties. At last check, 61 counties under a state of emergency. There are only 67 counties in this entire state. And so this is something that people are being asked to take very seriously now, because now is the time to make those preparations. We're talking about stocking up on supplies, on food, canned goods, charging all those batteries, fueling up those cars, doing it now, of course, before it's too late, because we have seen before, Tom, just how quickly these storms can intensify.
All right, Marissa, thank you. You've shown us something none of us have seen before. The wall to protect the hospital is really interesting. So thank you for that. We'll check back with you in the next hour. To the Middle East we go now. With growing concern, it's on the brink of a much bigger war. As Israel says, it will accelerate its massive assault in Lebanon, and it's threatening to move at full force in an offensive against Hezbollah. Already, more than 550 people are reported dead in Lebanon. And the big question now, if and when Iran, which provides money and weapons to Hezbollah, might join the fight directly. Iran's vice president today said his country has not ruled out a direct attack on Israel. The sudden escalation is leading to terrifying moments like this inside villages in southern Lebanon. Tens of thousands of people are on the move, fleeing, according to the United Nations. Israel's military says it killed a key Hezbollah commander just in the last few hours. Parts of Israel's stated goal, or part of its goal, is to destroy Hezbollah's infrastructure. Hezbollah is retaliating, launching new rocket strikes on an Israeli army base. The IDF says more than 1 million civilians are hiding in bomb shelters tonight. And we've also learned that Benjamin Netanyahu, the prime minister, will speak to the UN General Assembly on Friday. He has not talked to the UN Secretary General since the Hamas attack last October 7th. That's the backdrop as President Biden urges de-escalation during his final UN address. Here's that clip.
Now is the time for the parties to finalize its terms, bring the hostages home, and secure security for Israel and Gaza free of Hamas' grip, ease the suffering in Gaza, and end this war.
We've got team coverage. Mike Memoli is standing by with the latest on the UN General Assembly in New York. But let's start now with NBC's Matt Bradley, who's in Beirut. And Matt, what are you seeing and what are you feeling on the ground right now as the fighting appears to be escalating between Israel and Iran's proxies in the region?
Yeah, Tom, well, here in Beirut, we're not actually seeing a lot of this, but we are hearing it from well in the distance behind me. We've just been hearing all day bombardments. Now, they are still in the distance, but there still is a lot of tension here, even though we're not seeing the violence close up. And as you've seen, we're seeing tens of thousands, and now we're hearing from Lebanese officials saying that it could be 500,000 people who have been displaced from their homes in southern Lebanon, many of them making their way up here to the capital of Beirut, many of them carrying with them bad injuries that they've sustained either on the road or at their homes. And a lot of them were just, when I spoke with them, just wearing the clothes on their backs. I walked around today in a place that was hosting a lot of these displaced people, and you didn't see any luggage. A lot of these folks simply heard the bombardments, saw the intensity, which they haven't seen for the past 20 years, ever since the last time Hezbollah and Israel had a full-on war, and they just left. They were terrified, and a lot of this goes back to 2006. That was, again, a month-long fight between Israel and Hezbollah. a lot of the anxiety here is focused on a redux of that incredibly destructive month-long battle. And, you know, a lot of folks here, they are fed up with what's been going on. They really want to return home. They don't necessarily consider themselves supporters of Hezbollah and its fight against Israel, even though most people here are just fiercely supportive of the Palestinian cause. They have endured for the past 5 years a crippling financial crisis, and they feel as though this country just can't take any more.
Well, you anticipated my question, because this is a country that has seen decades of war. You know, we at NBC News have been reporting about Lebanon since the 1970s in some fashion. And you talk about so many people fleeing right now. Do they hold Hezbollah accountable for any of this, or do they, you know, that's their immediate army that's in their backyards. Do they not want to badmouth Hezbollah?
Well, it's a great question. You know, a lot of these people, you know, it depends on who you ask, because this is such a fractured country. You mentioned all the way back in the 1970s, that was a war that was fought primarily amongst Lebanese people, amongst the different sectarian groups here. There was involvement from the United States, from Israel, which moved in and really viciously attacked a lot of the Palestinian groups here who had been using this as a launch pad to attack the Israelis in Israel proper. So, you know, it really depends on what loyalty you hold. And there are recognized religions here, recognized by the government, and there are many more different factions within those different religious loyalties. It's a very complicated country. So it's not a question of what the Lebanese people feel or think. Certainly a lot of the people from the south, who we're now seeing moving north, they are Shiite Muslims. They support Hezbollah, and they see Hezbollah as the main group that's preventing the Israelis from taking over Lebanon. They see Israel as an expansionist power that, if it had their way, would expand their way into Lebanon, just as they did up until 2000, when they finally withdrew after about an 18-year occupation of southern Lebanon. So there's a lot of people here who don't necessarily fault Hezbollah. If you talk to Christians, if you talk to Druze, a lot of them will say that Hezbollah is to blame, because they are the ones who started firing into northern Israel right after those October 7th attacks last year. Hezbollah said they were doing this in solidarity with Hamas. So once again, this is a divided nation. It's hard to pin down any kind of public opinion as we would know it in the West.
Matt, thank you very much for your great reporting. We'll check back as things continue to develop. Let's bring in NBC's Mike Mamale. Mike, this was President Biden's last address to the UN. So how has the situation with Israel impacted what he was trying to deliver as his legacy speech today?
Well, Tom, a speech like this, similar to a State of the Union address, has to do two things, really. One, it covers a lot of ground. He covered a range of different foreign policy challenges and tried to put it all under the umbrella of the need for diplomacy, for strong alliances, and for strong institutions like the UN to try to tackle and deal with these challenges. It's also a speech that had been in the works for some time, and so it's hard to necessarily adapt too much to the breaking situations that are happening, really the developments moment by moment in the Middle East. But it was interesting the way that the president had to address the situation in the Middle East and really almost speaking directly to the Israelis, because the call from the White House, from administration officials, has been for them to de-escalate rather than what Israel is doing at the moment, in their view, escalate. Take a listen to how the president put it in his address.
Hezbollah, unprovoked, during the October 7th attack, launching rockets into Israel. Almost a year later, too many on each side of the Israeli-Lebanon border remain displaced. A full-scale war is not in anyone's interest. Even if the situation has escalated, a diplomatic solution is still possible.
So the president walking a fine line in this speech, the first thing he did on the topic of the Mideast is to say that because this is the first address he's given at the UN since October 7th, support Israel's right to respond to the Hamas attack, but then very clearly trying to encourage both sides here to come to the table to accept that hostage deal, the ceasefire agreement, and in the case of Lebanon, for Israel to de-escalate. It's going to be interesting to see, though. On the sidelines of the UN, you often have opportunities for the president to engage with key stakeholders in this. It's not something that we see, Tom, on the president's schedule with 24 hours left here in New York.
Okay, Mike, thank you very much. Mike Mamale in New York. A breaking update right now just into us. Congressman Anthony D'Esposito is now denying stunning allegations launched against him that he allegedly gave part-time jobs to a woman he had an affair with and his fiance's daughter. That according to 4 people familiar with the relationship who talked to the New York Times. We should note 3 people confirmed to the Times the affair that D'Esposito allegedly had with the woman. Here's what the congressman told our Capitol Hill team late today.
Congressman, did you employ somebody you were in a relationship with?
I did not.
Do you think it was inappropriate to hire your fiance's daughter?
Sorry, the congressman. Nothing that was done was inappropriate.
Do you think you violated any House ethics?
Absolutely not.
Let's bring in our congressional correspondent, Ryan Nobles, who's on the story. She got to the heart of the issue, right? Has he violated House ethics rule?
Yeah, and I don't know if this is something that will necessarily be adjudicated before the election this fall. The House Ethics Committee generally moves very, very slow. And in most cases, they generally don't provide too much of a penalty when there are ethics issues like these that crop up. But we have seen the Ethics Committee be a bit more forceful over the past year, especially as it relates to former Congressman George Santos. That report that they issued on Santos led to him being expelled from the House of Representatives. And it's interesting because Congressman D'Esposito was among the leaders calling for George Santos to be expelled because of his transgressions. Now he finds himself on the other side of this, a bit hypocritical, some might argue. And it's also important to point out that D'Esposito says this isn't true. We know that these individuals were employed. Those records are available to anyone. They are public records. What may be in question is the content of the relationships, the definition of these relationships. But we know these people work for him and receiving a taxpayer-funded salary.
And, by the way, we are in an election season, so how might this impact his attempt for re-election?
Yeah, so it probably has a much bigger impact on the election in the fall than it does his long-term future in the House of Representatives. This is ultimately going to be a decision that's decided by the voters of Long Island. And D'Esposito is among a group of New York Republicans who are in razor-tight elections. They were a group of Republicans that really led Republicans to winning the majority back in 2022. They're in districts that were that President Biden won in 2020. It was already going to be a very difficult re-election battle for him because of those dynamics. His district tends to be a little bit more Republican on Long Island than some of the others, but there's no doubt, Tom, that this is going to complicate those efforts for him this fall.
Okay, Ryan, thank you very much. Ryan Nobles. Just before we came on the air, the Attorney General said Visa is propping up an illegal monopoly on debit card payments. And the ones taking the biggest hit because of that, he says, are American consumers and businesses. Take a listen.
Visa's unlawful conduct affects not just the price of one thing, but the price of nearly everything.
It's the argument that's at the center of this new lawsuit against the world's biggest payments network. The Justice Department says Visa penalizes its customers when they try to use competing services to process payments. CNBC's Eamon Javers has more.
Arguing that Visa's alleged illegal conduct affects not just the price of one thing, but the price of nearly everything, Attorney General Merrick Garland said the Justice Department has filed a civil antitrust lawsuit against Visa for monopolization and unlawful conduct in debit network markets. The complaint alleges that Visa maintains its monopoly position by blocking the growth of existing competitors and preventing other firms from innovating new solutions. The government says that more than 60% of debit transactions in the U.S. run on Visa's network, which allows the company to charge more than $7 billion in processing fees every year. And the government says that Visa's agreements with merchants and banks punish its customers who route transactions to other networks or systems. Visa's general counsel, Julie Rottenberg, reacting with a statement of her own, saying in part, when businesses and consumers choose Visa, it is because of our secure and reliable network, world-class fraud protection, and the value we provide. We are proud of the payments networks we have built, the innovation we advance, and the economic opportunity we enable. This lawsuit is meritless, and we will defend ourselves vigorously. Garland declined to speculate today about possible remedies or fixes for the alleged illegal behavior. That question won't come up until a much later stage of this lawsuit. Back over to you.
Okay, Eamon, thank you very much. Other news from Washington, the CEO of Novo Nordisk, the company behind Ozempic and Wegovy, on the Hill today blamed the high costs of those drugs on the American healthcare system. Here's what he had to say.
I don't think any one company can solve that alone. We don't decide the price for patients. That's set by the insurance companies.
Well, the drugs go for more than $1,300 a month for Wegovy, more than $900 a month for Ozempic in the United States. That, of course, is without insurance. and they're much cheaper in other countries. Vermont Senator Bernie Sanders, who chairs the Senate panel that held today's hearing, says the high prices are risking lives as the company rakes in $50 billion in sales on these drugs alone.
72% of that revenue comes from sales in the United States of America. In other words, the United States is Novo Nordisk's cash cow. Stop ripping us off. If you don't act, 40,000 people a year could die.
NBC's Berkeley Lovelace has been following this for us. And Berkeley, other companies that make drugs like Ozempic and Wegovy have switched from those auto injectors that people use to administer the drug to vials. And they claim that's helped keep the supply flowing and prices lower. What else is the CEO saying about why prices are so high for Ozempic and Wegovy?
Right. So, yeah, Eli Lilly did switch from an auto-injector as well and lowered its price. Novo Nordisk itself has not lowered the price. But as you saw, Ozempic and Wegovy are extremely expensive. They're around $900 to $1,300 a month. And that's much higher than other countries like Canada, Germany, Denmark, where you can get this for around less than $100 a month. So when asked by the committee why the CEO can't simply lower the price, he basically blamed insurance companies and pharmacy benefit managers. So pharmacy benefit managers negotiate discounts on behalf of insurance companies to get discounts or rebates for drug companies, and in response to get, sorry, it's a little bit complicated, in response to get stuff on their drugs, on their drug formulae. And so there's some debate on whether or not this is true. PBMs and insurance companies do determine what gets covered and what patients pay. But for people with high deductible plans or people without insurance, people often do have to pay that list price. And so now the CEO right now is touting that they do have a savings program. So people with low incomes can pay as little as $25 a month. But there's still some back and forth on whether or not they can lower this list price.
You know, you're absolutely right. Whenever you talk about insurance companies and PBMs, I mean, it is very complicated and confusing. At the beginning of the hearing, Senator Bernie Sanders announced that he has a written promise, he said, from major pharmacy benefit managers, those PBMs, are the people who help decide drug coverage in most of the United States. And they promise not to punish the company, Novo Nordisk, if it doesn't cut prices for the drugs. But CEO Jorgensen has not explicitly promised any change, right?
Right. So after a tense back and forth, he did agree to a discussion with Senator Sanders and the PBMs to discuss ways to lower prices. It's unclear when that meeting will happen. We should get some details in the coming weeks as well. But we do have a clip of Sanders speaking with the CEO about this as well, where the CEO discusses basically saying he'd be happy to do anything to help patients to lower the cost for them.
Anything that can help patients get access to the medicines they need at affordable price point, we'll be happy to collaborate around that.
Are you prepared to have Novo Nordisk sit down with the PBMs who have made that commitment to me?
I'll be happy to, as I said, do anything that helps patients. And I don't know under which conditions such a promise comes. I haven't seen any of that.
So, and as you know, Bernie Sanders has been mounting a public pressure campaign to get Novo Nordisk to lower the prices. So any chance for them to get Novo Nordisk to lower the price would be a big win for patients. There's millions of patients using these drugs now. And so far, we've seen some action from Eli Lilly as well in terms of lowering the prices for them as well.
Okay, Berkeley, thank you very much for trying to track it down for all of us. Still to come, a stunning revelation from football legend, what Brett Favre told Congress today about his new Parkinson's diagnosis. Plus, we'll break down who exactly Israel is targeting in Lebanon. More on Hezbollah as the Middle East teeters on a knife's edge.
The vote. It's as American as apple pie. It's iconic.
Got the flag up?
Patriotic. The vote is as American as you. This November, step into the box and make it stick. Voter up.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because they...
Go ahead. This is it.
We're back. A work of art totally smashed to pieces inside an Italian museum. You've got to see the video to believe it. That's coming up from us in just a minute. But first, former Super Bowl champion quarterback Brett Favre dropped a bombshell about his health in front of Congress today. Here's what he had to say.
Sadly, I also lost an investment in a company that I believed was developing a breakthrough concussion drug I thought would help others. And I'm sure you'll understand why it's too late for me, because I've recently been diagnosed with Parkinson's.
That Parkinson's diagnosis revealed during this hearing about a welfare program at the center of a scandal that involves Favre. He's accused of using his superstar status to pressure the government of Mississippi into spending millions in taxpayer dollars meant for needy families in order to fund his own pet projects, including building a new volleyball facility at the college where his daughter played volleyball, investing in a drug startup that he was personally invested in, paying his company more than $1 million for speaking engagements which he never showed up for. Favre denies any wrongdoing, saying he didn't know the money came from welfare funds. So far, he's not facing criminal charges. NBC's Ken Dilanian has been following this whole saga for years now. So, Ken, this Parkinson's diagnosis is really serious, and it's sad. But tell us, what does it have to do with the scandal that Favre seems to be at the center of, or was this simply a distraction on his part?
Well, it is serious, Tom. You know, this is somebody who played for 20 years in the NFL. He took a lot of hard hits. He had some concussions, and it puts a renewed spotlight on the dangers of pro football and the implications for brain injuries. But what it did today was it put kind of a damper on this hearing and the ability of lawmakers to ask him hard questions when he sort of dropped that bombshell right up front. This is a man who is implicated, not criminally, but who has been accused of unethical behavior with regard to essentially helping the government steer welfare funds to pet projects. Now, what Brett Favre said today, he portrayed himself as the victim. He said that he had no idea this was welfare money. He said he didn't even recall whether he knew that it was public funds, something that's belied by text messages that he sent. But take a listen to how he portrayed his role, Tom.
I was branded as a person who stole welfare money. That's the lowest of low. I don't wish this upon my worst enemy. And hopefully we get better at oversight. And this doesn't happen to someone like myself in the future who's trying to do something good.
In other words, he said that this happened to him, not that he was participating in it. But of course, court records show that he was deeply involved. He lobbied the governor, who was his friend, to get some of this money for those pet projects that you described. He did pay back the $1.1 million, but he's still being sued by the state, which claims that he owes interest on that money, Tom.
You know, Ken, I remember you reporting when you were down there, and you talked to some people who didn't get welfare money, people who are literally struggling every single day.
That's right, and that was the theme of this hearing, that this isn't just happening in Mississippi. The TANF program, Temporary Assistance for Needy Families, crafted in the 1990s. Remember, Republicans made it into a block grant, and there's no strings attached. And what the hearing showed today is that lots of states are spending this money on things that have nothing to do with helping poor women and children, which was the intent. And in Mississippi, only 4% of the people who qualify actually get this money. That was said at the hearing today. And we talked to people who were very upset that it was going to things like professional athletes and volleyball facilities, and in one case, a professional wrestler. So, and you know, there's lots of legislation that was discussed at today's hearing to try to remedy that. So far, none of it's passed, Tom.
Ken Dilanian, thank you very much. Great reporting there. Let's get you over now to the 5 things our team thinks you should know about tonight. Number 1, New York's governor is declaring Eastern equine encephalitis an imminent public health threat after the person who contracted the first case of triple E there in nearly a decade died. It's a rare but often fatal infection of the brain. Governor Hochul says the state will expand access to insect repellent in places like campgrounds and parks. Number 2, the son of the man accused of plotting to assassinate former President Trump at his golf course has been arrested on child porn charges. In a criminal complaint, the FBI says it found hundreds of files containing child sex abuse images during a search of the suspect's home. He's not yet entered a plea. It's not clear if or how this case is related to the investigation involving his father's attempt on the former president's life. Number 3, police in Arizona are investigating what looks like gunfire damage at a campaign office for Vice President Kamala Harris. No injuries. No one was inside at the time. Tempe police are investigating the incident as a property crime. It comes just days before Harris is scheduled to campaign in Arizona. Number 4, new video from Italy shows a man destroying a porcelain art piece in a museum. The artist who made it posted this online. There's the suspect getting tackled by other people around him. He was then arrested for vandalism. A curator for the museum called the man a, quote, habitual troublemaker, allegedly known for similar attacks on other artists' work. It's not clear how he got into the event. Number 5, Carolyn Ellison, the star witness in the case against FTX founder Sam Bankman-Fried, sentenced to 2 years in prison today. You may remember that Ellison is Bankman-Fried's ex-girlfriend and former employee who helped him lie to investors and steal billions of dollars from FTX customers. Okay, we want to return now to the Middle East. We reported earlier about the attacks in Lebanon and Israel, which risk expanding the war, with Hezbollah flexing its muscle. So what is Hezbollah, and how did we get here? NBC's Josh Lederman explains it in tonight's breakdown.
It's the worst-case scenario the Middle East has feared for nearly a year. Israel's war with Hamas spiraling into a bigger, potentially much more lethal war with Hezbollah, now inching closer to reality. A month-long series of tit-for-tat strikes between Israel and Hezbollah erupting into the worst violence in decades. Israel upping the ante with an unprecedented cloak-and-dagger plot to blow up Hezbollah pagers, U.S. officials say, following it up with days of airstrikes pummeling southern Lebanon, killing well over 500 so far, according to Lebanon's health minister. And Hezbollah retaliating with its own missiles and rockets targeting Israel, civilians on both sides of the border fleeing in fear.
I have a message for the people of Lebanon. Israel's war is not with you. It's with Hezbollah.
The Lebanese militant group overshadowed by Hamas since the terror attack on Israel on October 7th that set off the Gaza war. But Hezbollah never forgotten by Israel's security establishment, which has always known where the bigger threat lies.
Is Hezbollah a more formidable military foe for Israel than Hamas?
Hezbollah is many times over a more difficult adversary for Israel than Hamas could ever be. There really is no other extremist group in the Middle East that compares to the military capability that Hezbollah possesses.
Hezbollah may be best known in the West as a militia, believed to have a sprawling arsenal of thousands of precision-guided missiles aimed at Israel. But it's much more, the group embedded throughout Lebanese society.
Hezbollah is an international terrorist group. It's also a standing militia that's larger, better armed, better funded than the Lebanese armed forces itself. But it's also a political party in Lebanon where it is not illegal. And it is a social welfare and religious movement that runs hospitals and schools.
The group has its roots in Lebanon's civil war, formed in 1982 to try to push Israel out of southern Lebanon after the IDF invaded. Over the years, Hezbollah has attacked U.S. interests across the Middle East, including car-bombing a U.S. Marine barracks in Beirut in 1983, killing 241 Americans, and bombing the U.S. Embassy in Beirut that same year. It's also fought several all-out wars with Israel, most recently in 2006, a battle that killed over 1,000 people. The group, led by a charismatic Muslim cleric, Hassan Nasrallah, who regularly denounces Israel and threatens its annihilation. Hezbollah's name means Party of God, and it's an avowedly Shia Muslim organization, just like its chief sponsor, Iran, Israel's arch-enemy. The U.S. State Department says Hezbollah gets most of its money, weapons, and training from Iran. Tens of thousands of Israelis who live near Lebanon evacuated after October 7th as Hezbollah rockets rained down, many of them intercepted by Israel. Last year, I joined Israeli troops preparing to shoot back from the dusty fields of northern Israel, where IDF troops wrote sarcastic messages on artillery shells.
They have just 4 minutes to load up the cannon, get the target aimed at the right place, and hit the fire button.
But throughout the fighting, Israel and Hezbollah have stopped just short of all-out war. Now the world is waiting to see whether that patience has finally run out.
And Josh Lederman is joining us now from London. First of all, great in-depth reporting. Thank you. It seems like Hezbollah is pretty bruised up right now after all of these attacks that it's taken on from Israel. What is Hezbollah doing right now to regroup or to make sure that it presumably is going to counter whatever's been thrown to it?
You're very bruised up indeed, Tom. And in fact, the Israelis have described this as essentially a preemptive strike. And the strategy here appears to be to hit Hezbollah so hard and so fast that by the time they're able to respond, they essentially have been so degraded that they can't mount an all-out war against Israel. And it's true that in the last week or so, Israel has taken out a lot of the top leadership echelon of Hezbollah. Many of their fighters have been injured and taken off the battlefield. They've destroyed many of their weapons. But look, this is still a formidable foe with tens of thousands of missiles. They also have fighters in neighboring Syria. And the big question, of course, is Iran. Will Iran essentially unleash the floodgates for Hezbollah and other Iran-backed proxy groups to go all out against Israel? Or will there be some caution here? Will both sides be able to pull back from the brink and prevent this from spiraling out into a complete controversy? Tom?
Josh, thank you. Good insight. Thank you very much. Still ahead from us, Vice President Harris is looking to take the punch out of one of former President Trump's biggest campaign attacks. We're going to tell you about that. Plus, bunkmates, try cellmates. The two big names crashing together in a New York City jail. We're going to tell you who, coming up.
Closer to the Gaza border. A story of resilience and hope. Please take care of yourself and each other.
For the very latest on the 2024 election, get the NBC News app, your trusted source for the latest breaking news, analysis, on-the-ground reporting, and newsmaker interviews. Download the NBC News app now.
NBC News covers hundreds of stories every day. It's awfully tough to read, watch, or listen to everything. So our bureau teams have selected some highlights. This is what they tell us is going down in the regions, and we call this segment The Local. Out of our Northeast Bureau, Sean Diddy Combs has been moved to the same section of the jail that Sam Bankman-Fried is in. He's, of course, the cryptocurrency entrepreneur convicted of fraud. And now, this area of the Brooklyn jail, known for rampant violence, is reserved for detainees who need special protection. The rapper has been held in the jail for a week now after he was charged with racketeering and sex trafficking. From our Midwest Bureau, a dangerous chemical leak about 20 miles west of Cincinnati, prompting evacuation orders. Emergency management sources there say the leak came from an open valve on a train car that released a kind of gas that can irritate your nose. It's also your eyes and your throat. Part of a highway was shut down, and other surrounding roads and stores also closed. Hamilton County officials are saying that people, they should leave the area if they're within half-a-mile radius of that leak. And in our Western Bureau, a new tenant moved to a California couple's home, and he's living rent-free. It's a bear. They've named him Junior, making himself at home in the crawl space. The couple says he's pretty good. He keeps to himself. He leaves late at night. He comes back early in the morning. They say they only want him to be removed if it can be done humanely. Former President Donald Trump is again hitting the economy at a rally in Georgia late today. That's, of course, a key swing state that just had a big election change, approving a new rule to have poll workers hand count all ballots, something Mr. Trump is pushing. Meanwhile, Nebraska has delivered a setback to the former president. Nebraska's governor now says he will not call a special session to change the state's electoral votes before November. Changing the votes could have boosted Trump in a close race. All of it as Vice President Harris looks to take the wind out of Trump's sails on the immigration issue. She's weighing a visit to the southern border on Friday, that according to two people familiar with her schedule. NBC's Vaughn Hilliard is live in Georgia for us right now. And Vaughn, what more have you learned about what the Trump team is saying in Georgia? And by the way, poll after poll shows a razor-thin margin there, right?
Right. It's one of those battleground states where for Donald Trump, is very important if he wants to pull off a win here in November. For him, the map really, if you win the likes of Georgia, North Carolina, Pennsylvania, he'd still be able to go and lose Michigan and Wisconsin. And so Georgia is really paramount to his path to victory. But of course, he lost it in 2020 narrowly to Joe Biden. And the Democrats, they won 2 U.S. Senate races here in 2021. They won a U.S. Senate race here in 2022. And there's a certain governor, his name is Republican Brian Kemp, who won pretty handily against Stacey Abrams, his reelection for governor in 2022. But he and Donald Trump, they have had a history over the last 3.5 years that you could say has been full of tension. Donald Trump was angry with him for certifying his election loss in 2020. He tried to primary him and get him booted out of office. And that is what led to, just in the last 3 weeks, kind of surprisingly, the governor, Brian Kemp, coming out and saying that he planned to vote for Donald Trump. And this is at a time that we know from conversations with campaign staff, but also outside advisors, that Georgia is important. And Donald Trump, if he wants to win the state, he's got to win over some of those longtime Republican voters who are reticent to Donald Trump. And in order to do that, reaching out to the likes of Brian Kemp, who he called the great governor today, is going to be an important part of going about that, because it's kind of like states like Arizona and Georgia, longtime Republican states that should have not been the forefront of his concern, but because polling still shows him in a very tight race here, he still has to come down and make campaign stops like this one here today in Savannah, Tom.
Okay, and we hear a lot, of course, about how important the suburbs, the Atlanta suburbs, are to Trump. And Harris's possible trip to the border will be significant, right? Our latest NBC News poll still shows Trump has an edge on immigration and the border. So how is Harris, how is she trying to change that? And how does her potential fit into the stretch, her potential stay, on the border? How does that fit into the strategy?
Right. The polling can tell us a lot of things, Tom. Number one, when you look at the head-to-head matchup, polling shows you, even if it's a 4 or 5 point difference, depending on what poll you look at, we know that it's a very tight race. But then polling also can give you clear indications of where your campaign needs to shore up support and where your concern is. And, for Kamala Harris, she's doing very well among particularly women voters and younger voters. But when it comes down to the issue of immigration, she is losing support by a significant margin to Donald Trump for those who say immigration is a top priority for them. And that is where you have seen her struggle to defend the Biden administration, putting her in charge back in 2021 of going and dissecting the problems of what causes the base root of immigration problems, particularly out of Central America, what has led to the flow of record number of migrants coming into the United States over the first 3 years of the administration. And while we should note, immigration numbers are now at the lowest they have been during the Biden administration years, we continue to see Donald Trump, as he did today, call out the fact that there are millions of individuals who have entered the country undocumented. And Kamala Harris has shied away from making stops to the border. She has, in campaign commercials, come out much more ardently and forcefully and saying that there needs to be better border security to stem the flow of the number of individuals coming to the United States. But that's where you see her apparently looking to make this trip down to the border at a time where polling indicates that when it comes to the issue of immigration, that she needs to alleviate some of the concerns of the American electorate if she really wants to make gains and pull off an election in November.
Vaughn Hilliard, thank you very much. Good reporting. Coming up from us, a new study finds an alarming new link between what we eat and cancer. We'll tell you what researchers have discovered.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, the taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency.
What's the biggest risk right now?
Some of the troops who have been proud.
I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks, let me get a hint.
Back now with a health alert for you. A lot of the processing equipment, containers, and cookware that our food is touching every day is being tied now to nearly 200 chemicals linked to breast cancer. That according to a new Swiss study that found that these chemicals are all over the world's food supply. Many of them are known carcinogens, like the ones that you see on your screen. They've already been classified as dangerous to people's health, are likely regularly touching our foods and then migrating into our bodies. Now, remember, breast cancer is the most common cancer among women in the U.S. Every year, 1 in 3 of all new cancers in women are, in fact, breast cancer. More than 42,000 women are expected to die from it this year alone. Dr. Natalie Azar is joining me now. Doctor, from 2010 to 2019, the rate of early onset cancer among women has been going up more than 4%. And now we have these findings. Why specifically women and breast cancer are connected to these chemicals?
Yeah, well, so a lot of the chemicals that you mentioned, and also a lot of them that are also in this food packaging issue, they're called phthalates, they're called bisphenols. Those are classified as a group of compounds that are called endocrine disruptors, which, as the name implies, does affect the hormone levels in your body. And so for breast cancer in particular, anything that can disrupt that sort of really delicate equilibrium, your estrogen and things like that, can increase the risk of cancer. So that's That's one hypothesis of why these chemicals are particularly concerning for breast cancer. You know, as you mentioned, the rates of breast cancer, especially in young women, has gone up significantly over the last number of decades. And so clues in the environment, whether it's alcohol use or obesity related and or these endocrine disrupting chemicals, are all kind of like potentially culprit here that investigators are looking at.
So if these chemicals are systemic in our food supply, then how the heck do we try to prevent exposure to them?
Yeah, and I do want to sort of, say with a caveat to our audience that it is not possible to completely protect yourself from exposure to these things. They're everywhere in our environment. You know, we've prioritized efficiency and convenience over the years, maybe over our health. But a lot of them are related to the use of plastics. And so something that I think we can all start doing is to start swapping out your plastics for stainless steel and for glass. And especially if you have things like Tupperware that you're using to reheat things, you really shouldn't be putting that Tupperware in a microwave or in the hot dishwasher, because that's how those chemicals from the plastic can leach out and get into our food supply.
Boy, we should highlight and underline everything you just said. That's good information. And you know, we've learned more about the effects of BPAs and PFAS chemicals over the years. New regulations are supposed to prevent their use so broadly. With all the concern about chemicals, are we looking at any big changes in how we manufacture products that might contain these carcinogens? And what could the FDA and CDC do about this?
Yeah, so the FDA, I believe they're meeting tomorrow, actually, to go over a lot of this stuff. And I think there's three things that they need to be concentrating on. One is better labeling so that the consumer can be educated about what we're putting into our bodies. We definitely need more research, and we absolutely need tighter restrictions on the chemicals that we know are known carcinogens. And they just really should be staying out of anywhere near what could become close to our food supply. Tom.
Boy, the headline I'm going to take away is more stainless steel and try to avoid reheating anything in a plastic tub, if you will, or
yeah, it's a good reminder for all of us.
Containment. Doctor, thank you very much. Dr. Natalie Azar. Still to come from us, an inside look at the FAA's Air Traffic Control Academy, what they're looking for in new hires. If you're young and you're a gamer, this could be for you.